Hey everyone, if you're enjoying my RM audiobooks, don't forget to like, subscribe, hit that hype, and maybe check out my Patreon if you want to support the channel even more. Your support means a lot and helps me keep these coming. Now, sit back and enjoy the story.
Sublight Drive. Chapter 1. Orbit of Christoph System. Savarine Sector. Sometimes, I really had to wonder why separatist ships possess such exposed conning towers. Repulse's pilot house bathed in the green beams of sunlight filtered through the tinted windows that wrapped around the protruding forward bridge of the Munificent-class frigate. It allowed a near 180-degree command of the pitch, but also made the tower an obvious target for any enemy. But I suppose that was a common vulnerability across every starship in this rather dumbass galaxy. I rose from the chair at the center of the uplifted command deck, pacing about the bridge to inspect the lower pits, where B-1 series droids oversaw the operations aboard Repulse through their glaring viridescent butterfly control displays. Dear Lord, what kind of hellish creature designed this vile lighting system? I attempted to rectify the retina-burning lighting into a more soothing color, but to my great displeasure the scheme was hard-coded in. I do concede, however, that when your ships are primarily manned by automata with no regard for comfort, you could afford some leeway in quality of life. And it showed. The pilot house was Spartan, both in comforts and control systems. With the impressive automation of the frigate, the fine starship was completely operational with a skeleton crew of only 200 droids, with less than a dozen necessary to man the bridge. Compare that to a Republic cruiser's wall-spanning interfaces and intuitive analog panels. Repulse's handful of what were essentially digital kiosks were held to navigate for any traditionally trained officer. But I have gotten used to it, as have my eyes. My incessant pacing caught the attention of the TF-1726, the attending T-1 series tactical droid aboard Repulse. Is there a problem, sir? The droid's digitized voice buzzed. Nothing of the sort, tough. I waved him off. But don't you think it's all a little boring sitting around here? I was not programmed to possess the capacity for boredom, sir. Tuff's facsimile of a mouth blinked. And please do not call me that. You may refer to me by my serial number. Then I must envy you, Tuffy. I patted his plated shoulder. So, how are the repairs? Repulse suffered no damage, Tuff said, and our deflector shields will be at full charge within the hour. I inspected the tactical droid's expressionless, beaked faceplate for a moment. Not for the first time. I wondered what really went on in that cognitive module of his. I dropped down onto the command chair again, suppressing a wince as my ass collided against the solid metal surface of the seat. The Republic ships are still hiding by the moon, I stated, though worded as a question. For Jedi cruisers, sir, Tuff confirmed. Scanning the viewports, I took in the frozen moon of Lysis. To our flanks, nearly 24 Munificent-class frigates encircled the turquoise orb of Christoph Sys, supported by behemoth Lookerhulk battleships, forming what must appear to be a mockery of an asteroid ring from afar. Far beneath, General Worm waged war against Republic troops, encircling the Christophian capital of Caledonia. Or at least, that's what I hope he was doing. Open a communications line with the Invincible, I ordered Tuff. I wish to speak with the Admiral. A holographic display of the Admiral sprung up from the projector, manifesting an ungodly creature, a six-armed bipedal spider with 6 baleful red gimlet eyes. I cringed, struggling not to divert my gaze from his matted fur and clicking mandibles. Oh, the clicking, even through the holograph I was still chilled down to the marrow of my bones every time the spider did that. Admiral Trench, sir, I greeted calmly. Captain Bonteri, Trench stroked one of his furry mandibles. What seems to be the issue? The Republic task force is still hiding behind the moon. I adjusted my collar. There is a non-zero possibility that they are awaiting reinforcements. If you would grant me 6 frigates including Repulse, I assure you I can smoke them out. If Republic reinforcements were en route, our pickets would have noticed. Admiral Trench waved his cane. We are a blockade, Captain, not a strike force. I commend your eagerness, however, and realize that this task force is a present threat that must be eliminated. What do you suggest, Admiral? Trench's needle-like teeth chattered skin-crawlingly. What is the status of the assault on Christoph Sys? It took me a moment to realize the creature was not addressing me, but rather his tactical droid off display. Resistance is crumbling, sir. The droid stepped in the sensor range, its holographic description materializing next to the Admiral's. I would estimate a half rotation before it is over. Trench's mandibles chattered in thought. We need to add some pressure on those who are sent to rescue our enemies on Christoph Sys. Send the hyena bombers to hit Senator Organa on the surface. His hum morphed into a low cackle as he gave the order. That should draw them out from. With all due respect, Admiral, I interrupted, should Caledonia be on the verge of falling, then the bombers will do little to persuade the Republic to attack. If they have decided to hide behind Lysis in face of the present situation, I believe they intend to continue doing so. However, with a handful of ships I can circle around the dark side of the moon and strike them in the rear, forcing them out and trapping them in a pincer between our fleets. I calculate a 78.6% chance of this tactic working, Tuff bust. It was evident that Admiral Trench could hear the comment, as even through his arachnid face I could make out the beginnings of vexation. Clearly, the Admiral didn't appreciate being undermined by a subordinate. It likely didn't help that his own tactical droid soon followed with a, I concur. I held on to his look, resisting the urge to break eye contact. God, what an ugly bitch. Problem was that when most of your subordinates were composed of unthinking droids, you tend to create an inflated opinion of yourself when you have a successive streak. But I suppose I would be lying if I claimed Trench was an unfair boss. I heard you served with merit in Corvair, Captain. Trench stroked his mandible again. Tell me, what was the battle like? It was a loss, sir, I managed, thrown off a little by the sudden change of subject. We were on the verge of victory, but Republic reinforcements arrived and turned the tide of battle. A Jedi starfighter squadrons took out a not insignificant number of our ships, forcing us to retreat. But you distinguished yourself, didn't you, Captain? The Admiral asked. I hear that if it was not for your decisive actions, our defeat would have been much more prominent. I must have done something well, sir. I offered a weak smile, else I would not be sitting in this chair. 10 pinpricks appeared on the tactical display above my head as Repulse's active scanners picked up on Invincible's Hyena bomber wing zipping out of the port hangar before adjusting course for the surface of the planet. Now I understand your fear, Trench said, mollified, but it remains that we must follow orders. With all respect, I protested again. While that may be the case, it is also my duty and conscience to challenge orders should they be unwise. If I had followed orders to the letter at Corvair, I am afraid that battle would have been a decisive victory for the Republic, and not the hollow when it currently stands as. Tooting my own horn a little bit. Yes, but if Admiral Trench was conscientious enough to read up on the previous exploits of his subordinates, especially on such an insignificant battle on the galactic scale, then he should know exactly how I saved our forces at Corvair. I had done so by disobeying direct orders to withdraw, but in the end I was acquitted of court-martial and promoted, so it ended well. It is I who was understanding orders to maintain the blockade, Captain, not you, Trench hissed. It is not that I disagree with your perspective, but that unless our situation proves itself precarious, as at Corvair, we must follow orders. I suppose that is the best I'm going to get. Not that I could argue against it. If I was in Trench's position, I definitely wouldn't stick out my head for a subordinate defying direct orders, even if their motivations made sense. Yes, sir. New contact on port quarter, sir. Trench's droid droned in programmed comm, not one of ours. Trench's round head whipped around, his 6 eyes scanning something off display. There. A cloaked ship. Well, that was a first. I don't think we were ever introduced to space submarines in the movies. I wondered how they worked, anyway. Torpedoes locked and closing, his tactical droid alarmed. The holograph fizzled out as Trench interrupted the connection. I leapt out of my chair to stare intently out of Repulse's starboard viewport, easily finding 4 torpedoes cutting a blazing arc through the void. It took less than a minute for them to collide with Invincible's conning tower, normally invisible thermal shields illuminating as the projectiles smashed haplessly against them. No damage observed, Tuffy reported. Mark the last known location of that stealth ship. I hurriedly commanded, just as Invincible replied with a volley of missiles. The space submarine, an odd, spear-like vessel with an elongated hull, deployed a shower of flares before the missiles could contact, sending them veering off course. A moment later, the ship cloaked and disappeared from both visual and sensor displays. Did we manage to rip a thermal signature? I demanded. We lost it when the contact cloaked, Tuffy reported. Interesting. Considering the missiles Invincible used were evidently of the heat-seeking variant, it could only mean that whatever cloaking device the enemy ship used, it is also capable of hiding its own thermal radiation. However, that was not the only way to suss out a stealth ship. Keep our active scanners primed on that starboard flank, I commanded. Scan for thermal, electronic, radar, magnetic, any kind of unique signature that can help us identify that ship. That will take time, sir, Tuff said. I want a 20-degree port roll rotation. I scowled at the droid for stating the obvious. Saturate the contact's last known location with laser fire. Watch for friendly fire. Tiny sparks appeared on the tactical holo as the frigate's respectable turbo laser batteries began firing into what was virtually empty space, soon accompanied by Invincible's massive heavy quad mounts. Soon, the tactical display was thoroughly saturated with bright flares as both ships turned the area between them into a deadly crossfire. Several minutes passed by before Tuffy commented, "No hits observed." "Check fire," I commanded. "Work out a probability, Tuff." "I calculate the probability of the ship evading our combined fire is 1 in 124. "But they did," I pointed out. "Replace the pilot variable with that of a Jedi, and recalculate." I could hear the phantom tune of Tuffy's computing processors working overtime to calculate with such an unquantifiable variable. I would guess that the droid was combing through every battle record with Jedi and Starfighter pilot roles in order to formulate an average skill, before somehow converting it into an integer and plugging it into the equation. I did not pity him. If I touched his head right now, I imagine it would feel like a shitty office laptop with integrated graphics trying to run a AAA game. I calculate the probability of a Jedi evading the crossfire is 6 in 100. Huh, wasn't that a very rounded figure? Quite unlike him. You did your best, I consoled. Still, with such a low probability of evasion, the only reasonable assumption is that this particular Jedi was a very good pilot, even for their standards. So, which Jedi were notably good starship pilots? I should have paid more attention to the movies, or my brother, he would probably know. I did know of Anakin Skywalker, though, but that's because he blew up a battleship in the first movie, when he was like 8. Damn plot armor, I grumbled. Error. Plot armor does not exist in my databanks, Tuffy buzzed. I waved him off. It's when someone is protected by, the Force, to the point that they can't die even in a situation where they should. The Force is not a quantifiable variable, the droid groused, or as well as he could. I wish it was too, buddy. I wish it was too. Communication signal on open frequency, sir, the communications droid said. It's coming from the Invincible. Listen in at your station and relay what is said to me later, I said. Tuffy, what came of the scans? No signature of any kind detected, he reported. There is no such thing as a completely hidden ship, I reminded. Make another sweep. The Admiral was taunting, sir, the communications droid said. He is telling the Jedi that they should retreat because he has dealt with their kind of ship before. Which only confirmed my theory that even space submarines can be detected, somehow. We had to be ready, because that ship was going to come around for another torpedo run. Submarines can serve as blockade runners or convoy raiders. In some cases, they even sank capital ships, as Royal Oak and Barham could attest to, and considering the ship could have easily slipped the blockade, I'd hazard its orders are to take out Invincible. The Jedi aren't going to retreat. I tapped my chair. Keep those batteries aimed on our starboard. When they decloak, I want them pumped full of Tabana. Roger, roger. I stared intently at the tactical display, tracing the arbitrary grids assigned to this slice of space with my eyes. Mentally counting down the seconds, I wondered how long it took for a space submarine to reload torpedo tubes. They must have autoloaders, right? A new contact popped up. I consulted the display. A droid sounded out what I read. New contact bearing relative 134 and 329. Speed and range. Did you come right out of the factory? I impatiently demanded. Don't parrot the attitude vectors. Just register them on the readout. Sorry, sir. The B1 beside whacked the offending droid over his tin head. 5008 was just assigned to us last refit. I ignored them, turning to Tough. Signatures. No electronic, faint thermal, magnetic signature lock. Tuffy dutifully reported. Systems warning unable to fire. No, of course we couldn't. I palmed my cheek in frustration. The stealth ship had reoriented. In the time we were unable to track her, she had maneuvered around Invincible so that the dreadnought was now in between us and her. There wasn't even a visual lock of the ship from the pilot house. I should have expected it, honestly, as it was a sensible decision on the enemy pilot's part. Of course, a submarine wouldn't shoot from the same place twice. Match us with Invincible's longitudinal axis, I sighed. Hopefully the Admiral has them under control. Suddenly, 4 bright pinpricks appeared on the tactical display, torpedoes. The glow surrounding Invincible's signature dimmed. The flagship had just lowered her specialized thermal shields to give way for her volley. As the projectiles ripped across the grids, the enemy vessel's radar contact winked out. Enemy contact's thermal signature lost. Tough buzzed. We are still tracking its magnetic signature. Register it for future reference. The torpedoes suddenly curved, as if bloodhounds tracking an invisible scent, and I realized they were after the ship's magnetic signature after all. Then, the radar contact popped back into existence, and the vector readouts went mad. The ship began accelerating to almost the speed of the torpedoes themselves, before doubling back on a reciprocal course, right back towards Invincible. I fingered a dial, intently observing the readings around Invincible. The signature remained dim. Even as the stealth ship and its torpedo bloodhounds raced towards its starboard bow, her shields remained lowered. Is Trench unable to raise his deflector shields? I asked aloud in disbelief. Thermal shields cannot be raised while they are recharging. Tough enlightened me. Of 4. I gnashed my teeth. Get me a line with Invincible's bridge. Make it snappy. A heartbeat felt way too long as the enemy ship and its torpedo entourage raced each other to their destruction. Hearing Tuff's synthesized voice made my ears pop. The connection has been. Admiral. I all but screamed. Transfer me the fleet command codes. Now? Captain Bonteri. Hurry the fuck. I squinted as a new source of light glared in from the windows, and even the droids couldn't help but twist their metal necks over to watch the Invincible's forward bridge disintegrate in a ball of fire. From the smoke, the spear-like hull of the space submarine slashed out and tore across our viewports before Repulse's automated gunnery systems could even respond, disappearing towards the planet's surface behind us. The flagship of the blockade, Providence-class dreadnought Invincible, almost groaned as it began listing in re-space, dead in the water and captured by the planet's mass. Give me a preliminary scan on Invincible, I commanded weakly, out of breath. I want to know the extent of damage, and how fast she can get back into action. The transceiver on my command chair started beeping, indicating that a new data dump had been received. My gut stirred. Repulse has received the control codes for the blockade fleet, sir, Tuffy reported, as dry as ever. As if liquid Sanzana had been injected straight into my bloodstream, it took every fiber in my body to restrain myself back from leaping out of my chair. I could fucking kiss Trench's fuzzy round face right now, if it wasn't for the fact that he was probably fairy dust currently drifting on the solar winds. All right, folks. I clapped, reinvigorated. Sync the fleet with the codes. I believe our present situation has proven itself precarious. With our esteemed admiral missing in action, I have decided that we are all due for promotions. Power to sublight thrusters. Tuffy, do me a favor and plot an approach vector on the enemy fleet. Chapter 2. Orbit of Christoph System. Savareen Sector. I reviewed my assets: 23 Munificent-class frigates, 6 Looker-Hulk-class battleships, and a disabled Providence-class dreadnought. The greatest task force I have commanded yet, and I could already feel my bones trembling in excitement. The Jedi task force, on the other hand, had only 4 Venator-class destroyers, all of which are still in their carrier fits. God, this will be a cakewalk, if it weren't for the evident presence of Jedi. First things first, tell me something about Invincible, tough. Command software is being relocated to the aft bridge, sir, the droid said. The ship will be operational within hours. Biological signatures? A faint biological signature has been detected in the forward bridge. What? That old bugger Trench was still alive. I shouldn't have underestimated that spider. If he survived total annihilation at Malastare, I should have expected that unkillable bug could do it again. Damn, it felt good. Now I can take all the glory for winning this battle, without the oppressive shadow of his death looming over all the paperwork and explaining that I was going to have to do. Tough, however, did not seem to share my enthusiasm. Well, I slammed my fist against the armrest. Have you mounted a rescue effort? Can spiders survive the vacuum of space? The tactical droid met my gaze unflinchingly, his wide eyes digging into mine. It was difficult to stare into what was basically a pair of light bulbs for so long, but I managed. What is it? I asked, confused. If Admiral Trench does not survive, I predict that you will be promoted in his place, Tough gestured. I calculate that it will be more beneficial for him to die. I paused. He does have a point. Just like at Corvair, if I distinguished myself here when my commanding officer had just eaten bricks in the initial strike, that would definitely earn me some favors with the higher-ups. Not to mention, I could spin this real well back on Raxus. I could imagine it. Captain Rainbontary, saving battle against certain defeat after death of infamous Admiral Trench. It would go over well with Voitel's faction in the Senate, and I could use Mina's contacts to turn me into a war hero, but that was pushing it. Mina wasn't terribly enthralled with my idea of joining the military in the first place, even back on Onderon. Besides, but Tuffy, I stood up and jabbed his faceplate a couple times. You need to see the bigger picture. The long-term benefits of keeping Trench alive. I like the way you think. Yes, but I can achieve the same effect if I keep Trench indebted to me, understand? I do not understand, the droid said robotically. No, of course you don't. I shook my head. Favors as a concept must be alien to a droid. But it is not to us sapients. A favor can go a long way. Get some cutters out and tow the Invincible back to the rear, then transfer Trench to the medical facilities on a Lookhulk. The droid held my order for a long moment, long enough that I was beginning to think something went wrong in his drives. Yes, sir, Tuffy finally said, before warbling away. I think I must be rubbing off on him. I do prefer individualism in my droids, and have painstakingly manually defragment those I deemed worthy of my trust to retain some personality models, but I place obedience just a rung higher on the ladder. Another memory defragmentation is probably in order. Sitting back down, I located AB1 model with a yellow-painted head. You there? The OM. What's your serial number? The droid spun around from his station. I am OM2200, sir. I'll call you 2200. 22. I suppressed a smile. I'll call you Taylor. All right, Taylor. How many bridge shifts have you served? The B1 scratched his head. 7, sir. A low number, I observed. I guess you were assigned here 2 refits ago? 2, sir, he confirmed. Then open up your memory banks, because I want you to learn how I like to wage battle. I stiffened my voice. Tough should have already calculated us an approach vector. Now, I want to prepare my order of battle. Send all our available naval elements to my datapad. Roger, roger. Taylor nodded enthusiastically, spinning right back round to his station. I produced my tablet just as it received the data package. Opening it, a stream of military assets began flooding in, and I started navigating through the cards I had at my disposal. Invincible and the Looker Hulks will be left behind to maintain the blockade. Not only were they far too slow for what I had in mind, but I needed them as a last line of defense against any Republic vessel trying to give us the slip, including the space submarine still at large. That means I have 24 star frigates to mess around with. My personal repulse squadron will take the center, as some of my most trusted droid captains commanded these ships, which included Renown and Resistance. I didn't even have to look at their readouts to confirm all 3 ships were operating at over 90% efficiency. As a commander, I could be described as industrious in my efforts to keep my ships up to par, even if it entails bringing them in for refit thrice as many times as their compeers. An unpleasant feeling began to stir in the pits of my stomach as I keyed in the other ship's real-time readouts on my datapad, however. Right flank, Frigate 13, not even named, the poor thing, running at overall 63% efficiency. I checked, it was a lone ship from the Trade Federation. Typical. The pitiful frigate probably hasn't been scrubbed down since its launch day. Admiral Trench knew it too, which is why he stationed her at the flanks of the blockade, along with the rest of her like, to keep them out of the way. All vessels operating below 70% efficiency aren't assets, I said aloud, they're liabilities. They take an entire rotation to respond to orders, and we can't have that. Group them together in Division 3 and bring them 100,000 clicks in front of the blockade. Standard order. No. Inverted bow and quarter line. They'll be our reserve. Roger, roger. How many ships do we have left, Taylor? 11 ships, sir. Jesus Christ, over half the fleet is operating beneath acceptable limits. I chewed my fingertips, mulling over my strategy. I had this battle pretty much in the bag, until separatist incompetence reared its ugly head and gave me a tight slap across the cheek. So now I had what, 12 ships left? A quick consultation with my datapad revealed I could count the number of them operating above 80% efficiency on one hand, not including Repulse Squadron, thankfully. Fuck it, I can do with 8 ships. Arrange the ships operating over 80% into Division 1, I ordered, and quarter them into 4 squadrons: Repulse, Renown, Resistance, and Graceful Promising. Standard Battle Order 3, 150,000 clicks forward. My personal ships can act as linchpins for the main spine. I could only hope the corporate alliance's Graceful Promising will live up to its name. Slowly, Repulse's 7 ion thrusters reared up and brought us forward into position. Along the entire blockade, munificents were breaking the line and arranging themselves into formation. Group the remaining 4 in Division 2. I scratched my cheek. Put them on the flanks. They'll keep the Republic cruisers right where I want them. Roger, roger. Tuff's clanking caught my attention, the tactical droid rejoining us from his detour to communications. Admiral Trench has been relocated to Impounder, he duly reported. Very well, I leaned on my fist. Familiarize yourself with our battle order. I want you to submit probabilities round the clock, and assume there is a Jedi general in command of the enemy. Yes, sir. The command bridge was silent, save for the background hum of digital interfaces and repeaters that made Repulse what it was, a decorated star frigate in the CIS Navy. Most munificents don't survive past their 4th battle, if they even get there, but Repulse has seen twice that number. The bridge crew conducted its business with brisk, well-maintained efficiency, and with the touch of a button a nest of readouts and repeaters sprung up around me, feeding me a constant stream of relevant information. A personal touch, unique to my ships. It made us all one machine. Even without my word, green lights popped up on the system checks, and all the ships began calling in around Repulse's flag. As soon as the final ship, Shadow Price, called in from her assigned station, I stood up. All right, folks, I declared, let's make this quick. Beyond the bridge's main viewport, the separatist blockade had advanced forward. 8 frigates were now positioned halfway between Lysis and Christoph Sis, presenting themselves as a clear barrier between them and their target. Anakin. Obi-Wan reached for the holo-display table in the battle operations room. Are you certain you disabled the enemy flagship? Because they've just broken the blockade and are coming right for us. Anakin's projection stood atop the wide holo-display table, the form of Senator Bail Organa right beside him. Even as he spoke, Obi-Wan could hear him trying to raise his voice over the background noise of blaster fire and explosions. I did. Anakin shouted into his handheld projector. I saw Trench blow up with my own eyes. He must have had contingencies. Or a second in command, Admiral Yullerin entered the projection. Do not underestimate him. He escaped death once, he could do it again. General Skywalker is right. I would not put it past Trench to have a number of backup plans. This is worrying, Obi-Wan mused. Even when you were withdrawing, Anakin, Admiral Trench did not decide to pursue. It is odd that only after his death, that his fleet decide that they are now the attackers. Whatever the case, General Kenobi, Senator Organa pleaded, we need your reinforcements on the ground. Thanks to General Skywalker and his supplies, we can hold out for a couple more rotations, but that is only delaying the inevitable. Cody shot him a glance. That was the problem. Not only did they have transports to protect, all of their cruisers were outfitted with ground troops, AT-TES, artillery cannons, and other elements meant to reinforce planetside instead of their usual complement of starfighters, which served as a Venator's main anti-ship assets. Obi-Wan had hoped to pierce the separatist blockade, dispatch reinforcements, and retreat before their ships were too badly damaged. Now, he doubted that was possible. I can get the stealth ship back up there and hit them from behind, Anakin suggested. It'll take some pressure off you, and I can create an opening for you to slip through. Don't, Anakin. Obi-Wan shook his head. They will be expecting you, and being so rash will only draw more attention to the surface. I need you to help Senator Organa hold out for as long as possible while we break through the blockade. Anakin frowned, but accepted it nonetheless. Yes, Master. With a toggle, the projection of the 3 men winked out and was replaced by an expansive view of their battlefield. With all due respect, General, Cody started, but we have neither the firepower or the positioning to break through the blockade. Whoever's in control of the SEPs now, they have us in a bind. Obi-Wan tugged at his beard. The clone commander was right. The Separatists had thrown quite the Hydra spanner into their plans by splitting their fleet into 3 layers, with the battleships in the original blockade position. There were now 2 more lines of frigates between Lysis and Christoph Sis. And worryingly, there was also a squadron of 4 frigates stationed to their starboard, pinning his task force against the moon. Whoever the new enemy commander was, they had no intention of letting them retreat unscathed. We are going to need reinforcements from the Jedi Council, he mused. I'll patch a line, the communications officer said. Should we fall back? Cody asked. We can use the moon to cover our flanks. Obi-Wan observed the hollow projection. Cody's idea was to use Lysis as a shield, preventing them from being enveloped by the numerically superior enemy force, and endure until reinforcements arrive. It was a sound strategy if they could be certain that reinforcements would arrive. Because if not, the strategy came with the side effect of entrapping themselves. Then, he noticed something. The Separatist vanguard was still pushing forward, even out of range of their flanking squadron. Why are they overextending themselves? A sharp-eyed clone naval officer asked. Their lines in the rear can't support them this far out. Obi-Wan closed his eyes. It is a bold move, abandoning their advantage of numbers like that. This is not the work of a droid. You think it's a gloryhound, sir? Cody said. 8 frigates is a far more even match, he said, and if we triumph over them, the 4 trying to flank us will be wildly out of position. We can defeat them in detail. Cody nodded approvingly, seeing the plan. I'll prepare them in, sir. We are intercepting subspace transmissions between the Republic fleet and planetside, Tuff reported. Can you unscramble it? I pinched my cheek. Tide of Progress has the facilities to do so, Tuff said, but it will take a long time. We should jam them instead. If we jam them, they'll stop communicating, I pointed out. We don't want that. A talkative enemy is a stupid enemy. Begin unscrambling their frequencies. Yes, sir. Sir, we've crossed Division 2 support arc, Taylor harped. Contacts bearing relative 000 and... Quiet, I snapped, glancing at all the critical readouts around me. Bring us down 20,000 clicks into their blind spot. I want a 16-degree upwards pitch rotation. Fire our proud turbo laser mounts on my command. It was a dangerous maneuver, foolhardy at best, but only if the Venators had their usual LAC complement. These ones don't, otherwise we'd be swamped with starfighters by now. Which meant these are ground support ships. They were, in other words, lobotomized carriers. Interstellar combat takes place in 3 dimensions, but the brains of all terrestrial creatures are hardwired for 2. 1,000 years of relative peace followed the risen reformations, and in that time all but a handful of shipyards have forgotten how to build warships. And it showed. The Munificent's design was flawed. A curious trait of the frigate design was that most of its turbo laser emplacements were located on its ventral prow, hidden beneath the flared armor belt that encompassed most of the ship's habitable areas. A level of protection the pilot house was excluded from, notably. This meant that to exploit the full potential firepower of the ship, the target must be beneath it. Of course, that relied on inadvertently discarding the protective qualities of the frigate's main armor belt, but I like to believe that fault laid in the retarded naval architects from Horschkessel, rather than me. However, with this in mind, it is my belief that there is no ship more egregiously designed in this entire godforsaken galaxy than the Venator-class Star Destroyer. In fact, that ship was probably designed by 3 slightly damp quasi-sentient sea sponges in a British pillbox during World War II, because all of its 8 heavy turbo laser batteries were placed nestled around its dorsal superstructure, with not a single turret covering its ventral side. It was as if Quat designed a seafaring vessel, and not a spacefaring one. This was a cognitive blind spot not even 10 millennia of naval tradition could fill. Not even the vaunted Jedi were immune from it. Once the bellies of the cruisers were in full view of our transparasteel windows, I simply ordered, open fire. Sparks darted across the tactical hollow as 16 red turbo-laser-charged gas packets were punched into the abyss. Several seconds later, they smashed into the ray shields protecting the enemy cruiser's ventral face. The Venators predictably started pitching downwards to get us downrange of their guns, accelerating faster and faster. Since they were trying to break through the blockade, I suspected their primary armament this time was pure forward momentum. I had them right where I want them. Battle Order 4, I felt an odd, godlike sense of detachment, bring Shadow Price, Needful, Tide of Progress, and Hound's Tooth up by 40,000 clicks. Slowly. The Jedi are wary of tricks. We must coax them into the gauntlet. Division 1 split into 4 pairs, with the 4 below continuously firing into the enemy's underside, while the top 4 started ascending like breaching whales. As vectors and numbers swam across my eyes, I felt like a god, for I could see every move the Republic made, though they couldn't even guess I was watching them. Their ship slid onwards, driving ever deeper into the trap as my own vector intersected theirs, and I smiled. The command bridge was only a short corridor away from the battle room, where a whole cadre of officers were gawking out the transparasteel viewports at the enemy's admittedly baffling tactics. The Separatists had split their vanguard into 2 lines stacked atop each other, and were slowly widening the space between as their 2 forces hurtled towards each other. Negotiator was still pitching downwards, however, fixed on previous orders to target the ships in their blind spot. Now, they were in a predicament. Obi-Wan's cruisers did not possess ventral turrets, so they could only target one axis at a time. The question was above or below. Belay that order, he called. Pitch upwards and intensify all our firepower on the ships above. Munificent-class frigates had their main turbo laser batteries on their ventral prow, which meant it was the ships above that posed the largest threat to them right now. Besides, the enemy was also discarding all of their physical armor in exchange for more firepower, placing all of their trust in their deflectors. Now with clear shots, Negotiator's 8 heavy mounts thundered away, soon echoed by Resolute, Dauntless, and Pioneer. The black abyss was filled with darting bolts of red and blue. Still, it remains that the force continued to press into the back of his head. A latent warning that he was moving straight into a trap. But he did not have a choice if he wanted to keep Christoph Sis from falling into Separatist hands. But just as he attempted to dig a little deeper, Obi-Wan felt a tingle of perception, and lifted his head. Something was coming. "Sir," a voice called down from the port-side crew pit just as he expected it. "Sir, I have an incoming transmission from the Jedi Council." The clone comm officer pressed a finger on the transceiver plugged into his ear. Obi-Wan strode to the edge of the pit and leaned over. "Recorded or real-time?" The officer checked. "Recorded, sir." "Listen in at your station." He pulled away. "What does it say?" The comm officer tapped a key and kept quiet, finger on ear, as he hung on to every recorded word. Obi-Wan felt his senses tingle as he tried to anticipate the message. "It's from Master Yoda, sir." The clone looked up at him. "Admiral Wirtz is en route to our position with reinforcements." "That's good to hear." Obi-Wan allowed himself to feel pleased. "Cody, I need you to check Admiral Trench's battle registry and find any records of this tactic." "I already did, sir." The clone commander stiffened. There was no mention of it. "Well, that's interesting." Obi-Wan crossed his arms. "Patch us with Senator Organa's headquarters planetside. Perhaps Admiral Yularen would know, as he had fought Trench before." Another enemy transmission, Tough buzzed. "Tide of Progress has unscrambled the Republic's frequency. Should we tap into their transmission?" "Leave it to Jedi to have such poor radio discipline." "Be subtle," I warned. "Taylor, have someone trace the line back to the sender and pull a dump of their databanks. I want to know the call signs of who we're dealing with." "Roger, roger," Taylor said as he keyed in for the trace. The light of the sun was gradually eclipsed by the Jedi cruisers navigating right over them, engaged in a heated battle with Shadow Price and its half of the division. Repulse and its half couldn't shoot upwards, since our light dorsal turrets were puny at best, and little better than mild annoyances to their deflectors. I didn't want to draw attention yet, so we continued to lurk below like sharks, letting the Republic continue cruising over us in ignorance. "It's a data package, sir," the comm droid announced, "from the enemy flagship, Negotiator. They were sending battle data to their army headquarters planetside." The droid seemed almost uncertain by the time he finished that sentence. "What, are they trying to get advice on the fly?" I was just as confused. "It is too late," Tough was audibly certain. "I calculate there is now an 86.5% chance 2 of their cruisers will be destroyed." "Only 2? I frowned. "There is a present 77.2% probability the enemy will notice our trap. From the Central Registry, the last known commanding officer of Negotiator is Jedi General Obi-Wan Kenobi," Tough explained pridefully. "Since the moon blocks escape from his port side, he will either accelerate, decelerate, or veer to starboard. From my observations of General Kenobi's battle record, he will be too cautious to accelerate. I predict that he will veer to starboard out of instinct, since decelerating at their current vector will take too long. This means enemy cruisers Negotiator and Pioneer will escape before our trap is sprung. This is why I loved working with droids. It was like playing a RTS, except I had the expert AI setting on my side." "Good work," I praised, impressed. "Bring Division 2 forward, full power to sublight drives." "Sir," Tough straightened his spine. "We are in position." "Orders." If the tactical droid had lips, I could imagine him licking them right now in anticipation. Nobody loved a well-executed plan more than a tactical droid, and I could empathize with every fiber in my body. "Very well." I grinned like an animal. "Repulse, renown, resistance, graceful. I want a 180-degree port roll rotation. Forget the shields, full power to ventral turbo lasers. Rip them apart." "I'm sorry, General," Admiral Yularen said bitterly, "but I do not recognize this formation any more than you do." "I see." Obi-Wan stood over the holodisplay table. "That is disappointing." "What is this?" Anakin fizzled into view, his battered armor showing signs of battle. "See for yourself, General." Admiral Yularen took a step back to let Anakin view the battle projection. "I have never seen any formation like this before, even from Trench." A sharp, almost painful flash of awareness crashed into Obi-Wan, who swiftly realized it was emanating off Anakin like a beacon of light. A variety of expressions crossed his former Padawan's face: curiosity, confusion, worry, and anger, and then dread. "Obi-Wan, you need to get out of there," the Jedi Knight shouted. "You're heading straight into a trap." "I know it is a trap, Anakin." Obi-Wan struggled to keep calm, perturbed by the usually unflappable Jedi's panic. "I'm trying to figure out what kind of trap." "You recognize this formation, General Skywalker?" Admiral Yularen pressed. "Yeah, right." Anakin palmed his face, taking in a deep breath. "I last saw it at the Battle of Corvair. Master Luminara's reinforcements had arrived, and the Seps were on the back foot, so I pursued. But it was a feigned retreat. Just as my fleet caught up with them, the Seps doubled back in that formation. All my starfighters were lost. Redeemer and Defender were ripped to scrap metal. The Resolute barely got out of there in one piece." "Listen, Master." Anakin spoke with urgency. "The frigates beneath you are going to flip on their backs like a Nabuanada and light a fire right under you." A brief moment of clarity flashed through Obi-Wan's head as everything Anakin had said suddenly clicked together. Then, panic. Commander Cody was thrown off his feet as Negotiator shook violently, sending clone officers stumbling around the battle room like headless Krabu. The blast doors separating the battle room from the command bridge hissed open, and an officer barely let it stop moving before he stumbled through with wild eyes. "General," the clone held his discipline admirably. "The Dauntless, it's gone." Obi-Wan all but raced out of the battle room, wildly scraping his vision across the wide-angle viewports. Dauntless was the ship holding their port flank, closest to the moon. The Jedi Master stopped himself right in the middle of the central walkway, staring out of the transparisteel viewport. Both Resolute and Dauntless were trapped, sandwiched, between two frigates, and just as Anakin predicted, the bottom frigate was turned upside down, tearing into the cruiser's defenseless ventral surfaces with all their firepower. Dauntless had already lost its engines and stabilizers, and was wildly listing to portside in an uncontrollable roll, the ship torn apart as it was captured by Lisa's suffocating gravity. The Resolute was faring no better, held in a death choke between its two frigates. Right now, Anakin's flagship was nothing more than a slab of meat in the jaws of a crate dragon. "Orders, sir," a bridge officer stumbled out of the starboard crew pit. Obi-Wan breathed out and reached into the Force to feel his chances. The swiftest path out of their predicament was to continue accelerating until they were through the gauntlet, until he felt the secondary line of munificence lurking in the abyss in front of them, just waiting to pounce. The enemy commander had clearly anticipated that maneuver. That left decelerating, or swerving to starboard. At their present speed, decelerating will take far too long. "All ships," Obi-Wan commanded, "hard right, hard over." He adjusted his footing as Negotiator veered to the right, writhing as it was pummeled to hell and back. Behind him, he could hear exclamations of alarm as Resolute began to break up, its retreat vector unfortunately coinciding with the attack vectors of the two ships Negotiator had just escaped from. The deaths of so many clones, people, pressed him like a boulder weighing down his mind. He could hear the distant screams of Dauntless' brave crew as they were flattened against the moon's frozen surface. He felt Resolute's pain as one of its fuel bunkers was struck, filling its main hangar with gas before a turbo laser bolt sparked it. Anakin's flagship burgeoned, and then exploded, its hollow spine acting like a balloon filled to the brim. He felt the helplessness of tens of thousands of men who should be on the planet fighting the good fight against the Separatists and not being slaughtered in their cabins. And the faint hopes of those who made it to the escape pods in time, jettisoning into the abyss. Obi-Wan could sense Anakin's anxiety, his worry, and his rage, so potent it was that he could feel it an entire void away. But Negotiator and Pioneer escaped the gauntlet. Bruised and bleeding, yes, but they escaped. "Sir," the bridge officer muttered. The Force continued to pound his head, like an incessant child. Obi-Wan lifted his head and saw 4 frigates racing towards them, their forward turbo laser batteries already lighting up the void with baleful red. The flanking force. His heart dropped. "We can still jump into hyperspace, sir," the officer suggested weakly. He was advising retreat. Obi-Wan wanted to protest, but he could see there was no other recourse. He cast a forlorn gaze at the cracked, crystal surface of Christoph Sis. Yes, they can still regroup with Admiral Wirtz's task force, lick their wounds, and return. He could only hope Anakin and Senator Organa can hold out for that long. Chapter 3. Orbit of Lysis, Christoph System. Savareen Sector. The corpses of Dauntless and Resolute were like rivers of scrap drifting around Lysis, transforming into an artificial ring around the small moon. Repulse's sublight thrusters eased off as the frigate completed its prograde burn around the moon, finally coming into view of what was left of the Resolute. The cruiser had been blown open from the inside. From what we could tell, her main hangar had been turned into a combustion chamber by a leaking fuel bunker, and all it took was a single shot to completely slag her. Now, Resolute was shaped more like a tuning fork, with the 2 prongs twisted outwards by the force of the detonation. Her aft superstructure, however, remained more or less intact. Not much could be said about Dauntless, on the other hand. Most of the ship had careened into Lysis, smashing through its icy, crystalline crust before disappearing into the frozen oceans below. An unfortunate ending for any clone who managed to survive the initial battle. At our current barycenter, we will intercept the moon within 1.5 local rotations, the astrogation droid said. "Aye, the astrogation repeater, we aren't staying around for too long. Start a finite burn until our apoapsis is far enough for a low-energy transfer to Christophsis orbit." The B-1 punched in some keys into his station. "We will be in range of Battleship 53 for only 40 minutes with this burn." "More than enough time," I said. "Good work." The vast shadow of Battleship 53 groaned past us, both Dauntless and Repulse mere pygmies in the wake of the massive Lookerhulk's form. Drac-class cutters were already swarming out of the battleship's hangar bays to begin the salvage operation. Battleship 53 reports that its velocity has matched Resolute's, the communication droid reported, beginning salvage operation. Our lifeform scanners detect 712 distinct biological signatures around the bridge stock. Another droid looked up at me. "Should we rescue them?" I craned my head up at the repeater display, which indicated that we were also picking up a handful of electronic waveforms and pulses, distress signals, both makeshift and otherwise. "We do not have time," Tuff warned. "The moon is halfway through its second rotation since the battle, and the hyperlane egress is on the other side of the planet. We must complete our raid on Resolute's data terminals and rendezvous with the blockade as quickly as possible." I rubbed my cheek and thought. The Republic will be returning with reinforcements. That was an absolute certainty. Tide of Progress had detected an hyperwave transmission shortly after our skirmish with Obi-Wan Kenobi began in earnest, which could have only originated from a reinforcing fleet en route to the Christoph system. The Jedi will be returning, with more ships and more fully complemented carriers. Tuff was right, as he usually was in these situations. From a solely rational standpoint, rescuing enemy soldiers was a waste of valuable time. Unfortunately, I am not a droid. I am human, a person. And all those survivors trapped in the wreckage of Resolute, on a collision course straight for the surface of the moon, clones as they may be, were people too. I'm not capable of thinking solely in binary and probabilities. I understood, with unnerving clarity, that I will hear the beeping of distress signals in my sleep for the rest of my life if I decided to ignore them here. But most importantly, it'll look very good on my record. I rubbed my eyes. Shit. Patch me into comms. Open frequency. The communication droid glanced at Tough, but a quick glare from me had him snapping back. Roger, roger. I cleared my throat. To all surviving personnel of Republic cruisers Resolute and Dauntless, this is Captain Rainbond area of the Confederate Navy. On behalf of the Confederacy of Independent Systems, we demand your absolute and unconditional surrender. By Section 2, Articles 12 through 16 of the Yavin Code relative to the general protection of prisoners of war, you have the right to, and will be afforded, humane and privileged treatment which may be accorded to you by reason of your species, age, and state of health, including but not limited to sufficient sustenance, medical attention as required, and every guarantee of hygienic and healthful climate. I repeated the demand of surrender a second time, even though every droid on my ship, and likely every survivor out there, knew I was full of shit. After all, there was a good chance I was the only separatist officer who had ever uttered those words in succession. The Yavin Convention was millennia old, and military officers, Republic or Separatist, who still adhere to them were about as rare as tauntauns on Tatooine. I wouldn't be surprised if this was the first time the clones had ever heard about the Yavin Code. Sir, there was a warning in Tuff's modulated voice. I predict that the survivors will think this is a trap. They may resist their rescue. Was this his way of trying to dissuade me from a tactically unwise decision? Let it not be said that tactical droids cannot learn. But I wasn't going to change my mind. Then we'll start with the escape pods, I said, and use those rescued survivors to convince the rest. Order Battleship 53 to divert some cutters from the operation, and have them jam the distress signals. If the Republic hears them, they may be prompted to return sooner than later. Several cutters had already made their way to the twin bridges of the Resolute, punching into the cabin and disgorging their droid payload. Soon, whatever salvageable data the ship had will be mine, hopefully along with the timetable and roster of the incoming reinforcements. Have them work their way down the superstructure, I ordered. We'll keep Battleship 53 in orbit here until the operation is complete. Should enemy reinforcements return within the 2 rotations as predicted, then leases should be over the blockade when they arrive anyway. If not, we'll have to make do with one less. Sir, Taylor turned around. There is an incoming transmission from planetside. On our frequencies. I'll take it here. The hunched form of General Worm sprung up from the holo emitter. More animal than man, the Kirkoidan was still more pleasing to look at than Trent regardless, though I would say he needs some serious dental work. Maybe it was my Earth-centric sensibilities, but that underbite is nasty. General Losam, I fixed a smile, an unexpected pleasure. The pleasure is all mine, Captain Bonteri. Worm seemed to bow, though I can hardly tell from his hunch. I am pleased to inform you that the last remnants of Republic presence on Christophsis has fallen. Crystal City is completely in my hands. A pleasant surprise indeed. I was genuinely taken aback, earlier than scheduled. The circumstances you informed me proved that haste was in order. General Worm was visibly pleased with himself. However, I regret to inform you that the Jedi Anakin Skywalker had escaped with Senator Bail Organa and a contingent of clone troopers. As my planetary rectinas could not locate them, they must be using that stealth ship you reported. My smile tightened. I see. Thank you for your work, General. I'll attempt to locate and intercept the Jedi. I hope we can speak further afterwards, Captain. Of course, I closed the connection and breathed out. Obviously, Anakin Skywalker would escape. With Bail Organa too. Isn't he Princess Leia's father? Wait, no, he is her adopted father, after Obi-Wan pawned her off. In any case, I couldn't blame the General for losing them. Competency, no matter how much, did little good in this kind of case. I wouldn't blame myself when I lose them, either. Where is Caledonia now? I asked. On the night side of the planet, Tuff said. As Lysis' orbit around Christophsis was on a near-perpendicular inclination relative to the solar plane, Caledonia was downwards. Belay the orbital maneuver, I sighed, downward pitch by 90, starboard roll by 90. I want an anti-normal burn until we're round the pole before heading on a direct vector for Caledonia. Plotted. As the droids punched in the numbers into the astrogation computer, Tuff twisted his head down towards me. I calculate the probability of intercepting the stealth ship will be 0. Yeah. I waved him off. I know, Tuff. I know. We are fishing for a minnow in an ocean. But we need to make the effort for the record. Have Resistance and Shadow Price start making their sweeps for the magnetic signature. Yes, sir. Resistance and Shadow Price were 2 ships amongst others that I stationed at the bottom of the planet so that when the enemy reinforcements jump in, they can pounce on their defenseless undercarriages and rip them a new asshole. It was simply good fortune they are in the right place at the right time. Not that it would be any help. Realistically, or pessimistically, from a point of view, it was perishingly useless to find anything in space unless you already knew where exactly they were. A tiny space submarine capable of hiding itself? Forget it. Our sweeps will amount to little more than screaming in random directions hoping something will scream back. If I were Anakin Skywalker, I would fly within the planet's atmosphere where refraction would scramble the scanners, before breaking out where there were no ships and skipping off into the sunset. And indeed, half an hour later while Repulse was surging towards Resistance's position, the readings on one of the sensor readouts spiked. Chrono radiation detected, sir, Taylor said, his voice pitching down. There was a hyperspace jump a couple light minutes away. It was telling that we couldn't even pinpoint the general direction of the jump, only the approximate distance. Informed General Lo Sam to prepare planetary defenses in anticipation of the Republic task force. Hopefully, they will be convinced to give up the effort now that they don't have a beachhead. But I doubt it, I said. Very well, return us to our station. Then I'll see what the General wants to say. What is Admiral Trench's condition, Captain? General Worm asked. That he'll survive is a certainty, sir. I quietly beckoned for the medical report. Whether he'll make a full recovery is still in question. Taylor registered the report on my datapad before handing it over, and I couldn't help but wince upon looking at it. Your expression tells me that his state is troubling, Bonteri, Worm observed. Oh, well, it looks like the Admiral is going to need some cybernetics, I said weakly. We will need to get him to a planetary medical installation as soon as possible. His condition is stable, but he isn't going to be waking up anytime soon. Then it is unfortunate we do not have the time, he said. Oh, so that's what this is about. I scratched my head. Honestly, I should have expected this. It is clear that General Worm wants Trench out of the way. Both of them were accomplished officers, and rather famous within separatist ranks, and direct competitors for the office of Supreme Commander. No doubt Worm hoped that with Trench incapacitated, he would have a leg up in the bid. This must seem like a fortunate accident for him. Am I right to assume the retail caucus will now administer Christoph Sis? I tried to change the subject. Yes, I imagine so. Worm dragged it out, before suddenly saying, Captain Bonteri, how can I convince you to support my bid? You know what I am speaking of. I resisted the urge to slump, sir. I believe this is hardly the time. I think otherwise. His holograph leaned forward, eyes narrowed. Shit, this guy just isn't going to let this go, is he? I chewed my cheek. Tuff was pointedly ignoring me, busying himself organizing the shift rotation, and I appreciated that. But that still left me with this overambitious army general trying to convince me, a Navy officer, to back his faction. I knew exactly why Worm was troubling himself over a mere captain like me, but I didn't want to think about it. With all respect, sir, I said stiffly, I am only a captain. My support is hardly any weight among the staff. Besides, everybody knows General Tan has the best shot at it. She is Count Dooku's hand-picked nominee. Count Dooku can only nominate a candidate, Captain Bonteri, Worm said mildly, as if lecturing me. It is the Senate that must ratify the appointment. General Tan's candidacy does not yet have a majority support in the Senate. And there it was, the Senate. When is the cyborg fellow, General Grievous, going to show up? I remembered him being the Supreme Commander in the movies. Hopefully that guy reveals his ugly mug soon and sweeps this problem away. I've had this conversation like 3 times already. I do not have as much say in the Senate as you think I do, sir, I protested. I will owe you a great debt if you could arrange a meeting between me and Senator Bonteri, Worm insisted again. This vapid bitch. I wanted to shout. I'm not going to jeopardize my career for your favor. The Confederate Senate could be divided into 3 rough factions. There was Voitels, who I like to dub as the hardliners. They would support any competent officer who could give the Confederacy a real shot at crushing the Republic, including Trench and Worm. Then there was the corporate faction, who really only supported their own candidates. Being a member of the retail caucus, General Worm's main support base is found here. The real sticklers were the moderates, widely agreed to be led by Senator Mina Bonteri. My aunt. I'm not exactly sure what they wanted, but it was something along the lines of swift and bloodless secession from the Republic. They didn't support any candidate currently, with their philosophy being that if they admit the Confederacy needs a supreme commander, then they admit total war with the Republic is inevitable. Which for some reason, they still think hasn't come to pass yet. But I haven't spoken with Mina since our argument over my decision to transfer from Onderon's Royal Army to the CIS Navy, so what do I know? Which is exactly what I keep saying whenever these idiots keep pestering me over the Senate. I am afraid Senator Bonteri and I have been estranged for quite a while now, I said apologetically. My involvement may just make your chances of convincing her worse. My apologies, Captain Bonteri, General Worm finally relented. I had not know of your circumstances. It is no. Sir. Taylor tried to whisper, and failed to do so. The Invincible is receiving an incoming hyperwave transmission, and is relaying it to us. I'm saved. This conversation was getting more awkward by the second. I offered the general a sheepish look, and he graciously excused himself, disappearing from view. Very well, I coughed, patched through. The hollow imagers blinked on again, bursting out a bright blue-white light against the pilot house's green scheme, displaying, to my muted horror, a stiff woman in cleanly pressed uniform. She could, in fact, be mistaken for a human, if not for her flat, monochrome eyes. Solid, opaque, and irisless, it was like staring into a soulless void. I swallowed, hastily. General Tan. You are not Admiral Trench, General Tan said, a slight rise in her lips. Captain Rain Bonteri, sir. I held my salute. Admiral Trench was incapacitated 2 rotations ago in a battle against Republic forces. His condition is stable, but I provisionally taken command of his flag. What is the state of Christoph, sis? She cut me off. General Lo Sam has completely occupied the planet, sir. I reported. We have driven off a Republic relief effort, but there is a high possibility the enemy will return with a counterattack. And you have not requested reinforcements, Captain? General Tan raised a single eyebrow. I concealed a wince. How could I say that I wanted to secure my promotion by hoarding more achievements? I had not deemed it necessary, sir, I said. Whoever controls Christoph's controls the run in the Outer Rim, Captain, General Tan replied coldly. Republic military buildup has been detected on the run. A task force far greater than your current command is capable of handling. Do you understand that your pride could have placed our combined efforts in this entire region at risk? I do not want this to happen again. Your entire career will depend on it. Am I making myself clear? General Tan's expression had tightened into the definition of frigid, disciplined fury. Her eyes narrowed into slivers of burning ice. There goes my promotion. I could feel it in my bones. Literally, because my arm was starting to seriously ache. Understood. I swallowed thickly, sir. Good, she snapped. At ease, Captain. My arm dropped limply. Detail everything in your after-action report. I'm sure someone will be interested in reading it. It could be my imagination, but it looked like General Tan's face softened a little. Your remarkable conduct after the incapacitation of your CO will be noted. I have already dispatched Admiral Tanith to reinforce the system. Thank you. My throat was dry, sir. I also have a new assignment for you, Captain, she continued. For Admiral Trench, sir? I clarified. No, for you. She smiled thinly. This task is too insignificant for a flag officer, and too important for someone I do not trust. Oh no. This is going to just like the Serapin campaign, won't it? These kinds of missions were the worst of both worlds. I'm even going to go out on a limb, and guess I won't be able to put this on my service record. This assignment, I said gingerly, it isn't going to be in the registry, will it? Afraid not. The edge of General Tan's lip lifted. The official story will be that Repulse Squadron is out of rotation for a refit. But I am sure that if this mission is completed smoothly, your promotion will be considered. I am at your service, General. I didn't exactly have a choice. Good. When Admiral Tanith arrives to assume command of the blockade, you will escort Admiral Trench on Invincible to Falleen, she ordered. Afterward, take your squadron to the Malavar system and await further orders. Anything else I must be aware of, sir? General Tan paused. I suppose this must be an important detail. You will be working with Asajj Ventress. She said the name as if I was supposed to recognize it, but I didn't. I do admit the name did sound like one an important character would have, however. I can almost imagine their character from the name Ventress alone, so they must be important. Maybe they appeared in a show or comic somewhere. Will they be my commanding officer for this operation, sir? I will be your direct superior, General Tan corrected. With a tone I can only describe as professional distaste, any order you receive from me will supersede any you receive from her. She is an independent agent. I will make sure Ventress does not touch a hair on your head. That was enough information for me to put together that this Asajj Ventress was a Force user. A space wizard. Probably working for Dooku, so like the CEO's daughter. Not exactly part of the hierarchy, but too important to ignore. I am hating this assignment more and more already. Understood, sir. I saluted again. General Tan returned the gesture. I will send you the brief when you are at Malavar, Captain Bondary. I look forward to favorable news. The holographic display fizzled out of existence, leaving me alone in the bridge full of droids again. I slumped back down on my chair like a sack of bricks, feeling incredibly tired. General Tan had the kind of presence that compels you to listen with every fiber of your being. And the way she speaks is exacting yet impelling, urging you to carry out her word to the letter. I couldn't tell if it was the Force at play, or simply how she held herself. It was terrifying. No wonder Christopher Lee chose her to be his nomination. Tuffy, I waved, be a darling and purge the recordings from the ship's archives. Which ones, sir? Tuff finally acknowledged my existence. The ones with Severance Tan and Worm Lo Sam, I grumbled. I'll be damned if either gets leaked. God forbid. I held my head in my hands and heaved. At least my promotion is still on the table. Chapter 4. Somewhere in the Malavar system. Abrian sector. Repulse Squadron drifted towards the specified coordinates, 3 frigates like dead, silent bodies carried lifelessly by still waters. Directly ahead, the twin suns were golden marbles, their intensity moderated by their distance and by the viewport's automated sunscreens. Closer afield, the desert world of Malavar loomed. The system was minor and unimportant. Carefully chosen. The only people who would have any interest here were on the seedier's side, and would not be missed if they had to be shot down in the name of operational security. Incoming transmission from Malavar, sir. The comms droid tapped the digitized console overlay, encrypted data file. Triple-coded, multi-routed short burst. Looks like it was sent when the uplink detected our transponder signal in the system. Thorough, I commented. Send it to my tablet. I ripped open the file and started combing through the brief, registering every word in my head so as to not miss a detail. Thankfully, General Tan appreciated brevity, a trait that is mirrored in the rundown. Unfortunately, her concise nature almost made it extremely clear just how daring, to put it lightly, this operation is going to be. I also found out Asajj Ventress has been given the rank of commander for this mission, making her my direct superior indeed. Especially since we were dealing with the Hutts in the Hutt's own backyard. We are picking up chrono radiation in the system, sir, B1-5733 said. A small vessel had just jumped out of hyperspace. Taylor was off shift for some well-earned maintenance and a recharge, along with the rest of his bridge crew. B1-5733, Stell, had been with me since Repulse herself, predating even Tough, who was only assigned to me after I was assigned Resistance and Renown. The original in command of Repulse was a bit soft in the processors due to a production defect, so I scrapped him and called in a small favor to reprogram Stell to take his place. Pinpoint it, I ordered. Prepare tractor beam projectors. Can't have anyone blowing our cover, can we? Our projectors are meant to guide in vultures, sir. Tough reminded, they aren't strong enough. They don't have to be, sir, Stell interrupted. We only need to slow them down for our ion cannons to disable them. Tough slowly twisted his head to stare at me, as if he couldn't process a B1 unit overriding him. What? I raised an eyebrow. Stell's right. And you're senior, so don't give me that attitude. The contact is at the edge of the system, sir, Stell reported. Projectors are charging. Should we plot an intercept vector? Do so. Thank you. I leaned on my fist. Identify the make as soon as possible. Hail them when in range. I want a beacon identification. Repulse yawned around, guns awakening and turrets swiveling to face the unfortunate victim, who simply came to the wrong place at the wrong time. Renown and Resistance fired up their ion drives, and the squadron began burning away at the light hours between us and our target. Model identified, sir. Stell remained focused on his console, Corellian make, G9 Rigger class freighter. G9 Rigger. I stole a quick glance at my datapad. I narrowed my eyes. Earlier than scheduled, I muttered, before raising my voice. I still want that beacon identification. Roger, Roger, Stell nodded, deftly pulling up a comms window. Freighter, this is the Confederate Navy. You are flying in Confederate space. Please identify yourself. Several seconds ticked away, with no answer. Whatever, no point in being polite if they weren't willing to reciprocate. Contact in range of our forward ion cannons, the gunnery droid said. Arm weapon systems? Arm them, I commanded. Stell, rip the codes out of them and run it. Roger, Roger, the droid said. Call sign Twilight. Registered in Galactic City, Coruscant. Extensive history of spice smuggling. Several citations issued, but no bounty. Looks like this is our cargo, I huffed. Didn't have to make it so hard. Disarm weapons, issue clearance to portside hangar. Twilight, you were cleared for landing in portside hangar, Stell echoed. Please disable stabilizers for tractor beam guidance. I rubbed the display of the tablet absent-mindedly, taking in a deep breath as I prepared for what will probably be the most stressful, routine patrol of my life. Tough, get a party down there and escort our guest here, I sighed. The rest of you, conceal weapons, set blasters to stun. I do not usually allow blasters on my bridge, as they are workplace hazards. In this special case, they have turned into insurance. General Tan told me she would protect me, but my understanding of Force users is that they are quite unpredictable. Hopefully, this Asajj Ventress respected professionalism as much as Severance Tan, but for some reason I doubt it. The sound of the blast doors sliding open was louder than I remembered, bidding me to stand from the chair and turn to greet my new partner in crime. The first thought that ran through my head was, wow, she really looks like an Asajj Ventress. A woman, clearly, but with pale and sickly white skin that made her more wraith than whatever near-human species she was. Because humans don't look like that. Though a flowing, hooded cloak covered most of her outfit, the kind Force users seemed to like. I could almost make out the hilts of two lightsabers at her waist. She lowered the hood, revealing a totally hairless head which slanted down to a pointed chin. Dark lipstick, dark eyeshadow, very long eyelashes, especially the bottom ones. Goddamn, I'm working with a goth. A very unstable one, from the looks of it. If I could guess, it must be daddy issues. Asajj Ventress? I forced as much composed politeness as I could into my voice. Welcome aboard. I am Rainbond Airy. I look forward to working with you. Ventress regarded me for a long moment with dark eyes, making the back of my neck itch. Unwilling to trap myself in a staring contest, I allowed myself to get distracted by my beeping datapad. So do I. There was a crawl in her voice that made me shiver. God, I fucking hate space wizards. Never know what's in their heads. May I confirm our quarry, Commander Ventress? I tried to chip away at the tension. It backfired. Ventress asked dangerously. This fickle bitch. My smile tightened unintentionally. Stell shifted, servos whirring. His blaster lay just out of view, held behind the console stand. Another droid in the lower level noticed and turned around. I could already feel their original battle programming fire up behind their dark photoreceptors. I have no intention in taking credit for your achievements. I held out a hand, to both appease the vicious woman and to wave down the droids. In fact, there will be no achievement in this task for me at all. But it serves that we must cooperate to carry out your master's demands. This is a military vessel, and such is the circumstance that you are my superior for this assignment. I will carry out your commands, and I hope you will allow me to do so to the best of my ability. Ventress eyed me again, her face worryingly placid, shifting her weight from foot to foot like a cat deciding the best angle from which to maul her prey. Until finally, she stepped aside to reveal a RA-7 protocol droid carrying a cage in its hands, one that looked suspiciously like a pet carrier. The first thing that hit me was the smell. The second was the disgusting, squirming creature inside the cage. Like an overgrown slug, larger than even my head. It squeaked and gurgled, waving its tiny arms around. I didn't even know Jabba the Hutt had a son. Didn't see him in the original trilogy, repugnant the creature may be. There was still the unfortunate thought that a child, may have died before reaching the timeline of the movies. Hopefully this mission would not be the cause of it. I nodded sharply, turning away to avoid the smell. We will take the Trialis to Tafe. Considering it is a single hyperlane with no deviations, this will make a swift journey. Without a word, my droid crew immediately brought Repulse around and started the burn to the pre-calculated hyperspace ingress. As I sat back down, I could feel Ventress' stare continue to drill into the back of my head. Even Tuff was growing uncomfortable, by the way his head twisted incrementally to peek between us. "Make yourself comfortable, Commander Ventress," I said, staring forward. "My tactical droid can see you to your cabin, if you wish." "Do not presume anything about me," she rasped. I closed my eyes. "Fuck me. Coruscant system. Coruscant sector. Jabba requests that anyone who can help find us his kidnapped son send any information they have immediately." The holomessage fizzled, and then repeated the recording on loop, the protocol droid relaying the plea for help over and over as her master looked on. Palpatine never thought he'd see the day, but it appeared even the almighty Jabba the Hutt could be distressed, the great beast shifting and swaying in agitation. We must help Jabba. He could feel it in the Force. The discomfort those words provoked in the assemblage of Jedi in his office. This is the opportunity we've been looking for. The Jedi must rescue Jabba's son, the Chancellor stated, factual and flat. The holoprojection winked out of view, sucked back into the holo-emitter built into the center of his office. At the unanimous silence of the Jedi, Palpatine invited them for a seat at the circlet of seats arranged before his desk. As they accepted the offer, the Chancellor carefully observed their reactions, letting nothing show on his own face. Mace Windu stroked his chin, his arm supported by the other crossing his body, face fixed in a permanent frown. The man never looked so much as even slightly satisfied with anything in his life, much less the mere thought of coming to the aid of Jabba the Hutt. The two others, Plo Koon and Luminara Unduli, were content to remain silent, allowing Windu to speak what was in all their minds. Convincing the Jedi to help a creature as diametric to their own principles as Jabba was never going to be simple. Windu reclined grimly. "I do not like it, diverting resources to help that criminal scum. It will be a dark day for the Republic." "I agree, my friend." Palpatine extended the proverbial peace offer. "But what other choice do we have? And besides, is this not a most fitting job for the Jedi? Nothing can escape your senses for long, after all. Except me, obviously." Even after all these years of careful planning, there were still times he impressed himself with how easily he moved and acted among them undetected as a hidden Sith Lord. These fools do not deserve their moniker of Guardians of the Galaxy. "Chancellor, do you not find it strange that Jabba would come to us for help?" Mace Windu's voice did not disguise his antipathy, a tone most unlike one a Jedi should use. "The Hutt is no doubt scheming something. Why else would someone like him, someone who could buy any number of bounty hunters as he may so wish, come to the Republic for help? Why should we dispatch Jedi to take that risk for Jabba the Hutt?" "Because a child is missing, Master Windu," Palpatine replied. He had no reason to take the moral high ground, but it amused him to no end that he is able to do so before 3 Jedi Masters. "This is how the galaxy shall remember you when you are long gone, Jedi, as blind hypocrites, blind to what laid before your very eyes. Me, and laughably, your own duty." "Would we be having this conversation should the child be human?" Palpatine urged. "Does a parent's conduct have any relation to a child's plight?" "Would we be having this conversation?" Mace Windu replied calmly. "Should this human child's parent be the head of the largest criminal syndicate in the galaxy?" "We would," the Chancellor answered, "if that parent controls the hyperlanes of the Outer Rim. If that parent will allow us to use them in exchange. We will need access to his space lanes in order to move our troops." Windu still disapproved greatly. "I still feel uneasy. There is more to this kidnapping than it seems. I sense it. This must be some sort of sting operation, knowing Jabba. Then you must send as many Jedi as you can, knowing Jabba." "That's impossible, Chancellor." Mace Windu shook his head lightly. "The Separatists have our forces spread thin. We have no Jedi to spare. And our fleets and armies will be spread even more thinly if we can't access the Outer Rim and keep our supply chains functioning," he pointed out. "I must agree with the Chancellor." Luminara Unduli finally broke her silence. "Regardless for the context of this kidnapping, we have little choice but to negotiate with Jabba. And there is no opportunity greater than this to gain an advantageous seat at the table. 2 birds with 1 stone, Palpatine insisted. "You save a child, and we save our armies." Windu remained silent for a few more moments, before finally reluctantly conceding. "Very well, Chancellor. But it remains that we have little Jedi to spare." He leaned forward and thought. "I would say that Kenobi and Skywalker are in the perfect location to begin the hunt, but they are still in the midst of taking Christoph Sis. And we cannot afford to give up that planet to the Separatists." "That is troubling," Palpatine agreed. "Christoph Sis' natural resources and strategic position must be taken at any cost." Was resistance greater than anticipated? "Their first attempt to reinforce the ground troops were repulsed," Windu explained. and we've just received word that the Separatists had recently bolstered the blockade around the planet with a second fleet in anticipation for Kenobi's counterattack. It will take time before they can retake the planet. That wasn't right. Why did the blockade receive reinforcements? Dooku couldn't have given that order. The Republic is supposed to hold Christophsis to maintain the balance of power in the Outer Rim. Once the Hutt's hyperlanes are in Separatist hands, the Republic and the Confederacy will bleed each other fighting over the Corellian Run. Was this the work of that girl that Thrawn sent over, Severance Tan? He warned Dooku about that girl before when he took her on as a dark acolyte. She was too much of an officer, a general, and not a warrior. Tan was a talented tool and weapon, but as a professionally trained tactician and strategist, she will never concede to purposefully making poor military actions in order to prolong the war. That is why she does not know of the grand plan, and must never will. Palpatine will have to warn Dooku again. Considering the Supreme Commander must have knowledge of the grand plan in order to guide the war to serve their purposes, Dooku must hasten the introduction of Grievous. Grievous cares little for winning the war. The brute only cares for killing Jedi, a motivation Palpatine has no trouble with. The cyborg will follow any order so long as it results in the death of more Jedi, and yet possessed relevant military experience from his homeworld. He is the perfect weapon of the grand plan. And that is why he will be Supreme Commander, not Severance Tan, not Asajj Ventress, not that bounty hunter dirge. Then who else do you have in mind, Master Windu? The Chancellor let nothing of his thoughts show. I will carry out this mission, Chancellor, Master Windu, Unduli suddenly said. My Padawan could use the experience. We will prepare to leave immediately. Mace Windu nodded sharply, and the Jedi stood together. They bowed their heads politely together before leaving, and Palpatine returned the gesture as he watched them file out of his office. Fascinating, wasn't it? How these paragons of virtue, these Jedi, didn't leap into action the moment they heard a child is in dire need of aid. Jabba may be a corrupt and vile lord of crime, but his son Rada, that child is still an innocent being. It was fascinating how very selective these Jedi are and where they focus their legendary compassion. Still, Windu had a point. Jabba could hire as many bounty hunters as so wishes and presides over an intelligence network so vast entire governments could only envy. Why would he come to the Republic, to the Jedi, and beg for help? Dooku will have to exercise caution. On the other hand, Jabba's plea saved time in the plan to turn him away from the Republic. With the Jedi taking the bait, it will now be much simpler to incriminate them for the kidnapping of his son, Rada. In the grand scheme of things, this was but one of the many devices Palpatine used to manipulate the ebb and flow of the war until the right moment. Until the Jedi are at their weakest, and Palpatine could strike down the war, in the Jedi Order itself, in one single blow. Yet, Palpatine hoped nothing will go wrong and that the Huttlet will be returned unharmed after he served his purpose. After all, Rada the Hutt was another potential ally in the very far future. But if anything did happen to the poor thing, oh well, there will always be innocent casualties in war. Now that the Republic has accepted Jabba's plea for help, the Hutt will be even more entrenched in the anti-Republic camp if that comes to pass. Palpatine tapped the comlink on his desk. I wish to speak with Lord Jabba. This is the Chancellor of the Republic. Chapter 5. Tatooine, Tattoo System. Arcani Sector. Jabba might live to be 1,000 years old. No Hutt was in a hurry with a lifespan like that. He has acquired lifetimes of experience, knowledge, and contacts. Jabba was permanence, stability. He was the unspoken law of Tatooine. He had these transient species beat from the start. But in recent days, the walls of his palace seemed to crawl ever closer. Less like the fortress of authority it was, and more like an enveloping cage threatening to suffocate him alive. For the first time in Jabba's long-lived life, he was counting away the days. For the first time, he was aware of the minutes and the seconds ticking away, of every suffering moment Rada wasn't in his arms. A Gamorrean guard brought 2 figures, a young human and what appeared to be a modified R2 unit. Before his throne, the slicers you've hired have arrived, my lord. The Jedi observed the hired hackers impassively, content to observe from their little corner of his hall. Jabba treated Jedi with caution, in the rare cases he had dealings with them. Their mystics and magics can make them so unlike their species, making them unpredictable and unobservable. He could never get a handle on their physical abilities, or in the case of Luminara Unduli, her state of mind. Luminara Unduli was a general in their army, along with her apprentice. Both Mirielin. The apprentice was more expressive, showing unease and revulsion at him and his home, but the master watched and observed with absolute indifference. It did not matter whether how provocative the Twi'lek dancers were, or how he snacked on patty frogs from a jar of brine, Luminara Unduli remained as serene as a clear day, and as immovable as a brick wall. It made him uncomfortable. But Jedi were humans, or any similar bipedal species, and they were not immortal. And any living being had wants and needs, and had things they were willing to trade for them. Jabba would do whatever it takes to get Rada back to him unharmed. Nothing else mattered. He could loan off all his space lanes to Dooku and his Separatist alliance, or to the Jedi and their Republic. What did matter to him? Let them fight their fleeting war. It meant nothing to a species as long-lived as a Hutt. Jabba kept his anxieties and fears for his son hidden beneath a veil of contemptuous pride, struggling to relay his repose as he lounged on his dais. He plucked out any patty frog and slurped it down headfirst, even though he had long lost his appetite. As he licked the frog's dangling legs into his mouth, he carefully observed the bounty hunter's reactions. The human slicer watched with wide eyes, as did most people when they watched him eat. At least he continued to pay acceptable respect. Who are you? Jabba grunted, letting TC-70 translate. I am Gabe, Lord Jabba, the hacker bowed, and this is TKO. Report your findings, he said casually. The boy glanced at the Jedi curiously. We managed to track your son to the planet Taith, Lord Jabba. Jabba clutched at every shred of information. Every minute that ticked away, his worry for his son only further deepened. Are you well, Rada? Are you afraid? Hungry? Are you still alive? Did these transients understand his worry? Did they understand that when you've lived for 1,000 years, when your only child was you, your own flesh and blood, because Hutts needed no partner to produce a child, and not something you could recreate endlessly like their rapid breeding species, that your child was your entire future? He doubted it. These creatures were such temporary things, incapable of seeing beyond the present of their own lives. I paid for more than this, Jabba growled. How did you find that out? ATC records you so graciously allowed us to access. My lord, Gabe yammered off quickly. We checked all outbound flights from Tatooine at the estimated time, and sliced into all the outgoing comlink connections to HoloNet hyperwave transceivers within a day's range. What we found was a ship requesting access to the Galactic All-Species Self-Help Database. The hacker wetted his lips, choosing his next words carefully. Tiki here. He examined a request for information on Hutt health and illnesses. The very implication made Jabba feel cold. Hutts do not get sick. In the rare times they did, something was very wrong. Why would they look there? Well, how many beings know how to care for a Hutt baby? Gabe shrugged. You kidnap a baby from another species, and since it's a kidnapping and not an assassination, you want to keep that baby alive and well, right? So you check what's normal for a Hutt baby, and what's not, like whatever Hutt babies do. Being sick, maybe. If it were not for the fact that this was no place and time for fretting, Jabba would have already broken down into a rage. Hutts did not fall ill. Virus, infection, most poisons don't work on them. Even babies. Something was very wrong indeed. You think my son is sick? He did not have to act out the anger in his voice. TK-0 summarized the report, unmoved. Somebody on a ship departing Tatooine on the same day your son was kidnapped accessed the GSSH database to download files on Hutt physiology and illnesses. And that ship was tracked to Taith. Jabba waved for TC-70 to pay them, closing his eyes. He didn't see them leave. The worst passed through his mind and thoughts, dread filling his gut like foul dinner. The scum that kidnapped Rada couldn't even do it right. And now Rada is sick, alone in some backwater world and surrounded by Jabba's enemies. Because only Jabba's enemies would dare trespass against him like this. Lord Jabba, Luminara Undula's smooth voice awakened him from his nightmare. We will return your son to you. You will find and return Rada to me alive and well, Jabba corrected, and if the Republic wants passage through my space lanes, you must also bring me the scum who kidnapped my son. How many beings know how to care for a Hutt baby? The bounty hunter's words rang through his head. The kidnapper risked being tracked by accessing the GSSH database for a reason. A dire reason. You have one planetary rotation to bring Rada back to me, Jabba added. One Tatooine rotation. If you cannot do this, then Count Dooku and his droid armies will. He gestured to TC-70 to relay his words to the Jedi in a language they can understand. Unduli raised a single eyebrow at his onerous demands, remaining ever the perfect image of stoicism. Her expression as tranquil as a still lake. Her apprentice, on the other hand, was not so collected. Her eyes widened for a fraction of a second, a telling gesture that told him everything he had to know about what she thought about his demands. Unduli turned her neck to stare up at him, unblinking. Do you wish the kidnapper presented before you dead or alive, Lord Jabba? Either, he growled, but I would prefer alive, so I can kill them myself. Very well, her already flat lips thinned even further. We'll do it. If you would excuse us. Credit where it was due, the Jedi was nothing if not composed. The woman didn't pretend to grovel or flatter, like Palpatine. She managed to be respectful without showing fear. Without showing anything at all, really. A lesson she could teach her apprentice more. You better, Jabba warned one final time, or I will have your heads as well. He meant it. Orbit of Taith system. Baxel sector. I could hear the telltale fizzle of a holoprojector winding down behind me as we approached the garden world of Taith, its atmosphere shrouded in purple and punctuated with vast hurricanes, of which great, continent-spanning spiral cloud formations could be seen from space. Is it wise to open communications now? I leaned on my fist. Anyone can track your hyperwaves, so long as they are looking for it. You may as well be shouting our positions to any keen ear who is seeking our location, like Jabba. Footsteps, as Ventress approached from behind. I tensed. We need to hurry. The hissing of an igniting lightsaber did not come as expected. Count Dooku has informed me that the Jedi Luminara Unduli have just left Tatooine, and is after us. I frowned. That was way too fast. We weren't even on the ground yet. Either Dooku misread the itinerary and tipped Jabba off early, or someone exercised less than stellar radio discipline. For a galaxy, this one is smaller than you'd expect. With access to the right authorities and the right clues, you can track down just about anybody. Pinpointing their exact location was quite a bit harder, but that is besides the point. All Jabba and the Jedi have to know is that we are at Taith. Their planetary scanners can do the rest. Too fast. There must have been a leak. I will check if there had been any unsanctioned hyperwave communications from my ships. I veiled my accusatory tone with military deference. As if my droids had itchy fingers, the leak must have come from her end. Not that I would say out loud. I still preferred my head attached to my shoulders. That said, I will still run a diagnostic of my ships. One can never be too sure, and more than one defective droid has been found hiding in my rosters. Bunch of penny-pinching Muppets, those gracious sponsors of ours. We are approaching the planetary coordinates you've provided, Commander. My holographic repeaters sparked as the engineering crew automatically began the swap from sublight to atmospheric thrust. How large should the landing party be? Enough to make our presence and location obvious, Ventress drawled, but not enough to stop them from taking the landing. I wanted hard numbers, but I suppose that was asking for too much. In all likelihood, Ventress probably hasn't attended a single officer training lecture in her life. I'll prep a reduced battalion for you. 700 units, some spiders, no heavy armor. My fingers danced over my tablet. Tough. Get to it. Won't need more than a single landing ship. Commencing atmospheric insertion, Stell announced, diverting power to the ventral ray shields. Repulse began to rumble as we pierced into the mesosphere. Even though the ray shields absorbed and dissipated most of the heat, the glow of raging fires was still visible through the pilot house's green-tinted viewports. Activate atmospheric control surfaces, I commanded. Slow us down over the designated drop zone. Commander, the landing craft is ready in the main hangar. Ventress nodded sharply, spinning on her heel and parting with, "Don't fail your mission, Aunt Harry." With all due respect, sir, I have the easy part. All I have to do is ambush the Jedi task force after they dispatch their landing parties, which will be considerably easier than fending off the Jedi themselves, a task best left to other laser sword wielders. As for the ambushing, well, I had several ideas. I took the opportunity to stand up and take a good look of Tafe. Despite being part of the Navy, I never had much in the way of shore leave. I have experienced orbit above many planets in my tenure and flown through even more systems, but actually stepping foot on alien grounds, visiting new, foreign worlds? Besides Onderon, I can count that number on one hand. You join the Army for that, not the Navy. The most I get is a brief look of a planet's atmosphere, the colors, contours, continents, and the like. But after a while, it becomes all one and the same. This was a rare chance for me to see what an alien planet actually looked like, from as close I can get to the ground. Tafe's sky was purple, which could be seen from afar but was a wonder from below. Almost magical. Spires of rock rising as high as skyscrapers jutted out from the dense jungles below, strangled by serpentine vines. Atop one of such peaks was a great fortress, no, a monastery, where Ventress would set the trap for the Jedi. Everything else was shrouded in a thick sea of fog, making me wary of descending too far. I grew up on Earth, a primitive planet by this galaxy's standards. I wasn't raised being taught that I could see distant worlds in the future. I didn't grow up knowing that the next planet over was just a bus stop away, even though I knew I had an entirely new life ahead of me, and that I could visit as many planets as I wished once all of this was over. Just staring at the purple sky over my head still contained a kind of fantasy that made me breathless. Transport has been dispatched. Tough walked down the ramp to me. I could see the C-9799 making way for the monastery's landing pad. Get us out of here. I spun around. That was enough sightseeing for today. As Repulse started its reascension, I started digging through Luminara Unduli's battle registry in the Unified Confederate Military Database. After all, to blindside your opponent you first need to know their blind spots. Let's see. Luminara Unduli participated in the first Battle of Geonosis and regarded to have a rational and disciplined command style, the direct antithesis to Anakin Skywalker's. Her flagship is the Venator-class cruiser Tranquility, which also served as the mobile base of the 41st Elite Corps. A Republic Corps consists of just about 40,000 soldiers, which meant Unduli was either coming with a fraction of them, or with an entire task force. As for the 41st Elite Corps themselves, as befits their cognomen, they specialized rough and hostile terrain, and was known to operate in some of the harshest worlds in the galaxy. In other words, Taith was just about the average service theater for them. Either this was a really unfortunate coincidence, or the Jedi knew in advance that we would be coming to Taith, which was something to chew on. Fortunately for me, that was Ventress' problem, not mine. My problem was the Tranquility itself, which I could reasonably expect to be facing. My frigates could take on a Venator in a brawl, but what worried me was the possibility that the Tranquility was outfitted with anti-ship LACs, such as BTLB Y-Wings. However, I was willing to take the bet that since Tranquility served primarily as a troop carrier for the 41st Elite Corps, most of its deck space was reserved for LAD gunships. Still, a Venator can hold upwards of 400 LACs, even on a reduced complement. My frigates can only hold 48 each, less, even. Because Repulse was refitted with a number of C-9799 landing crafts for this mission, trading away 2 entire Vulture squadrons. All my frigates put together couldn't hope to match the sheer carrying capacity of a single fully equipped Venator. I leaned back, pulling at my cheek in thought. Tough, calculate a Venator's time of arrival here in Taith. Should they have left the Tattoo system? I checked the local planetary time. An hour. No, 2 hours ago. The tactical droid stared at me for no longer than a few seconds before answering, ETA 2309 local military time, at best speed. I toggled a button on the armrest, projecting a holochart in front of me where a simulation of the Taith system magnified. The planet was marked with a pulsating red dot, circling around a single sun and orbited by 2 moons. I adjusted the time until it matched Tuff's estimated ETA. I had to expect the worst. Hypothetically, Luminara Unduli was going to arrive with her entire fleet group, including Tranquility, Garlara, and even more acclamators. I had 3 frigates at my disposal. Without a seriously clever plan, I was going to get wiped. Hypothetically. Mark the hyperlane egress as 0 degrees, I said. A ring, like a clock, sprung up around Taith, hashed by evenly spaced gradations. Bearings. At 23:09 local time, the moon Taith I will be at 308 degrees and Taith 2 at 331 degrees. While the size of both moons were wildly different, and their orbits weren't too far apart relatively. Curiously, Taith I spun retrograde while Taith 2 spun prograde. Maneuver behind the moons. I unconsciously bit my lip, since she is in a rush. Unduli is going to make an automated extraction on the edge of the planet's gravity well. Stel, plug in the navicomputer into the simulation. A translucent bubble expanded around Taith, displaying the recreation of the planet's gravity well. A blinking dot appeared on the edge of the bubble, at the 000 degree bearing, where Unduli was going to exit hyperspace. I narrowed my eyes. There was a narrow blind spot, both visual and scanner, covered by Taith I from that position. Bring us into that blind spot, I ordered, portside echelon formation. Keep our profile as small as possible. Unless Ventress leaked even more than I expect, then the Jedi will not expect this to be the work of the Separatists, at least until she is planetside. They won't expect our presence. From this position, Tuff buzzed, we won't be able to approach quickly enough to engage in close combat before they mobilize their starfighters. I know, I hissed, I know. I read Luminara Unduli's registry again. The Force will always be an unquantifiable variable, but I had to believe I can glean something out of her personality. Wait, she is going to be planetside, which means a clone captain will be at the helm. In my experience, clones were just about as creative as droids. Standard training, standard tactics, as long as I do something frankly ridiculous, I can blindside them. I had to believe I could. My brother once said the clones only grew into their own later into the war in one of his rambles. To that, I say I'll believe it when I see it. I did it once over Serapin, over Krant, and again at Corvair. I can do it again here. This time, I had 3 ships, and was practically operating independently. I didn't have to listen to any commander or admiral. I closed the registry. Then we won't approach them. I zoomed in on Taith in the holochart. We'll approach Taith 2 at best speed, using Taith 1 to cover us. There we will use its gravity well to slingshot us towards Taith 1. By then, the enemy fleet should be occupied with an atmospheric insertion. We will be between the moons and use the retrograde spin of Taith 1 to slingshot us again, this time to the 000 bearing. We will be right on top of them before they can even react. A dotted line was traced onto the holochart, simulating the theoretical vectors and creating an almost reversed S-shaped flight path. 2 gravitational assists will give us too much velocity. Stel craned his head around. We will shoot right past the enemy fleet or crash into the planet. Our retro thrusters are not powerful enough to slow us down in time. We are in space. I threw my hands in the air, swing our ships around mid-maneuver, and use our sublight thrusters to slow us down. We will need extremely precise calculations to manage the vectors and the velocity of the ambush, Tuff cautioned. Any deviation, and we will either bypass the enemy fleet or ram into the planet itself. 1 gravitational assist is dangerous enough. We are doing 2 in quick succession. At this theoretical speed, we will be operating out of our respace control surfaces parameters. We will be turning ourselves into a blaster bolt, Stel tacked on, agreeing with Tuff. We will not be able to abort or deviate even if they spot us mid-maneuver. Everything must work perfectly. I glanced at the time again. It was nearly midday. I smiled grimly. Then it is a good thing you have half a rotation to work on those calculations. Like you said, make it perfect. None of you have failed me yet. Chapter 6. Orbit of Taith I, Taith System. Baxel Sector. Even though we've been waiting for several hours in anticipation now, the Republic fleet's arrival somehow still came as a surprise. A good fraction of the bridge crew had gone to sleep in order to save power. I wasn't willing to risk rotating in a fresh batch, and I myself was taking a power nap when suddenly. Chronospike. Stel raised the alarm. The 2 words struck like a fist in our collective guts. The hurricane whir of servos and beeping of reactivating drives filled the room as over a dozen droids rose from their hibernation folds, then the clanking of recalibrating limps. Consoles hummed as their displays burst back to life, my cradle of holographic repeaters springing up around the command chair. I checked them one by one, helm and engine readouts on my left, weapons on my right. The open space directly in front of me was now filled with a holographic tactical display, a large red flashing bubble indicating the estimated enemy position from chrono radiation data. System checks. I called. Green lights cascaded down my readouts like waterfalls in a complete sensory overload as every station on board, regardless manned or automated, confirmed everything was in working order. Tuff rested a hand on the backrest of my chair, double-check plotted vectors. Sweep all scanners from 050 to 065. If we cannot see them, they cannot see us. I flicked the comlink, resistance, renown, Call in. All systems green, sir. Droid Commander 3-1 reported, we're eager for more kills. Calm your gyros, 3-1, Zenith, Renown's OM, said calmly. Check your plots again. You're closest to Taith 2, so don't crash. Captain, we're all ready. We're closest to the moon because we got the most points in the last post-defrag exercise, remember? 3-1 shot back. My crew's the best of all of us. You're just jealous, Zenith. Are your cooling cables stuffed? 3-1? Zenith snarked. You do know our positions are reversed after the first swing by? Or is that too much for your logic modules to handle? You. Both of you cut it out. I snapped. Zenith's right. Double-check your navigation data, then triple-check them. There is far too little margin of error to play fast and loose. Roger, Roger. 31 swiftly sobered. Roger, Roger. Zenith echoed, sir. I've launched a single vulture to relay live reports of the enemy composition and vectors. The pulsating red bubble suddenly shrunk down as more data was fed into the system, before splitting up into a handful of tiny arrows. A dotted line was then projected towards the planet in a beeline, a small number appearing next to the enemy task force. Acceleration. 1,000 standard GS and rapidly climbing. 2 cruisers, accessing registry, Tranquility and Garlera, still watch the data feed, and 2 acclamator assault ships. It's the entire 41st. Very well, keep that bird hidden, Zenith. I huffed. All ships, sync feeds. I want shared data across the board. When we sling, we do it together. Stel, project enemy blind spot. A shaded conoidal zone sprung out of Taithai, completely enveloping Repulse Squadron's markers. It was the volume of space unreachable to the Republic scanners. As the enemy markers surged towards the planet, the cone's angle adjusted to match. Remain in portside echelon formation, I said. Resistance, you have the point. We and Renown will be following your lead. We follow and stay in the cone until the enemy reaches the planetary exobase, and then we gun it. Roger, Roger. Roger, Roger. 3 more dotted lines were overlaid on the display, one for each of my ships, extending forward and winding around Taith 2 and Taithai. There were pins and tags designating relevant details such velocity milestones and burn times necessary to carry out the maneuver. It was our projected flight plan, if all went according to plan. I eyed the shifting cone until our pins were right about to exit its trailing edge. Right ahead of us and to our right hand, Resistance's thrusters sputtered and then blossomed into brilliant pearls of blue-white, as if 7 miniature neutron stars were born from the abyss. A single solid line shot out of Resistance's marker, curving around Taith 2 but not quite aligned with the projected plan. The ship's current vector. Repulse jumped, and a second vector appeared. Commencing initial burn, tough bust. Our mission is simple, Master Luminera briefed, exfiltrate the Hutlet, return him to his father, and rendezvous with General Kenobi's fleet for the liberation of Christoph Sis. All in a day's work, sir, Clone Commander Gree almost joked. We'll be in and out of here in no time. The gunship shook, streaking low over the dense jungle, so close Barris could almost feel the highest branches sweeping across the undercarriage beneath her. Behind the LAT, a dozen more gunships ripped open the emerald canopy in their wake, flying in perfect line astern to reduce their profile. The gunship suddenly veered, pressing her back into the bulkhead as the line tracked diagonally to throw off any potential enemy targeting systems. What kind of kidnap rescue required an entire battalion of elite troopers? Barris couldn't help but wonder. Not just a battalion. 3 battalions, as there were 2 more gunship flights coming in from different directions. It made her uneasy, but who was she to question the wisdom of her master? Barris glanced at Master Luminera through the rocking bodies of trooper armor, at her purple-black lips and series of interlocking diamonds that tattooed her chin. More tattoos decorated the joints of her fingers. In Mirialan culture, each tattoo signified a major achievement. In the darkness of the hold, the Jedi Master's deep blue eyes seemed to glow. One day, Barris thought, I will have as many tattoos as her. Something interesting on your mind, Barris? Master Luminera shot her a knowing smile. Just wondering if this much force is warranted for a simple hostage extraction. Master, Barris shoved her surprise deep down. Simple. Master Luminera's lips quirked. I'm sure we would all like that, wouldn't we? Pilot, notice anything? Long-range identified heavy defensive emplacements on the plateau, sir. The intercom fizzled to life. We are flying in low to avoid radar, but they'll be expecting us. If they're static cannons, they won't be able to depress far enough to target us. But if they have spiders? Barris looked out the hatch again, marveling to the endless verdant sea. She pressed her cheek against the doors to stare out the gaps, sighting the dark silhouette of the plateau reveal itself from the thick fog. Sealing blast hatches now, the pilot said. Understood. Master Luminera nodded sharply to the squad. Buckets on, Commander Gree said, snapping his helmet into place. The crew bay dimmed as sunlight was replaced with red lights, and the squad followed suit. The usual pre-deployment ritual of checking their gear commenced, charge levels in their rifles, ordnances and ascension kits on their belts, jetpack calibration, and cycling comm circuits. Barris sometimes wondered what it was like in the data-laced world of their complex helmets. Gree tilted his head down, likely transmitting last-minute orders to the other platoons. Barris reflexively patted the lightsaber on her belt, even though she could feel its familiar weight. Distant explosions sounded out, the gunship suddenly swerving to take evasive action. She hastily snapped her hands onto the handles above to avoid tipping over, but a sudden violent shudder sent her over anyway. A trooper caught her. It was hard not to in the cramped bay, and gently pushed her back up. "All right, sir?" "Yes." She caught her breath. "Thank you." The trooper looked up at the ceiling. Must have taken a hit. Hatches doing their job. Ascending, the intercom buzzed. "Prepare to jump in 10. Barrisney struggled to hold her up as the LAT jolted into a near-vertical climb, sticking as close to the cliff face as possible to avoid fire. Another explosion pounded the armor plating, this time not so distant. Then, the crunching of metal and the screaming of men who were smashed into the rock face. If the troopers were moved by the sounds of their comrades dying terrible deaths, they did not show it. They were programmed not to. The squad lined up by the hatches. Barris peeled off her lightsaber and felt its weight in her hand. 3, 2, 1. Go, go, go. The hatches swung open, and sunlight flooded into the bay. Screaming lasers filled the sky. She counted just under 3 dozen lots circling around the clifftop fortress, and hundreds more clone Roopers leaping out and activating their jetpacks to swarm the plateau. Mass driver missiles punched through the flak smoke and incinerated legions of droids. All the while ball turrets raked bright green lasers through the earthworks, tearing walls down to brick dust and cannons into slag. Droids. Barris knew anybody with enough credits and not enough sense could buy battle droids, but she had a feeling this was the work of Count Dooku and his alliance. An emptied gunship strafed castle's left wing, lasers ripping up ancient flagstones from the ground. A spider droid tracked the ship with its bulbous red eyes, and at that moment Barris wanted nothing more than a trooper helmet so she could warn them. A flash of red, and the gunship's left repulsor lift wing disintegrated, sending it spiraling into the mist below. Yet, despite the chaos, there was discipline and system to the fire. The gunships were thoroughly saturating the courtyard and defenses with sheer firepower, but the main compound remained wholly unscathed. Commander Grease shouted something she couldn't hear, then jumped, his jetpack bursting to life and shooting him towards the landing. 2 by 2, the squad followed behind him. Below, the first troopers were already massing around the balconies, windows, any entrance they could find, and forcing their way in. The droids were being completely overwhelmed, facing what looked like 3-to-1 odds and complete enemy air superiority. Master Luminara was right, as she usually was. This would have been a lot harder if they didn't bring an entire regiment to battle. Master Luminara ignited her lightsaber, deflected a stray bolt, and leapt. Barris sucked in a breath and went after her. Terminating burn, Stell tapped his console, prepare for orbital swing by. Taith 2 grew larger and larger before them, almost filling up the entire viewport. The moon was very large, comparable to a planetoid, and possessed its own atmosphere. I could see the dense, swirling clouds obscuring the surface, punctuated by bright flashes of lightning. The vast emptiness of space doesn't convey the sense of speed at all, and only the brief glances I had of the vector readouts told me just how stupid this maneuver was. My neck felt oddly stiff, as if I could only look dead ahead. A blinking light told me the ship's attitude control gyros were ramping up. Starboard yaw 033 degrees, Stell continued narrating, raise inertial compensation by 3%. Repulse turned on its axis, giving the pilot house a good view of resistance and Taith 2 before both left the viewport's left-hand edge. The next time we see the moon, so in about 30 seconds, it will be the only thing we see. The bridge felt so quiet. I mean, it was always quiet. I prefer it that way, but this time the atmosphere was different. It was almost as if the droids were nervous, more nervous than they'd be flying head-on into an enemy battle line. How many points of error are there, Tough? I asked quietly. The droid looked down at me. Too many. Our velocity is great enough that the moon's gravity well is too weak to augment it in any significant capacity. Instead, we will exploit the well to assist in manipulating our vector before accelerating again on the stretch. The problem is that we don't know the exact density of Taith 2. What? What? I blurted out. Then how are we doing this? I tried to scrounge the gravitic formulae out from the recesses of my memory, digging back to my college days. I was absolutely certain you needed the mass of the body to calculate any of them, which equates to density multiplied by volume. Guesswork, Tough admitted, and a very large margin of error. We will fail safely, sir. The issue is that none of our frigates possess planetary scanners, and our existing scanners are too weak to penetrate the moon's crust and observe its composition. What about Taith 1? A smaller margin of error, he said. Not only were we closer to Taith 1, the moon also had a negligible atmosphere and was much smaller in volume. Our scanners were able to penetrate further and create an acceptable projection of its composition. So the first step will be the most uncertain one. Perfect. Don't know what else I expected. I gazed intently into the tactical display, as if mentally willing the vector lines to curve onto the projected path. Right now, the vector curved towards the periapsis before heading off into the void on a tangent. I could almost hear its howling winds as Taith 2 gradually crawled back across the transperisteel viewport, parading its storm-ridden body before us. I found resistance at the edge of my vision, coasting so close to the moon its prow might as well be scooping up the atmosphere. ETA to periapsis zone. 3 minutes. Power to retros. Stell said, prepare for impulse burn. Despite the vessel's inertia dampener's best efforts, I was still being pressed back into my seat. Since the droids didn't have that luxury, they instead opted to hold onto their consoles, or my backrest, in Tough's case, with death grips. A thought struck me. How many standard GS are we going to experience? Am I going to die? You are going to feel very uncomfortable, Tough replied. Very uncomfortable. Before I die? There is a low but not insignificant probability you may suffer temporary cognitive damage, Tough conceded. And you didn't tell me this because. As I am not a medical droid, I am not qualified to do so. Fuck off, I muttered, set compensation to 99. The pressure on my chest let up a little, until Stealth suddenly announced, commence impulse burn for 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Even though I was already resting against it, I was still slammed into my chair regardless. Any air inside my lungs squeezed right out of me. I couldn't breathe. It was as if there was an anvil resting on my chest. With the standard inertial compensation, I would be fucking dead. That went through my mind quite clearly, despite the blurriness creeping over my vision. The only thing I could feel was the white-knuckle grip I had on my armrests. I tried to tell Tough to raise the compensation again, but I could barely open my mouth, much less get a single intelligible noise out. I am going to rip out this fucker's behavioral matrix after this. 2 minutes, I reminded my increasingly incoherent self. I only have to hang on for 2 minutes. The metal backrest started to dig into my skull, so I struggled to lift up my head. I blacked out. Asajj Ventress didn't like heroism. It wasn't that she disliked heroes themselves, or even disrespected them. She simply despised the idea of heroes. Sacrifice is seldom awarded, and always exploited. Kynarak's sacrifice for the people of Ratatak meant nothing to the Jedi Order, who abandoned him there to die. He was her mentor, then, and her only friend. Even now, he was still her only friend. Kai was but another expendable piece, in the end. The scum on the Jedi Council could spare an entire battle group to serve the greatest slave master of the galaxy, when there was something in it for them. But what about the slaves themselves? The innocents? Her homeworld, Ratatak, was innocent, but the planet could drown in blood for all they cared. It had. Which was why it left a twisted, yet warm, feeling in her gut to see that the Jedi, Luminara Unduli, was under no delusions of heroism. An entire acclamator hung over their heads, and 40 LAT gunships were already on the ground, and dozens more continuously pouring out of the troopship's ventral hangar. The Jedi Master was treating this not as the rescue operation it was, but like a planetary invasion. Thousands of clone Reapers were falling from the sky, completely swamping the paltry droid battalion she had at her disposal. It appears Unduli is going to solve her problem with brute force and overwhelming firepower. Ventress could respect that, in a way. What do you think of this, Kai? She asked aloud, watching the monastery fall around her. What do you think about the Jedi who abandoned you to die, but dropped everything for a hut? There was no answer but the mountain winds and the rage of plasma bolts. Kai was long dead, and maybe that was all the better. He wouldn't want to see what has become of the Jedi Order. Or of me, she mused. But you'd understand, wouldn't you? I know you would. Ma'am, the spy droid, for A7, asked, who's Kai? You don't need to know. Ventress fingered her lightsabers. Just do your job. Find something positively incriminating. Hard to do that now, ma'am. The droid slipped away nonetheless. All she needed was one incriminating holocom recording of the Jedi with the Huttlet. Anything that could convince Jabba that they were at fault. Anything would work. Handling Rada roughly, making him cry. The slug liked to cry a lot, so it shouldn't be too hard. And if all else fails, she could always have the Jedi framed with the dead Huttlet. Now that would be airtight. But Dooku wants the slug back alive, so she had to try. Even with these odds. If there was no other choice, then Dooku can rage at her later. Electrocution was temporary, and she survived it many times before. All it mattered was that the Jedi is denied access to the Outer Rim. Sometimes, she surprised herself how far she'd go, even to kill an innocent child. But that was routine back on Ratatak. Countless children have died in battles between rival warlords, innocent or on the front lines. It didn't matter. Life was cheap there, too cheap for the Jedi to care. Except Kynarak. The Holo receiver flickered to life, and Count Dooku appeared. Progress, Asajj, he demanded. Ventress craned up to look at the Republic troopship hanging in the atmosphere. We are outnumbered and outgunned, she reported. Unduli had arrived with enough forces for a planetary assault. The plan is impossible. Dooku considered her words for a moment. It must be for their counterattack on Christoph Sis. This is nothing more than a detour for Unduli, one conveniently in the neighborhood of her main focus. It is unfortunate. Ventress instinctively ducked as 2 anti-personnel fragmentation missiles streaked over her head, smashing into the courtyard and turning every droid in the radius into bolts and scrap metal. Every time she looked back down at the battle raging on the monastery grounds, there were fewer and fewer droids, and more Republic troopers. The Jedi will not escape, Asajj, Dooku told her, nor the Huttlet, if the situation demands it. You will succeed, not because you fear my disapproval or what I might do if you fail, but because you know what we are doing this for. You know this better than even me. The dictatorship of the Republic must fall, she said. You are right, Master. Dooku smiled. A genuine, sympathetic smile as far as she could tell. If there was one place where they aligned, it was their shared vision of a fairer society. Asajj Ventress waited for the holograph to vanish, then contacted Captain Bonteri. His tactical droid appeared in his place. This is Ventress, she said. I need immediate reinforcements and air support. Every vulture I can get. Please stand by. The droid replied. ETA 30 standard minutes. The hollow projection shook, and then fizzled out. She attempted to reach them again, but to no avail. They were being jammed. Ventress cursed. 30 minutes was too long. Why was it the droid that she was talking to? Was Bonteri incapacitated? Or did he think she was beneath him? Her skills in the Force focused on more physical aspects, such as telekinesis, as was demanded by her upbringing, but Ventress was usually able to passively sense the intent of anyone she was working with. There were few who remained wholly unknown to her, Dooku, and now Bonteri. If it weren't for the fact that Bonteri was non-sensitive, she could believe that he was a Jedi Master with how much control he had over his emotions. In fact, she wasn't even completely certain of her sex. His face was wholly ambiguous, and voice smooth enough to pass off as either man or woman depending on how you perceived it. Ventress spent the entire hyperspace flight attempting to probe his mind, only to grasp nothing. It was as if he was a vacuum in the Force, like he was as much a droid as the rest of his crew. She would be a liar to say working with him did not unease her, but in the end it did not matter. The captain clearly valued competency, as did Ventress, and his crew worked with a quiet professionalism she seldom saw anywhere else. If it weren't that she could sense Tan's slimy blue hands all over this, Ventress would not be amiss to work with him again. For now, she would trust that he will come to her aid. His duty demanded it. Ventress unhooked her lightsabers, igniting the lethal red blades. So she will do her duty just as well. I rubbed my temple, groaning. Shit, was I run over by a swoop bike? As the fog of unconsciousness faded, I caught sight of Tuff's unevenly proportioned chassis, and like a switch, I swiftly regained my bearings. How long was I out? 3 minutes and 26 seconds, sir. Tuff didn't miss a beat. We have a problem. Typical, I grunted. Right, lay it on me. We have too much speed, Tuff said bluntly, and we overestimated the gravitics of the moon. Even with the retro burn, our escape velocity is too high for the reciprocal course we had projected. I looked down at the tactical display, cracking my neck. In an ideal world, our vector would be in a nearly U-shaped course. I bit my cheek. Analyzing the readouts, some off-the-cuff maths with my tablet told me it wasn't that we couldn't continue burning to reach the ideal vector, but that we would burn so much speed doing so that it would defeat the whole purpose of this maneuver. Repulse to resistance. If droids could convey panic, Stell would be, terminate your burn immediately. Say again, terminate your burn. We can make it, Stell. 3-1's modulated voice returned. My crew's done the calculations. You can, Stell looked at me, almost pleadingly, but we can't. What's the problem? I asked. Commander B131 is attempting to make an improvised course adjustment, he told me. We have anticipated the possibility that we could overshoot, and have calculated redundancies for this in advance. Resistance is disobeying orders to reach the ideal vector, but is burning for far too long. Even if they succeed, their prior calculations will be completely useless, I finished. They will have to wing it for the rest of the maneuver. Wing it does not exist in my diction. Off the cuff, improvise, play it by ear. I snapped, whatever you want to call it. Patch them to my comlink. Stell turned around, and a moment later my comlink was blinking. 3-1, do you know what you were doing? I asked simply. Yes, sir. I eyed their vector on the display. Are you certain you can improvise the second gravity assist? We're working on it, sir. Make it happen. I closed the connection. Droids think rationally. If 3-1 thinks he can pull this off, then that must be grounded in hard numbers. I would be doing a disservice to both Resistance's crew and myself if I could not trust him. Besides, I can make this work as well. Sir, Tuff questioned. Have us and renowned Burn Pro until our vectors intercept 000, I ordered. We are foregoing the second assist. We will attack the enemy fleet from behind directly. That's 500,000 clicks of empty space with no cover, Tuff reminded. The probability of being spotted early is 87.57%. You've been working with me for too long, I smiled dryly. 500,000 clicks of empty space with no cover is standard as far as naval tactics go. This is no time for cold feet. That's an entire Republic battle group. We take it out, and we eliminate a strategic enemy asset as well. Time our arrival with Resistances, we'll pincer them. Renown, come in, Stell called. We're with you, Repulse, Zenith reassured. I can always trust Zenith. Feeds are still synced, I said, commence burn. As we cleared the moon, Taith was but a violet marble I could hold in one hand. 3 black speckles ruined the view, however, Republic warships. I peeled my spine off the chair, feeling my soaked uniform stick to my back. Periodically reassessing Repulse's acceleration, nearly 300 kps squared. Now, I followed Resistance's waning form as she surged away from us, sublight thrusters blinding white. We mustn't overshoot, Tuff said. If we had the second assist, we would swing around the planet in that scenario. But now we are on a direct course to intercept. It won't happen. We have more control with this vector, Stell said. The retro burn timing won't be so dicey, I agreed. We have less time to excel, but the distance is shorter as well. The plan is now to distract the enemy and allow Resistance to strike their flank. Besides, you calculated this in advance, no? Redundancy. Yes, sir. I smiled in satisfaction, setting a timer on my chrono and counting down the minutes. Chapter 7. Orbit of Taith System. Baxel Sector. You know, this isn't even my first time ambushing a Republic fleet like this, I mused. I have no recollection of that event. Tough said. You weren't there. Stealth fired the retro thrusters, starting our deceleration. Since our velocity wasn't quite so high, we didn't need to flip. It was during the Seraphim campaign. You can access the ship's databanks later. I hummed. It was the last major battle of the campaign, actually. A Republic battle group under Jedi General Echu Shinjan had begun their counterattack, retaking Seraphim before tracing us to the Krant system, where General Tan had set up shop. General Tan knew the Jedi would pursue, so she laid a trap. Stell's tone was somehow reminiscent. She scattered her fleets across the system, and when the enemy fleet was in low orbit, we ambushed them. Not a single enemy warship escaped. I said as the lights flashed red and the klaxons howled. The Republic has noticed us. The Jedi was planetside by then, so I don't exactly know what happened, but it seemed General Tan prepared a ground ambush as well. If the Jedi wasn't struck down by her, then he must have eaten plasma. I breathed out slowly. All right, enough of that. Fix range on Garlara. Roger, roger. The gunnery officer tapped his console, cycling power to forward turbo lasers. Maximum power, I commanded. Aim for her engines. I want to crack her deflectors in the first shot. Prep forward ion cannons. Once her shields are down, I want her dead in the water. Are you reading, Renown? Roger, roger, Zenith replied. Munificent-class frigates boasted one of the largest naval turbo laser batteries in the galaxy, with enough firepower to crack open battleships like eggs or punch straight through planetary atmospheres for orbital bombardment. When you factor in the frigate's rather pitiful armor scheme, it was this main battery that evened the playing field against any capital ship. That was, only if you can shoot first. Because the frigate only had one battery of 2 barrels, and the entire thing was so fucking large it had to be mounted directly onto the ship. While the mount had some freedom in elevation, the only substantial way to aim them is to rotate the ship itself. Furthermore, firing them at full power reroutes so much energy from the reactors that you can forget having functioning shield projectors or even main engines. In the end, the Munificent class, like all other Separatist warships, was the product of cost-cutting and conscious trade-offs. It was only in this situation, when you were shooting up the ass end of a Venator, one of the largest blind spots in the history of naval ordnance, that you can be reasonably certain you weren't going to get punished immediately for your lack of deflectors. As more power was continuously diverted towards the turbo laser mount, the effects on the rest of the ship quickly grew apparent. Console monitors dimmed, and the lighting system started outright flickering. Our rate of retardation slowed dramatically as engine efficiency was essentially cut in half. Cut power to life support and artificial gravity in all compartments of the ship excluding the bridge. I commanded, we need our engines. We need our sensor suites. That will free up some output. The engineering droid consulted his readouts. Should we cycle that back into the engines? Feed the excess into the ion cannons, I said. Roger, roger. I had the sensor repeaters, keeping in mind how Garlara was hastily cycling her shields to her rear. The reason Garlara was targeted first is simple. The ship is most likely the escort carrier of the enemy fleet. Acclamators are troopships, and Tranquility is the headquarters of the 41st. I needed to disable the primary carrier before it could get its LCs in the air. If that happens, it's all over. Garlara was halfway through its turn when my gunnery readouts beeped. Open fire. Boom. 2 heavy thuds reverberated throughout the ship, ringing it like a tuning fork. The tactical hollow glowed as 2, and then 4, massive sources of energy appeared, beaming out like comets. The first 2 splintered against Garlara's deflectors, splitting into scores of daughter beams and ricocheting, but decaying before they could hit anything. Renown had a much better angle on Garlara, their lasers smashing head-on and overwhelming their ray shields. Our ion cannons didn't wait to unleash fury on the hapless Star Destroyer, ripping into Garlara electronically. Arcs of lightning danced across her engine block, frying her ion drives, hyperdrive, and primary inertial compensator. Their sublight thrusters wound down, fading to black and lifeless. In a single strike, the ship was made a dead fish. As soon as all that power was discharged, the ship's internal systems gradually roared back to life. The consoles burst back to their horrid green, while the lighting flickered back on. Tranquility is opening its dorsal doors, Tough observed. Undulai's flagship was violently swinging around to bring its gun to bear, red-marked hangar doors groaning open to reveal its deadly complement of starfighters. Behind it, the sole troopship maneuvered away, fastidiously keeping Tranquility between us and her. Where's the other acclamator? I demanded. Low atmosphere, Stell answered. My tablet vibrated, prompting me to look at it. I glanced at Tough. He looked back at me impassively. Fine, I muttered, slating over my annoyance with cold rationality. Renown, deploy all your vultures. The commander needs air support. Tough, get our fighters and C9s in the air. Roger, roger. There was a warning. Large object approaching at dangerous velocity. It usually only appears when there was an approaching interstellar body, like a sizable asteroid, that our passive deflectors couldn't brush off. I checked our perimeter, and then my chrono. Resistance was closing in quickly, her velocity capping at 18,000 kps before she flipped on her axis and fired up her sublight thrusters in a very last-minute burn and violent attempt to slow down. ETA, 17 standard minutes. Seal blast hatches, my gaze skipped to another readout, and cycle deflectors to dorsal, concentrate around the bridge. Clone pilots only know how to attack from above. Roger, roger. Clunk, clunk, clunk. Duralloy plating tiled over the transparasteel viewports, darkening the pilot house. The lighting was purposefully dimmed, and the custom holo emitters were toggled, projecting a near-duplicate holoscape of the pitch outside onto the screen viewports. It was all in shades of blue and red. I didn't have enough clout, or cash, to order full-color projectors, but color was an unnecessary affectation. The holo emitters were directly fed data from the repeaters, superimposing vectors, 3D bearings, and sensor data onto the display. Along with internal data from Repulse itself, such as power levels and operational capabilities, it was like a bastard hybrid of a RTS and FPS heads-up display. I no longer had to juggle half a dozen readouts. I could just look at an enemy ship on the projection and figure their shield levels, or which guns were reloading. Originally, the blast hatches were an emergency system meant to seal the bridge should the viewport be undermined in any way, such as, say, perforated. But I think this purpose is much more useful. After all, windows in a space battle are liabilities. I'm still not sure why this galaxy liked them so much. You should really keep the sightseeing to pleasure cruises. But that was a bit disingenuous, coming from me. Pointers popped up all around the periphery as our vultures swarmed out of the hangars, escorting the C-9799's planet side. Just under 100 of them, orbiting around the transports as they converged and stuck precariously close to the ventral side of Garlura, smartly using the disabled cruiser as cover. Fighter contacts, the sensor engineer announced. Hundreds of LACs poured out of Tranquility, zipping out of the hangar approach and banking hard on their etheric rudders to sweep back around. It took only a moment for our scanners to identify the make and feed it into the tactical holo. V-19 Torrents. I could sigh in relief. Those were starfighters, not bombers. Renown reacted quickly, driving hard into the wedge between Garlura and Tranquility and rolling portside to angle its armor scheme against the LACs. If the V-19s wanted to get to the transports, they were going to have to go through them. Sparks darted across the display as Renown's point defense turrets howled, spewing out veritable curtains of anti-fighter fire. Republic pilots were getting down by the dozen. Tranquility and Renown soon devolved into a brutal broadside exchange, casemates roaring as both ships pumped the other full of superheated tabana. In a prolonged engagement, however, the Tranquility will come out on top. Separatist frigates were simply too fragile. My chrono read 9 standard minutes. Forward turbo lasers are 30% charged, the gunnery droid said. Fix range on Garlura's bridges, I ordered. Light them up. The entire ship pitched itself upwards, almost like breathing in before a great screen. Then a flash of red, energy readouts on the sensor repeater spiking, and Garlura's primary conning tower disappeared in a massive explosion. Just like a game, I smiled in satisfaction. Hard right, hard over, I called. We'll come around and support Renown from the other side. The tactical holo flashed, and the network of system readings orbiting Renown's marker glared baleful red. Relief turned ash in my mouth. The enemy starfighter wing had pivoted, unleashing a torrent of concussion missiles down the frigate's spine and detonating her power cells, before sweeping down her hull and pursuing the transports. Explosions rocked the warship, which I could only see as warning symbols popping up all around Renown's icon, before our shared feed desynchronized. That could only mean one thing. Her command bridge had lost all power. In an impressive display of tenacity, Renown continued to brawl with Tranquility, as if the ship itself was defiant even in the face of her lost command. Her automated turrets continued to barrage the Jedi cruiser with plasma unceasingly, determined to carry out their last received orders to the bitter end. My chrono beeped, ETA, 1 standard minute. Resistance shot out of the abyss like a bullet, abruptly appearing right beneath Tranquility with thrusters faced forward and ventral guns faced up, and all hell broke loose. Fueled by the voracity to avenge her sister, the frigate clawed into the cruiser's belly, slagging the ventral hangar bay until it was melted shut and tearing out chunks of dunium plating. Caught at unawares, Tranquility didn't have the shields to stop her. A second wing of starfighters swarmed out of the cruiser's flight deck, ARC 170S, veering up and then over Tranquility's portside wing like some kind of fountain. They streaked down, S-foils setting into attack position, and then I understood what they were doing. Repulse was hardly in the position to support, so we could only watch as the ARC 170s fired off barrage after barrage of proton torpedoes into Resistance's lightly armored ventral surface. The first volley was shattered against concentrated deflectors, as was the second. The third was a deluge of purple spells that finally overwhelmed the particle shielding, and then Resistance was consumed by Inferno. The torpedoes smashed straight through the flimsy armor and mauled everything inside to hell. Fuel bunkers ruptured, gas lines fractured, and a series of chain reactions shredded the entire ship to scrap from the inside. In less than a heartbeat, there was nothing identifiable left of the ship once named Resistance. For a second, I thought we would soon join them, but the ARCs didn't press their momentum after recovering from the dive. They instead took defensive formations around their mothership while she maneuvered away, apparently attempting to rendezvous with the acclamator that had already withdrawn. Tranquility is retreating, Stell said softly. Should we pursue? No, I said after a long moment, hang back. I may have not had a direct hand in their programming, but I had personally and painstakingly cultivated each and every droid of officer value on my ships. I gave them names, personalities. I made sure they were programmed with the ambition to succeed, and when you do that, There was little between a droid officer and an organic one, except for one. Droids thought solely in numbers. They are cognitively incapable of being more incompetent than what you had programmed into them. 3-1 had pulled off that maneuver spectacularly, even ending it right beneath an enemy ship. In another world, he could have pulled that off. Zenith's sacrifice allowed our transports and vultures to slip right past the enemy and reinforce Ventress on the surface. But 3-1s? In another world, I didn't allow him to take that risk. Damage report for Renown, I said. Power cells were struck, Stell reported, but it was a contained detonation. The ship is disabled because the power feeds were severed. Once the crew recycles auxiliary, Renown should be capable of limited operations. I breathed through my nose. That's good. We have 100,000 deactivated droids in the hold. Activate them all and bring us over the Garlera. I will give them only one chance to surrender. Roger, Roger. I leaned back, pinching the bridge of my nose. Sir, Tuff's flat voice was even more irritating than usual. Enemy jamming has ceased. We have re-established contact with air control. The airspace is heavily contested between our vultures and enemy fighters, but all the transports have landed. The Jedi are retreating. That better be, I snarled. I lost 2 fucking ships for this. I have the evidence, ma'am. Did some simple splicing and editing to make the holocom recording quite convincing. It was harder than usual. These 2 don't give much to work with, for A7 said, audibly self-satisfied. Oh, and the Jedi are approaching the main vault now. Good work, she whispered. Transmit it to Count Dooku and warm up the junker. Can do, mistress, the espionage droid replied, and, ma'am, target the young one. She's their weakness. Ventress preferred droids to organics, generally. Programmed well, you can be certain they will be the most trustworthy and competent individuals you have ever worked with. To her, for A7 was more of a real being than most organics she had to endure. When he had a duty, he would do it, and do it well. She could ask nothing more from a subordinate and a partner. She sprinted to the main vault and planted explosive charges on every exit, before sliding behind a column. As she waited, Ventress arranged each charge to different sequences on her detonator. Just as 4A7 had said, she soon heard a multitude of footsteps coming through a nearby hallway. The softer steps of Jedi, and the hard clacking of clone Rooper boots. She waited until the rustling of their robes were right next to her. Ventress sprung out like a Ratataki red jacket, twin lightsabers springing to life. In a few seconds, the squad of accompanying clones were side down before the Jedi could react, before she pivoted to deal with them as well. One saber swung down in a bloody arc, humming with eagerness to kill. Red clashed against green, and for a brief moment she saw a terrified surprise illuminated against the Jedi Padawan's face. Ventress grinned at that sight. The Padawan pushed back, and Ventress transferred that momentum to bring in her other saber in a lightning arc, employing careful restraint to not hit the wailing hutlet slung over her shoulder. Ventress' blade missed her head by a fraction of an inch as the Padawan ducked. Varys, it was Undulai's turn to leap at her. Ventress pirouetted, hastily parrying with a saber and bringing the other around for a simultaneous strike. Their blades sparked and parry and thrust as Ventress kept an eye out for the Padawan, Varys. The sound of hasty footsteps echoed down a dark corridor. Clones. Varys, get Rada out of here, Undulai shouted. But Master. Go. The Jedi Master gritted her teeth as Ventress pushed hard. Varys hesitated for a split second, before deciding to obey her master's wishes. That hesitation would cost her. Ventress summoned her strength to shove Undulai with the Force, before leaping backwards. With the breathing room, she toggled her detonator. Boom. The corridor Varys was trying to escape through, the same one the clones were coming from, collapsed in a shower of dust and masonry, blocking her escape. With little other choice, the Padawan raced to attack her again from the rear, and for a harrying moment Ventress had to fend off both Jedi. 30 seconds in, and she came to understand their technique. Luminara Undulai utilized smooth and flowing, yet rapid, motions, each swing connecting into the other until her lightsaber blurred into a blinding river of bright green. With each consecutive parry, Undulai's form grew harder and harder to keep up with, sustaining her momentum in an impressive display of stamina, until Ventress found herself relying more on her instincts and the Force than her eyes to fend her off. Varys, on the other hand, simply used a more sloppy version of Undulai's technique, like a kitten trying, and failing, to mimic its mother. Together, they drove her back against a wall. Ventress snarled, mustering all her anger to force push them back before hacking at them with all the strength and rage she had. It wasn't hard to access. All she had to do was imagine Kai's lifeless form in her arms, and it made her want to crush this unjust world in vengeance. General Undulai, the Jedi's comlink beeped. Enemy reinforcements are arriving. Is the hutlet secure? We need to leave. Ventress pressed the offensive, exploiting the distraction, but with the Padawan in the way, she couldn't hone in on the openings in Undulai's stance. The longer this fight goes on, the smaller the chances of her winning. Ventress could feel her assault sapping the strength from her arms, and her breathing growing heavy. She had to finish this quickly. What's the situation? The Jedi Master demanded. The Seps ambushed the fleet, sir. Garlera is out of action, and the Tranquility has taken heavy damage while retreating. They've sent 3 droid transports down here. We can't hold them off for much longer. Identify my cords from the comm signal, Undulai grunted as she parried. We have the hutlet. Get us an evac and a medic. Looks like there's a landing pad to your south, sir. Almost comically, all three heads snapped to the south exit of the chamber. Ventress immediately backstepped to detonate the tunnel, but Unduli lunged forward and swung down on her hand. Ventress barely caught it, only for the Jedi to catch her saber in a disadvantaged angle and whipping it out of her grip with a violent twist. Barriss outstretched a hand and wrenched the detonator from her wrist with the force. Ventress snatched her saber back with a force pull, but before she could counterattack, she felt a presence behind her. Twirling, she raised her lightsabers just in time to deflect a blaster bolt. Clones were rushing towards the vault from the south tunnel, from the landing pad. The gunship must have already arrived. As Ventress batted away bolt after bolt, she extended her senses to take stock of her situation. Unduli and the clones were nearer to the exit, while the Padawan and Huttlet were closer to the holding cells they came from. She was between them and the exit. Should she seek the Jedi dead, or take the Hutt and the Padawan? Ventress couldn't do both. Adrenaline and endorphins flooding her bloodstream were keeping her afloat, but it wouldn't last. The only choice was now between a bad result and a worse one. Dooku can rage at her later. With a roar, Ventress shoved Unduli away with all the force she could muster, sending her flat against the far wall. "Master!" Barriss shouted. Ventress deflected a bolt back into a clone before twirling around and pouncing on the Padawan, intent on pushing her further towards the holding cells. A distant explosion rocked the volcanic rock of the plateau. Ventress thought it sounded like a Republic gunship crashing. She allowed herself a small, victorious smile, so Bonteri had come through. "General," a clone shouted, "they're cutting us off. We need to go, now." Luminara Unduli was already back on her feet, tense and ready to attack her rear. Ventress gritted her teeth, drawing on the dark side to buoy her exhaustion for just a little longer, hacking and slashing at the Padawan's crumbling defense. "They're on the platform," a clone shouted from further down the corridor. "General." Unduli looked about ready to ignore the clone's desperate plea and help her apprentice until something dark flashed through the Padawan's otherwise bright blue eyes. Ventress was shoved back by a weak force push, but the Padawan used that opening nonetheless, slinging the Hutt around and hurling the screaming slug across the chamber. "No," Ventress snarled. She swiveled to grab the Huttlet with the force, only for Unduli to contest her. Ventress was just about ready to rip the slug in half. She could still pin its death on the Jedi, but Barriss lunged at her rear, shattering her concentration. "Go, Master," she shouted. "I'll hold her off." Barriss. For the first time since encountering her, Ventress could feel Unduli's controlled panic in the force for a split second, and then it chilled into cold steel. She screamed in frustration, tossing aside a saber to directly snag Barriss offhand, twisting it open with a crack and catching the detonator as it fell. With the last of her energy, Ventress threw the girl into the tunnel with the force as far as she could, before squeezing the device and collapsing it on top of her. There was a shriek, and then silence. She only allowed herself a heartbeat to catch her breath, then heeled around to pursue. Ventress chased them through the passages and up a flight of ancient stone stairs, mercilessly cutting down any clone who dared to think they could slow her down for more than a fraction of a second. The walls lightened as sunlight reached them, and the tunnel opened into a landing platform. She arrived just in time to see the gunship taking off, Luminara Unduli staring down at her with icy blue eyes, the Huttlet already in the arms of a medic. "So you were just going to leave her?" Ventress screamed, half in frustration and half in derision. Unduli didn't answer her, all the way until the blast hatches of the gunship closed. Ventress watched in helpless rage as the Jedi escaped with the Huttlet. Dozens of gunships were retreating back to the Acclamator, which was pulling out of the atmosphere as well. Already she couldn't differentiate the Jedi's ride from the rest. Distantly, Ventress heard the uniform clanking of battle droids. Above, Vulture droids and Republic fighters were engaged in a dogged airborne battle, each side struggling to come out over the other. The mangled and eviscerated parts of droids littered the ground in grotesque fashion, shot to pieces and cut apart by a lightsaber. She resisted the urge to kick a decapitated head. It was childish, and they didn't deserve it. They did their duty, which is more than she can say for herself. Ventress closed her eyes, stowing away her lightsabers. "Ventress to air control," she spoke to her comlink. "Do you read me? Pursue the gunships and destroy them. Don't let them reach the troopship." The vultures chirped back, immediately breaking from their dogfights. "Mistress, 4A7 contacted her. I'm arriving at your location now." Ventress shifted her gaze, noticing the stale gray of Zyro the Hutt spice freighter skimming over the mist below. As she impatiently waited, shifting from foot to foot, she suddenly felt a spike of pain and confusion in the force. Her lips thinned. The Padawan is still alive. Barriss wasn't sure when the weight on her chest lifted, only that she could suddenly breathe again. Keeping her body extremely still, she blearily opened an eye by a fraction. After the blur subsided, she realized everything was alarmingly gray, and that her body ached to all hells and back. Either she was dead, which felt remarkably like being alive, or she somehow survived a castle falling on her head. It took some time to work out her situation. She was leaning against the wall of a starship, apparently on the floor, considering how her bottom ached with the vibrations, and her hands and legs were bound together by stunkoffs. She couldn't feel her saber on her hip, leaving the space naked and cold. "They took me prisoner," Barriss realized. "Master Luminara, did you manage to escape with the Huttlet?" She tentatively reached out with the force to find out. A stupid mistake, she soon berated herself. "So you're awake," Barris recognized that rasping drawl. Be a dear and stay where you are. Barris finally opened her eyes, knowing there was no way she could fool a Sith assassin like Asajj Ventress. She deigned not to answer, instead taking her time observing her surroundings. They had put her in the pilot cabin of a small starship, a spice freighter, from the smell, and left her on the floor just behind the two pilot seats, probably so they can keep an eye on her. And by they, there was Ventress and a familiar droid. You're that caretaker droid, her gut twisted. And you are Barris Afi, the droid did even look at her, a Jedi Padawan. We trusted you, she wanted to say, but kept it inside of her. For now, she had to find a way to escape. Don't try, Ventress read her mind, standing up. Take it from here, Furiai. Barris Afi, was it? You were half dead when I found you. Don't make me waste all that effort keeping you alive. You should have just killed me, Barris sniped. You'll regret this. The assassin's lips twisted. Your master certainly thinks so, killing you, that is. Not sure about the regret part. After all, she seems to think the life of a Hutt is worth much more than yours. The lives of millions, Barris retorted. The war effort is more important than me. You failed, assassin. Master Luminara has Rada, and you can't catch her. You failed. Ventress' lips parted, baring her teeth. So you understand that I want to even the score. I hear your master will be on Christophsis for your little counterattack, and I want to know exactly on which front I can find her. Barris immediately flooded her mind with white noise. There will be dozens of Jedi on Christophsis. You won't even reach her. At least you're not lying about the first part. I won't tell you anything either. She mustered what bravado she had. Why not just kill me? You get to kill a Jedi, and I won't have to suffer your face any longer. If Barris couldn't escape, then she had to die. She mustn't let the Separatists get anything out of her. She had to protect Master Luminara and everyone on Christophsis. Barris stiffened her resolve. I am one with the Force. Death doesn't scare me. She tried to stamp down on the niggling hesitation still inside. Ventress released an amused snort. Jedi? You? I can kill you with my eyes closed, girl. Do not flatter yourself. Barris felt a rush of indignation welling up in her breast, but mercilessly crushed it. Ventress was trying to get a reaction out of her, and she mustn't give her the satisfaction. She drew on Master Luminara's teachings, emptying her mind and distancing her emotions. Her face flattened. Just the thought of Master Luminara gave her calm and control. And by the Force, she needed control right now. Why do you even try, Barris? Ventress' voice lightened, putting her off. Why do you bother serving the Jedi? They don't care what happens to you. Even your precious master left you for dead. They don't care about anything other than their pleasant, comfortable Coruscanti lives with their high towers and soft cushions. Ignore her, Barris, she told herself. This is the seduction of the dark side. Ignore her. Don't you see? Ventress knelt in front of her. You are nothing but a tool for your master's ego. She won't try to save you, and she doesn't want to feel guilty for abandoning you, so she'll prefer to think you're dead. You're a tool, one to be discarded and replaced at pleasure. Your master will waltz back into the Jedi Temple and request a new Padawan without a second thought. We're fighting to free the galaxy from your and Count Dooku's tyranny. Barris looked away, focusing on ignoring her cajoling. Sacrifice is necessary. I won't give you anything, so you should just kill me. Sacrifice. Ventress laughed mockingly. Is this what you call sacrifice? You'll serve them, fight for them, and when you've served your purpose they'll leave you to rot and die like they left my master. Ventress gripped her chin to force her to look at her, and then they'll call it sacrifice. You'll be lucky if one of them sheds a tear at your sacrifice, but mark my words, in a week from now they'll have already forgotten all about you. The Jedi do not deserve your servitude, nor your loyalty, don't you see? This is personal for her, Barris realized. Ventress wasn't even pretending to mask the tidal waves of loathing and hatred she had for the Jedi. No, Barris didn't even have to sense it through the Force. Her emotions were plainly written all over her face. Ventress meant every single word as if she had seen what she spoke of firsthand, converting all her pain into deep, focused rage. Barris stared into the Sith's eyes. They were pale, blue, obsessive, and so disturbingly full of life. We made her our enemy somehow, she realized. Ventress wasn't just an assassin for hire, or some mindless Sith drone. She did what she did out of personal principle. Did she say master? Was Ventress once a Jedi? The thought sickened her to the bone. What if her words? No, stop. It was her words that were dangerous, more dangerous than her lightsabers could ever be. This is all part of her trick, her game. Focus, this is all the game of the dark side. She's trying to bait me, so just ignore her. Distance your emotions. Distance. Master Luminara made it look all so easy. Twilight, this is Repulse. The ship's comms broke the tension. You are cleared for landing through starboard hangar. Copy that, the spy droid said. Ventress' grip tightened for a brief moment, then disappeared, pulling away. They'll abandon their morals when it suits them, Barris. Ventress softened, as if consoling her. You know this, isn't that why you came all the way to Tafe? They'll abandon you when it suits them. They did abandon you, like they did my master. Both of us, we are the same. It doesn't matter who we are, we're all expendable. I decided they didn't deserve my loyalty. So how about you forget all those Jedi teachings and think for yourself? Why not decide for yourself whether they deserve your loyalty, your sacrifice? Ventress pulled away and returned to her seat, leaving Barris alone to stew in her thoughts. It was the most harrowing experience of her life, and she didn't even see a single lightsaber. Barris closed her eyes, seeking comfort in Master Luminera's wisdom. Master Luminera would know what to do in this situation. So what would she do? Barris knew. Stay calm, stay resolved, stay quiet. Don't give them anything. Play for time, and wait for rescue. Ventress was lying. She had to be. Master Luminera wasn't like that. She will rescue her. She knows it. But a part of her was still disturbed about how easily Ventress' words struck an unwelcome chord. Chapter 8. Christoph's Sis Approach. Christoph's System. Savarine Sector. Anakin was never good at waiting, but there was a war going on, and half the time war was all about waiting. Waiting for the opportune moment. Waiting. He resisted the urge to pace the bridge of the Pioneer, locking his knees and flattening his feet against the metal panels. There was, after all, nothing more demoralizing for soldiers than seeing their commanding officer anything less than completely in control. It was all an illusion. He knew it. They knew it. None of them were in control, Jedi or not. It was simply more comforting to deceive yourself. Resolute was gone, Dauntless was gone, and along with them half of the 501st, Gid, Chorich, Dinel, Rex, all of them, gone. And now, Anakin was staring at their killer, at the cabal of separatist ships choking Christoph's Sis like a noose. Somewhere in that murder of munificence was the architect of not one, but two of his worst defeats. It was the exact same person. Anakin knew it. Nobody else in this criffing galaxy used those kinds of tactics. And the worst part? It was the exact same one. He should have realized quicker, sooner. He should have just disobeyed Obi-Wan and used the stealth corvette to strike their rear. Their deaths weighed on his mind. He felt every single one of them. Hundreds of thousands of clicks away, planet-side, and he could feel their anguish, fear, and pain so clearly. It was the single largest loss of his command Anakin has experienced, and it nearly overwhelmed him. If he was still the boy at Jabium, he would have lost his mind. But he wasn't. He was a man now, a Jedi Knight, with his own command, and this was war. He had an image to uphold, and a responsibility to his men. As much as he wanted to hop in a starfighter and take the fight straight to the Seppies, if his clone Ruppers could march back into the gauntlet without a single murmur, then he had to do even better. That was the duty of an officer. That was what's expected of him. Anakin glared into the void, implanting each and every enemy frigate into his mind, as if he could coax out that person with sheer force of will alone. General, Admiral Yularen needs you in the battle room. I'll be right there. Thank you, Rex. Anakin mentally punched himself the moment the last word left his lips. He could feel the silence on the bridge, like a slime over his skin. The pointed ignorance as officers, clone and otherwise, hastily busied themselves with their implements. He could hear the usual background humming, all the hardware that made the ship possible, brought to the forefront. Clone Commander CC-1119, sir. If the clone was offended, he didn't show it. Anakin took a silent breath. My apologies, soldier. No name. Apo, sir, Apo said. Apo, he mumbled. He recognized that name, from Alpha's program? Yes, sir. Anakin turned around, nodding in respect. Let's see what Yularen has for me. He hid his discomfort as they walked past the crew pits, attempting to ignore the unfamiliar presence at his flank and hoping it didn't show in his stride. Anakin knew it was a disservice to Apo, who must have suddenly found himself the commanding clone officer of the butchered remains of the 501st, and was in all likelihood having no easy time of it. Thousands of his brothers were gone, and Apo himself must have leaped several ranks to fill in the command vacuum left by their deaths. But Rex was simply too familiar a presence for Anakin to ignore, and his stalwart company will be sorely missed. Already sorely missed, as if he was missing his right hand, left hand. Thankfully, the walk was not too long. The blast doors hissed open to reveal the darkened battle room, with a holographic crowd of almost a dozen Jedi and just as many admirals surrounding the wide holo-display table. Yularen quietly acknowledged his arrival as Apo slithered out of the scene to observe. Rex would never do that, but it was obvious Apo still didn't quite know how to handle his new standing. And it was unfair to compare him to Rex, anyway. Anakin let the tension drain out of his body, gesturing for the clone commander to stick close to him. Anakin, Obi-Wan said, how nice of you to join us. Obi-Wan tried to inject the humorous tone he usually had whenever Anakin shows up late, but this time it felt as if he was trying too hard. And Anakin didn't have the strength to respond with anything other than a polite master. Obi-Wan wasn't his master anymore, but word rolled off his tongue without resistance. His once mentor crossed arms and loosened his shoulders, offering a small, but comforting smile. Another holograph fizzled into view, and the dark form of Master Luminera Unduli took shape. A new contact appeared on a nearby plan positioning indicator projected onto a clear plotting board, right on the edge of the system. Master Unduli's task force. The Jedi Master herself was known to be quiet, but she held herself with an introspective, almost melancholic, aura, only giving token gestures of greeting to the gathered Jedi, as if for the sake of politeness alone. Something went wrong with her mission, Anakin guessed. It seemed he wasn't the only one not up to spec today. The thought didn't make him feel any better. Master Unduli, Mace Windu said gruffly, a report on your mission? Master Unduli's features tightened, her tattoos twisting. It was a separatist trap. We were lured to Taith, where Asajj Ventress ambushed my fleet in orbit. We lost one cruiser. Ventress. His eye ached at that name. And the mission? Rada the Hutt has been safely delivered to his father, Master Unduli said. Jabba's demands were exacting, but I have negotiated a favorable outcome for the Republic. We have access, if not full access, to hut space. A gaggle of career officers broke into satisfied smiles, while the Jedi themselves remained more reserved. But this was good news, everybody knew. With the Outer Rim hyperlanes in their hands, the Grand Army's overstretched supply lines could be effectively cut by half. Troubling you, something is, Grandmaster Yoda observed, a great loss you have suffered. Greater than a cruiser. My Padawan, Barriss Offee, volunteered her life to rescue the Hutlet. Master Unduli said slowly, I did not see what had become of her, but I fully intend on returning to Tafe to seek closure. The mood sobered quickly. That was war, Anakin knew, and sacrifice was a price each of them will have to pay when the time comes. For Barriss Offee, it came early, but her sacrifice might have just swung this war solidly in their favor. What more can a soldier ask for? But Offee wasn't a soldier, was she? Anakin couldn't imagine how it would feel to lose a Padawan. Soldiers were one thing. They knew death was around every corner in their line of work. But a young apprentice? A child? Master Leska, waves lapping at her eyes, staring to a brilliant ray of light. Aubrey, and Tay and Zul and all the rest he abandoned to a sunless world. A charred helmet of the 501st floating in the vacuum of space, orbiting a lifeless moon. He saw none of this with his eyes, yet seen it all in the Force. Anakin blinked, and the images faded. He wasn't able to save any of them, but if there had been even the slightest chance. A complicated emotion stirred in his chest. To say their deaths had been meaningless was to disrespect their sacrifice, but if he could have the chance to save them, he would have never accepted their deaths. What if she is still alive? Anakin let slip. Anakin, Obi-Wan warned, with a face that said, I'm tolerating you because of your loss, but you were crossing the line. If I discover any reason to think so, Master Unduli met his gaze solidly, then I assure you I will spare no effort or expense to find her and rescue her. A part of him hoped he too could find a reason to believe Rex and the rest of the 501st were somehow still alive. Wishful thinking, he scolded himself not long after. Seek, you will, Master Yoda agreed. Extend your senses. Still alive, if young Barriss is, then guide you the Force will. As Master Luminara adopted a thoughtful look, Obi-Wan cleared his throat, clearly keen on refocusing the strategy briefing. I will now explain our strategy for liberating Christoph, Sis, he said. We have timed our arrival such that our ground targets are now on the opposite side of the blockade. Admiral Wirtz and Master Gallia will pin down the Separatist fleet while the rest of us maneuvers to our specified deployment zones. A projection of Christoph, Sis burst out of the holo-display table. 3 lines extended out of their combined fleet, 1 straight to the blockade, and 2 more branching prograde and retrograde to pulsating red zones on the planetary surface. Master Mundi and Master Koth will lead the assault here. In the northern hemisphere, Obi-Wan pointed, and the projection zoomed in on the red zone to reveal a vast manufacturing sector. Master Mundi? Ki-Adi-Mundi received the reins. Our battle group's primary objective is to secure the planet's crystal refineries. Christoph's strategic resources are vital to our war effort, and we must not allow the planet's industry to remain in Separatist hands. Master Barrick, Crook and several other Jedi Knights and Padawans nodded in affirmation. Crystal. A nebulous, modest word for one of the most priceless ingredients for victory. It could be argued that Christoph's crystal industries were even more strategically important than its location straddling the Corellian run. Crystals could be found in just about every weapon system in the Grand Army, serving as focusing mediums for turbo lasers to electronics and missile warheads. And not only that, Anakin knew all too well. If fuel was the lifeblood of a warship, then crystals made their brain and nervous systems. Multiphasic diode relays, cognizant crystal interfaces, sensor rectennas, crystal bioanode circuitry, even basic holoprojectors. Almost every type of sophisticated electronic system possesses crystal components. Anakin lived and breathed this stuff, and he knew better than most there was no overstating the oft-overlooked permeance of crystal tech. At the same time, Master Unduli and I will lead the assault on Crystal City in the southern hemisphere, Obi-Wan continued. General Worm has heavily fortified the city, and it will take our combined forces to break his defenses. Should Master Mundi take the planetary industries ahead of schedule, his forces will redeploy to support us. Let's make sure we don't get ground down into a prolonged siege. Anakin, Master Plo Koon regarded him. Our forces will remain in orbit. Our troops will serve as a rapid reaction force to support the boots on the ground. Only when immediate reinforcements are requested will we deploy. No doubt out of consideration of the deplorable state of the 501st, Anakin chafed to avenge his men by bringing the fight to the Tinnies, whether on the ground or in orbit, but surrounded by Jedi. He had little choice but to grit his teeth and nod. Recapturing the Christoph system is of the utmost importance, Master Windish stressed. Once orbital supremacy has been established over the planet, I will lead a fleet to Ryloth and relieve Master D's resistance. Master Barrick has also uncovered the existence of extensive droid factories on Hyperi, which can only be accessed with this system in our hands. Clone Intelligence has also reported rising local resistance on Geonosis, and an informant has revealed plans for an invasion of Kamino. Master Shakti crossed her arms. I fear Count Dooku is exploiting our distraction here to launch a renewed offensive all across the galactic south, possibly to improve his strategic position before the effects of our new Outer Rim space lanes turn the tide of the war in this theater. Then we have a long campaign ahead of us, Master Winda said grimly. May the Force be with all of you. The projections winked out one by one as everybody moved to separate channels in order to hammer out the final details of the campaign, the kind of tactical specifics that didn't warrant a strategic conference, until only he, Obi-Wan, Master Kun and Master Unduli remained. Anakin, Obi-Wan had the worry in his tone, but Anakin knew him too well to mistake it. I need you to stay focused for this mission. Your role is just as important as. I know, Master. Anakin offered a small smile to reassure him. I know. I hope so, Anakin. Obi-Wan and Master Unduli left. Admiral, he said as he turned to leave, stay in contact with the Triumphant and coordinate our fleet movements. Will do, General. Commander Appo silently tailed him back onto the bridge, right up until the blast doors clunked shut. The men want to fight, sir, the clone told him quietly, staying all holed up on the ship. No one wants to admit it, but we're all on edge. So do I, Commander. Anakin sighed. So am I. But we have a role to carry out, and if we do have to deploy, then things have taken a turn for the worst. Well, worse than it already is. Before him, the crystal surface of Christoph Sis continued to glimmer brightly in the light of its star. From afar, the planet was serene, tranquil, and ignorant of the impending slaughter. All over that crystal crust. Orbit of Taith system. Baxel sector. The blue ghost of Severance 10 regarded us in all her imperious elegance, her Confederate gray uniform almost shimmering in the light of Taith Prime. Upholding the Confederate tenets of planetary self-determination and autonomy, there wasn't an official uniform in the military. In fact, the military was still in a bit of a mess, better described as a patchwork amalgamation of corporate droid armies and planetary defense forces of constituent worlds. Most officers preferred to tailor their own outfits, or simply keep to the uniforms of the homeworld's military. The diverse spread of alien species in the separatist ranks, compared to the Republic's clone and human-dominated armed forces, likely supplemented the trend. Personally, I still wear the silver-bronze uniform of the Onderonian Royal Army. I joined the Confederate Navy during the mass recruitment drive across separatist space in the days following the Raxus address, held in a concerted effort to rope inexperienced officers from disparate PSFs into a central authority, which meant I also had the same gray outfits, but they were too stiff for my liking. A sudden thought made me wonder if I should have worn that uniform just for this occasion, in order to earn some brownie points with the general. You failed. General Tan didn't pose it as a question, but as a fact. I expected Ventress to say something, as she was the ranking officer of the mission, but the Sith lady remained obtusely silent. Well, I suppose the Sith were never good with personal failures, at least that's what I got from the movies. Luckily for me, Asajj Ventress was more of the brooding type than the tantrum type. It's not like I couldn't empathize. Looking at you, Kylo Ren. What's more interesting is that we hadn't even said anything to warrant the general's statement. I was quite proud of my poker face, and Ventress was no slouch either. So either General Tan knew the result through her Force magic, or she had set us up for failure. I doubt Severance Tan was the kind of person that engages, or even tolerates, this kind of office politics, however, so I am leaning more towards the space magic side. Usually in this kind of situation, the appropriate response would be something along the lines of, it won't happen again, but I wasn't about to make a promise I can't keep. Instead, I'm going to fall back on OL, reliable, the standard oral report. Jedi General Luminara Unduli arrived in the system with 2 Venator-class starcruisers and 2 Acclamator-class troopships. I said dutifully, we ambushed the Republic task force in low orbit, inflicting heavy damage on 1 cruiser and capturing another, at the cost of 1 frigate. Another frigate suffered temporary power loss, but has made a partial recovery. Republic forces successfully absconded with the Hutlet and retreated into hyperspace, I continued. I elected not to pursue, since I possessed only 1 operational warship at the time. The rescue force was much greater than anticipated. Ventress finally rasped. We were ill-prepared. An unintended consequence of our success at Christoph Sis, General Tan frowned. It is now more paramount than ever that we hold the planet to contest the galactic south. The reasons for this failure will be noted. I will now be redeploying both of you. Ventress sharply looked up, Count Dooku. The Count is more than displeased with you, Commander. Tan smiled chillingly. I am now your commanding officer, and have been given the authority to supervise your punishment. Ventress ground her teeth, almost sneering. My back started to itch, but I valiantly remained stiff as a twig at attention. You will face no punishment. The general was inscrutable. Be thankful I have more patience for failure. Instead, I will allow you a chance to redeem yourself, and perhaps if you do so, you may return to the good graces of the Count. Never mind. General Tan most definitely participates in office politics. Seriously? Not only was this perfect example of the Caradan stick in action, but Tan managed to clearly define the standing between her and Ventress, both in the military and with Count Dooku. It was like watching a catfight, except it was between a Nexu and a Tukka. That is to say, it was rather fascinating and mildly unnerving to see Ventress grit her teeth and bow her head like an admonished child. For a brief moment, I thought she was about to pull out the captured Jedi card, but she never did. Not to mention, I didn't detect any outgoing communications from my ship, which meant the only people who knew she had the Padawan were herself, me, and a few hundred droids. But I guess not yet. Captain, the general regarded me, take what remains of your squadron to Geonosis. With the Republic pinned down, we are liberating the planet. With all due respect, sir, I replied hesitantly with our present condition. By the time you arrive, the battle should be over. She was visibly amused. We have coordinated a planet-wide uprising with the Geonosians, and my Decimator Corps will make quick work of the occupation garrison. We will discuss your further involvement after you arrive. Understood, I said stiffly, sir. And the captured Jedi cruiser? Intern the prisoners and salvage as much data as possible, she ordered. Republic strategies and tactics, designs, patrol routes, supply corridors, everything. We will dismantle the ship on Geonosis. Already doing so, sir, I nodded. Very good. Tin turned to Ventress, and you. I'm sending you to Christoph, sis. You will find your Genevex on Malavar. Take it and join General Loathsome's defense. I suspect you will find the Jedi you're looking for there. There will be dozens of Jedi on the planet. Ventress' face was fixed in a permanent scowl. How will Loathsome be enough to hold them all off? Count Dooku has deployed a new general onto the field, she replied smoothly, and he assures me this one is far more capable than you or Loathsome. The only thing the Jedi will find on Christoph, sis, is a bitter defeat. Now, if that is all, General Tan lingered on the final syllable, as if expecting someone to interject. Ventress stayed stubbornly quiet, while I palmed the idea of snitching about the Padawan. Snitching? I could afford to piss off Ventress. By the grace of God, I shan't see her bald scalp ever again, but I cannot afford to cross General Tan. Not only did she currently represent top of the totem pole, she was about to ascend to fucking proverbial heaven once she's appointed Supreme Commander. If she finds out, when she finds out? I coughed. And what about the captured Jedi Commander, sir? Ventress bristled so violently I could feel the hairs on my arm rise on end, a migraine birthing where she was staring daggers into my head. Severanston slowly raised an eyebrow, looking at the offending Sith with a smile that plainly spelled out, I can see right through you, girl. What is this, Ventress? Oh boy, she is really milking this. I captured Undulai's Padawan, Ventress squeezed out, Barisafi. And you have informed Count Dooku? I have not. Your intentions for her? I will turn her against the Jedi, Ventress snarled. I double-taked, turning my head in surprise, before double-taking at myself for double-taking. No, of course she would try to convert the Jedi to the dark side. I genuinely can't believe I almost forgot about the whole religious war shtick the Jedi and Sith have going on. It was one thing to see how comically evil the big bads were on the silver screen, and another to actually live in the same galaxy as them. Maybe it was because both Severanston and Asajj Ventress were on the tamer, and dare I say it, normal, spectrum of the dark side. I could easily overlook their whole evil thing once I got past their appearances. Honestly, I doubt Tan was even a Sith. I've seen her lightsaber a grand total of one time. It was bright yellow lightsaber. Shit, that's cool, not red. Not to mention that beyond her uncanny ability to predict almost anything, I haven't actually seen her use the Force outwardly, such as the choking thing they like to do. Really, I was so caught up in this whole Civil War thing I had forgotten it was a Sith's game. I should really start making some contingencies for that. I highly doubt I could do anything against the BBG Palpatine himself, but I could try and think of some ways to survive the rise of the Empire. Maybe defect, or something, but also maybe not, considering the life expectancy of Imperial officers or citizens. Definitely don't want to live in a homicidal star empire where my planet could blow up without at least an eviction notice a week earlier. But well, first things first to my grand plan of not dying early. Don't allow the creation of any new Sith. Ventress and Tan don't show up in the movies, so they're probably going to die sooner or later. Well, unless I inadvertently did something to change their fate, but I doubt it, considering the Force exists. Maul is dead, Dooku and Grievous are going to die. I think that's all of them accounted for. So what happens if this new Padawan, Afi, becomes a Sith? Answer, there'll be a new Sith on the block, and one completely unaccounted for. And as someone with the moral obligation to not help the obviously evil side, and also out of my own self-preservation instinct, I can't let that happen. I must protest, I said flatly. Now, maybe saying that in front of two Sith wasn't my smartest decision, but I also knew Severanston possessed a quality I doubted most Sith had. Cold, military rationality. The perfect officer, really. Whereas Ventress looked just about ready to rip my head off, General Tan merely regarded me with a raised eyebrow. Go on. I took a deep breath. Forgive my ignorance on these esoteric matters, but as a field officer I believe that attempting to convert the Jedi is at best a waste of valuable time, effort, and resources in exchange for minimal gain. So we should let her run back to her Jedi order? Ventress growled. Far from it, I shook my head. We must treat the Force as a tool, a means to an end, not the end itself. We are all separatists here, and we all align in the belief that the Republic has become a Jedi dictatorship. The Jedi have allowed their religion to craft an exclusive upper caste, beyond laws and justice, with a public purpose to persecute anyone who does not align with their beliefs, for example. I gestured vaguely, pretending I didn't know the word Sith. Sith, Ventress unhelpfully supplied. Sith, I agreed. If we treat all Lightsiders as Jedi, as they treat all Darksiders as Sith, then we will fall victim to the same defect as the Republic. We have already, and may continue. recruiting Darksiders as a natural antithesis to the Jedi and the Republic, resulting in a distinct caste of Darksiders in the Confederacy. It is contrary to the Republic system, yes, but being contrary is not the Confederacy's purpose. The Confederacy's purpose is to be a rebuttal to the Republic system, a fair and just society without religious castes. An interesting perspective, General Tan mused, but converting the Padawan to the dark side will afford us another agent against the Jedi. Right. General Tan obviously wants a military asset, and another Sith to fight against the Jedi would relieve whatever front was being fought. Killing Jedi won't win us the war, sir, I countered. Killing the Republic will. I suggest that instead of converting the Jedi to the dark side, it will be far easier to show her the injustices of the system we fight against. We show her that we aren't the enemy she thinks she is fighting against. We turn her against the Republic, not the light side. Then we put her in the spotlight, spreading her face across the shadow feed. Turn her into a separatist icon. The Jedi who fights against the Republic. The Jedi Order won't be able to refute it, because she hasn't turned to the dark side, Ventress realized, will make them stare into their own reflection. And with some luck, I added, more Jedi will defect to our cause. As long as Republic citizens continue to eat up propaganda and think of us as the bad side, we will never convince them to a treaty. So forgive me for saying this, and Jedi on our side will be very good for posterity. Even Ventress was begrudgingly nodding along. It was clear to me there were still some personal sentiments she had to grapple with, but at least she wasn't outright disagreeing with me. I'm not fully convinced, but I can see the merit of your suggestion. General Tan crossed her arms. Captain, you will bring the Padawan to Geonosis. I will deal with her myself. Anything to add, Ventress? Nothing. General Tan nodded sharply and disappeared. The second she was gone, I felt a lot less safe. Ventress spun on her heel, shooting me a cross between a death glare and a mildly impressed look, before stalking into the recesses of the ship. I deflated like a balloon the moment I couldn't feel her presence any longer, collapsing against my chair and wiping the layer of sweat off my face. Well, I guess I could consider this a success. At the very least, I saved the girl from a terrible fate, knowing what Sith training usually entails. Not exactly everything I hoped for. The general was too canny for that. But progress was progress. Baby steps, I told myself. Baby steps. Chapter 9. Orbit of Christoph System. Savareen Sector. Sunken deep in the Force, Anakin subordinated what his eyes could see with what his senses told him. Anakin watched Master Gallia and her blue squadron savage the Separatist cordon, and watched as the hailstorm of droid starfighters and point defense lasers savaged them in turn. Admiral Wirtz's fleet slashed the deck of the enemy front, sweeping in from a vector that reduced fire from the It was a technique primarily used by weaker fleets to slowly grind down a superior force. Slow and tedious, but excellent for conserving material and drawing out the engagement. Even then, losses were still going to be heavy. But the plan was working, and that was what mattered. All they needed to do was buy time for the ground assault. Anakin's attention was captured by the sudden spike of grief and helplessness from the planet's surface, the torrent of emotions invading his emphatic link. He immediately distanced his connection to the Force, allowing detachment to shield him like armor. Something is going on the surface. He tiptoed, glancing over the viewport as if straining to view the battle from orbit. Was Obi-Wan and Master Mundi landing now? Landing was always the most harrowing part of any planetary assault, hapless and trapped in tin birds only an inch away from being blown out of the sky at all times. Anakin hated contested landings. He hated not knowing anything even more. Their communications were cut to comply with standard radio silence procedures. After all, even after retrofitted for combat, Banking Clan frigates were still purpose-built communication ships, essentially mobile hyperwave transceivers, meant to supplant the HoloNet. It did not take much effort to transform them into terrifying comet weapons. State-of-the-art comm arrays, jamming devices, frequency scramblers, and listening posts, all meant to give the Banking Clan an advantage against their corporate rivals, now repurposed to help slaughter Republic troops. General, Yularen slinked onto the deck like a predatory cat. There's a situation that may warrant your attention. Around them, the bridge crew conducted its business with brisk, silent efficiency. There would always be some idle gossip in the pits, wartime speculation, a few jokes. Sometimes the commissioned officers would tell stories of back home to the clones, to stave off boredom, and Anakin has always preferred it. It was nothing detrimental to discipline. Much the opposite. It built camaraderie and was good for morale. Yularen didn't share his views. The Admiral is present. He didn't need the Force to know the minds of the crew. No chatter. What is it? Anakin turned around. Yularen tapped his heels together smartly. Our passive scanners found biosigns around the moon, General. I fear it may be a separatist trick. Let's take this to the battle operations room, Anakin said quickly, conscious of the people listening in. Lieutenant, comm Indomitable and Coruscant Sky. Stand by for orders. Yellow alert. The comms officer snapped to attention and saluted. Give it to me, Yularen, he said lowly as they marched through the blast doors. An ambush? Shouldn't our pickets have scouted the system in advance? Doubtful, sir, the Admiral replied. It's anywhere from 6 to 1,000 biosignatures. We can't get a sharper number without active scanning. Separatists crew their warships with droids. 1 or 2 biosigns could be an indication of an organic commander, but up to 1,000. Then get them up. All of them, he ordered. No chances. A cone of light shot out of the broad holo-display table, and a projection of the local sector fizzled into view. Anakin ignored the flashing lights on the far side of the planet, honing in on the blue marble of Lysis. "We are focusing our rectinas now, sirs," a sensor operator said. Coordinates crawled across the two plotting boards in the battle room, one for the XY axis and another for the ZX axis, as Pioneer's scanners calibrated and ranged. Then, a red sphere appeared on the holograph of Lysis. Secondary body detected around the moon. Yularen sharply inspected the boards, surrounded by what looks to be an asteroid field. Anakin pushed him aside as he stalked to the table, leaning over the rim to take a good look. "Not an asteroid field," he said grimly, "a debris field." It took all of 3 words for the air to feel heavy for a heartbeat, before the mood lifted back into stale discipline. Everybody knew what Anakin meant. The biosigns were prisoners, and the orbiting body was a prison hulk. Slowly, the body circled around the moon until it was in direct view of the Pioneer. Visual confirmation, an officer reported, "Look, Hulk-class battleship." Something twisted in Anakin's gut when he realized he could still see Resolute's relative and scathed bridge stock lifelessly drifting through the sea of scrap. The viewports of her twin conning towers were shattered, and hundreds of puncture marks marred her Dunium superstructure. "The Separatists take prisoners?" someone muttered. Anakin slung around, glaring across the room. Before the offender could be found, however, a comms panel lit up. What terrible criffing timing. "General Kuhn is breaking radio silence, sir." Anakin ground his teeth, put him through. "Prepare your men, Anakin." The words left PLO Kuhn's mouth before his face even materialized. "I am transmitting you the landing coordinates now." "What's the situation, Master?" He attempted to disguise his impatience with concern. It wasn't very hard, but had a feeling the Jedi Master saw right through him. "Master Koth and Master Barrick are dead." Anakin's annoyance drained out of him, along with the color of his skin, and Master Mundi is missing in action. They took the industrial sector with minimal casualties, but were encircled by the Separatists afterwards. "We have lost contact with the 406th Death Star Corps, 7th Legion, and 481st Legion. Crook and Tarsier are now in command of the survivors." Master PLO Kuhn was calm. His voice was mild, even unperturbed, as though military catastrophes of this scale happen on a regular basis. Master Mundi was a member of the Jedi Council. What? Who could have gotten the better of him? Those were some of the most elite clones in the Grand Army, led by the best Jedi. Anakin opened his mouth. "Is Obi-Wan?" "Master Kenobi's forces are making steady progress." Master Kuhn cut tersely. "Now, the 21st Nova Corps have fortified a line of refineries in the interior and are holding against the enemy for now. We aren't reinforcements, Anakin. This is a rescue mission. Your orders are to land at the last known location of the 416th and exfiltrate them. If they have been confirmed to be destroyed, then attack the rear of the Separatist army until I can evacuate the siege." "And the rest of them?" Anakin pressed. "We do not have the manpower, and Master Kenobi has none to spare," Master Kuhn said grimly. "We must not allow the crystal refineries to fall into Separatist hands. Once we have evacuated the troops, we will bombard the sector from orbit and sign away the deaths of thousands, tens of thousands." Again, a traitorous part of him wondered if this was going to be a second Jabium. "Careful, Anakin," Master Kuhn warned. "Our thoughts create our reality." "Understood, Master," Anakin breathed. "I will prepare my men." "That's right. I will not let that happen again." "I cannot." PLO Kuhn nodded sharply and disappeared. "Sir," Apo asked, "what about the prisoners?" Anakin leaned heavily against the table, drumming his fingers against the rim. Did he really have to abandon his men a second time? What about his orders, or of the men down there on the surface? Were they also not worth saving? He reached out with the Force, gently coaxing out the thoughts of his men. He wasn't prying. Anakin didn't pry. Apo watched him carefully through Rex's stony face. It sent a pang through his heart. All of them wanted to save their brothers, but would not argue if he ordered them to abandon them. But that's just how it was, wasn't it? They were clones. All of them were bred to think like that. Anakin hated himself from even having that thought. How many times will he have to abandon people? How many times will he have to fail? How many times will I be damned if I do, and damned if I don't? Mother, Master Kagan, Master Yaddle, Aubrey, Tano. Rex. Again and again, other people had to die for him. If this is what being the chosen one meant, then Anakin wished Kagan had never found him on Tatooine. "What should I do, Master?" Anakin felt like a Padawan again. "Sir," Apo asked again, "should I prepare the men?" Apo, like all clones, he was a loyal soldier, ready to carry out whatever mission had to be done. Anakin smiled bitterly. Wasn't what Rex would say? "The mission always comes first, sir." "Why can't I do both for once?" "Get the men ready," Anakin commanded. Apo locked his helmet into place. "Understood, sir." As the clone commander walked by him, Anakin stopped him with a hand on his arm and prepare a boarding party. "Our best. Nobody will miss a company or two." Apo held on to his words for a long moment, before nodding. "Yes, sir." Through his helmet, Apo's voice was flat. As Anakin watched him walk away, he wondered if "yes, sir" was an agreement, or merely a confirmation. He found that he didn't want to know. Geonosis system. Arcani sector. Severance Tan was not made for kneeling. Her knees were stiff as she knelt before the hollow projection of Count Dooku, in accordance with the rites of his dark acolytes. A mild irritation, indeed, but Dooku has never failed to remind her of the role she played as the foremost of his band of dark side apprentices. She felt the presence of Vinnick and Carrick echo her in their actions. They were brothers, twins, gifted to her by Dooku to serve as her bodyguards, as they too were of his acolytes. They were middling, at best, with the Force, though she may admit they would make for good fodder. Severance would never let a situation degrade to that level in the first place. They were loyal to her, if nothing else, and quick learners. It mattered little to Severance Tan. Dark side, light side, what was it worth to a chiss? All this business with esoteric mystics and religious fatuity meant nothing, for it was all pure affectation in her opinion. To the chiss, the sight, or the Force, as lesser space would know it, has never possessed more value than its base functionality. They saw no dialysis between light and dark. Because the sight was perishingly rare to them, only ever manifesting itself in female children, and the mysterious phenomena only faded with age, completely gone by 14 years. The sight, unlike the Force, did not manifest with displays of eye-catching theatrics, but with powers far more subtle and more useful. Severance was gifted with the third sight, the ability to peer into the future and divine events before they come to pass. When she was a child, Sev served her nation as an Oziliesa Himbo, a Skywalker, as to navigate the treacherous unmapped hyperroutes of the chaos with any degree of safety requires the talents of the third sight. When it became clear that her sight did not fade even as she grew into her maturity, the expansionary fleet wasted no time boarding her in the Chiss Academy. After catching the attention of her superiors Captain Thrawn and Admiral A.R. Alani, she learned that her presence was creating an unwelcome stir within the defense hierarchy, and more troubling, the aristocra, and she was exiled to lesser space as a military attaché in the Confederacy of Independent Systems. Your report, General? Dooku asked. Geonosis is in our hands, Severance answered. The Republic garrison has surrendered unconditionally. It was her second time on this red wasteland, and she did not miss it anyhow, though the industriousness of the natives were central to the war effort, and for all their uncultured society, Severance still found herself impressed by their work. We must make a show of force to the Republic, Dooku commanded. Execute them how you wish. Admiral A.R. Alani would weep blood at such crude tactics, especially with valuable assets like prisoners. It wasn't as if there were only those hybrid drones called clones, there were commissioned officers as well. Severance fondled the idea of protesting, but decided better of it. By your command, she complied, I have also captured a Jedi commander alive. She made no mention of either Ventress or Captain Bonteri. Ventress did not intend on informing Dooku in the first place, so she would keep quiet. Severance's reason was twofold. Claiming the capture of a Jedi would advance her bid for Supreme Commander, and to hide Bonteri's existence from Dooku as long as possible. The captain was so far the only being in the galaxy capable of eluding her sight, and Severance had no doubt it was the same for the Force. She was able to see the consequences of his actions, but never his actions themselves, leaving her in a state of perpetual speculation. Not that he appears to realize it, and it kept her mind sharp anyway. Over-reliance on the sight was a threat she had to balance. Curiosity aside, it made the human an invaluable asset against any Force-sensitive, including enemy Jedi and even Count Dooku and his pack of apprentices. His loyalty would be a priceless resource to have. A Padawan? Dooku's eyes widened fractionally. That is impressive, Severance. You will send them to me immediately. To either be converted into another of his apprentices, no doubt, or killed. Currently, his dark acolytes were the Confederacy's only response to the Jedi, but it has since become apparent to Severance that they will never have a true counter. There were thousands of Jedi, and only a few handful of acolytes. She has been convinced that there were efficient ways to employ the Padawan to their advantage. This was worth protesting over. I believe there are more efficient ways to utilize the Jedi, sir, Severance reported. Instilling in them anti-Republic instead of anti-Jedi sentiments will open up wider possibilities. For example, we could employ them as a propaganda figure that the Jedi cannot refute, as they remain one of them. Or we could use them as a spy inside the Jedi Order. As she expanded on her, and Bonteri's, ideas, Dooku's face tightened. The old man still maintained that outward expression of calm seniority, but a swift glimpse through her sight told her everything she needed to know. That is not for you to decide, General, Count Dooku glared. Do not overstep your bounds. You will either kill the Padawan, or bring them to me. Do you understand? Severance stared into the Sith Lord's face, unmoved. She could feel the Force swirl around her, like lapping waves admonitory of an oncoming storm. Dooku was powerful enough that she could feel his disapproval light years away, but too weak to actually affect her. She faced worse from her lecturers in the academy, Severance decided. Do you understand, Severance? Dooku warned again, to her silence, do not force me to replace you. Severance did not care if she was replaced. She was a military attaché, but Dooku has either forgotten or misconceived her purpose. The only reason Severance continued to entertain him was because the knowledge he possessed of the Force was valuable to her. Even if she will never be able to choke a man or move ships with her mind, every ingot of knowledge she obtains leads her one step closer to discovering the truth behind the enigmatic second sight. A secret kept so well hidden by the hierarchy few even knew of its existence. She was a black sheep among his dark acolytes. Severance was no warrior, she was an officer. She was skilled with her lightsaber, no doubt, but even she knew she was not talented with it. She saw her lightsaber as little more than a weapon, a tool, not like the extension of her arms that truly talented duelists insist they are. Severance did not hold a candle to the likes of Count Dooku or even Asajj Ventress. By your command, Severance relented, I will prepare to advance on Kamino. Her calling was as a general. Severance would never be able to accomplish what she has here back in the Ascendancy, where she would be tugged around by competing families by merit of her sight. Now, she commands a force larger than anything the powers of the Chaos had to bring to bear, including the Ascendancy. And when the armies of the Confederacy are unified under her banner of Supreme Commander, this girl will command the largest military might in the entire galaxy. Severance Tan will live up to that post. She had something to prove. She had to win this war. The Separatists held the advantage for now, but as the war continues to drag on, the Republic will be able to mobilize its industrial powerhouse. For this reason, they had to strike the Republic's primary source of manpower, because hardware is worthless without the bodies to man them. You will not, Dooku firmly denied. Again, one of our double agents has informed me the Jedi have obtained the specifics of our invasion. Our plan has been compromised. Years of training flashed through her mind, entwined and dancing with visions from her sight. A tumult in space, above a great deep blue. Faces, some she recognized from her research, some completely unknown to her. Landing parties, battle lines, a brutal firefight through blinding white hallways. A sleeping army awakened, a desperate final stand. A strategy built upon clay, reinforced with deceit. Ambush. Defeat. Then we must push the offensive. Severance met his eyes, resolve strengthened. It is far too late to call off the attack. The Jedi will realize we have agents in their ranks. Now that I know they know, I can build a strategy they will never expect. She wasn't valedictorian of her year back at the Chiss Academy for nothing. Severance Tan was the greatest general in the galaxy. How could she not be? She wasn't just another Skywalker anymore. She had refined her sight under a Sith Lord until she could see every move before it was made in her mind's eye. Severance will always be 100 steps ahead. She lived her life in hindsight. When she lived in the future and planned for the past, who could keep up? Over the battlefield, she has not met her match yet. No, Severance, and again, Dooku denied her glory. Magistrate Argent pushed for the attack in the first place, and the Senate appointed him as the ranking officer of this operation. What was some coin-counting tycoon doing leading a military operation? Severance internally raged at the absurdity of it all, before untensing herself. She should have gotten used to the unorthodox manner in which the Lesser Galaxy seems to hybridize political and military issues. If this had happened in the Ascendancy, somebody was going to get court-martialed and exiled. In fact, Captain Thrawn was nearly sacked after he rescued 8,000 lives from a crashing civilian liner, simply because he overstepped military protocol. His trial made headlines throughout Scylla, and Severance still remembered the days when it was the only talk in the Academy. She was likely never going to get used to it, but the best she could do was conform. Does he at least know the situation? Severance frowned. I can still advise the magistrate for the highest likelihood of success. He has been told everything he needed to know. Dooku replied smoothly, too smoothly, and you will do no such thing. Severance steadily rose to her legs, catching the attention of the two dark acolytes behind her. She squared her shoulders and smiled wryly. What is the status of my bid for Supreme Commander? She hazardously changed the subject. Dooku froze, but rallied admirably. The Senate is still too divided to make up its mind. Has enough time not passed to put the motion on the floor again? Severance challenged. Even if it fails, we would still effectively gauge our progress. Do not overstep, Severance. There was now a sharp edge to his voice. Severance had prodded as far as she could, continue to see success on the front, and leave the Senate to me. Dooku's holographic figure winked out of existence, leaving her staring at the empty red wall on the opposing side of the room. How can she continue to see success when the military was as disordered as it was? There was no clear command structure, and flag officers like her had to vie and jostle with other flag officers over capable subordinates. It took the near death of Admiral Trench just to bring Captain Bonteri back into her sphere. And with meddling political powers in the fray, it was as if every officer was pursuing their own goals or those of their corporate masters. There was no single vision, no unifying mission to consolidate the Separatists. That was why a Supreme Commander was needed now more than ever. The CS had a 4-to-1 advantage over the Republic, but with every week wasted as Confederate officers spent pursuing their own short-sighted ambitions and misadventures, they were going to lose, Severance realized. She didn't even need to sight to see it. It was clear Dooku wishes to humiliate Magistrate Argent with a botched invasion of Kamino, and it was clear he is delaying her Supreme Commander candidacy for reasons known only to himself. This was concerning to her, because Severance was the only real choice for the office. The other Dark Acolytes had too little recognition in the Parliament, and every other flag officer in the military was subservient to some corporate oligarch or the other. Severance despised the fact that the military was beholden to politics and not separated from it. She despised the idea that she had to participate in politics even more. It was a solid iron rule hammered into her brain the moment she became an officer cadet. But Severance was no longer in Chiss space, was she? If she had to succeed in the Lesser Galaxy, then she had to play by their rules. Mistress, Vinnick asked. Who do you serve? She asked simply. There was a long pause, and Carrick answered, You, Mistress. Good. Her bleeding red eyes narrowed. Dooku has disregarded you because you are weak in the Force. That will not be your undoing. Walk with me, and I will prove that there are more substantial ways of displaying power. The twins bowed. We are with you, mistress. General, Severance corrected. Now, how shall we win a war? Severance enclothed herself in the Force as Dooku had taught her and expanded her sight. Further, until she could see the entire galaxy contained in the palm of her hand. Sweat dripped down her purpling cheeks as she observed from outside herself, as if detached from the living world. Detached. Serenity. Severance closed one pair of eyes and opened another. Soldiers, a shroud of darkness at the heart of the galaxy. Scissors, squabbling politicians ignorant of the pale white hand tightening around the throat of the Republic. Spoils, a fortress built on bones, ruled by a beast more machine than man. Slaughter, crystals blue and green, drenched in red. She blinked, struggling to stand on limp legs. Her own skin felt like an unfamiliar set of clothes, as if she was once more an officer cadet in ill-fitted uniform. Severance had indulged herself and seen too much. But there was one thing Severance did not see, herself. Whatever future she observed, Severance Tan was not part of it, and she wanted to know why. I need to find out what Dooku is planning and end it. I will not have him ruin me at my moment of triumph. But to that, she had to take the plunge into politics. A feat not even the infamous Captain Thrawn dared to do. Severance had her sight on her side, but even her sight was not absolute, instead only relative to herself. With her military genius, her sight could reliably predict almost every strategic and tactical action in advance. But politics? The Confederate Parliament had never even been graced with her presence before. This was beyond her field of expertise. I need someone to be my eyes in the Senate. Chapter 10. Geonosis System. Savarine Sector. I straightened out my Confederate grays, tied my hair back into a neat ponytail, and triple-checked all my effects. For the first time in 7 weeks, I actually cared about my appearance. How do I look? I asked tough. Like you're about to attend a funeral, the droid dryly answered. Sounds about right, I chirped, before marching off the ship. Wish me luck. I calculate a 16.44% probability you will be punished for your failure, Tough said for his parting gift. I'll take those chances. I shoved a datapad into his hands. Keep the shuttle warm for me. By your command. Geonosis was very red. Arizona stretched on as far as the eye could see, the desolate landscape decorated with wildly strewn plateaus and rock spires. There wasn't any sort of civilization to be seen, but I knew inside those mesas were sprawling hive colonies. If I squinted, I could probably find the glint of a cannon barrel peeking out of a cave, but even then, does civilized really apply to an insectoid hive mind? Hundreds of Federation Corps ships littered the vast wastelands like gray welts, their spherical hulls half sunken into the earth to look like gargantuan missile silos from afar. Several clicks south, Garlera was being dragged into a great ravine by a swarm of tractor tugs like a body being interned into its tomb. As for its crew, I didn't really know. My job is to take prisoners, and then hand them off to the people responsible for dealing with them. Honestly, they could be released in a prisoner exchange or turned into grub for the hives. Both possibilities were just as likely. Finding out exactly what their fate entails could be a detriment to my conscience, so I decided I will be better off ignorant. Even though it was only a short trek from my shuttle to the towering spires of the Stalgus and Hive City, I still couldn't avoid sand sneaking into my boots despite my best efforts. Sand is coarse, rough, and irritating indeed, but sand is also earth, and this was the first time I've set foot on solid earth in months. Bad riding aside, I could fucking kiss the ground right now. A squad of B-2 series super battle droids met and escorted me inside. Out of the baking sun, the surprisingly polished halls of the subterranean colony were pleasantly cool, if a bit stale. The passageway abruptly opened up into a cavernous war room, the filtered sound of chatter reaching my ears. I continued through even as the B-2s slowed their pace to a complete stop. The massive holodable that dominated the room caught my attention first, and then the tall, strikingly blue-skinned woman next. Though her back was turned to me, Severance still posed an intimidating figure. Her pitch-black cape was ruffled with dust and singed by blaster fire, frayed at the edges, as she spoke to a holographic figure, whom I recognized as Mon Calamari. As I understand it, General, the aquatic alien pod is Jin. I will be cautious. Not too cautious, Commander, General Tan said. We cannot allow the Jedi to suspect anything. Make it believable. Sacrifice a few ships, if you must. That is a tall order, sir, the commander replied. How can I send my men to battle, knowing it is a trap, in good conscience? I expect you to do your duty, Commander, she said coldly. Everything else is irrelevant. That was food for thought for the Mon Calamari, because there was a lull in the exchange right after. I took advantage of the opening to insert my presence. I straightened, my uniform snapping as I clicked my heels together. Captain Rainbot Airy reporting, General. The Mon Calamari turned its thick neck, suddenly aware of me. Rain, he greeted politely. Mirai, I dipped my chin. We had worked together before, albeit tangentially. My service career thus far could be described as hopping between General Tan and Admiral Trench, who was Corporate Alliance, same as Commander Mirai. Being of similar rank, we were bound to work together sooner or later. Sooner, in this case, as we worked together to establish orbital superiority over Exgarga, allowing Alliance forces to seize the mines on the planet. I will talk to Magistrate Argent myself. The general ignored me, so speak nothing of this to him. Do you understand? Loud and clear, sir, Mirai saluted. General Tan toggled the holodable, and the Mon Calamari's holograph winked out. The room suddenly felt a lot less safe. That was. I prodded. Kamino, Captain, she stated, as if that explained everything. One of our double agents has warned us that the Republic has uncovered the plans for our strike on Kamino. It didn't take much effort to put everything together. Our impending attack on Kamino had been something of a terribly kept secret for some time now. After Senator Asu invoked the Articles of Secession in the Galactic Senate, spearheading Abrian sector's withdrawal from the Republic, the idea of attacking Kamino was floated around. From Pascal Argent's firebranding in political circles, something not many of us were fond about, to increased fleet presence on the Trialis, the idea was materializing by the day. This was an attack months in the works, with a disproportionate amount of material and effort put into it, which was a given, considering the target was Kamino. If we suddenly abandon all of it now, the hackles of Republic intelligence will rise into the sky. If we abort, we'll give away our agents in their ranks, I surmised. General Tan nodded shallowly. I have instructed Commander Mirai to fail safely. He will flag a disorganized retreat to the Manda system. Manda system. I consulted my mental map. The Manda system laid in Republic space, an odd choice for a fallback line. Though maybe it was just to sell the image of defeat. I can't really tell with General Tan. Why can't we plan our assault around the Republic knowing? It was a simple enough question, and really I was asking the obvious. Wasn't that the point of even having a double agent? If we know that they know, then what they know is now bad intel after all. The general obviously didn't think so, because her face darkened at the mention of it. My hands are tied, she all but hissed. Someone wants Magistrate Argent to fail. Oh. Pascal Argent was the main backer for this cause, investing massive amounts of resources and clout to pull it off. This someone must be very important, if even Severanston couldn't do anything about it. Wait. Oh shit. My lips thinned. Better not press this. I was only a captain, not even a flag officer. No need to dip my fingers in matters I do not understand, and likely harmful for my health. It was reassuring enough to know that General Tan was in damage control mode, unmistakably attempting to mitigate the scale of disaster the upcoming Battle of Kamino is going to be, and also roping Mirai into her own plans. Because she was sharp like that. I coughed, trying to claw myself out of the hole I dug into. May I relieve myself of the prisoner here? I wanted the Padawan out of my hands as quickly as possible. Not only did I not feel safe with a Jedi down the corridor, albeit in a cell, just keeping a Jedi painted a bright red target on my back. If Barriss Afi wasn't about to escape via some forced trickery, someone was bound to rescue her sooner or later. What is her condition? She is, meditating in her cell, I said hesitantly, for several days now, actually. She is eating, if minimally. I have her lightsaber here. After taking it, General Tan ignited the lightsaber, producing a short blue blade. The glow almost seemed to sink into her opaque red eyes as she carefully inspected it, adjusting her grip on the handle. Then, with a flick, she shut it off. I forwarded your ideas to Count Dooku. General Tan walked over to a wall, intriguingly smooth, unlike the rest of the cavern, and I followed her, but he expressed the apparent necessity of converting Afi to the dark side. Or, if that should prove impossible, her outright death. Her tone of speech told me everything I needed to know of exactly what she thought of that. I cringed at the thought of executing a child, not an adult, for certain, but I suppose that was preferable to another Sith. I, however, disagree with his assessment. She weighed the lightsaber. I will present this lightsaber as proof of her death, while your orders are to turn her into our operative. What? This is fucking insane. What am I, a babysitter? Not an intelligence agent, that's for sure. I was actually speechless. You appear reluctant, General Tan observed. I don't have any training in this field, sir, I gasped. I am sure someone else. The girl is dead, Captain, her eyes glinted. Count Dooku doesn't even know her name, or even sex. Only 3 people in Separatist space know her true identity, and you will keep it that way. I do not care about the specifics of your process, only the success of your results. Let me handle the rest. With all due respect, sir, I protested, what makes you so certain of this operation? My suggestion was merely an uninformed counterargument to what I believed was a poor use of an enemy prisoner of war. Severance Tan's lips twisted wryly, as if she knew something I didn't. Well done. God damn it. I restrained a sigh, fixing polite, if cautious, acceptance on my face. Yes, sir. My next orders. I'll have to think of something later. The general regarded me carefully for a couple heartbeats, before disappearing Barriss saber under her cape. How would you describe the state of our progress? Progress, sir. Progress towards winning this war, she clarified. Well, I don't really know. If we manage to cripple the cloning facilities on Kamino, then that would be a massive step forward, but right now we just exist. The secession of the independent systems was anything but organized, or even coherent. In some sectors we were striking at key resource worlds. Excarga, Christoph Sis, and in other separatist-aligned systems were fighting for their very existence against Republic thrusts. Every theater saw a different war, with different commanders and different goals. I wasn't a staff officer. My job was to win battles, not pore over maps. Varying was the word I opted for. We were winning some and losing some as far as I can tell from my circles. Us lower ranks weren't much more than acquaintances of acquaintances, but we liked to stay up to date, as well as shit on the top brass. General Tan made a signal with her hand, and the wall suddenly shimmered, revealing itself to be a vast observation view screen. For a brief moment, it was like staring into a portal to another dimension. A factory. No, a factory city, because the chasm was large enough to fit the entire royal palace of Onderon whole, so that I could not even see where it ended. Machines pounded heaps of armor into shape, while flapping Geonosians carefully carved focusing crystals before fitting them inside huge spheres of crimson metal. Manufacturing stations attuned repulsor lifts before twisting alignments of conveyor belts carried all the pieces towards assembly areas to be fitted together by wingless workers. This isn't a droid foundry, I realized. This is a tank plant. I would describe our war effort as directionless, General Tan commented. Geonosis is now manufacturing droid divisions around the chrono, and this will be the first of many decimator foundries on the planet. Tell me, what can 100 decimator brigades do? Conquer the galaxy, I answered immediately. A single decimator was a terror on the battlefield. A battalion can take a planet, a brigade a star sector. 100 brigades? Forget tactics, that many, and you had a brute force great enough to bludgeon any government into submission. The decimators were a secret Republic weapons project before General Tan stole them on Eridim Prime, before using them to wreak havoc in the mid-rim, striking as far into the core as Serapin. Their turbo lasers were capable of ripping through AT-TES and lots like paper, and were protected by so many shields they were virtually impervious to precision airstrikes. Each unit was a mobile fortress. I don't think they were ever meant to be mass-produced, but Geonosis has its own way of doing things. If my memory serves right, Geonosis was the place where the foundations for the Death Star were laid, as implied by that one scene where Dooku pulled out the plans in a war room similar to this one. Then why haven't we? Ten asked. It was a rhetorical question I couldn't answer, mostly because I didn't want to answer. I could already sense the direction this conversation was heading. This time, however, I actually gave some thought about throwing in my lot with her. It was either Trench or her, and while they had equivalent ranks across branches, let's be honest, even the most cavalier admirals would defer to her when it came down to it. Even without an official title, Severance Tan was second only to Count Dooku himself. My career prospects will be very bright under her. As for Grievous, I don't know why he's still missing. I don't really know what changed for that to happen, but the guy was said to be a Jedi killer and the best general in the galaxy, but he got one-tapped by a fucking blaster, so I'm not sure how much credence that claim actually has. Not that he looks like the kind of upstanding guy to care about his subordinates, so Tan probably is my best bet. Vinnick, Carrick, come here. General Tan flicked a finger. Pay attention. Two human males emerged from the corner of the room, startling me. They looked unassuming to say the least, but the lightsabers hooked onto their belts was enough to make me wary. Even more Sith? Jesus Christ, these people are coming out of the woodworks. I thought Sidious adhered to some rule of two or something. Maybe it doesn't even mean what I think it should. We are losing this war, Tan said bluntly, leading me back to the table. The Senate is divided, and every man in power is after their own goals. Watambor pursues his rivalries in Ryloth, and Passel Argent chases personal glory in Kamino, taxing separatist resources to do so. Even Count Dooku exploits the emergency powers granted to him by the Senate to employ military assets for personal gain. She toggled a button, and a hyper-detailed map of the galaxy sprung up from the holodable. My Serapin campaign was the closest we've got to crippling the core worlds. General Tan scowled. I could have pressed the offensive, but Dooku demanded I withdraw to Krana oversee the production of more decimators. I shifted nervously. So long as the droid armies do not have a supreme commander, Dooku has the authority to act as one. And there it was, Captain. Am I incorrect to say you have contacts in the Senate? No, sir, I said, but convincing them. She raised a hand that will draw undue attention. I need the Parliament to come to its own conclusion. Dooku appears to enjoy the powers vested in him, but I cannot concede to the fact that a political figure is the chief commander of our military forces. Well, that was a first. But you know what? I can work with this. I require your expertise, Captain, General Tan acknowledged. What can be done to move the Senate to make me supreme commander? I mentally weighed my decision. I've been shooting down bribes and clout from other officers for a few weeks now, and there will be many raised eyebrows if I suddenly jumped onto Tan's ship. I had no intention to make enemies among the ranks, so I had to agree with the sentiment that the Senate had to come to its own conclusion. But I've worked in marketing before, and am quite familiar with this specific consumer base. Permission to speak freely, sir? I steeled myself. Granted. Your brand recognition is already quite high. I remembered my holocalls with my cousin, Lux. The issue is that a third of the Senate do not support any supreme commander. Another third are so deep in corporate pockets they will never accept a foreign party like you. An entire third do not believe in the necessity? General Tan glowered. Can they not see that we are pivoting on the back foot? And now the outer rim supply lines are in enemy hands. This entire theater is cut off. Because we are winning, sir, I said gingerly. News from the front passes through so many channels of propaganda that effectively none of it reaches the citizens. The frontline systems are well aware of the war, but the foundry of the Confederacy still does not quite believe we are even fighting. It's why the peace faction still believes in a bloodless conclusion. Ten scoffed, almost in disbelief. The Serapin campaign has proved strategically worthless. Now that the core has recovered, I pointed out, Excarga and Ryloth are corporate enterprises and a waste of military resources. Axion was a tactical victory, but does not mean much. All of them are sold to the masses as brilliant and major victories and proof of our just cause. Meanwhile, our defeats on Munilinst, Cypher, and Liana? I doubt a single civvy on Raxus has heard of them. What are you saying? One of the Sith apprentices asked. I'm saying there isn't a supreme commander because we are already winning without one. I carefully checked the general's expression, but it was painfully blank. If we want to start getting into their heads, we need real proof we are losing the war. If we want to market a supreme commander, we need to market the necessity for a supreme commander. What do you think? Vinnick? Ten asked. One of the apprentices, Vinnick, presumably, shook his head. If what the captain says is true, then there is no way we are getting through the propaganda machine. Not unless we somehow have more credits than the corporations. The situation really was bleak. It was obviously in the oligarchs' best interest to keep using military resources to pursue their own goals, so they had their hands so far up the media's asses they could spin the narrative of the war to suit their interests without consequences. Do we need to? The other apprentice, Carrick, questioned. We just have to overwhelm them with the truth. Shit, I can't believe I'm agreeing with the Sith. Severanston turned around, face blank. Are you suggesting we start losing? She said it as if the idea was insulting, and even unthinkable. I concur, sir. I immediately stepped in. We are winning tactical victories without any strategic concern, but we can also do the opposite. Losing meaningless worlds is still losing worlds. Right now, the war is being fought in the trailing sectors and western reaches, far from our main population centers. Vinnick quickly caught on. We can engineer defeats in the new territories in Transidian. If the Republic starts pushing up the Prelimian, the propagandists will have no choice but to accept that the war has come to the Confederacy. Okay, maybe these guys aren't so bad, after all. Carrick leaned over the holodable and zoomed towards the Prelimian trade route, which thrusted straight into the heart of the Confederacy. The only problem is that we also know the importance of the Prelimian and have fortified it to Malachar and back. Some of our most powerful fleets regularly patrol the hyperlanes in the region. I rested an arm on another, grabbing my jaw. The CLI Sim fleet is stationed at Salvara, guarding the gate of the foundry. I am well acquainted with its leader, Commander Trilm. Maybe we can. I stopped myself midway, abruptly aware of the dangerous silence pervading the atmosphere. In a brief moment of stark awareness, I realized I was advocating for willfully losing to someone who hated losing, and as far as I knew, didn't even know the meaning of defeat. There was an odd sense of camaraderie between the three of us as we waited for General Tan to react, internally cringing as I half expected her to blow up in our faces. It never came. In fact, nothing came. The blue-skinned alien just continued to stand by the holodable, staring into the galactic projection wordlessly. As the minutes ticked away, I checked my chrono, 6 minutes, and stamped down on the impulsive urge to wave a hand in front of her face. Our logistic lines in the trailing sectors have collapsed, General Tan suddenly said, making me leap out of my skin. With hut space lanes in enemy hands, the entire salient has turned into an unsustainable pocket. We have two options. Use our remaining strength to break the encirclement and abandon the region, or concentrate forces on both ends the Bodhan and Gamer runs to re-establish direct connection between the north and south. The government will never accept abandoning an entire theater like that, I noted. Then we are left with but one choice. The general used the holoconsole to map out her strategy. Currently, our theater centered on the Corellian run was isolated from the rest of separatist space. We had been using the neutral hut space to circumvent the Republic encirclement, but that was no longer possible. Unlike our holdings in the western reaches, this front wasn't self-sustaining, which meant we were now running against the clock before we ran dry. To restore our supply lines, our allies in the north will have to take the key Republic stronghold of Dalong, which bottlenecked the Trax Tube, Bodhan Run, and Gamer Run. Meanwhile, our fleets in the south will have to smash through Bodhan space to link up with the North Atlantic. A label in Orbesh spelled out, Operation Sidestep. The issue? Our fleets are overstretched. To undertake such a colossal offensive, we will have to redeploy our strongest assets from the Transidian, creating a void of military elements on the Prelimian. It was the perfect bait for Republic intelligence. We just had to make it believable. We will transmit this memo on secured lines to all our fleets in the region. Severanston looked uncharacteristically grim. However, this dispatch will also have to travel through Republic-held transceivers to reach our allies in the north. Unfortunately, the encryption keys we used just happened to already be compromised by enemy intelligence. But we don't know that. The Republic will realize the Foundry has been left virtually defenseless, she continued, and press a major, but cautious, offensive in an attempt to reach Raxus Secundus and end the war. This will light a fire under the Senate, forcing them to elect me as Supreme Commander. Then, we launch our counteroffensive from the south and outflank them. How will we make sure the Republic doesn't advance too far? Vinnick asked. We only want to frighten the Senate, not actually threaten Raxus. General Tan looked at me. I am promoting you to Commodore, Bonary. Return to Raxus for your shore leave and assemble a new fleet. Use my name and authority as you wish. What the fuck? Am I expected to hold back the entire Open Circle Armada? I didn't let any of my thoughts show. For what purpose, sir? First, to keep the Republic from our key worlds like Metalorn and Ringovinda. Maneuver so that they are only able to take strategically meaningless systems such as Cassfield, Argoner, and Churios. Systems that we can afford to lose, but are close enough to fearmonger about, she explained. Second, our raid on Gwalara's archives have uncovered a wealth of enemy data, including their supply corridors. Use them to plan logistic raids in order to slow down their offensive. On one hand, I got my promotion. On the other hand, my first task is to single-handedly stop an entire Republic offensive. You know what? I really thought my promotion would be a more satisfying moment than this. But hey, I'm now a flag officer, so I finally have greater access to resources I need to work out my contingencies. Not to mention I was practically handed a blank check. By your command, I said duly. However, the hit and fade tactics required for this operation necessitates organic commanders. I find that droids are too inflexible for this kind of adaptive warfare. General Tan fingered her comms. Vinnick will serve under you as a captain. What a commander trilm. Can she be trusted? Which corporate pocket does she belong to? I noticed a wingless drone enter the battle room from the corner of my eye. None. I believe she received her commission from Count Dooku himself. Tan's features sharpened. How loyal is she to Dooku? Trilm is the opportunistic sort, like me, but I guess that's why we get along. She's loyal to whomever she benefits from. Then can she be converted to our block? Carrick interjected. How close are you with her? I squirmed. I slept with her once, after we got wasted at a drinking party not long before the Battle of Geonosis. We were celebrating our recently acquired commissions with a bunch of other officers, but nobody needed to know any of that. I can bring the CLI Sim fleet to her side, I said faintly. The Geonosian drone shuffled right up to me, holding up what looked like a folded blanket with a rank insignia plaque lying on top of it. The Confederacy's rank pins were unique, designed so that it was entirely contained in a Confederate roundel and thus stitched right onto the shoulder. The Commodore's rank had the first, the top triangle, second, third, and fifth sections colored in gray. I gingerly plucked the effects out of the Geonosian's hands, very carefully, so I wouldn't have to touch the insectoid, subconsciously realizing that General Tan had planned for this promotion in advance. She only used the promotion to dump not one, but two utterly unreasonable missions on my head, while effectively preventing me from protesting in any actual capacity. Very well, General Tan gave me a pointed look. I have prepared for a frigate to be added to your squadron, in order to cover up the loss of resistance. You will take your command back to Raxus through the Triellus, in order to bypass Republic space. As long as you move quietly, the Hutts won't notice 3 ships passing through their territory. Is there anything else you require? I quietly looked down at the new uniform in my hands. You know, now that I have hopped ship, I might as well milk it for what it's worth. I met General Tan's red stare. I will need a commission and a naval lieutenant plaque. Sir. I added the sir to sound more polite. Sublight Drive. Chapter 11. Orbit of Lysis, Christoph System. Savarine Sector. Valkyrie 2929 swerved through the debris field, thick armor shrugging off the worst of the microbodies littering Lysis orbit. Clone Sergeant Kano felt his bones rock about as the gunship weaved its way towards the drop point, expertly handled by its pilot. Grim Reaper reports ready, Sergeant. Hawk, their pilot, announced over the intercom. Kano looked up. Bello stood beside him in the crowded troop bay, unidentifiable if not for the paint job of his battle armor and his ID number. Kano glanced at the HUD icons set to one side of the main display to make a last-minute head count, counting the transponder blips and ID numbers of the platoon. Right, thanks, he replied to Hawk, before cycling to his platoon circuit. Are we ready, Bello? Bello rested his DC-15A on his right pauldron. Aye, sir. All weapons right and ready, and everybody suited up. We had to down-check one set of armor that wasn't sealed right, but we had a prepped spare. Kano nodded at him, and swept the troop bay again, this time without the HUD. One trooper nodded at him, and he returned the gesture. As he dropped into Grim Reaper's circuit, he was forced to snap his hands around the handles above as Valkyrie violently shuddered. Birds got kicked up, boys. Oddball called over common frequency. We're moving in to keep him off your backs. Good luck. He could hear a screaming fighter rush past their starboard, before his weight disappeared as Hawk forced the gunship into a steep dive. Explosions rocked the ship from above as Flight Squad 7 and droid vultures engaged in a treacherous dogfight amidst the debris. However, it meant that the Seps had lowered their own particle shields to deploy their vultures. Reaper, this is Valkyrie, Kano checked in, urgency coloring his voice. Do you copy? Reaper copies, Valkyrie. Go ahead. Commence your runs, Reaper. He nervously glanced over his head as another tremor rocked the gunship. I say again, start your runs. They had to insert before the battleship could recycle its physical deflectors. He cycled back into his platoon's comms, greeted by an expected amount of nervous chatter. An expected amount, because even clones get nervous. In the privacy of their helmets, they can speak with each other undetected. Sometimes odd quips to ease the tension, sometimes meaningless nothings just to keep their minds off things. Sometimes Kano wondered what their Jedi generals would think about that, if they knew their men were talking behind their backs not 2 feet away from them. Kano knew General Skywalker didn't care, however. Sometimes he even joined in on the fun. The moment Kano's ID appeared in the channel, all the talking hushed. Even as the firefight grew further and further away, their faces tightened and nerves clenched as they steeled for the Lookerhulk's close-in weapon systems to open fire. But there was none. Hawk pulled them out of their steep approach, kicking in Valkyrie's repulsors and riding its thrusters to convert momentum into howling dives straight for their targets. The sensors indicated they had plunged beneath the battleship's ray shields. Coming up on target. Arm, arm, arm. Hawk chanted to his gunners, "Sergeant, get your boys to hold tight." The standby lights blinked to red aboard each gunship, and the gunners' fingers curled around the triggers on their yokes. Over their heads, the mass driver launchers clanked as a fresh pair of rockets were loaded in. There was a brief moment where Kano could only hear his own artificially calm heartbeat echoing in his helmet. Quad-mounted armor-piercing rockets ripple-fired from beneath each wing like flaming meteors. 8 of them blasted ahead of each gunship, soon followed by 2 more heavy concussion missiles, and the gunships charged onwards down their wakes. The rockets smashed home, spoiled for targets, like a fist of thunder. A second salvo was launched, and then a third, and then a fourth. When the final rounds had finally impacted, the Lookerhulk's hull had been thoroughly torn open, peeled back like broken bone and revealing its vulnerable organs. The gunship's chin-mounted turrets opened fire, ripping into the dust and smoke and scything into the battle droids pouring out of the breaches. The ball turrets echoed, their gunners precisely cutting into the thinned plating with amplified composite beams to open up portals for the boarding troops to insert through. A section of Flight Squad 7 peeled off their engagement, pushed over and came in for a run-in at the remaining Separatist Rectenar rays. Concussion missiles screamed off their racks. 6 seconds later they punched in the Lookerhulk's eyes, and then the gunships rolled back onto their original attack vectors. The first gunships landed, disgorging their troops before taking off just in time for the next gunship to swoop in and take its place. Valkyrie 2929 followed them in, blast hatches swinging open. Move, move, move. Kano paid no attention to the roaring firefight surrounding them as he leapt off the gunship and launched his grapple lines, magnetic hook adhering to the battleship's metal hull, and reeled himself down. There were already droids on the surface, and while many of them had been cut down by air support, as always with droids they seemed endless in numbers. Dozens of his brothers were already shot down by the returning fire, their immobile bodies dragged through space by their reeling cables. The clone sergeant grunted as he hit the ground, thumping as he activated his mag boots. Kano cursed the surviving members of his platoon to their feet, before leading them into the hellscape of smoke, laser, and murderous shrapnel to find firing positions. More gunships swept in, the whining of their repulsor lifts only faint over the howl of escaping atmosphere, and hundreds more white-armored men drifted to the surface like lethal snow. The firefight went on for minutes as the platoons methodically pushed up towards the breaches, stalking from cover to cover while using plumes of white-hot gases to obscure their approach. Red and blue blaster bolts whipped through the void erratically, but with the help of gunship air support, their victory was all but assured. Boomer's squad reached the portals first, securing their grapples to the ledge before rappelling into the breaches. Kano's squad arrived next, and the sergeant leaned over the ledge to observe the situation below, but couldn't visually identify anything through escaping gases. All Kano saw were the biosigns of the squad below, and that was all he needed. Fix grapples, tie cables, deactivate mag boots, and jump. A torrent of steam pummeled his visor, scrambling his HUD to bits, and then he was through. After descending to a safe distance off the ground, he cut the cable and dropped onto his feet. One trooper with a rotary cannon had taken point, mowing down an entire company of battle droids at the far end of the corridor. "How many squads have we got here, Boomer?" Kano asked as he checked the IDs of the troopers present. Boomer twirled to look at him, and then look at the final troopers entering the gaping hole above them. 3 squads, maybe 2. "Bello, this is Kano," Kano called. "Are you receiving?" Loud and clear, Bello replied. "We found another way in." "All squads, check in," he ordered. The clone sergeants called in one after the other. 14 voices, Kano counted, which meant 2 squads didn't make it. He breathed out, "Waterfall Company, find the prisoners. Cascade Company, you're with me, we're securing the control room." Boots clamored against the metal flooring as Kano's squads went down the passage with all the speed their battle armor allowed. With the ship's atmosphere rapidly deteriorating and its artificial gravity systems failing, the troopers took to advancing with gliding, 10-meter jumps. All their training and instinct taking over until it was as if they lived in low grav their entire lives. They came to an intersection, identifying a control panel from where they could pinpoint their exact location and orientate themselves. Kano's group split into 2, swiveling perpendicular with carbines raised, blue lights flashing against their stark white armor as they doused the corridors in saturation fire. A techie leapfrogged between them, snatching onto the panel and ripping it open. Half a minute later, the trooper had transmitted the plans, gave the all-clear, and the squads were moving again. Kano eyed the integrated chrono on his HUD. The entire boarding action only took 13 minutes. "It's no good, Admiral," Lieutenant Clef shook his head, flushed in dismay. "We've been calibrating and recalibrating the scanners over and over, but just can't seem to get it to stick." Yularen glared at him. "That is unacceptable, Lieutenant. We weren't able to locate a Lookerhulk only 300,000 clicks away, a distance even our passives should handle with ease. Not to mention they misidentified a debris field as an asteroid ring. Find the problem and fix it." "It's not the software, sir," Clef swallowed. I had some of our techs run diagnostics, and they found nothing. It must have been the battle a week ago. Pioneer didn't leave without a scratch. If you want, I can get some of the men up top with the droids, see if they can sort it out. In an active war zone? Unlikely. Yularen bit back an unprofessional response. With malfunctioning sensor arrays, they were practically blind. No, worse than blind. They were outright hallucinating. No detection or observation could be trusted without visual confirmation at bare minimum, and that didn't even include Pioneer's targeting systems. That won't be necessary, Yularen resigned. Find out the extent of the damage. I want to know if our fire control systems were affected. Do your utmost to rectify any issues you can ID, save for sending engineers out there in vac suits. Right away, sir. Lieutenant Clef nodded sharply, snapping to attention before scampering back into the crew pits. As the Admiral redirected his attention, he spotted Triumphant and its 2 escort cruisers just a few hundred clicks forward beyond the bridge's main viewport. The 2 warships had fallen into a geosynchronous orbit with the planet below, shadowing the industrial sector and the battle raging underneath. However, it meant they were also quickly approaching the ongoing space action between Admiral Wirth's Iron Lance fleet and recently identified separatist Admiral Tanitha's orbital blockade. If Pioneer's targeting systems also proved unreliable, then Yularen will have little choice but to break away. He had already lost 2 ships in their experienced crews. He could not risk the safety of another. Yularen had to wonder if the disastrous first battle over Christophsis would have gone any differently had he been on the bridge of the Resolute and had not opted to accompany General Skywalker's relief mission. Perhaps he would have been convinced in his own skills to recognize the enemy's deceptively simple stratagem before it was too late, if it was not for Obi-Wan Kenobi who had taken his place. The Admiral had many opinions about the role of Jedi in the Grand Army of the Republic, and not many of them were favorable. Yularen considered himself lucky. While Anakin Skywalker and he did not always see eye to eye, he was mollified to know that while the Jedi's strategies were often aggressive, they were backed by outstanding valor and keen tactical insight. These traits, combined with the trust he and his men had in each other, made General Skywalker a dangerous force on the ground. That was the case with many Jedi. But that did not translate into naval engagements. To fight a naval battle, you needed tact, and Jedi, for all their renowned patience and diplomacy, had little. Their tactics were often elementary at best, and downright incompetent at worst. There were few exceptions Yularen knew of. One of them was Obi-Wan Kenobi. Already, his many tactical exploits were being circulated through military channels, and some have even made their way into the textbooks on Prefspelt 4. If an esteemed Jedi general with all of his mystical clairvoyance could not see the trap in advance, there was the question whether a mere admiral, albeit professionally trained, could. It did not help that the newly coined Battle Hydra tactic was completely novel, as far as he knew. What-ifs aside, Yularen could now pen a sternly worded report about the Venator's glaring weaknesses to the Admiralty, as generously exposed by their enemy. The only way his situation could get any brighter would be if Republic intelligence could reveal who exactly he was dealing with. "Admiral, sir," shouted Lieutenant Clef, "we have a situation." Yularen swung around. "Your training, Lieutenant." Sorry, sir." Clef fiddled his console with shaking hands. "Our sensors are picking up a massive instance of chrono radiation on the edge of the system. Of Ray, are you seeing this?" Another officer leaned over to double-check. "Looks like a huge object is reverting to re-space." "I'm contacting Triumphant right now, sir." "Could it be another case of sensor malfunction?" Yularen demanded. "Our sensors are twist out of configuration, sir. Not working," Lieutenant Clef insisted. "There's still chrono radiation. If they're overreading, then the ship isn't as large as reported. If they're underreading." A single narrow finger stroked his mustache. A tick of unease Yularen wasn't able to refrain from in time. "Triumphant reports the same thing, sir." Lieutenant of Ray looked to him nervously. "The magnitude matches, but our sensors are malfunctioning. We only picked up from a single instance, but they're picking up hundreds. Confidence says it's an enemy fleet." Yularen only took a second to react. "Com Indomitable and Coruscant Sky, stand by for orders. Set red alert. All personnel to battle stations. Of Ray, get me Admiral Wirtz, now." "There's a line of munificence between us and him, sir," Lieutenant of Ray pointed out fairly, but it didn't make Yularen any less incensed. "I don't know how much I can do." "Then do what you can." Yularen restrained himself from outright snarling. The muted red alert lights were flashing now, klaxons faintly baying in the battle room and throughout the ship. Lookout reports visual sighting. A clone officer reported, relative bearing 099er. Range, around 1 million clicks out. Around. The clone made a face. "Best our rangefinders can do right now, sir." Admiral Yularen took a short moment to relax, before steeling himself for action. He marched across the bridge to the starboard side, intently staring out of the transperisteel viewport. Below was Admiral Wirtz's fleet. Further afield, Yularen found hundreds of black shadows gliding over the backdrop of stars. "Combine feeds with Coruscant Sky," he ordered. "Have them ID those ships." This was not the time to panic. They had time. While those ships could only be separatist reinforcements, they had also made the odd decision to exit hyperspace 1 million clicks away, far out of range of any conventional laser batteries or even missile systems. First, they had to avoid getting trapped between the 2 enemy fleets. There was a streak of purple, cutting straight through the abyss at an acceleration so great Yularen could blink and miss it. He did blink and miss it, and did not realize what had happened until a dim glow to his left caught his attention. The Admiral swiveled around and saw Triumphant in flames. Whatever projectile that was, it had pierced through the cruiser's passive shields and armor, blowing out a gaping hole in Triumphant's bridge stock. Yularen was sick to his stomach, realizing he could see straight through General Kuhn's ship, and able to see the gas giant Araxis on the other side. The amount of kinetic energy transferred alone had sent Triumphant reeling, snapping the crippled support structure and severing its twin bridges in a single decapitation strike. Silence overwhelmed Pioneer's pilot house. What in nine hells was that? A new type of weapon developed by the Separatists? Yularen could not name a single weapon system in the Republic's arsenal that could travel at such speed or distance, existing or in development. If the Separatists could now outrange them in every engagement, it was a thought with horrific implications. For a brief moment, Yularen desperately clung onto the hope that this new weapon system was slow reloading in order to compensate for its power, but that hope was swiftly dashed as the Separatist fleet fired off 3 new purple sparks in quick succession. One whizzed right past Pioneer's viewport, leaving a faint purple afterimage behind. Another clipped the prow of Indomitable, blasting off a chunk of its dorsal doors and revealing the starfighters inside. And the last smashed directly into the planet's atmosphere, and the resulting airburst created a cloud large enough to be seen from low orbit. At least it's not very accurate, somebody murmured. It's hard to aim, another officer corrected lowly. You saw it blow the cap off Triumphant. Evasive action. Yularen commanded, bring us closer to the planet. What's the status on that ID? Lieutenant Clef whacked his console, cursed, and shot to his feet. It's the entire Confederate Second Fleet. We're looking at 3 Looker Hulks, 14 Recusants, 30 Munificents, 2 Providence destroyers, 4 Providence carriers, 55 Lupus missile frigates, and 102 Diamond-class cruisers. The flagship is a Providence dreadnought, accessing registry. That's an invasion fleet. What warranted a force of that size here? A thought struck him. Geonosis. Has Geonosis already fallen? What about Kamino then? Match. Clef announced, Ascendant Sky, personal flagship of General Severance Tan. Staying. The name immediately set off alarms in his head. Yularen mentally recited Severance Tan's registry in the Grand Army's database. She was of an unidentified species, and was the only Separatist general who managed to reach the core worlds, striking as far as Serapin in her opening campaign. The complete annihilation of a White Koras task force under the command of Jedi General Shinjan in Bothan space was widely believed to be by her hand. Extremely dangerous. Engage with excessive caution, and only with a superior force. We got a downlink to General Kenobi's rear command post. Admiral, sir. Lieutenant of Ray said, they're forwarding the comms up to Admiral Wirtz. It's our best bit of bypassing the jamming. Very well, Yularen replied with forced calm, informed them of the current situation, and advised for immediate withdrawal. I want a sitrep on the prisoner extraction, and get me in touch with General Skywalker and General Kuhn. Extraction is proceeding on target, sir, a clone reported, and a Clamator has moved into position to begin evac. Prisoners were found well and unharmed. That warranted a sigh of relief, if the wider situation wasn't so dire. We got a connection. Avray nearly threw her headset in glee, before sobering. I mean, we have Admiral Wirtz patched in, sir. Holo isn't so great, but we have good audio. Reroute it to my panel, the Admiral said sternly. Right away, sir. Admiral Wirtz's disembodied figure shimmered in front of Yularen, parts of his body glitching and fragmenting. But as the comms officer mentioned, what's important was that they could communicate. Yularen, good to see you, Wirtz said gravely. Listen, we're retreating. The Separatists caught us in a bad spot, and our position is untenable. Couldn't agree more, Yularen agreed. Extract our ground forces post-haste and withdraw to Zarthur Gaza. You'll have to go through Separatist space for a bit, but Tan has us blocked from the south, so we've no choice. Wirtz's figure almost disintegrated as his ship was pummeled by a strike. I'll occupy Tan and pawn it to buy you some time. I'm already trapped. So don't try arguing. Yularen swallowed thickly. How? He could make out a bitter smile through the terrible connection, with the Tarkin rush, of course. Tan is holding position and taking potshots at me with her new weapon, so I'm going to close the distance between us. With some luck, Tanith will pursue. Don't look at me like that, Yularen. I don't intend on ending my service to the Republic here. Where will you retreat to? Yularen asked concernedly. Any retreat vector will have to run through Separatist space, and with me going to Zar, you don't have many choices. Manda is a Republic stronghold, and on the opposite end of the Manda merchant route. I can make a stand there, and retreat into Bahan and Hutt space if things go awry, Admiral Wirtz explained. I'll be taking Negotiator and Tranquility to bait the Separatists after me. Ten targeted Triumphant and Pioneer first, so it's clear she's after the Jedi, which means it's paramount that the Jedi escape. You hear me? I hear you, Yularen sighed. Best of luck, Admiral. Same to you. The connection dissolved. Yularen stood there for a time, watching the Iron Lance fleet double around and surge towards the Confederate Second Fleet. Another purple streak ripped out of the darkness, cleaving straight through another cruiser like a lightsaber. Get our troopships down to the surface, he ordered, and get me Skywalker. Stay light on that. Kix, Apo told the squad medic, we don't know how much longer we have here. Apo gazed out of the shelter of a factory doorway. The ruined structure behind him turned into an ad hoc field hospital. The clone commander retrieved his datapad to check the casualty counts coming in, watching over an injured trooper sitting on an upturned piece of machinery while the medic patched him up with a hemostatic hypo spray. "You'll be all right, Ince?" he asked. "Just some shrapnel, sir," Ince grinned. "Nothing any of us can't handle." There was clinking as Kix retrieved a bloody hand, dropping tiny jagged fragments onto a tray. Plastoid armor was said to be the best credits could buy, and the relatively short list of ID numbers on his datapad could attest to that. It wasn't perfect, there were still joints and gaps, but it got the job done and kept them alive. Apo looked over the report again. Light casualties for a battle, he decided. Doesn't feel like that, though. Kix checked the fluid level on the hypo spray, tapping the can. "We're on our last batch of Bacta anyway, sir. Honestly speaking, we should be done here. How long do you think the general is going to make us stick around?" "I'll go ask," Apo grunted as he stood up. Just as he stepped back outside, his helmet sensors suddenly beeped. "Incoming," the commander shouted, leaping backwards and shoving Kix to the ground just as something crashed into the street behind them. A massive explosion shook the building, and then another. Debris clattered down from above, hanging chains clinking as they swayed from the blast. "Think it's another spotter, sir?" Kix groaned as he lifted himself back up. "Yeah." The 501st had swiftly recaptured the districts behind the advancing droid army, spreading out to search for survivors while launching probing strikes into the enemy's rear. All they found were blasted droids and blackened armor, and 2 Jedi corpses, ruined beyond recognition, as if done in by a wild animal. If a wild animal had lightsabers, because the cuts were too cauterized and clean for anything else. Appears the Separatists found a new pet monster. The Seppies clearly intend on capturing the industrial sector, because there was little to no damage done to the existing infrastructure. That didn't stop them from periodically shelling the 501ST's positions, however, whenever a droid patrol spotted them and reported back before they could be dispatched. It meant that despite the lull in actual conflict, there was no time to take a breather. They had to keep moving around, else the tinnies would catch them. In spite of his buzzing head, Apo hastily grabbed his rifle and sprinted out onto the street, dodging an impact crater. He was greeted with burnt-out skylines and ruined highways, the industrial cogs of war replaced with war itself. There was no time or space for burials, not like clones ever received burials, so what dead they found were stripped and thrown to a corner of the compound, their wrists scanned for ID codes and armor dismantled for salvage. The 2 Jedi they found were thrown in a pyre. Their lightsabers were never found. "Commander," a comms officer hailed him from their temporary command post. "The 104th reports 80% of the survivors have been evacuated. They advise prep for extraction." "I'll speak to the general," Apo promised. He found his Jedi general, Skywalker, already in the open, cutting down the last of the battle droid patrol with an almost feral prejudice. Despite the damning lack of survivors, General Skywalker insisted on pushing onwards, extending the 501ST's lines far beyond their intended operational scope, in what Apo dare described as reckless desperation. All they found were more bodies. But that was the work of the droid army. When they marched, they were a wall, rank upon rank, with skin-crawlingly synchronous rhythm. Not even the finest drilled clone troopers in the Grand Army could match that. Droid precision was cold, unthinking, and inexorable. Their base programming was shoot to kill, no prisoners, and trample over anything in their path. On an eradication mission, they were a fine-toothed comb. Apo could picture the columns of droids marching down every street and clearing out every building, systematically purging all life forms block by block and sweeping all resistance out into the open to gun them down. "General," Apo saluted. "Commander," Skywalker huffed, retracting his saber, "what do you have for me?" "We are running low on supplies, and the men are getting tired, sir," Apo told him. "General Kuhn has already given the green light for extraction." "Have all of the Marines been evacuated?" 104th estimates 80% of the way there, General, he reported. "Best we get a leg up on it, sir. It'll be bad if the tinnies decide to about-face and catch us mid-evac." General Skywalker clenched his saber, a muscle in his jaw tightening. The Jedi stared down the deserted streets and alleyways. The local population had fled the place a long time ago, and none of them had seen a live Christophsian since, ever. Plenty of dead ones, though. Plenty. "Have we swept Sector 15 for survivors?" Skywalker asked. Apo glanced at the chart on his heads-up display. Sector 15 was right on the edge of their operation theater, and one of the last few districts they haven't made a ground sweep of. He sighed in the privacy of his helmet. The general was still holding out on the chance there were survivors. "No," he answered simply, knowing no amount of excuses, even reasonable, would dissuade General Skywalker once he has his mind set on something. "Air control, this is General Skywalker." The Jedi general tapped his comlink. "Prep for full extraction at Sector 15, transmitting coords now." "Copy that, General," Air control replied, "dispatching Lord Eyes for you." Skywalker turned around and nodded at him. "We'll regroup in Sector 15. How about that?" "Are you kidding me? You already called for an evac there." "I mean, it's riskier than I'd like, but it's not like we can't make it." "Sounds good, sir," Apo said politely. "I'll get the men ready." The clone commander swiveled on a heel and started the trek back to base, cycling to the common channel and transmitting the coordinates via his helmet's comlink. A chart of the streets leading to the district appeared in the HUD of every trooper's helmet. Once he was in eyeline of the command post, Apo made the signal to move out. He didn't have to, with all their comms tech, but it was good to make a habit of something in the case their HUDs went dark. I snatched us an evac. Boys, he said in the circuit, but it's a bit off, in Sector 15. The general wants a ground sweep of the place before that, so all platoons start moving out. You don't want to miss the Lartais. Seriously? A trooper complained. We already pre-scanned the place and didn't catch any trooper biotags. What's wrong with right here? Have to agree, sir, another said. Our men in 17 will have to trek a long way around, and so much movement will expose us to artillery spotters. Some of the boys are too injured. Kix's ID brightened. I can fix up some splints, but a few are in a real bad spot. I do my best, but I can't unscramble a leg. What the fark is the general thinking? Then load them on his 6 legs. We aren't leaving anyone behind, Apo said. We're finally out of here, so pack up and get moving. You don't want to take any more chances? Save your breath for the march. Stang, my legs already hurt. Shut your trap and pick up your blaster. Let's get a move on. They melted back into the alleyways and complexes, using the interconnected refineries and factories to avoid aerial detection. His night vision filters snapped on as Apo followed Skywalker's billowing robes into the darkness, taking in the green-lit chaos within. Shattered permacrete allowed some passages of light from above, machinery like monsters gnawing at the darkness, their conveyor belt tails wrapping around the facilities. Chains and cables fell from the ceiling, whatever they were once attached to missing, and vast arrays of pipelines lay dormant. A winking light caught his attention, but there was no sensor warning. Not a trap. Shouldn't be anyway. They screened the place already. It was just a crystal refracting a thin shaft of sunlight. A lot of crystals, in fact, like a table of glittering stars. Apo kept an eye fixed on the icons on the side of his HUD, counting the transponder blips and checking for stragglers in the platoon. There was an AT-TE stomping alongside outside, filled up with casualties. They were an open target for anyone looking, but it was the best they've got. A picket line of scout walkers ran close to the droid's rear lines, watching out for any surprises. Kix came running up right behind him, along with the injured trooper, who was hobbling along with a rifle crutch. You could have taken a ride, Apo commented. What? With the bodies? Inch joked, I don't want to feel more dead than I already am. Apo smiled beneath his helmet. You look spry to me. Want me to hold onto your radio pack? You just said I looked spry, he moaned. It took maybe half an hour's march to reach their destination. The first squads that arrived ahead of them were already conducting preliminary sweeps, making a show of using handheld scanners despite having the ones integrated into their helmets. Just like I said, a trooper grumbled. There's nobody here. Not even clankers. Hey, can we get an ETA on that? Oh, what? What is it? Drat, the general's not going to like this. Transmitting coords, we found a Jedi. A series of numbers crawled onto Apo's HUD. General Skywalker, he immediately switched to open communication. We found a Jedi. Skywalker visibly hastened his pace. Alive? Alive. Apo repeated on circuit. Don't scare me. I'd hate to be alive like that. No, sir. Bring me there. There was a crack in the general's voice. They found the maroon armored bodies of the Marines first, or what was left of them. They just had to follow the trail of vivisected corpses to find the warehouse where the squad of Marines had bunkered down. The building in question was an island in a sea of battle droid remains, but the doors had been blasted open regardless. Inside, there were more corpses, some with blaster holes, but most had been cut and diced by a saber. Multiple sabers from how the bodies fell. This was a final stand. The Separatist commander was hunting Jedi specifically, Apo realized. He had seen the exact same scene 3 times now. The Jedi Hunter had a telling mode of operation, one defined by sheer brutality. Up there, sir. Apo looked up, flicking on his flashlight. Holy criff, Kix muttered. That's, wow. Yeah, it's agreed. That ain't gonna buff out. That's a Jedi, all right. Arms and legs hung from the ceiling by chains, jabbed into a mauled torso with twisted rods of rebar, like an extended metal skeleton, as if the perpetrator dismembered them by accident and had hastily attempted to fix them together again. A head with an elongated cranium hung upside down from a hook in the skull, severed at the neck with eyes wide open, viscous black blood trailing from the lips. Apo recognized the Jedi from the strategy briefing. General Skywalker was silent. Did any of you find a lightsaber? Apo asked lowly. He didn't have to, as he was speaking on circuit. Skywalker couldn't hear him, but he instinctively whispered just in case. No lightsaber, sir, said the trooper who found the body. I reckon it's the same killer. A real nut job, this one. All 3 Jedi they found thus far had been found in varying states of opprobrium. One was crucified to a wall, another hung from a lamppost, and this one was, whatever this was. Whoever did this was either having the time of their lives arranging body parts into grotesque depictions, or knew someone was bound to come looking for the Jedi, and wanted to send a certain message. Apo switched off his flashlight. Get the body down from there. Right away, sir. Commander, Ince's voice was unusually timid. Can you tell the general that we've got a transmission from the Admiral? It's something urgent. Chapter 12. Raxus Secundus, Raxus System. Calula Sector. The Onderonian embassy on Raxus could be found on the far fringes of Raxilin, the planetary capital. Accessible either by a short shuttle flight or a winding road trip through the wooded hills, the embassy was built atop of a rocky promontory overlooking the rest of the city. Built like a Gothic mansion, the building looked especially eerie at dusk, surrounded by the whispering autumn forests. Strange for an embassy, yes, but if you wanted to get the Onderon experience on Raxus, then this was the closest you were going to get. I never liked the estate back on Onderon, and I never liked this place either. I arrived at a bad time, because there was already a transport on the landing pad, so I directed my shuttle pilot to just drop me off at the edge and enter a holding pattern. I stepped over the perilous gap and found my footing soon after. Ducking under the wing of the transport, I curiously eyed the build in an attempt to identify the owner. I didn't have to, because I found Senator Avi Singh coming down the staircase leading up to the embassy right after. The well-aged man was completely bald, sporting a rather glorious mustache that strung from his graying hair, which was already more white than anything. Waiting at the bottom of the staircase out of respect more than anything else, I noticed that the senator from Raxus had grown more rotund since we last met, and had to use the balustrade to support himself. "Senator Singh," I greeted. "I hope I wasn't interrupting anything." Senator Singh looked at me in surprise, before raising his head to glance past me, likely at my shuttle circling overhead. "Not at all. I was just coming out the door." "Never mind that. I must have inconvenienced you." The senator scampered down the last rows of steps, "but it is a pleasurable surprise to see you again, Ray." "Please." I grasped his hand. "I never sent word of my arrival beforehand, so you couldn't have known. In fact, I am quite surprised by my presence here myself." Avi Singh grinned beneath his mustache. "Indeed. I was under the impression you were still deployed in Abrian. Will you remain on Raxus for long? I would love to have a chat over tea at a better time than this." "That will definitely be in order," I laughed. "Yes, I will be on Raxus for some time as I assemble a new fleet." "A new fleet, you say?" There was a spark of intrigue in the senator's eye at my words that told me he wanted to know more about the reason. Of course he did. Despite my efforts in distancing myself from politics, I was still peripherally involved due to my name alone. He was ultimately a politician, and politicians traded in secrets. Every snippet of information can give him an upper hand in Parliament, and something as significant as a shiny new fleet? I can't say much, unfortunately. I smiled apologetically. "I hope you understand." No, of course," Senator Singh waved his hand. "Don't let the politician get in your way, but if you encounter some pushback from interest groups, don't hesitate to contact me." "I will keep that in mind, Senator." I paused. "I shouldn't take any more of your time. You are a busy man. Have a good night, sir." "You as well, officer." He patted my shoulder before moving on. I remained still as his guards walked past me, and when they were finally behind me, I broke into a satisfied smile. Score. What a fortunate encounter. After all, what was leaking some maybe confidential secrets in exchange for a much easier job? Half the military was already doing it, making a business out of it, rather, and Senator Singh, the representative of this very star sector? I could shiver in delight. My smile bled away as I considered the next senator I had to meet. I reached the huge doors just as the senatorial transport blasted off behind him, repulsor lifts whining as the craft raced back towards downtown. I cracked my neck, loosened my shoulders, lowered my expectations, and opened the doors. "Master Rain," a high-pitched, synthesized voice said in surprise. I instinctively stepped back, trying to find the source. "Down here, sir." I looked down. "Oh, it's just you. Hello, Hare." Hare was a LEP servant droid, with her egg-shaped chassis and the pair of rabbit ear-like antennas that she was named after. Hare was holding a tray of drinks, and after a brief moment of hesitation, held it up to offer a glass. "Thank you." I gratefully picked one to soothe my parched throat, before rubbing her head. "How have you been?" "Very well, sir," she cooed. "Should I prepare your room?" "No need," I said. "I won't be staying this time. Can you lead me to Mina?" Hare's ears drooped. "This way, Master Rain." As we strolled out of the foyer, past the staffers, and into the actual residence, I pondered on what to do with Hare. After my parents' accident, I moved in with Mina and her husband, and lived with them ever since. Or rather, until they moved to Coruscant for senatorial duties, leaving me to look after the estate in Izais while I served in the Royal Army. When the war broke out, we reunited back in Raxilin, in this house, which came with the LEP droid, who I found adorable. The first thing I did was name her Hare, because remembering a droll alphanumerical wasn't for me. She seemed to like it, so it stuck. Artificial intelligence was a big thing back on Earth, which is why I always take care to treat whatever droids I come across like another person. That didn't exactly translate to this galaxy, I discovered, because Lux was the only other person in the household to refer to Hare by her name. Which is stupid, in my opinion. For some reason, when these aliens give machines quasi-sentient personalities, they never quite realize the implications that arise due to it. "Tell you what," I said, "we'll ask Mina if I can take you. If she says yes, you can come with me. I'll need an assistant anyway, now that I'm a flag officer. I'm not going to use Tough or any other Class 4 droid for that, and employing Vinnick or Barris doesn't exactly seem safe." "Really?" Hare glanced up at me. "Really?" I pushed open a door, entering a drawing room. The ornate windows to my left were pushed open a sliver, leading in a refreshing breeze that keened and whistled as it winnowed into the lounge. Almost like a wind chime. Outside, I could make out the glowing lanterns of the pavilion, squat in the center of an Onderon-style garden, because of course there was one, and the buzzing insects that were drawn in by them. You've returned. Mina barely looked at me, occupied by her tablet. Lux will be here shortly, so the hot water's on. Don't use all of it. Let's save it for him. I sat on the couch opposite her armchair, shrugging off my overcoat and laying it over the backrest. I'm only visiting. That caught her attention. The senator from Onderon was a stern-faced woman with short-cropped brown hair that was graying at the fringes. Despite the signs of age or stress, Mina Bonteri still possessed the hawkish eyes and severe tone that made her people stop and listen when she spoke. Mina finally dragged her eyes off the tablet. This is your house. I snagged the sleeve of my overcoat, showing her the plaque stitched onto the shoulder. I have business in the city, so I bought an apartment downtown. She frowned. How long is your stay? Until the Republic launches its offensive. I wanted to answer, which could be in a week or in months. What matters is that we are caught by surprise, and I, as the ranking officer in the sector, has to be hastily mobilized into action. But I couldn't tell her that, obviously. Until I am redeployed, I answered half honestly, but I'll be visiting some nearby systems too, so I won't be on Raxus the entire time. I had my work cut out for me. Separatist officers were extremely independent, and those deployed on the Perlemian were especially prideful. Not many were going to listen to a human from an inner rim planet, and whose entire career has been spent far away in the trailing sectors. If I wanted to defend the Foundry successfully, securing their cooperation, if not their loyalty, was a must. I also had to visit the nearby shipyards in order to procure some ships for my core fleet. The nearest one was right in orbit around Raxus Prime, but I was going to have to negotiate with Horsch Kessel and free DAC volunteer branches in order to guarantee good quality vessels and crews, as well as to implement some specifications I had in mind. Hare plucked my now empty glass from my hands and refilled it. Where's the old man? I made a show of looking around. He's been deployed to Argoner to shore up the defenses there. A sinecure, as befitting an Onderonian noble and the husband of a senator. An unimportant system, deep in separatist space, and tangentially protected by the Confederate First Fleet, which units regularly patrols the Perlemian. Mr. Bonteri probably thinks hell would freeze over before he comes downrange of a clone's blaster rifle. Hell was about to freeze over, then. The First Fleet was being mobilized and redeployed to Nixur, taking most of the Foundry's active defense with them. Argoner was about to be pushed from being an uneventful backwater posting to staring down the barrel of the Republic. What to do about this? How long is his tour of duty? I suddenly asked. Mina frowned. 6 standard months. Why? Can you get him out of there? She sat up, eyes narrowing. What's going on, Rain? Why do you think I can tell you? I said wryly, I owe him, and you, quite a bit, so all I am doing is repaying the favor. You might also want to keep an eye on Lanelise. Just a hop and skip core ward on the Perlemian was Lanelise, the headquarters of the Grand Army's 12th Sector Army. Only 3,000 parsecs from the Confederate border. If the invasion of the Foundry was to occur, the system would undoubtedly be their staging grounds. Mina Bonteri was not stupid. She knew exactly what I was implying. Odd time to do it. Mina raised an eyebrow, and odd way, too. There's been no movement on the Perlemian. The Republic wouldn't dare, not with our victories in the south. I scoffed. I'm not in the mood to start anything, all right? It doesn't matter if you believe me or not. What matters is that I clear my conscience. I pushed myself to my feet, slinging my coat back on. Oh, and I'm taking Hare with me. Mina briefly glanced at the droid. Why are you here, really? To take command of Raxus defenses, I answered. We are on track to lose the war, Mina. We outnumber the Grand Army 3-1, but that advantage is falling through our fingers every day. Aren't we on the offensive? Defensive, I corrected. All our offensives are, well, unimportant. The Republic was pushing hard in the new territories, having taken Munilinsk and now on track to capture Dantooine. Our 3rd Fleet was outnumbered and outgunned by the Republic's 8th, 9th, and 10th Sector armies. In the southern sphere, the Republic's 20th Sector Army was surrounding Fonder and Basadro, while the 18th and Ariadi was probing Sullust and Bith. The problem was that despite outnumbering the Republic Navy 3-1, we only had 3 full fleets, while they had 20. Despite General Tan's successes, the 2nd Fleet couldn't be everywhere at once, not to mention she too was in a precarious situation. Soon the 1st and 2nd will be tied up in Operation Sidestep, and our fleet-in-being strategy will be washed down the drain. Which was, granted, exactly the plan. What do you mean? She asked. Our military is a bucket of crabs, I told her. Everyone wants operational independence, and no one wants cooperation unless they are in charge. That's why we have 3 fleets, and they have 20. A single person commanding an element of that size would upset the status quo. Instead, we have all these independent squadrons doing their own thing without any unified chain of command. I huffed. In the end, we are losing because we are fighting ourselves more than we are fighting the Republic. When was the last time Count Dooku introduced a Supreme Commander candidate to the Senate? 3 weeks ago, Mina replied carefully. Who? I pushed. How many eyes were there? A Pantoran named Severance Tan. There were a quarter eyes, mostly from the war faction. Not enough. Do not ask me to abandon my principles, Rain. Mina warned me. I will not vote to escalate this war. And there it was. This war has already escalated, Mina. I rebuked softly. It is only because you live among the pleasantries of Raxus that you can preserve your principles. What about my principles? Or those of every separatist giving up their principles on the front lines to preserve the Confederacy? Do not patronize me, child. Her voice turned gravelly. It was because I had principles that I took you into my house. I laughed. Let's not joke around, lady. You sold my parents' estate the moment you managed to get your hands on it. The only reason you took me in is to avoid the media scrutiny. You want to argue principles? I had to look after your estate while you used my inheritance to fund your shiny career on Coruscant. Mina Bonteri circled around the tea table between us to look me in the eye. Both of us were tall people, and we towered over her as she swiveled her head between us in a mix of confusion and an unspoken mood of, really, again? You don't get to say that to me, she stared daggers, not when it was my family who made your career after you ran to the army. And who do you think convinced General Tandon to not purge the nobles when you declared for the separatists? I shot back. Do you know just how close your coup came to being a civil war? And I never regretted participating in that, despite my knowledge of the Clone Wars. King Dindup's statement of neutrality was deeply unpopular among the lords of the royal court, House Bonteri included, who quickly started to plot against him. Too quickly. General Akinathan Tandon caught wind of the conspiracy and prepared to wipe them out. He didn't, because a block of moderate officers reasoned that purging Izais would only prompt the other cities of Onderon to revolt in the name of their lords, plunging the planet into civil war. A bloodless coup to join the separatists was seen as the lesser evil. In the end, the royal army stood by as the royal court ousted Ramses Dindup, replacing him with Sanjay Rash. Days later, Mina Bonteri submitted the Articles of Secession to the Galactic Senate, and King Rash signed the Treaty of Izais. And now, I'm flouting the rules to save his life, I continued. We're all playing politics, Mina. Neither of you are saints. The only reason you're holding on to your principles so tightly is because it's your second chance at having them. Be honest, if we're not escalating the war, then the Republic will. We can still negotiate with the Republic, she insisted. Not everyone wants a war. The people who matter want a war, I sighed. If words alone can resolve conflict, we wouldn't be here in the first place. I plucked the tray out of Hare's hands and set it down on the table. The atmosphere had shifted. The conversation was over. Make sure to wipe its memory. Mina was referring to Hare. I suppose it's about time I buy a newer model. Anyway, don't tell anyone what I told you, I reminded. Not that you will, because that would be feeding the war faction's narrative. I will keep that in mind, Mina said dryly. Take care on your way back. I inclined my head. You as well. Let's go, Hare. Orbit of Raxus Prime, Raxus System. Calula Sector. Varys didn't know how long she had been sleeping, or even when she fell asleep. She did know that she woke to an infuriating itch in her left arm and waist, and that she did not recognize her cell on the Separatist frigate. The operation is complete, sir, a modulated voice said. The patient should be awake soon. The Jedi Padawan feigned unconsciousness, reaching out through the Force to understand her situation. A shadow moved over her. There was another person standing outside the room, a Force sensitive. Another Sith? Very well, another voice replied. Good work. Are you awake, Jedi? Varys didn't move, and focused on keeping her breathing consistent. There were metallic footsteps as what she presumed to be a medical droid, retreated away from the cot. And the person looking down on her, she couldn't feel them. Varys knew they were there precisely because she couldn't feel them through the Force, only where they weren't. The space they occupied was cold. They lifted Barris' slacked arm over her face and dropped it. It fell by her wayside. You aren't fooling anyone, Barris. They sat down. I'm running on a tight schedule here, so let's try to make this quick. Barris opened her eyes and saw. In Master Luminera? Master Luminera's face stared back down at her, but as she held her gaze in disbelief, Barris realized they didn't quite wear Master Luminera's face. There was just something wrong about it, something unsettling that made her squirm inside. Maybe it was that Barris couldn't place the color of her eyes, or the hue of her hair, or that she didn't have the same tattoos her master had. Dark side trickery? Flattered, but I'm not her, the human said. How are you feeling? Barris shifted uncomfortably. My arm hurts. Who are you? Rain. I believe this is the first time we've met. Rain smiled amusedly, despite being the captain of the ship you've been held on the entire time. Let's get you up. As the woman reached over her and pulled her cot into a sitting position, Barris suddenly noticed the separatist roundel patched to her shoulder. You're a separatist? Barris didn't know why she sounded surprised. Do I not look like one? She asked back. What does a separatist look like to you? They look like aliens. They looked like Nymodians, Kirkoidans and Geonosians and 1,000 other Outer Rim species. They were slimy, corrupt, serving the fallen Jedi Master Dooku to impose their tyranny over the Republic. It's all over the HoloNet. Are you a separatist? Rain asked her, in a too honest voice. No. Varys refuted indignantly. Why would I be a separatist? You're Mirielin, the separatist told her, as if it explained everything. Miriel is a prominent separatist world, and the I Sector was one of the first to join the Confederacy. I've personally met the senator from Miriel. Barris' throat was dry. I'm a Jedi. They don't represent me. But you represent them, Rain pointed out. I see your tattoos. You still adhere to your people's culture. I represent Master Luminera, Barris wanted to say. She vividly realized she couldn't remember a single thing from Miriel, and that everything she knew of Miriel and culture was from Master Luminera. Why did Miriel join the Separatists? She wanted to ask at the same time, because Barris realized she had never spared a thought about her people before. Strange, isn't it? Rain asked rhetorically. Conflict is easier to feed to the masses when it's nice and simple. One side is good, another is evil. Isn't it your duty as a Jedi to know the truth and protect the truth, instead of parroting what the pundits say? But it is the truth, Barris insisted. Count Dooku is a Sith Lord. He wants to destroy the Republic. That's his view of it, she shrugged. Not all of us do. Have you ever thought about what separatist actually means? Barris opened her mouth to refute her again, but one of Master Luminara's lectures chided her the confines of her mind. This woman, Rain, wanted to antagonize her, get a rise out of her. If Barris lets her do that, then she would be letting her win. Barris forced herself to calm down and think clearly. There was no reasoning with separatists. They've all been captured by Dooku's lies. They're all puppets of the dark side, unknowing or not. It means you want to separate from the Republic, Barris answered simply. That'll all, Rain agreed. Nothing about the Force. Nothing about taking over the galaxy. It should have been that simple. But the Republic didn't let us, and now some of us are convinced that the only way to separate is to remove the Republic from the equation. Their attention was grabbed by a knock on the door. Rain stood up with a mild smile. There will be moderates and hardliners on both sides, those who want peace, and those who want victory. My question is, which side does the Jedi Order represent? If you want peace, then you ought to allow those of us who are more reasonable a chance to carry the day. The woman offered a hand, one which she warily took, and used it to pull Barris to her feet. I look forward to working with you. The door hissed open, revealing a rather nondescript man in separatist uniform. Barris immediately found her eyes drawn to the lightsaber hooked onto his belt. When she cast her eyes back at Rain, her appearance was different again, as if shifting with the light. The same way the color of water seems to change, like an illusion. The word she was looking for came to her tongue, like a mask. Your orders, sir? The man asked. Give her a tour. Rain gently nudged her forward. Both of you may be Jedi, but I'm in charge now. So get to know the ship and the crew, because it will be your new home for the coming months. No need to get comfortable in here. We're off to the wheel in 2 days. Rain turned on her heel and retreated down the hallway with a brisk pace, leaving Barris alone with the Sith. Name's Vinnick, the man said. The uniform looks surprisingly good on you. The uniform? Barris looked down, finding herself in a stale gray uniform. Why am I? When she realized her head felt oddly light, Barris patted her head to find out she wasn't wearing her headscarf either. And her lightsaber. She tried not to let her outrage show on her face. Do you think trying to coerce me into joining you is going to work? I'll never fall to the dark side. Vinnick rubbed his bearded chin. We're not asking you to. Dooku already thinks you are dead, so we are going through all this trouble to keep you out of their sight. Sorry about your lightsaber. It was proof of your death, but you can always make a new one. Follow me. Barris contemplated escaping for a brief moment, but decided better of it. For now, she will humor these people. Only when she has gotten her bearings can she start hashing out a plan to escape or send a distress call to the Jedi Temple. By the time Barris departed her thoughts, she realized Vinnick had already moved on ahead, and she raced to catch up. She passed by a window and saw a desolate planet with an atmosphere of sickly yellow. Raxus Prime, Vinnick said. Welcome aboard the Raxus Starbase, headquarters of the First Fleet. As if on cue, a vast shadow drifted over the planet, a separatist dreadnought. Its beaked prow and painted facsimile of an eye piercing straight through her as if saying, you don't belong here. She had never seen one so close before, and it was like standing beneath a leviathan. Her situation became real to her like a knife pressing into the back of her neck. I'm in the heart of enemy territory. Even if Master Luminara is trying to rescue me, she will never be able to reach me. By the Force, luckily she didn't try anything reckless. She would have never even gotten out of the system. Barris was truly alone now, at the mercy of the strange game her captives were playing. You said Dooku thinks I'm dead, Barris mumbled. Don't you serve him? Why am I still alive? Vinnick wrinkled his nose. I only served him because he was the only choice. I found another. As for what your purpose is, that's beyond me. They stopped before a turbolift, stepping aside to let the occupants through, a Quarren and a Celestin, before quietly stepping through. As the doors slid closed, Vinnick pressed a floor button. Level 3 docks. That lady, Rain, she called you a Jedi, Barris realized. Vinnick coughed in surprise. No, Commodore Rain's a man, probably. A man? Barris' cheeks purpled in shame as she desperately tried to recall her. His appearance, but nothing came to her. She couldn't describe his appearance in her mind's eye any more than she could describe the appearance of the Force. But for some reason, Barris remembered that he looked somewhat like Master Luminara. And I wouldn't call myself a Jedi. Vinnick cleared his throat, saving her from stewing in her own embarrassment. I was raised in the Jedi Order, like you, but I never got to be a Padawan. You're fortunate, you know. Miriolans always look after one another. It took a moment for Barris to understand what he meant. Your service corps. Vinnick nodded. I was assigned to Fulend, right here in Tyen, along with my brother. There were only a handful of us on Fulend and Amen, but I guess it was the Republic's way of showing the Outer Rim they still cared. There was a ding as the turbolift jolted to a stop, and the door slid open. Why did you join the Separatists? Barris asked as they stepped out. Because the Republic didn't care, he answered. Folind and Amon didn't feed the Corps, so we barely saw Republic officials or any supervision from the Agri Corps. We realized what most separatists realized, that the Republic didn't care about any of us. If they did, it was to take our stuff. So when Tyan seceded, we just decided to join them. I suspect some of us had gotten attached to our new home, and for others, I guess it was just apathy. Apathy. Vinnick shrugged. We were already there, and had lived there for years. I know some of us down in Yukio also joined the separatists when Abrian seceded. I imagine it's the same for many Outer Rim outposts. So how many Jedi joined the separatists? The thought alone unnerved her. How many Jedi were on separatist planets when they left the Republic and had just decided to stay? How many couldn't leave? Barriss looked around, as if suddenly expecting to see a lot more lightsaber-wielding people on the station. But it was just the usual affair on any repair yard. Repulsor lift tugs, people movers, transporters, pipe layers. All like bees working to keep the hundreds of warships berthed beyond the atmosphere containment race serviced and space-worthy. So you didn't fall to the dark side? Barriss blurted out. A shadow crossed over Vinnick's face, his eyes growing darker, weary, as if he had aged by a decade in a second. Briefly, he replied curtly. Barriss decided not to push the issue. But if he didn't, how many Jedi did fall to the dark side? She wondered. Like Count Dooku. There it is. Vinnick's voice snapped her from her thoughts. Star Frigate Repulse. Flagship of the White Hand Fleet. Nobody's going to be able to reach you on board of it. Neither Dooku nor Master Luminara was left unsaid. Repulse was a munificent, its separatist roundel freshly repainted and vibrant blue, overlaid over the mess of earthen-colored stains that Barriss couldn't make any order out of. A camouflage? But it's a starship, not a tank. As she approached the ship, Barriss discovered it wasn't just random paint, but a meticulously hand-drawn battlefield. Armies of primitive stick figures wielding spears and bows fought against a variety of creatures, including what appeared to be Nabooan tusked cats, Alderaanian deer, Batuan bears, common nerfs, and huge bantha-sized creatures on stout legs with ortolan-like heads, if ortolans had long, curved, and menacing tusks. Wrapping around the entire ship, it was difficult to make them out even from a few feet away, and at a click out, she imagined that all the effort would be completely unrecognizable from the drab hull. The only thing that stuck out was a massive, stark white handprint, painted onto the upper hull. The very same one, Barriss surmised, that gave the fleet its name. He said it's an Onderonian cave painting, Vinnick commented, but there's not a single Onderonian creature on it. Let's get you on board. You'll have to get used to the crew, they're a bit special. Chapter 13. Calm approach, both system. Baton space. One might think Severance Tan to be aggressive and almost zealous in her approach to strategy, knowing her operational history, but Carrick had grown to know better. Severance Tan was methodical and cautious, almost too cautious, and never willing to commit to any action unless she already knew the outcome. And when she did know the outcome, she would bet everything she had, resulting in her reputation. Only 700 parsecs southeast of Bothawi was the site of her greatest victory, where she used herself as bait. And the Republic task force fell for it hook, line, and sinker. Carrick checked his chrono again. They've been staring down the combined Republic-Bothan fleet for 5 hours, and Severance Tan hasn't moved an inch from the captain's chair, as still as a sculpture. Her glowing red eyes were closed, and Carrick could feel her searching for something through the force. What exactly she was searching for, he did not know. All he knew was that he had been standing next to her for almost 8 hours now, and his legs were getting weak. The reason they hadn't attacked yet was obvious. The enemy fleet had entrenched itself inside the asteroid rings of the gas giant Golem. There was 60,000 clicks of dense ice, rocks, asteroids, dust, and other stellar debris between them. No missile would be able to penetrate the cordon, and even Ascendant Sky's particle shields would expire long before the Dreadnought could reach the other side. But Carrick knew the Republic had ostensibly chosen this specific battlefield to deprive them of the Tan railgun. Severance Tan blinked, her glowing red eyes revealing themselves for the first time in hours. She squinted at the enemy fleet through the forward viewport, as if she had only just realized they were supposed to be in a battle. If Carrick hadn't been sunken in the Force as well, he could have believed the general had genuinely awoken from a nap. Numbers? Her voice was hoarse. 21 Jedi cruisers, including Negotiator and Tranquility, Carrick reported. 33 Arquitans and 17 CR-90 corvettes. There are also 6 Bothan cruisers and 11 Bothan frigates. MMH, she hummed. Can you sense any Jedi? Carrick reached out through the Force, but was barely powerful enough to reach through the vacuum of space. There was no point looking through the viewports. The distance was too great, and he could barely see the red paint jobs of the ships themselves through the planetary belt. No, he answered, lying in spirit. I couldn't sense any. Then this will be simple, Tan said curtly. Can you tell me the most efficient way to defeat them, Captain? The most efficient way to defeat them, Carrick repeated in his mind, spoken like the Republic's defeat was all but assured. The question wasn't how to defeat them, but how to do it with minimal effort and losses. Which means the general already had a plan, and simply wanted to test whether Carrick knew it as well. Test. Carrick's life until now has only been a series of tests, but this was the first time the test had nothing to do with the Force. I have to prove myself worthy. This time, I cannot fail again. He observed the pitch again. With a portion of the Second Fleet enforcing a blockade around Bothawi, they now outnumbered the enemy 2-1, but the asteroid belt negated that. While their capital ships may be able to bludgeon their way through the field, the expense of their particle shields would make them vulnerable to starfighter and missile attacks. Not to mention that their Diamond-class cruisers and Lupus-class frigates would never make it. We need to push them out of their position, Carrick thought out loud. We can circumnavigate the rings and strike from below. And they will climb over the rings, Tan replied, audibly bored. We aren't here to play games with the enemy, Captain. Carrick resisted the urge to shout in annoyance, feeling the dark side creep into the corners of his consciousness. He held it at arm's length. Our missile frigates are quick enough to make it, Carrick tried again, and attaching our point defense cruisers will protect them from enemy starfighters. Severance Tin straightened slightly, which he took as a positive, glancing at her datapad and counting the pins, then at the tactical holo. That would work, she demurred, if the Second Fleet presented the total of our assets. However, if we detach our screens to protect our frigates, that would leave our capital ships vulnerable in their stead. We could recall our Looker Hulks and use their fighter wings. From Bothawi? I want efficiency, Captain. Impatience colored the general's voice. You must remember that battlefield tactics is an extension of greater strategy, Captain. Do not separate tactics from strategy, conflate them instead, and see the larger picture. What is possible here is a result of my decisions on Geonosis a week ago. Commander Mirai, Carrick said. Where is Commander Mirai? Sublight transmission from Hoppawi. The comms droid reported. Corporate Alliance forces have entered the system. 43 ships. Hoppawi? That's the edge of the system. Carrick scowled. The Both system was relatively dense, possessing 8 planets and many more moons. A fleet the size of Commander Mirai's was too large to safely jump directly to Gulm, and will be forced to extract on the edge of the system. If Tan considered pulling their battleships from Bothawi too inefficient, then waiting for an entire fleet to make it all the way from the termination shock was out of the question. He caught Tan smirking in amusement from the corner of his eye. Tell Commander Mirai to get into position, Carrick said in frustration, and have him make it quick. Sir? The droid looked up at him. Commander Mirai isn't with the fleet. His XO is in command. What? Carrick blurted out. Was Mirai killed in action at Kamino? Carrick frowned. That couldn't be right. The Force pressed his mind, telling him something was amiss. There was something he was missing. He could feel it. Corporate Alliance fleet. 43 ships. Wait, only 43? Sir, he asked the general, how many ships were lost at Kamino? 8. Tin bore a knowing look that told him he was on the right track. That means 6 ships are unaccounted for, he mumbled. Droid, what's their flagship? The droid consulted his console, Star Destroyer Vanguard Flare. Commander Mirai's flagship should be the very same flagship of the Corporate Alliance Armada, the Dreadnought Prosperous. There you go, Severance Tin smiled. Now what is the last asset you have missed? Carrick grew silent, combing over everything he knew. He checked the tactical holo, the gravitics, the astrogation computers, anything to jog his memory or give him a spark of inspiration. He even peered through the Force, even though the general never required it, to find something. Have I ever told you where I came from? Tan's voice dug into his spine. No, sir. I come from the unknown regions, she answered herself. We call it the chaos. Navigation computers are unreliable in the chaos because there are no permanent hyperlanes in deep space. Instead, we rely on force-sensitive navigators, known as skywalkers, to predict safe passages. I was one of them. Carrick kept quiet. There was an odd nostalgia in her voice that he dared not interrupt. We boldly went where nobody else dared go, Severance Tin said firmly, even pridefully, through the harshest reaches of the galaxy or beyond it. His tablet buzzed, the sensor readings spiked, alarm lights blinking. Chronospike. A fleet jumped out of hyperspace directly above the enemy, exactly 6 ships strong. 102 pre-prep torpedoes raced ahead of Corporate Alliance Dreadnought Prosperous before it had even fully materialized, cradling its hull in a thick curtain of hash, then followed by the shrieking of hundreds of droid starfighters. The torpedoes branched out like purple lightning, carpeting the topmost warships of the Republic fleet with their brutal ordnance. Their impact times were synchronized perfectly, leaving no ship more time to react than the other, resulting in what seemed like a single massive explosion that gave Gulm a new ring to boast of, one of Dunium, Durasteel, and Cinder. The Inferno screamed in every color of the rainbow, a telltale sign of Rhydonium-based fuel, and the subsequent shockwave drove every proximity sensor on Ascendant Sky to howl in alarm as a portion of the planetary belt was blasted out towards them. To escape the intensifying barrage of laser fire and missiles, the remaining ships precipitously descended as hastily as possible, using the twisted wrecks of their comrades to shield them from above. Most importantly, they were descending beneath the asteroid belt. All ships, Tan reverted back to a disinterested tone as she watched the carnage. Descend 2,000 clicks. Maintain formation, reinforce forward shields. Carrick glanced at Severance Tan in quiet awe. She hadn't been searching for anything. She had been guiding the Alliance fleet through a hidden space lane above the galactic plane. Was there even a single Jedi Master who could do such a thing? Maybe someone from the Explore Corps? But were any of them even powerful enough to see beyond the galactic plane? The Rishi Maze is an interesting phenomenon. She seemed to read his mind. Not because it exists outside the galaxy, but because we know it is there and have traveled to it. But we have not explored it, not truly, because nobody dares to. The Zerika string is the only known hyperlane between lesser space and the Rishi Maze, but that doesn't mean there aren't others. You found another? He said in disbelief. Just like that. It exists for now, Tan replied. Maybe it will stay, maybe it will shift in a decade. It skirts the edge of the intergalactic void, so nothing can be known for certain. But if this space lane didn't exist, or will not exist, I will always be able to find another. Your orders, Captain? Orders, he caught himself. All screens, forward positions, prepare to receive the enemy. All destroyers, activate tractor beam projectors, and set to railgun preset. Prepare to jettison proton torpedoes. The Tan railgun, as its name suggests, was a battle tactic invented by Severance Tan meant to overcome the deficiencies of their self-propelled warheads. Torpedoes were short-range affairs, and at this range drive burnout will send even Ascendant Sky's largest missiles ballistic, thus harmless, while over 55,000 clicks short of target. The Tan railgun compensated for that with extreme acceleration. You can't shoot down a bird traveling at near-luminal speeds, after all. Superluminal too, relatively speaking, if the distance was great enough. Carrick still didn't quite understand how the gravitics worked. Carrick's gaze was drawn to the ship's startled gravitics, which were dramatically warning of unsafe anomalies on both port and starboard flanks. The bridge was basked in the strobing lights of the display, which described the pulsating force field being cycled from aft to prow like a resonant wave. Dust and micrometeorites which had been blasted towards them were slingshot back towards the planet as Ascendant Sky's 10 heavy beam projectors synchronized and intensified. All ships report synchronism, sir, a droid reported. Jettison pilot torpedoes, he commanded. Roger, roger, the droid tapped this console. A single torpedo was ejected off the rear quarter of the dreadnought. Half a heartbeat later, it was captured by the artificial gravitic wave and whipped towards the planet. A purple explosion 60,000 clicks away sent a Bothan cruiser reeling back into a Republic corvette, shattering like glass and perforating the warships behind them with secondary explosions. 6 more whips of light followed as the fleet's other star destroyers tested their railguns, gouging out a pound of flesh from the enemy. All systems functioning as normal, sir, the droid said. All destroyers report systems operational. Proceed. Carrick nodded. Commence firing. Ascendant Sky's proton torpedoes were ejected in succession, each perfectly timed with the strobing gravitational wave to maximize active acceleration, and fired off towards the enemy fleet. Trapped between the corporate alliance and the Second Fleet, the battle, if it could be called that, was already over. All that was left was to watch the pyrotechnics. But the Tan railgun was not without deficiencies itself. Carrick had to remind himself lest he become reliant on the tactic's awesome power. For one, tractor beam projectors were extremely energy-intensive, and powering all 10 concurrently required almost all of Ascendant Sky's weapon, shielding, and engine systems deactivated, leaving only the attitude thrusters to keep the ship cum catapult stable. Second, it was also untenably difficult to aim. As the entire dreadnought now acted as a barrel, even the slightest attitude change could offset the projectile's destination by orders of magnitude. Not to mention the projectile is launched forward in the attitude it is jettisoned. To rectify this, the railgun usually required 2 destroyers abreast of each other, with one acting as propulsion and the other as a guide rail. Still, the first shot will always be the most accurate. Triumphant could attest. Not that it was necessary here. The Republic Bothan fleet was so bunched up, they would be hard-pressed to miss. In conclusion, there were 2 minimum requirements, a dreadnought and range. Because the enemy can press the attack while your warship's power was still being fed to the tractor beam projectors, the battle was already lost. All ships check fire, Severance Tan suddenly said. All power to sublight drives and forward batteries. Modified follow-up spread, clean the rest of them out. Prepare a boarding party. There is something on the negotiator that I want. The reason to check fire was easy to see. The enemy's vanguard now created a wall of wreckage shielding the surviving ships. The corporate alliance fleet had already broken off their vector and was now blazing around for a clear shot. This is a lesson, Captain, to always use every resource at your disposal, Severance Tan told him. It is a simple and obvious concept, but difficult in practice. Any half-competent officer can win a battle, but a good officer must be able to win decisively. And that, Captain, is the ultimate culmination of the web you weave with strategy. We could have defeated them at Manda all the same, she continued. but I made sure Bothawi would be the site of our battle, precisely because I knew they would choose Galm as the site to make their stand. It seems that in their haste to find a defensive position, the Republic had forgotten to secure a path of escape. The Iron Lance fleet was bound by debris to front and top, and the planet to their rear. The planetary rings that once served as their fortress have now become their cage. It was practically unheard of for a battle, no matter how disastrous, to result in the total annihilation of a fleet. There will always be a handful of ships able to make an emergency jump. This would be the second time Severance 10 left nothing but corpses in her wake. You will lead the assault on Koflis, Captain, she told him. You will secure the planet for the Confederacy, and you will do it expediently. Commander Marai will take Munis Mandel, and I will lead the invasion force of Bothawi. I intend on dealing with the Bodhan Spynet personally. Understood. Carrick swallowed, sir. Ascendant Sky had drifted into the debris field, shields shrugging off asteroids and scrap metal alike. Jedi Cruiser Negotiator was the only vessel remaining, trapped and surrounded by the Second Fleet, closing in like sharks around a carcass. Look, the general declared in awfully controlled glee. This is my definition of victory. This will make the Republic panic. The Wheel, Beshgorgon System. Maldred Sector. Repulse, Renown, and my new ship, Revenge were black swans among the luxury liners, space yachts, and personal haulcrafts berthed around B-0978, an enormous space station shaped like a wheel. And who would have guessed it? The station was called the Wheel. A central cylindrical fuselage spun on its axis, with two massive spokes leading out to a circular promenade, from which just under 100 docking piers extended, large enough to accommodate any size of ship. The entire station was the size of a moon, directly orbiting around the star Beshgorgon, supporting a permanent population of around 300,000 souls. Hundreds, maybe thousands, of vessels were harbored around the station, moored at the innumerous buoys that afforded cheaper parking. Countless cutters and pinnaces shuttled to and fro the station, transporting all the people who wanted to enjoy the Wheel's comforts and luxuries. The queue was perhaps even longer, stretching like a ring around Beshgorgon. I spotted every kind of ship, from vast passenger liners to freighters to official-looking shuttles. There were probably all kinds of people here. Merchants, self-important VIPs, seedy black market dealers, they all silently split before my star frigates without even a single call of complaint. Because the Wheel was an independent entity in separatist space. Technically, even Republic Navy ships cannot be attacked in this system due to the extreme autonomy the Wheel exercises. One might ask just how Cody Sunchild, the station's administrator, apparently avoids direct oversight, and the answer was with copious amounts of taxes paid directly to the Confederate government. It didn't hurt that Sunchild was a separatist himself. All of this meant that Navy ships were extremely rare in Beshgorgon. And when there were Navy ships in the system, you keep quiet and move aside, because it usually means somebody fucked up. In other words, I get to skip the queue. Privileges. And as expected, the administrator Sunchild was there to welcome me at the docking bay. He was a rather short fellow, with peachy skin, long elf-like ears, and a braided mop of white hair on top of his head. I couldn't name his species. Captain, his beady little eyes flickered towards my shoulder. Commodore, I had heard of your return to Raxus, but it is to my great shame I had not anticipated your presence here. What brings you to the Wheel? Nothing bad, I hope. So Sunchild had agents on Raxus? No, on the Raxus starbase. Not very surprising. He also hasn't heard of my promotion yet, which means he didn't have his eye on me specifically. Also not surprising. I'm deployed down south, while he should be focused on interests closer to home. The alien snuck a glance at the small army of battle droids marching down the ramps, a bead of sweat running down his temple. While his jowled face was deep-set in forced calm, I could still make out the mild panic in his eyes. It was amusing, to say the least, to watch the capitalist and richest man in this sector of space, as he owned the Wheel, suddenly realize he wasn't the biggest fish in the pond anymore. I silently inspected Sunchild a bit longer, just to watch him squirm. No, I gave a dead smile. I hope not indeed. I don't know if you have heard, but the usual patrols will be lifting. I'm just dropping by to make sure everything is in order, you understand. He has definitely heard. Hundreds of ships suddenly upped and gone is not something a savvy fellow like Sunchild would miss. The administrator returned the smile, clasping his hands together nervously. Oh, of course, officer. The Wheel is yours to enjoy. His anxiety was well-founded. What should have been a loosened leash had unexpectedly turned into a chokehold. No doubt he had bribed many of the captains operating in the region to turn a blind eye to some of his more questionable operations. I presented an unknown to him, a veteran officer from the most war-torn corner of the galaxy, suddenly replacing the sinecure holding Nepati pushovers he was familiar with. Sunchild simply didn't know if I was going to play the game of these waters. I intend to, I replied conversationally. I hope you don't mind me commandeering this docking bay. Like hell I was going to pay docking fees. Even the standard fees will rip a new hole in your wallet, at least 10 times the going rate of similar stations. Ah, of course not. Sunchild calmed down. If it pleases you, sir, I could have someone guide you around to see everything the wheel has to offer. That won't be necessary. Thank you. I suddenly switched my tone to authoritative barking, making the alien flinch. Taylor, give me a perimeter around the level. Clear the area. I don't want anyone on the floor, understood? After that, you may continue working on renown. Roger, Roger. Taylor saluted as enthusiastically as a droid could, before heading off to coordinate the now hundreds of droids marching into the station. Here, Afi, come. I gently grabbed Sunchild's shoulder and spun him around, forcing him to walk with me. I have an appointment to make, Mr. Administrator, and will be gone by tomorrow. Continue your duties well. He calmed down after that, understanding coming over his expression. An exhaustive sigh of relief nearly escaped his lips, but Sunchild caught himself in time, choking down a breath and eyes skittishly darting to make sure I didn't notice. His escort of wheel security personnel skittishly glanced at each other, but didn't dare make a move. God, I'm such a fucking asshole. Turning the corner and into the transport tube, I found an airflow car already waiting for me. I boarded it along with Hare, Barris, and 4 super battle droids, inclining my head towards the administrator as we sped off. Welcome aboard the wheel, sir, the car's dashboard spoke. I am Mastercom, the administrative control system of the station. You have been granted clearance to every level of the station. Do you have a destination in mind? I briefly wondered if Mastercom remembered me from my last visit. Probably not. He had millions of people to handle, and I was dressed as a civilian the last time. I do indeed, I said. The Cosmo Lounge, please. Not the fanciest establishment, but about the upper end of middle range. Should have been beyond budget for newly commissioned officers, but we were in the mood to splurge, so we pooled our credits together to book a private room. Old times. As I settled in, I noticed Barris looking at me. What is it? Did you have to do that? Barris asked, before quickly tacking on, treating the administrator like that, I mean. Have you met many capitalists before, Afi? I hummed. No. I have, Hare blinked. They are annoying. Well said, I agreed. When you get the chance, and by that I mean when you have power over them, don't leave them with any false impressions. They're self-serving, but that means they won't try to do something stupid under your nose. I told him we're leaving tomorrow, remember? He'll keep the wheel nice and tidy for today, then restart everything after we leave. What good is that? Barris was even more confused. What good? It's an understanding, Afi. I explained. He keeps it low-key, and I won't have anything to report. If I don't have anything to report, I won't have any paperwork to do. Simple as that. It's preferable to getting bribed. She looked initially outraged, but then morphed into a more pensive face. I took that as progress. Mastercom was probably listening in, but Mastercom was equivalent to the station itself, so whatever. It's after we step out of the airflow car that requires brevity. This place is crawling with both Separatist and Republic agents. A few minutes later, we were at our stop. I told Mastercom thank you as I exited the car, as did Hare. Barris looked a bit confused at that, but her attention was swiftly consumed by the brilliant chaos of the wheel. Aliens from every corner of Separatist space, and even Republic space, if you knew where to look, reveled in these neon-lit corridors, surrounded by the bustle of every storefront imaginable. You can find anything here, and I wasn't kidding. Sure, the premium clubs, casinos, and hotels on the luxury level were the highlights of this place, but the wheel's special status meant its true value lay in what couldn't be seen. Every third person we passed by was probably a slicer, infochant, or spy. Half the businesses on the station were more likely than not fronts for smuggling rings and black market brokers. One wrong turn down a dimly lit alley, and you'll end up in a sleazy gambling den. For fuck's sake, there was a gladiator arena in the center of the station. Barris swiveled her head around, wide-eyed. This is scum and villainy, I muttered. Polite, dressed nice, and operating under a veneer of officiality. Everyone here's a professional, because that's a requirement if you want to pay the outrageous rental rates. Watch for pickpockets. Fair warning, in any other circumstance. The crowded concourse seemed awfully spacious as everybody gave us a wide berth. Despite the station's eccentricities, security kept everything clean outwardly. Scuffles were unheard of, and the numerous gangs divvying up the plazas knew better than to cross Mastercom. My B2 battle droids were overkill in that regard. Patrol the floor. I ordered my droids, and Afi, take these credits and find some fun. She eyed me suspiciously as I dropped the cash into her hand. Aren't you afraid that I'll escape? I'll be very impressed if you find a Republic agent, I said softly. And I'll be even more impressed if you convince them not to kill you. Why would they do that? Barris caught herself. You're a Murielin, first of all, I said. Second, you're wearing a Confederate uniform, and all of them have already seen you. Republic intelligence aren't Jedi. Afi, they don't subscribe to compassion and, well, naivete. They're going to drag you through a back door and put a slug in your head, because better to eliminate a security risk than take that chance. They'll assume you're leading me straight to them. And they'd be right, I added wordlessly, because you have 3 trackers in your body in 3 different places. I can hear everything you hear and everything you say. Even if they do believe her and take her in, unlikely as that was, I won't be losing anything. I checked her expression. It was blank. Must be a Jedi thing. At least I gave her something to chew on. For now, I had to instill into her the sense that the Republic is not completely white, then work off from there. Maybe the Confederate HoloNet will present a different point of view as well. Baby steps. We'll meet at the bay later, I told her. If you get lost, just look for the nearest info kiosk and Mastercom will help you out. Let's go, Hare. Let's hope my standing order for the B2S to keep a strict eye on her sticks. The Cosmo Lounge was a popular establishment on the middle ring, popular enough to warrant a bouncer despite being a cantina. The reason was because the cantina was near the hangars and not in the main hall. So most rich patrons on the wheel only for a stopover gravitated towards the lounge. The bouncer, a beefy near-human, stopped me just outside the entrance. Admirably, he didn't show an ounce of nervousness as he warily eyed my military overcoat. Sorry, sir. We're full, he smacked his lips. Do you have a reservation? Trilm, I believe. He searched up the name on his tablet, eyes shining in relief when he found the name, Private Dining 2. Please follow me. Chapter 14. The Wheel, Besh-Gorgon System. Maldred Sector. The dining room could be described as a respectably sized karaoke room, fit with the soft, if dim, lighting and a wall-hugging couch that girdled the rectangular table that dominated much of the space. There was a porthole on one wall, just as I remembered, possessing a commanding view of the docking piers and the sea of stellar lights, from stars and ships alike. Corellian light sculptures hung from the ceiling on invisible strings, almost like ethereal floating blazes. The cost must have been staggering, and was a telling view into just how profitable even unassuming cantinas like the Cosmo Lounge can be on the wheel. But my eyes were immediately drawn to the woman hunched over the table, cradling a glass of golden liquor. Callie Trilm's silver-gray hair shimmered in the warm lighting, creating the illusion of smoky wisps rising from her head. You made an entrance, she muttered as I sat down. There's a spectrum between awfully cautious and overly careless, and yet you somehow managed to straddle a line between the two. Callie raised her head, half-lidded eyes fluttering. A scar stretched from above her right eyebrow down to her cheek and glistened bleeding red. I discreetly nudged Hare with my heel, sending her scampering beneath the table. I guess that means I know what to prioritize, I shrugged. Clearly, Callie grumbled. Commodore, is it? I suppressed a smug smile. Looks like I jumped ahead of you. You're fighting in the south, she shot back enviously. There's nothing going on here in the north. No chances for promotion. She downed the rest of her glass in one go, gasping for air as she slammed it back onto the table. Callie was right, in a way. The quietness on the Perlemian was precisely the reason why General Tan was able to call the First Fleet away. With both hers and Admiral Tanitha's words, the memo sent to Raxus was the perfect bait. Two of the top brass confirming there was an absolute certainty of glory and feats to be had in the south. I'd bet my left foot Callie wanted to go as well, if not for the fact that the CLYSM fleet was an independent entity understanding orders to garrison Salvara. Is Dooku not working out for you? I leaned back. Callie pursed her lips. Well, in some ways. You ought to sell Techno-Union stocks. I heard from a contact that what Tambor was captured on Ryloth. Shit. Their value is going to plummet when the Republic makes that known. I held my chin. I suppose I can reinvest in the retail caucus. You know something? Callie's eyes shone. General Lothsom had captured Christophsis, I said. You'll probably see the caucus announcing the production of crystalware pretty soon. No, this wasn't insider trading. It's just acting in advance on misappropriated information. All right, maybe it was insider trading, but the Confederacy was just asking for it, with the way its military-industrial complex was structured. Callie nodded shallowly. Christophsis, that's big. You were there? You never told how'd you get promoted. Who were you assigned to? Trench, I answered. General Tan after that. The Pantoran, she recognized. As for why I got promoted, well, that's why I'm here for you. I smiled shallowly. I need your help. The commander of the CLYSM fleet stilled, a painful look growing on her face that blatantly said, I don't think I'll like what I'm going to hear. She gestured for me to continue anyway, loosening the collar of her dress. We're losing the war, you know that right? I said bluntly. I need your help getting Tan into the Supreme Commander's office. Callie clicked her teeth. No. I paused in surprise. That was the kind of no that meant no to everything. I won't help you. I won't even hear it. In fact, just stop talking. The whole package. I knew Callie. I think so, at least, and she was the kind of person to have all the facts before making a decision. To shoot me down so quickly meant she was afraid, to the point that even hearing whatever I was about to say could be dangerous to her. I narrowed my eyes. Dooku has another person in mind? Callie Trilm was a born and bred Serenian. It was an open secret that she was one of Dooku's closest confidants and aides. It was the reason she was chosen to guard the critical stronghold of Salvara. She chewed on my question for a moment, before leaning forward. The second fleet is in the south, under Tan. The third is in the north, under Admiral Kirst. Why do you think the first has no nominal commanding officer? Because the first is stationed in the foundry, I answered. Whoever takes that office will have too much power, so there's a lot of pushback in the brass. Callie shook her head, spoken like a field officer. That's Dooku's excuse, and anyone not familiar with the staff would believe it. A post this significant should be filled by now, by Trench, Tanith, Kriff, even Duoningo, wherever the hell he is. The reason is because Dooku is saving the first fleet for someone. He is the pushback you are talking about. Grievous. The name immediately popped into my head. I can't think of anybody other than General Grievous taking the office. It would catapult him into the top brass and put him right on track for the Supreme Commander's office. Do you know who? I had to confirm. No, she breathed out. Dooku wouldn't tell me. But I'm not going to risk rocking the ship so close to whatever he's planning. Callie picked up a tablet and ordered another round of drinks, grumbling something about not being drunk enough for this. You know the CLYSM fleet is likely to be absorbed into the first if this goes through, I pointed out, concealing my mild desperation. Don't you fear losing your independence? My independence has consisted of squatting in Salvara for 2 months, she rebuked. I don't mind losing my independence if it means I can do something. All right, I grinned internally, if that's what you want. Then why not join me? Callie regarded me for a couple heartbeats before raising an eyebrow. That's sweet. But, like you said, Kirst and Tan are the only real options if you want action. I grabbed her hand on the table. Trench and Tanith serve their sponsors first, so you won't get much relevance from them. But Tan, you know her record. You won't even need to lose operational independence. CLYSM can be an auxiliary attachment to the second. Callie's shoulders rose, then fell. She tightened her grip around my hand for a heartbeat before pulling away. Dooku's a Jedi, Rain. Her voice was strained. He'll see it. CLYSM is arguably the most important fleet on the Perlemian. I can't move without his direct approval. He's going to introduce the new admiral, and CLYSM will be folded in. Riding the wave is my only option right now. I leaned back pensively. Glancing out of the porthole, I could make out the inimitable silhouettes of my star frigates, their massive skeletal hulls dwarfing the luxury craft around them. There wasn't any sign of the Star of Sereno, the flagship of the CLYSM fleet. That means her presence here was as off the books as you can get in the most heavily militarized sector of separatist space. I pinched my cheek, deep in thought. I had not known of her predicament, and for a brief moment, I felt somewhat flattered she would sidestep the rules to meet me. I heard the door sliding open, and a service droid fleetingly appeared for no more than a couple seconds to drop off a round of liquor. And then I remembered who exactly Commander Callie Trom was. The same person who sucked up to Count Dooku for years to ingrain herself with the top wasn't exactly an icon of sentimentality. This was a calculated decision. She wasn't here for me. She was here for what I could give her. That was almost more comforting. That can't be the reason you called me here. Her voice was sharper, more controlled. What warmth and mellow it had bleeding to leave behind cool objectivism. What is it you want from me? And what do you have in return? I want to organize a war game. I inspected the porthole, tracing its rim, just a simple pastime for the naval commanders remaining in the foundry. I'm bound for Ringo Vinda to refit my ships, and that is where the war game will take place. Via holoconference, I presume? I turned around. That's right. If I'm asking, they'll accept. Callie crossed her arms. But after they're patched in, how are you going to make them stick around? The scenario will be, I replied smoothly, a hypothetical all-out Republic offensive from Lanteles, spearheaded by the Open Circle Fleet, backed by the entire Cerulean Spear Command. The First Fleet, coincidentally, is nowhere to be found. All that's standing between the Republic and the complete capitulation of the Confederacy is the skeleton forces remaining on the Perlemian. I kept a completely straight face throughout the entirety of it, but I could tell Callie wasn't convinced. She raised an eyebrow. Hypothetically? Hypothetically, I confirmed, all right. The objective is to hold back the Republic long enough for the First Fleet, and the Second, coincidentally, to return from a mission and reinforce us. That'll pique their interest, don't you think? She nodded slowly, a single slender finger tracing something imaginary on the table. Then she snatched a glass and chugged the entire thing before slamming it down. Something heated up inside of me, seeing that. I see, Callie hummed, as if nothing had happened. Tell you what, I know a girl. Kratala, brilliant scientist and engineer, though she styles herself a doctor. Expert in cybernetics and droid work. Word is she fell in hot water with the Chancellor's staff and defected to the Separatists. She runs a deep space research station in Salvara. Cybernetics? I interrupted. Did she receive any important visitors in the last week? Callie eyed me carefully, displaying her impressive alcohol resistance. There was a medical pinnace, but I couldn't say. Galaxy's a smaller place than I thought. As I was saying, she glared. Kratala knows another defector, a captain named Rel Harsol. And Harsol got contacts in the Confeats underground. I'd wager some shops on the wheel have ties with him, but he also knows just about every naval officer in the foundry. He specializes in black market parts, you see, and captains like to rig their ships with, let's just call them unsanctioned hardware. Nobody's clean in this patch of space. So you can get me my war game. I reached for a glass. Callie raised what I liked to call the eyebrow of expectation. I dropped a hand beneath the table and beckoned Hare up, who hopped onto the couch. Callie's eyes widened at seeing the droid, before narrowing to shoot me a look somewhere between annoyed and amused. Hare's storage hatch opened, revealing an indistinct black box, small enough that I could hold it comfortably in a hand. I set it down on the table. I can give you this, I started. Callie picked it up and inspected it closely. A Republic Starpath unit. I answered the wordless question, ripped right out of a Jedi cruiser. Every Republic Navy asset within 6 radial parsecs is tracked on that thing in real time, and it's a one-way uplink. Untraceable. She suddenly held it as if it was a block of solid gold, her mute gray eyes flashing into a storm. You have more of these? She asked quietly. Starpaths? No. I leaned forward. But I have an entire cruiser's worth of data on my ships. Is that enough for you? Callie smiled, the widest and most genuine I've seen in a long time, and I took a sip to hide my expression. Nearly choked on it, too, when Hare surprised me with a tap on the shoulder. The droid tried to whisper, bless her soul. The girl contacted Mastercom. Go. Looks like the Jedi's already run into trouble, which was typical as far as my limited knowledge was concerned. Trouble always seems to find Jedi, and I didn't have the energy to worry about it. If she's caught by Republic agents, she won't be able to divulge anything anyways. I made sure of it. Callie tracked the droid as she slinked out of the room, but didn't mention it. I'll throw in something else for you. I know an engineer on Ringo Vinda, and Quarren named Isquick Tors. Works for the QFD. If you have names you can throw around, he'll help you out. Unlike you to give freely, I noted. I came here knowing what I want, she rasped, rising to her feet, and nobody's listening. I finished the rest of my drink and slid it on the table, feeling it warm my chest. Callie came down on me, leaning in for a brisk kiss. It was a brief thing, nothing of passion and filled only with the desires of two people willing to relieve some stress. I withdrew to find an eager grin, with all teeth. My eyes caught hers, and a tentative finger reached up to trace the scar that ran down her face. Now, really? I whispered. There were 100 better times, and 1,000 better places than this. This was going to bite me in the ass later, but that's a problem for future Rain. Her grin widened when she realized I gave up on hiding the way I was looking at her. Awfully cautious and overly careless. That's me. In answer, she pushed me against the wall. There was nothing tentative about what followed. I'm being watched. Barriss didn't know exactly when she realized it. Maybe after she started winning one too many games of Pazak, but her every instinct swiftly started screaming at her to get out. Master Luminera always told her to always trust her instincts, and Barriss wasn't about to fail her now. She kept her gaze fixed on her cards, however, as she came up with a plan of escape. First, she had to win this game. Master Luminera was very good at Pazak, and as her Padawan, Barriss couldn't tarnish her reputation by leaving in the middle of round. Madam, the dealer pressed. Barriss stared at her hand, reaching out with the force to count the cards in the set. After some simple mathematics, she decided to double down. After doubling her bet, she flicked a card out of her side deck, Pazak. Barriss couldn't resist grinning, and the small mob of bystanders behind her broke into cheers. They had, after all, just one big. A hastily collected payday later, and Barriss was out on the street with a credit-filled briefcase in her hand. She made for the nearest info kiosk, keeping tabs on the presents following her. It was only once she went a level down did Barriss decide that it wasn't a casino agent on her tail. She honestly wouldn't be surprised if it was. She ran the house dry back there. Which ran the question, who? This wasn't any sort of common gangster. Not only did her uniform, and she hated herself for appreciating the dress of the enemy, warded away the chaff, this particular figure was a professional. The only reason Barriss knew she was being followed at all was because of the force. A stir of hope and worry mixed in her gut as she wrestled with the idea that it may be a Republic agent. This was her best chance to get rescued, or in Rain's opinion, get herself killed. And if it was a separatist, then she was truly finished. A separatist wouldn't follow a separatist, and that once again left a sour taste, and it could only mean her cover was blown. Barriss wondered where her previous bluster had gone, as she felt her way through the teeming crowds, that she would be so eager to sacrifice herself to help the Republic. Maybe it was because she was already staring at death, inhabiting Ventress animated eyes, back then. But now, all she felt at the thought of dying was bitterness. She was in no real danger. Barriss was a Jedi, yet she never felt so trapped. Trapped in this blasted uniform, in this blasted crowd, on this blasted station. What was she to do? Swing around and pull her tail out with the force? And give herself away to these hundreds, thousands of people? Then what? Damn a patriot of the Republic to torture or death? Or let herself get captured, if that was their intention? Or are they going to drag me through a back door and put a slug in my head? Bitterness. Barriss glanced at her chrono, using the pretense to hasten. She found the kiosk and cut her way through the mass. Too many people. There's too many people. Master Calm. She wetted her lips. Can you get me the quickest route to Docking Bay 33? Barris felt the console scanning her face. Please follow the signs to the nearest airflow system station, madam. I have prepared a car for you. She stumbled away before the administrator even got the last word in, already searching for her next destination. Her tail inched closer even as she sped up, and Barris instinctively reached for her lightsaber. It wasn't there. Barris mumbled a curse beneath her breath, rounding the corner and sighting the entrance to the airflow tube. Her tail soon realized what she was after because it felt like the force was pounding her eardrums with their steps. A three-fingered hand grabbed her arm, burning like ice, and something snapped inside of her. Without looking back, Barris ripped herself free and broke into a sprint, all but leaping into the cockpit of the car and slamming the hatch down behind her. The sensation was finally cut, and Barris deflated with the pressure receding from her ears. She let the briefcase slide out of her damp hands, letting the cockpit's one-way glass slide over her as the car merged onto the station's internal highway. Rude. Barris leaped inside her own skin, whipping her head around to find Hare staring up at her from the passenger seat. How did you? You contacted Master Calm, the droid said flatly. Why? Someone was following me, Barris explained, and they weren't an amateur. That can happen for any reason, Hare said, tapping her tablet. But I will accompany you. Barris wasn't sure how much the little droid could do, but she found herself appreciating the thought. To her surprise, Docking Bay 33 was a maelstrom of activity when she found it. The squadron of 3 were moored at internal piers, housed entirely within a gleaming atmosphere containment ray that spanned the entire space-facing side. Droids, battle droids, were scuttling to and fro doing something. She recognized Tabana canisters being moved on wheeled station wagons, systematically moved and loaded onto the ships by repulsor lifts. Pipes ran across the ceiling and floor before fixing to the ship. The Renown was practically encased in a cocoon of scaffolding, a tumult of activity surrounding it as its crew worked on the frigate. There was a continuous babble of highly recognizable B-1 droid voices, which all drowned together into indiscernible noise. What are you doing here? Vinnick's voice was an island of baritone, shouting over the chatter. Barris lifted her prize. I won 500,000 credits. The fallen Jedi's eyes bulged before he muttered something and shook his head. I'll bring that to your cabin for you. Why don't you make yourself useful and help out Zenith while you're here? She briefly questioned whether her credits would be safe in his hands, before scolding herself for worrying about material things. The credits can help me plan an escape, Barris reasoned. That's why she needed them. She still couldn't help but gaze at her hard-won money longingly as it disappeared under Vinnick's grasp. Who's Zenith? She suddenly realized. He's the captain of Renown, Hare answered, second captain. Because the original Zenith was destroyed, and this one's a backed-up memory drive. Hare waddled towards the warship, and as Barris followed after her, she allowed herself to be amazed by the size of the vessel. From the bridge of a Venator, these frigates always looked so small, insignificant. There was a small gathering of battle droids huddled around a tablet, their chassis decorated with bright yellow stripes and reflective tape. She caught a glimpse of a newsreel flashing across the display and heard a faint female voice. As we enter the second month of the Battle of Yavin, we see that the Republic has displayed increasing brutality and depravity against the local Atrakanites. New images are coming in here. Karaya's soul, look at that. Neutral observers have estimated that nearly a quarter of the planet's surface has been rendered uninhabitable by the Republic's unrestricted bombing campaigns, atomic bombing, if we are to believe the reports. Unsurprisingly, the plight of Yavin has yet to be, and will never be, covered by the mainstream government-dominated media. But make no mistake, good citizens of the galaxy, the shadow feed will rip away the Republic's veil of deniability and reveal the truth. The estimated civilian death toll on Yavin is already in the millions. I think we can all agree this cannot be allowed to continue any longer. The Republic must face accountability for its heinous war crimes. A smattering of worried droid mumblings followed. Barris pressed her lips together and turned away. Zenith was easy to find, as his painted head stood out cleanly from the moving crowds. She felt nervousness bubbling through her veins as she approached him, coming before the gaping maw of Renown, the twin barrels of its super-heavy turbolaser mount clearly large enough to fit her entire body inside. Lieutenant, Zenith's proximity sensors clearly noticed her. What do you need? Vinnick said I should help. She shifted. If a droid could display annoyance, Barris imagined annoyance was flashing over the captain's metallic faceplate right then. We are bunkering right now, Zenith said. Do you know the procedures? No. Somehow, the droid's lifeless stare seemed a lot like Master Luminaris, the kind that happens when she says something dumb. Find Artisan on the scaffolds. Portside, Zenith's sigh sounded like a synth harmonica. He'll have something for you. Artisan, as it turned out, was a colorful B-1 battle droid that appeared minutely larger than the others due to the amount of paint he had over his frame. Hidden in the cage of scaffolding were several dozen droids, all with brushes and buckets. They were painting, and again, it wasn't in any scheme. Instead, All across the hull were scattered paragraphs in 100 different writing scripts. Barris spotted Orbesh, Huttese, Mandalorian, Corellian, and a countless others she didn't recognize. Every paragraph was on a human scale, and across the warship's vast exterior, Barris wouldn't be surprised if the droids were able to fit every major language in the galaxy on it. Ooh, clever, Hare mumbled. Huh. Every language says the exact same thing. A transcript from a starship engineering manual. The little droid seemed amused and impressed at the same time. You only need to understand one of them to understand all of them. But why? But why? Those two words have found permanent residence in her head these days, Barris thought. Every time she thinks she understands something about these droids and their eccentric leader, she comes across a gaping chasm of peculiarity. And for the first time in memory, the Force was of no help. Droids were impenetrable to her, and so was that black hole in human skin called Rain. Nobody knows. Hare handed her the datapad. Not since he was the same height as me. Good luck. The droid started scampering back down just as Artisan noticed her presence. Can you write Mirielin? It's not in our diction database. Most of us learn Orbesh from. I'm at the end of a 12-hour shift. My radiators are covered with paint, and my processors are overheating, Artisan said bluntly. Can you write Mirielin or not? I can. A brush and bucket was shoved in her direction. There's an empty spot over there, Artisan pointed. Just copy the Orbesh over in Mirielin. Wait, I'm doing this myself. Look over there. The Commodore wrote that himself. Barris looked over there and found a much the same in cursive high galactic. So cursive, she almost couldn't read it. Master Luminara's lessons are paying off now, she thought dryly. Still, this man can write high galactic as well, and he was from Onderon. Maybe it was requirement, but the handwriting implied extreme familiarity. Her line of thought was broken after more nudging from the battle droid turned painter, and Barris finally relented. She started working on the Mirielin translation of what was essentially a how-to guide for building your own starship. Worded for primitives to understand, she mused, how peculiar. Chapter 15. Orbit of Ringo Vinda System. User Sector. Trying to procure ships in the Confederate Navy was like trying to wrestle half a dozen cats into a bag. Which is to say, nearly impossible, unless you have catnip. Look, I reasoned, you know who my sponsor is, after her campaign. She's going to need ships. Replacements, repairs, refits. She can do that here, if with a bit of convincing. Catnip, in this case, was obviously cash. Or clout. While not as great as Quats, Ringo Vinda's orbital shipyards also served a double purpose as a supply distribution hub. It was in close proximity to the Perlemian trade spine, yet also not exactly on it. And that meant it was a hassle and a half to capture, while also able to preside over the entire theater. All of the major separatist-backed starship manufacturers had leased out docks here, and were working in close proximity with the Ringo Vindan government. Think of the manufacturers as franchisors, and the entire orbital station as a single massive franchisee. All the cats were already in the bag. Now I only had to wrestle a single bag of cats. Isquick Torres stroked his facial tentacles. The Pantoran herself as our sponsor. That is enticing. Maybe because I had been out of the social circles for too long, because I was actually fighting the war. Mind you, I had missed out on the whole Pantoran debacle. See, General Tan's species was a closely kept secret by, well, even the people keeping the secret were secret. In any case, some cheeky officer started calling her the Pantoran because of her blue skin, and it became a little inside joke. Pantoran rolled off the tongue easier than Runian, you see. Then some blabbermouth accidentally referred to her as that in a press conference, and it was all over. Anybody keeping up with the war, or even random military geeks, now knew General Tan as the Pantoran. I found it mildly funny. I don't think she will, however. Very well, Torres finally said. I have a feeling the board will be pleased, so long as you uphold your end of the deal. This will undoubtedly be a profitable relationship, I agreed. Now, about my ships. Ringo Vinda has 8-star frigates on hand. The Corrin produced a datapad and guided me onto a wheeled transport to tour the graving docks, newly built. 2 are still going through their trials. A data package was sent to my own tablet, which included all the relevant specs and information about the ships in question. Frigate 1027 RV, Frigate 1028 RV. I scrolled on, noticing they haven't even received their transponder IDs yet. Torres wasn't lying. These ships were fresh from the oven. In comparison, my Repulse and Renown are old women. Old, murderous ladies with a plenitude of kills under their belt, but still outdated nonetheless. That being said, I had no intention of changing my flagship. Repulse is mine, and I have poured too much effort and sentiment into that hunk of Durasteel to swap her out for what amounts to a shiny new toy. Sure, retrofitting her into a C-3 frigate took time and money, but my efforts in wooing Senator Singh had paid off well. Repulse was a brand new ship by the time she left Raxus Starbase. Is it safe to assume these ships have much of the intel suites stripped away for austerity? I asked. They were, because I could see it in the specs. But I wanted to confirm. Didn't expect a field commander like you to ask about back-end hardware, the engineer said, but you're right. Most of that space has been replaced with updated sensor packages and fire control systems. I tapped the tablet with my fingernails. How many of the older models do you have? The originals. Tor's eyes narrowed, his tendrils rustling. Those don't have guns. Oh, he thinks I'm up to some funny business. Which, granted, I was. I intend on using them to spy on Republic military channels, I clarified. With the First Fleet absent, it is paramount we stay vigilant. Tors nodded slowly. If you're intending on parking them between transceivers, I suppose there's no need for guns. And it's not like we'll miss them, but the higher-ups will. I'm willing to buy your excuse, sir, but others won't. I smiled thinly. He thinks I'm going to use the frigates not to spy on the Republic, but to spy on the Confederacy's government apparatus. He thinks I'm digging up dirt on the politicians. Literally anybody else would buy my explanation without batting an eye, but of course the engineer will pick up on my intentions. It's his job to know what these frigates can and cannot do, I suppose. Also because he's into some shady shit regardless. And he was right. It's simply that I intend not to spy on politicians, but Sith Lords masquerading as politicians. The HoloNet was a physical object, countless physical objects, in fact. The HoloNet was the millions of hyperwave relay stations littered across the galaxy and the S-threads that linked them all into one intricate web made of countless matrices. When the only other method of interstellar communication was sublight transmissions, these relays represented the only practical form of long-distance contact. And it was expensive to operate. We're talking about millions of space stations strewn throughout the galaxy here. Can you imagine their upkeep? It was affordable all considered, thanks to economies of scale, but the service gets pricey quickly. Then, by process of elimination, who could send messages from Coruscant to Sereno, a distance that was essentially halfway across the galaxy? Voicemails were cheap, voice calls were accessible, video mail, and you'd have to be middle class, middle upper for live video. Holograms on the other hand? Now we're reaching population percentages you can count on both hands. Then, who can send full resolution, low latency, full body rendered live holocalls across that same stretch on a regular basis? That's getting into the super rich territory, or at least those with government privilege. And now, what if the galaxy was at war, and the HoloNet was cut right down the middle? And with the non-communication law recently passed by the Republic Senate, which outlaws any form of communique between Republic and Confederate officials. Know what you were looking for, and it's remarkably easy to find it by elimination. That's why transmissions were typically encrypted, even more so for the privacy-conscious, and usually nobody has the time, money, or effort to crack them. And that's where the munificent-class Star Frigate comes in. Originally designed by the IGBC to serve as what was essentially a mobile hyperwave transceiver, mass-produced, and they created their own comms matrix isolated from the HoloNet in order to securely process financial transactions. That matrix was still being employed by the Confederate military, in fact. It's impossible to tap into S-threads, but I can still take a page out of the IGBC's playbook and park a munificent right next to a relay and listen in, or more daringly, redirect the transmissions through the ship itself. All I had to do was find the most direct S-thread between Coruscant and Sereno, find one of the relays it runs through, and slice into it. Fuck, common bounty hunters can do it. Why can't a literal espionage frigate fitted with state-of-the-art tech? Palpatine and Dooku can encrypt their transmissions as much as they'd like, but that'd just make the thread easier to find. Shit, I don't even need to be that specific. Dooku contacting anyone on Coruscant? With my frigates, I can crack open any amount of encryption. The automation was just icing on the cake. I can just leave them there and check in once in a while. I have 3 years. I have time. I have money. And I'm more than willing to put in the effort. Truthfully, I was making it up as I went along. But building up a case against Dooku to present to the Senate was a good start. And so was crafting new command codes for my fleet, as I didn't want to get Mustafa'd. I need to get my hands on some engineers for that, another task for the bucket list. Then turn them into warships, I suggested. The first wartime frigates were those with barbettes taped onto their hulls. I'll tell the board we need as many ships as we can get for defense. Tors hummed in agreement. We won't be able to fit the super heavy cannons, but you won't need that. The comm packages will also need some touching, but we can make it work. You have the credits for this. Dare to ask General Tan that. I don't think General Tan will pay much attention to a few million more credits in the bill, but if she does, well, I'll let future me deal with that. He laughed. Right. Does the Pantoran want Looker Hulks to go with that order? Providences, I corrected, not the dreadnought kind. Should be cheaper than battleships. The Quarren checked his stock. You're in luck, sir. We have 2 old destroyer models and 1 carrier. But if your pockets are deep, QFD is running trials for 3 of our latest carrier-destroyer variants right here in the system. Not sure if I like the whole combining niches thing. In my experience, when someone tries to have their cake and eat it, it leads to over-engineering, unreliability, and worse performance in both aspects. These carrier-destroyers, I leaned back. Are they reliable? Tor's eyes shone. I see what you're asking. Trust me, they're more expensive for good reason. More hangar volume, but not by sacrificing emplacements. I'll tell you a secret. All we did was revise our design. installed new automation systems, removed vestigial hardware, and ended up with a lot of wasted space. So all you had to do was shuffle around the internal systems a bit to get more hangar space. That's right, he grinned beneath his tendrils. Everything aft of amidships? That's all birdness now. Tell you what, buy these, and I can get you a discount. Right, this was a business to them. These new carrier-destroyer variants were a new product, and they needed advertising. Many captains will likely have the same doubts as I do, and wanted to use me as a flying billboard. Selling out it is. All right, I finally agreed. I'll get the 3. Great, great. I tuned him out as we passed by the prow of a half-built Recusant-class Star Destroyer. Its frame was still skeletal, and huge mechanical arms hanging from the ceiling were lowering a massive dome of armor onto the warship's spine. Kind of looks like a magnified version of fitting together a plastic model, which I suppose was the point. How does fitting a droid brain into a warship work? I asked. Tors side-eyed me. A Recusant superstructure is specially designed to house the droid brain. It's not as easy as installing software, so you can't just rig it to a frigate, if that's what you're asking. Just buy a Recusant, if you want a droid ship. They don't have a very good reputation, I commented. I hear they perform well in war games, but not on the field. Because people keep using them wrong, the Quarren grumbled. You can't ask a computer to act on the fly. You have to program it in advance, which is why they work in war games. Formation flying, lines of battle, any maneuver that needs high levels of coordination between vessels, you won't find a better ship. But you can't just charge them in and start brawling, because then you're asking the brain to program itself while in battle. I eyed the ship again, noticing how its bow was so much more heavily armored than its rear. Coordination, huh? I wonder how they would perform in a battle lattice. Or, what about on the strategic scale? I probed further. Synchronized jumping, hidden fades, stuff that's taxing on the astronav. Read the documentation and write the code for it, he shrugged. Like I said, as long as you don't overstep their operational parameters, they'll perform perfectly. That's how it is for all droids. Huh, is that so? Get me 4 Recusants. Tors looked at me in surprise. And your best software engineers. I want to try something. Coruscant system. Coruscant sector. The sun was rising over Coruscant, twilight's gloom chased away by the glory of a new day upon the strumming heart of the Republic. Even amidst the greatest conflict the galaxy had seen in a millennia, the blazing soul that was Coruscant never faltered in its relentless march onwards. Life goes on. Unlike the capital it nested in, the Jedi Temple stood like a solemn mausoleum over the sea of transparasteel. The Clone Wars was a mighty hand that had flung the Jedi throughout the stars, leaving only a few senior Jedi Knights in the temple at any time. How many of those fighting out there would never return to this place? Force knew. Anakin felt like he did too. The answer was too many. The Jedi Temple was mourning. These days, it seemed like it always was. Anakin was mourning too in his own way. For his masters, his fellow knights, and for the brothers in arms he fought besides. He had thought to clear his mind by working off his stresses in these grounds, but ended up standing vigil the entire night. If Obi-Wan saw this, the Jedi Master would undoubtedly say something along the lines of, "So you finally found a way to meditate, have you, Anakin?" His lips quirked at that thought. But war was like a cog. It went on unceasingly, mercilessly. His time was consumed by meetings, debriefings, press conferences, endless paperwork, banal bureaucracy, and funerals. Too many funerals. Master Mundi, Master Koth, 2 council members lost in a single battle. It was a sobering affair. If the war wasn't yet real enough, it was now. And when Anakin wanted nothing more than to visit his recently freed men, he had to find out they had been transferred to a deep space met station. Visitors unallowed, presumably because it was being swarmed by Republic intelligence. I'm a Jedi general, Anakin fumed silently. If anyone has the right to see his own soldiers, it's me. Anakin, a familiar tone awoke him from his reverie. Have you been standing there the entire night? Obi-Wan. Anakin holstered his saber and swung around. And who's this? A young Padawan, a Togruta girl, and yet a tween from the length of her leku. And her height, Anakin added dryly, and her height. She's tiny. A child. Dismay rose in his throat like bile. Anakin, meet Ahsoka Tano, my new Padawan. Obi-Wan gestured. Ahsoka, meet Anakin Skywalker. Ahsoka looked up at him with large, starry eyes, and it made him feel sick. I'm at your service, Master Skywalker. The girl tried to be restrained, but couldn't help from giving a broad smile. All teeth, too. Sharp, dagger-like teeth. Because Togruta were natural predators, and she bore the vestiges of her ancestors. I'm no master, he wanted to say, and I'm not who you think I am. Anakin's stomach sank even more. But it distracted him from his brush with darkness, and he seized the chance. A change of problem was as good as he'll get. Anakin ignored her. We're at war, Master. This is the worst time to train a Padawan. They're a liability. Hey. Ahsoka protested, her eyes narrowing. I'm not a liability. The little Togruta drew herself up to her full height to make herself look larger, which wasn't saying much. Anakin whipped around, his eyes frozen into chips of ice. Ahsoka shrunk back at his glare, face falling. He crossed his arms. Really? Obi-Wan raised an eyebrow. You weren't. Most of the time, anyway. Seriously. The best way to learn is on the job. I think you can agree, his old master said, for both the master and the Padawan. The council has convened. Anakin, and Master Yoda believes it is in your best interest to take on a Padawan. Anakin had to hold back from outright snarling. You're criffing kidding me. I can't take a Padawan. I can't trust myself with one. Not when so much is at stake. Not when I can fail, and lose them too. Obi-Wan opened his mouth to retort, but slowly closed it soon after. His old master must have felt something in the Force as he gave Anakin a meaningful look. Ahsoka, why don't you find your friends? The Degruda craned her head to look up at both of them, and Anakin could see her previous image of them. And yes, he did know what image the HoloNet presented them in, crumbling within her eyes. Why yes, master, she hesitated. I'll go find Scout. Obi-Wan waited until her presence in the Force retreated. I know what the war does to you, Anakin. I'll admit, Ahsoka isn't what I expected in terms of self-discipline, but neither were you. Give the thought a chance. You don't know what it is to love, master. Or to lose. You didn't even know your own mother. Anakin didn't know what to think of his former master, and he still called him master. Once, it was all so simple, master and Padawan. Now? Sometimes, Obi-Wan represented safety and stability, and other times he was an overbearing sibling who held him back or competed with him. And you didn't want to take me as a Padawan, did you? You only did it out of duty. Look at this way, Obi-Wan led him back into the temple. If you want to be a master, training a Padawan to knighthood is a requirement. Anakin would have been enthusiastic at that, once. Now, he wasn't sure if he even deserved the esteemed title. From where he stood, Jedi Master seemed so far over his head. Too far. He brushed it off. Anakin often found himself ambushed by unwanted thoughts. He has faced countless battlefields, Korriban or Jabium or Christoph Sis or that Tusken village on Tatooine, and he has faced them over and over in his nightmares. But it was one thing to face the ghosts of his failures, and another to face the sporadic resentment he felt towards a master and friend he cared about. He wasn't sure which was harder. When he shared that with Padme, she was taken aback. And besides, that wasn't the whole truth, was it? After all, what was Obi-Wan Kenobi if not a collection of half-truths and hyperboles? Anakin knew him too well. He didn't even need the Force. And Obi-Wan knew that too. Fine, Obi-Wan finally sighed. The truth then. JBM and Christoph Sis have done a number on us, and we need more Jedi on the field. Comper is doing a swell job of keeping up appearances, but the entire Grand Army is reeling. We're losing too many Jedi, Anakin said softly. Too many everything, Anakin. Christoph Sis was the straw that broke the Bantha's back. Obi-Wan replied grimly. Yularen and his officers are raising hell in the Admiralty. High Command is forced to reorganize its operational theaters after virtually losing an entire sector army, and we haven't received any word from Admiral Wirtz either. They've been heckling Jedi Command for more commanders and generals, and that means more Jedi. We failed then, Anakin thought bitterly. Was this what the Clone Wars made of them? A bunch of jaded soldiers exploiting the enthusiasm of children to toss them into grinding jaws of the separatist war machine under the guise of for the greater good? Anakin considered himself lucky. He had long been tempered by previous experiences before the war began. But these Padawans? How many will emerge from the crucible of war hardened and resolved, like he did? How many will emerge warped and broken or shattered? How many will not emerge at all, their legacy being a name and date typed into a routine obituary? Obi-Wan said the best way to learn is on the job, and it was. Because with the state the galaxy is in, you only get to fail once. And if I say no, he asked obstinately. Obi-Wan shrugged. The council will get you assigned one anyway. Look, the apprentice tournament is in a week. Why don't we go over and see if anyone catches your eye? I thought it was postponed because of the war. Well, now it's been advanced because of the war. A single sentence that weighs so heavily, Anakin closed his eyes. Right now, he wanted nothing more than to feel the safety and warmth of Padme's embrace. Orbit of Ringo Vinda system. User sector. The station's war room was large, to say the least. It was once a boardroom, but had all of its conferencing systems ripped out and replaced after Ringo Vinda shifted its stance into wartime economy. A state-of-the-art arena holo-projection table dominated the vast majority of the central space, appearing larger than it was thanks to all the consoles and control panels needed to operate the thing. Even more holo-projectors peered down from above, and when all activated, could turn the entire room into a three-dimensional battle space. Or, they could project the figures of hundreds of separatist captains and commanders, all glaring at the head of the table. Me. The war room was large. I knew it, because I stood in it when it was empty. But when even the walls had to be used as monitors to accommodate the number of commanding officers stretching on into what seemed like oblivion, I felt both claustrophobic and chilly at once. Clearly, no expense had been spared, because there was not a single hazy blue spot among them. If I hadn't known they were holograms beforehand, I would have believed I just stepped into a live amphitheater. I could make out their exact skin tones, and even the colors of their eyes. I didn't know whether to be more impressed by the virtual image tech, or by all the comms frigates breaking their backs to make this possible. As I waited for the last attendees to drop in, I focused on scanning the faces to see if I recognized any. It was somewhat awkward, because I'd have to turn around to face the dozens of men and women standing behind me, but soon the system beeped that we had reached the maximum number of participants for the Holo Conference. Honestly, already far beyond my expectations. Really goes to show just how monotonous it was operating out of the foundry. Even then, nobody spoke for a long time. We were all sizing each other up in silent power plays, scanning uniforms for allegiances, reading ranks to formulate a totem pole, and even blatantly searching names. But most were staring right at me, most with plain curiosity to see what all this was about, some with recognition, and others with displeasure. I spotted Rel Harsol among them, based on Callie's description, trying to merge himself with the crowd. I cleared my throat and leaned forward, resting my palms on the rim of the table, painfully conscious to not accidentally toggle a switch and make a fool out of myself. I am Commodore Rain Bonderi, attached to General Severance 10 of the Confederate 2nd Fleet. I met as many I could in the eye. Some of you know me, most don't. But all of you know where I fought. Of course they did. Anyone who has served under the 2nd Fleet and survived until now boasts as shiny a portfolio as one could get this early in the war. You summoned us for a war game, Commodore. Immune Commander pawed his chin. What sort of game requires this much importance? There were mutterings of agreement. I had to thin the crowd for this to work. I am unable to force any of you to stay, I ignored him. This war game will require you to feed Arena with data from your ships, and the session may take a whole day or even more. If you are unable to accept these conditions, I advise you to leave now. But be aware that your invitation was a one-time affair. You will be unable to return. A ripple rang through the accumulated officers, and almost immediately the number of them plummeted by half without a sound. The room suddenly became a lot more spacious. Second, you will acknowledge my authority as the ranking officer in the room, I said firmly. This will be a sober affair, and if you are unable to act with the dignity of your rank, I will have you leave. Your authority? An Imodian captain pressed, who will play the other side. What about their authority? Arena will be our opponent, I answered plainly. A Celestin scoffed and disconnected, taking a handful of others with her. The remaining few suddenly became a lot more unsure about the whole affair. I peeked at my tablet. 33 remaining. It was a good number. All right, sir. The Mune sat down, his chair materializing beneath him. What's the scenario? What's your name, Commander? Commander Horgo Shive, he replied, of the Havoc Squadron. I nodded at Vinnick, who had been still until now. The commander moved towards Arena and loaded in the scenario. An expansive star map of the Perlemian trade spine and its adjacent regions burst out of the table in all of its three-dimensional glory. 100 pinpricks popped up around several systems, standing for the assets of the officers still present. Pardon me, a thin human spoke up. This is Captain Jorm of the fuel tanker Aurora. This invitation was sent to all naval captains. Captain Jorm trailed off as more and more eyes stopped on him, and he shrunk slightly. His worry was obvious. Are auxiliary ships really needed here? Despite being among ranking peers, it was apparent he and the other auxiliary captains were viewed as lower standing. You will find that the Aurora may be the most important ship among us, Captain Jorm, I smiled. Another person left wordlessly. 32 people left. Is that so? Shall we begin? I swept across the room. Before nodding sharply, the situation is as such. A Republic fleet has been spotted gathering at Lannelis, conceivably to launch an assault on Raxus. The enemy will be the Open Circle Armada and Cerulean Spear fleet. However, Arena may also mobilize the Blazing Claw fleet and 3rd Mid-Rim Army if necessary. Commander Trilm's brows furrowed silently, but another human officer was less courteous. Has serving the Pantoran denigrated your mind, Bonteri? The captain snarled. We have what? 100 ships among us? Open Circle and Cerulean Spear have 3 times that number shared among them. Forget the other 2, Malakar will sooner be colonized before we are able to defeat them. What's your name, Captain? The human snapped upright, heels clicking neatly. Captain Avizo of Star Destroyer Bronze Serpent, sir. Captain Avizo is correct, sir, the Nimodian added. This is Captain Kret of Battleship Fortressa. With all respect, the Pantoran is not among us. We have neither her skill nor genius. Agreed. I circled around Arena. Resisting to flinch, I passed through the hologram of a Qualish captain. That is why the conditions of our victory is not to defeat this force, but to delay them long enough for the 1st and 2nd fleets to reinforce us. Our objective is survival, Commander Vinnick summarized. This is Commander Vinnick of Star Destroyer Crying Sunday. Silence continued, but a different kind. It was one with turmoil boiling beneath the surface, a stolid determination tinged with bubbling excitement. See, not every officer on the Perlemian was a result of nepotism. The separatist cause was built on the backs of separatist worlds, and separatist worlds possessed separatist officers. Experienced officers, veterans of local planetary or system conflicts. Some even fought in the Stark Hyperspace War, or in Doan Wars. Commander Marai himself was a veteran of the Quarren War. These were the people I was looking for. Soldiers who were willing to treat a war game not as a game but as a strategic conference, and had enough discipline to do so for hours. Mostly because they have done so before, when they served their homeworld's planetary security forces. My way of filtering them out was blunt and erroneous, but it did the job. As long as I have a core of veterans, I can build a coalition around them when the time actually comes. Very well, Captain Avizo was struggling to hide his grin. I think I speak for all of us when I say you have our attention. Rel Harsol spoke for the first time. This is Captain Harsol of Star Frigate Sonnalar. Where do we start, Commodore? We must be wary of any incursion from the Gordian Reach, Commander Shive pointed. So we should start with our forces stationed at. No, Commander Shive, I broke in. We start the scenario with our ships exactly where they are now. After all, if we move them to the front, we will be giving ourselves away. Fast off. Commander Trilm crossed her arms. This is Commander Callie Trilm of the CLY Sim fleet, stationed in Salvara. You all better have your shit together, because I'm the one about to get mauled. Even as she said that, however, there was an amused smile on her face. Captain Kret laughed wheezily in his Nymodian way, as did several other captains. Meanwhile, I toggled a button, and half of the star map turned into a hazy red. Red represents enemy territory in the fog of war, I said. Every standard day game will be 2 hours here. Once this session is over, the recording will be deleted from the system. Have all of you synced your feeds? There was a chorus of agreements, and the officers took their places around arena, the pins of their ships blinking to green across the map as they checked in. For a brief moment, the red haze flashed, revealing hundreds of enemy pins amassing around Landelies and Finder, before disappearing. Someone chuckled nervously. Hold on, Captain Harsol raised a hand. You never told us how long it will take for reinforcements to come. A standard month. There was sweating now, though in excitement or anxiety, I couldn't tell. Maybe both. The mission is to survive for 35 standard days, I announced. Let's begin. Chapter 16. Coruscant System. Coruscant Sector. The stark white walls of the temple's combat training center have been recently cleaned, just as the new mats had been laid down in anticipation of the annual Jedi Apprentice Tournament. The apprentices in question were lined up against the wall in their best tunics, freshly washed and presentable, yet nervously glancing up at the growing number of Jedi Knights and Master on the mezzanines. The point of the day's rounds wasn't to win, but to simply catch the attention of a potential Master. But they were children, and winning was the only thing on their minds. After all, Scout thought faintly, were the chaff. Most Padawans were chosen immediately after the initiate trials, which served much the same purpose as the apprentice tournaments. Those who didn't were called drifters, purposeless apprentices who wander around the Jedi Temple until they're picked up by a master. There was also the Service Corps or Force Forbid, leaving but the vast majority held out on hope. Hope until the next tournament, which represented their greatest chance to get chosen. Which was ironic, because Scout had been one of those lucky enough to be adopted by a Jedi Master after her trials. To this day, Scout didn't know what Master Chancre Kim saw in her, a sentiment doubtlessly echoed by everybody in the Jedi Temple. The simple fact was, the Force was weak in Scout. Too weak. Some days she could pull a glass off a counter with her mind and bring it to her hand, but more often it would slip on the way and smash into the floor, or explode into a shower of milk and splinters as if squeezed. But it was there, just enough to be noticed by a Jedi Seeker when she was a toddler. Her family, as it was said, was dirt poor, and her parents had begged the Seeker to take her away from their life of abject poverty. To this day, Scout has been haunted by the idea that her mother and father and siblings, if she had them, are still trapped in the slums of Vorzad V, while she alone escaped. She alone had the chance to make their sacrifice worth something. Scout would know what she'd do if she failed. You didn't have to be a Powan to catch the way the Jedi Masters talked together in low voices when she went by. Nor did you have to be DeGrutten to notice how the other apprentices rolled their eyes at her, or laughed. When Master Chancre picked her up, she thought she had finally made it. 3 months later, Scout read Master Chancre's name on a casualty report. Geonosis, it said. Master Winda led Master Chancre and all the rest to their deaths on some Force-forsaken planet in the Outer Rim. The orphan Padawan wanted to rage at it all. If her whole life hadn't been one massive cosmic joke from the very start, she would have broken right then and there. It was sheer will-sheer, bloody-minded, un-Jedi-like rage against the Separatists, against the Jedi Order, against the Force, and against herself that kept her fighting against the destiny fate had in store for her. Because now Scout was an orphaned, aging Padawan with no discernible skill with the Force. And the only person who ever saw anything in her had bled her life out on alien dirt, and now nobody will ever know what they had seen. Scout was out of chances, and everybody knew it. This tournament will make or break her, and breaking meant pretending a hoe equivalent to a lightsaber, and that plowing the mud of a crop field was the same as exploring the galaxy. And Scout wasn't about to break yet. She narrowed her eyes. Hey, Scout. Scout whipped around like a tightly wound top. Whoa. Relax. It was the Ahsoka, a personable Togruta in the same age bracket as her. Relax, Scout. Ahsoka repeated cheerily, I know you got this. Easy for you to say, Scout thought ungraciously. Ahsoka was witty, well-liked, and more than deft with the Force. She was Togruta too, and her hunter's instinct, eyesight, and reflexes let her trounce everyone easily in the sparring matches. Jedi Masters had been lining up for the right to choose her as their Padawan as soon as she passed her trials. And guess what? Now she's got the Obi-Wan Kenobi. If Scout didn't know her friend any better, she would think Ahsoka had come down here to mock her. But no, the Togruta was just too good-natured for her own good. Thanks, she forced out. Hey, don't worry. Ahsoka continued, you're really good at combat. Almost as good as me. Just relax and just trust your skills. If Scout's smile had been any tighter, it would be a razor-thin line drawn across her face. Ahsoka laughed awkwardly before suddenly grabbing her shoulder and pointing up to a spot on the overlook. Look there, she whispered confidentially, that's Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin Skywalker. Doesn't that mean Skywalker's looking for a Padawan? If you win this, we could go on missions together. Oh yeah, Ahsoka's really digging it in now. Thanks, Ahsoka. Still, Scout paid her friend's wishful thinking some hate. She stared up at the hero with no fear. He must have it easy, being the chosen one. He could join the Jedi Order thrice the age of the rest and immediately shoot up to Jedi Knight without any effort. But that's what you can do when you're the chosen one. She had read all the accounts of his daring deeds, which all might as well have been written by love-smitten journalists. It made her want to spit. I don't think he'll want to force less nobody as his Padawan. Suddenly, his eyes tracked down her stare and met it. It felt as if the room's temperature had dropped to freezing, and Scout hastily diverted her gaze. Was that his force presence? Scary. Yeah, I'd like that, Scout lied. The apprentice tournament advanced via sudden death, which meant that once you lost, you were done. This was absolutely perfect for Scout. She was among those who had advocated for a single elimination format, arguing that in the real world no enemy would offer a best of 3. Or more accurately, Scout herself wasn't willing to offer a best of 3. Because Scout was a skilled fencer the same way a Krish duelist was a skilled fencer, with dexterity, strength, stamina, and nothing about the force. She didn't have the luxury of that cheat, which meant that any prolonged engagement would leave her at a disadvantage. Her opponent will always have more options. Scout had to make her round short and swift, and that usually meant using trickery. And trickery only works once. Ergo, the fewer matches she had to fight, the greater her chances were of winning overall. The first matches began, starting with a Syrian girl named Amikat Ayama and Farls, a Violin boy with mottled skin. Scout's mind settled into a calculating state, ignoring the anxiety threatening to burst out of her gut. She had to do this right. Farls was one of their best martial artists, swift on his feet and as wily as a Dixonian stalker. Amikat Ayama, however, wielded a double-bladed saber staff that made her fighting style unorthodox and frankly terrifying. For good reason. The training lightsabers they used were powered down to their lowest settings, but that didn't mean they were painless. A single touch was like branding your skin with red iron. It made your muscles scream and nerves jumble into frays, leaving behind a vibrantly bloody welt that can take a week to heal. Unbearably painful. Scout knew this better than any initiate in the hall, because she had made a habit of zapping herself with her lightsaber a few times every day in preparation for this tournament. The reason was simple. The matches were open combat, and would only end when one yielded or took 3 hits from a lightsaber. The pain of getting struck, however, meant that you weren't going to last very long after taking your first hit. Because pain was distracting, and Scout was determined not to let that pain ruin her chances of winning. She couldn't afford to lose. In any case, Amikat Ayama wasn't a very calculating fighter. Like most apprentices, she tended to trust her own strength and the Force, rather than make the kind of preliminary observations that earned Scout her nickname. Amikats could afford not to, as could all the others, but Scout didn't have the same luxury. She simply wasn't in tune enough to let the Force do her homework for her. Scout had taken to observing every potential opponent in the weeks leading up to this moment, learning their styles. Even if she wasn't confident, at least she was prepared. Which is why she knew that so long as Farls keeps up the blindingly furious pace he's known for, and stays out of Amikat's saber-staff range, he will emerge victorious in the end. She was proven right less than 10 minutes later, with the Syrian strewn across the padded floor and nursing a scorching burn on her stomach. Amikat only had to slip once for Farls to sneak in a strike, and the Syrian all but fell apart under his offensive. Scout recorded the bout in her mind, and steeled herself to fight the violin boy later. First, she had to win her match. Scout was against a human boy named Ida and I, and even she had to feel somewhat sorry for him. He was on the smaller side, and though Scout wasn't a very large girl herself, her advanced age meant she towered over him by a head. Following the ritual, she bowed and presented her lightsaber to the old Master Sinyub, the year's tournament overseer. He checked her saber settings. Before nodding, Scout could almost hear his neck creaking as he did so. After Ida and I did the same, they were finally arranged opposite each other. Scout slowed her breathing, drowning out the clamor of the audience. Ida and I's eyes were large and bright, actively poking holes in her stance. He was at a disadvantage, and both of them knew it. Master Sinyub's cane struck the floor and Scout surged forward with the speed of a sandcorpion, her ice-blue lightsaber bursting to life and striking down on Ida and I's head in a vicious arc. The boy caught her overhead just in time, sweat gathering on his brow as he struggled against Scout's greater strength. Scout then relaxed without warning, and Ida and I shot upwards, leaving his abdomen open. She pivoted on a foot and punished him with a powerful side kick that sent the smaller boy reeling backwards, gasping for breath. Scout pressed the offensive, spinning around to reorient her legs before lunging into a flying flesh. Ida and I had barely presented his lightsaber again before she knocked it out of the way and jabbed her straight into his sternum. The boy yelped in pain, a black bruise already apparent through his charred tunic, and backtracked hastily. Scout caught herself with a heavy footfall, before taking off once more, striking twice again into his chest, and it was over. Scout blinked, suddenly realizing they were at the edge of the arena, with the boy nearly backed up against the wall. Master Sinub's cane struck the floor again. Match. Scout's lightsaber deactivated, and she offered the boy a hand. Sorry about that. Maybe next time. Ida and I accepted it begrudgingly. Yeah, hopefully next time you won't be here. Scout untensed herself, smiling apologetically. The audience was silent. Her style just now was un-Jedi-like, she knew. That kind of aggression was rarely taught, and almost never seen in the temple. The match must have taken no longer than a minute, she thought. Edom and I never stood a chance. She glanced up at the mezzanine, catching gazes of disapproval and recognition in equal measure. There was some clapping, which she took as a win. Scout still felt sorry for her opponent, but he would have another chance next year. She wouldn't. Her next match was, expectedly, against Farles. If the violin boy gets into his flow, it's already over for Scout. Realistically, Farles was much more talented as a fighter, but Scout had the upper edge in speed and strength. If this was a straight match, Scout could see herself win, but when the force was added to the equation, she wasn't confident about her chances. That was ill of you, was the first thing Farles told her. You will find that an opponent your own size a much harder fight. Scout narrowed her eyes. Try me. Then, Master Sinew pulled the rug out from under them. The entire room snapped the pitch-black darkness, and the twinkling spots of night vision lenses on the upper floors were the only sources of light left. Many apprentices insist the tournament ought to reflect the real world. Master Sinew's voice was resounding. In the real world, optimal conditions are rare and fleeting. Often, you must fight in the dark. His cane struck the floor. Both she and Farles kept their lightsabers silent, knowing whoever ignited first would give themselves away. Scout remained still as a tree, eyes wide as saucers and hairs rising on her arms. Everything was amplified. She strained to hear every creak and whisper, the audience breathing, the rustling of cloths and tunics, and the soft thumping of footsteps. One might think the playing field was now decisively tilted against her, but it was much the opposite. Scout had one major advantage. For all of her pathetic talent in the physical side of the Force, she did have a gift for foresight. Or as the Masters called it, precognition. When she sparred, Scout would have microvisions and would know what her opponents were going to do next before they knew it themselves. Her tendency to read a situation just a bit faster than everybody else is what originally earned her the nickname Scout. Come on me, Farles, she thought. I don't need my eyes to see you. Seems like the living stars are finally looking out for me. An electric spark in her mind and Scout sidestepped just as a cerulean blaze consumed the space she was once standing in. Farles likes to strike from below like a snake. Scout jabbed downwards at the same time, her blade lashing out and retreating like the tongue of the lizard. The room plunged into darkness again. For several minutes, they both dueled in a dance of footwork, not sabers. Orienting, shifting, and reorienting in the gloom. Every so often, their lightsabers would ignite and shut off like fleeting candlesticks, daring each other to make their move. His next move won't be with a saber. Farles was a martial artist and used his body as much as his lightsaber. Scout has observed him long enough to know what he was going to do. All she needed was for the Force to tell her where he will come from. Now, Scout hopped as her opponent tried to sweep her legs out, her lightsaber blazing to life and slashing downwards. Thwack an audible wince of pain, and the presence retreated. Farles came again. This time his lightsaber pierced upwards at her neck. Scout backpedaled too late, and his lightsaber blazed straight through her tunic, searing into her midriff as if it was a stake. She batted the thrust aside, holding in a terrific scream, lightsabers clashing in a flurry of sparks. Slash, slash, parry, faint jab parry, slash. Only Scout's nifty force talent saved her from a face full of violent fist. She grabbed Farles' outstretched arm and tugged him off his feet, grappling the smaller boy and throwing him to the floor, using her ruined side to pin him down. He tried to sweep her legs out again, coming precariously close as her knees weren't able to lock in time as Scout brought her saber to bear and ignited it twice, striking him both times, right before falling on top of him. Clang. The lights flickered back on. Match, Master Sinew announced in a slow, measured way. Hey, a complaint gurgled out of Farles' gasping lips. That wasn't fair. She can't do that. Scout rolled off to the side, leaving the two apprentices beside each other. Can't do what? She wheezed, just as tired. Turn your lightsaber on and off. On the contrary, young one, Master Sinew's beaked face loomed over them. That was an impressive display of Trikata, my dear. Some may find it dishonorable, but is that an issue when it wins you a fight? There are no rules against it, and the match goes to Scout. Trikata, was that what it was called? Scout had never heard of it, and from the excitable muttering from the other initiates, neither had any of them. In honesty, jabbing in quick succession by toggling her saber just seemed intuitive. She snuck a glance above, and saw several masters looking at her in interest. Even Master Yoda. It was silent as she picked herself up, but then someone started clapping. It was Obi-Wan Kenobi, with an enigmatic smile on his face. Soon, the applause grew, and she spotted Ahsoka enthusiastically cheering her on from beside her master. Scout looked down, flushing, remembering to pick up the groaning violin and drag him to the side, where they were then swarmed by the other apprentices. The next 2 rounds passed by smoothly. First against Mil Ali Beth, Zabrak girl who, unlike the rest of her species, was way too mellow and almost afraid of her own blade. Next was against Classy Anno, an older Galactan girl who Scout drew into a conversation and struck in surprise. The final match saw her pitted against Teo Gron, and this time it seemed like the audience had doubled in size. Honestly, she had half foreseen Teo Gron being a finalist, but the prospect still terrified her even as she stared him in the eye. The reason? Teo was an older Duros boy, in the same age bracket as her. Both of them were orphan Padawans seeking a new master, and both their previous masters had fallen on Geonosis. It was far too much of a coincidence to be a coincidence. and she had a feeling that the twinkle of mischief in Master Sinub's eye had something to do with it. Except, Master Chanker died before taking Scout on a mission, while Teo already has several under his belt. The Duros was taller, stronger, and far more experienced than her. Master Sinub's cane struck the ground, signaling the start of their fight. Teo's lightsaber burst out in a brilliant green blade, his bleeding red eyes tracking her silently. Staying. Mind giving me the win? Scout tried as she ignited her own blue blade. I heard quite a bit about you, Teo exchanged, cutting a little flourish with his saber. Good things, I hope. I saw your match with Farls. So not very good things, she replied. You know, you've already been on missions. Can't you let me have some? You can barely use the Force. He shifted his footing. What good is going on a mission if you aren't coming back? Scout grounded her teeth. He's taunting me. Are you saying your master and mine could barely use the Force? She shot back. Teo almost paused in surprise at the callousness of her retort, warily tilting his head up at the audience of knights and masters. Scout didn't she kept her eyes right on him. I see the rumors are not exaggerated, he said slowly. I pride myself on my dash. Scout exploded forwards in a flying flesh. Teo snapped his blade up in a parry, skillfully locking their blades together in a bind and using his superior strength to push her back. Scout braced against the floor, gritting her teeth as she felt her blade come dangerously close to her own face. Taking a risk, she released one hand from her saber and twisted out of the way, letting their locked blades smack the floor as she kicked in his knee and swiveled around to his back. Now half kneeling, Scout pressed their still-locked lightsabers down to ground and trapped him in a headlock with her free arm. Teo gurgled something, headbutting her with his enlarged skull in order to break free. But if there was one thing Scout's combat style was known for, it was her chokeholds, and even as the stars got knocked into her vision, Scout tenaciously held on, tightening her grip. Yield, she demanded. No. Teo's skin began to purple as he grew increasingly desperate for air. Spittle came out of his lips as Scout took the chance to smack his lightsaber out of his hand, scoring a point before reinforcing her strangle with another arm. Yield. No. In a sudden fit of renewed strength, Teo struggled to his feet and mule kicked her in the gut. With her lunch nearly disgorging from her belly, Scout was forced to release him and scramble back just as the Duros recalled his saber with such an ease it made her stomach cramp in envy and whipped around violently, catching her right in the face. This time, Scout did scream, and she screamed loud enough that for a moment her pain was the only audible sound in the chamber. Because having her face pummeled by what was essentially a graviball bat and cooked medium rare at the same time was not a pleasant experience. Sorry. Teo's eyes were wide, an expression shared by many. Even the unflappable Master Sinub seemed to be internally debating whether or not to stop the match, while Ahsoka looked just about ready to leap down from the overlook and rush to her aid. Scout huffed painfully, tenderly touching her cheek and reeling from the stinging shock. One of her eyes was tearing up. No, one of her eyes was bleeding. Staying was the only thing in her mind. I'm now fighting half-blind. You can't continue, Teo said sternly, pointing his saber. Yield. The ugly bruise ringing his neck could be plainly seen. 1-1, Scout gasped, blinking the blood from her eye. Try me. She charged again, coming in at slant that challenged both their footworks. Teo met her head on in a shower of sparks, blue and green reflected off the Duro's red eyes in a milky white color. The boy shoved her off, and Scout used that momentum to press down on his blade to leverage a somersault over his head. She landed in a roll, whirling around to catch Teo's blade in a high parry. But this time, it was Teo who had the better of her. He advanced with a series of cuts and feints that came in blindingly fast, but the subtle nudging of the Force prompted her to parry the real slashes and ignore the feints. This couldn't continue, obviously, as getting trapped on the defensive was a death sentence for her. She lured her opponent into a rhythm of slash, parry, slash, and then dived in order to tackle him to the ground. Teo leaped and flipped, twisting mid-air and landing in a perfect fighting stance. Scout followed through with her dive, turning it into a roll and jumping back to her feet. He's afraid of physical contact, Scout realized. He relies on his lightsaber too much. All right. Teo launched a new offensive, coming at her like a raging storm, every strike of his lightsaber like a hurricane of green thunder. Scout should have been able to keep up. She was the best duelist of her bracket, but she soon realized the Duros was using the Force to slow her down, until it felt like Scout had to drag her limbs through water. In a panic, she prayed to whatever star was looking out for her and grasped Teo's leg with what force she had, wrenching forward by just an inch. His face strained near imperceptibly as Scout grabbed it just a little too hard, but that was all it took for her to disengage her blade and jab at his now overstretched thigh. 2 points to me. He admirably sucked up the pain, but Scout wasn't about to let up. She lunged again, catching his torso in a clinch and attempting to knock him down. Scout underestimated his size and weight, to say the least, because Teo all but picked her up and slammed her into the ground. Teo stomped on her hand, forcing her to release her lightsaber, before kicking the weapon away. Scout groaned. Both of them were wheezing heavily now, and with all the brutal assaults it had taken, Teo's one knee was wobbling precariously. Still, the Duros was standing over her from what seemed like a vast, impossible height. Scout wondered whether she had enough strength to summon her lightsaber with the Force, even as Teo's crackling emerald blade was lowered to her throat. Yield, he gasped for breath, a triumphant expression on his face. No. Scout met him in the eye, unable to feel the force come to her fingers. Teo's expression morphed into puzzlement. What? But you've lost. Scout gave up trying. The throbbing pain in her head made it far too difficult to concentrate, and blood was pooling in her right eye now. Don't feel like I've lost yet, she groaned, feeling her previous injury flare up. You're mad, Teo declared disbelievingly. What am I supposed to do? Strike you while you're down? Why, yeah. Scout subtly tilted her head to let the blood drain out, and to catch a better look of his legs. I'm not yielding, so it's still 3 hits. See, like this dash. Scout sucked in a lungful of air and grabbed Teo's blade with her left hand. Screaming internally, she clenched her jaw in agony as her hand began to blister and peel and cook. 2-2 now. Hey, Teo shouted, attempting to pull his blade free. What on Malaka are you doing? Scout didn't let him, instead tugging him back to her and then sweeping her legs to knock him off his feet. As the Duros boy fell, Scout mustered what strength she had left to climb on top of him and wrench his lightsaber out of his grasp. Grabbing it by the hilt with her remaining hand, she deactivated it and slammed it into his head. Yield. What? She whacked him again, this time pointing the blade emitter downwards. Yield. No. Teo grabbed her by the waist and attempted to throw her off, and with her free hand now thoroughly scorched down to the muscle, Scout couldn't stop him. Instead, she stabbed his lightsaber into his eye and pushed it down, prompting a howl of pain. Yield, she screamed desperately, or I'll ignite this criffing saber. Teo froze, carefully, slowly moving his hands away as if attempting to placate a wild animal. Why yeah, sure, his voice cracked. I yield. Master Sinub struck the ground, and Scout released a breath she didn't know she was holding. She rolled off him, and Teo breathlessly plucked his lightsaber out of his eye, leaving behind a bloody circular welt. He blinked, dumbfounded. Now you know what it feels like, Scout gasped, sweat running down her face in rivulets. Match. This time, Master Sinub's voice was booming. Talisabeth and Wandung Esterhazy is the victor of this year's Jedi Apprentice Tournament. The audience broke into applause, and even some whooping from the other apprentices. Scout was too exhausted to hear it. Good match. She dragged herself to her feet, offering a hand to the Duros. Maybe next time. Teo bore a baffled smile as he accepted her help. You're crazy, Esterhazy. But that's what makes this a real fight, right? Yeah, she grinned. The applause was still mounting as Scout slung Teo's arm over the shoulder and made for the infirmary. Shaking off offers of help, she left the hall with her head raised high and prideful. I won. I made it. Did you two have to maul each other so terribly? Master Coddle, the resident Jedi healer, scolded them. He started it. Scout pointed to the cop beside her accusingly. W what? Teo spluttered. You're the crazy one who grabbed a lightsaber with your bare hands. Indeed, Master Coddle wrapped a back-to-patch over her burned hand. I don't know why I should bother healing you, if you were going to make a habit of grabbing people's lightsabers. I won. She raised her chin defiantly. It's worth it. For how much longer, young one? Their attention was captured by the infirmary doors sliding open, until you burn off all your fingers. Because try that in the real world, and you will find yourself short of a hand. And Master Kenobi, Scout yelped, before spotting the crown of a wrinkled green head, Master Yoda. Teo sat up straighter by instinct, hiding a wince. Scout tried the same, but Master Coddle pushed her back down with the click of their tongue. Behind Master Kenobi hobbled Master Sinub, as well as Master Skywalker. Ahsoka was but a midget behind them, peeking from the back and waving enthusiastically. Scout decided Master Coddle had the right of it, and shrunk further into the sheets. I'm not in trouble, am I? Abnormal, your style is, Master Yoda chastened in his wizened way, very dangerous, to yourself and your friends. Oh no, I've botched it up. Was this the Force's way of reprimanding her? Is some kind of cosmic karma? What Master Yoda is saying is that we've decided the Jedi Temple cannot continue any longer. Master Kenobi explained gently, you will be assigned a new master immediately. Teo's breath hitched, and Scout could only stare at the assemblage of Jedi blankly. See. Ahsoka jumped at her, grabbing her hand and shaking it wildly. I told you. This is going to be so cool. And not the hand, Scout whimpered, tears welling up, not the left hand. What Ash? Oh, the Togruta yelped, immediately releasing her. Sorry. Master Yoda thumped the Togruta on her head with his cane. Patience, you must learn, Padawan Tano. Good for you, Master Kenobi will be. And you, Padawan Esterhazy. Pack your belongings immediately. You will. W. What? Scout stammered. Everything was moving too quickly. First Master Yoda said she was dangerous, and now she's got a new master? Who? The ancient Jedi carefully prodded her cheek with his cane, ears damaged. Have they? Along with your face, HM? To be Anakin Skywalker's Padawan, you are. Face. Scout touched her face tentatively. Teo's saber had done a number on her, the pinkish scar across half her face notwithstanding. Wait, Anakin Skywalker? She swiveled around to check whether she had actually heard correctly, but Toma was only able to make a pretty good imitation of a gaping fish, his red eyes wide and staring. Not at her, but over her shoulder. I'm over here, Padawan. Scout snapped about, suddenly face to face with the Anakin Skywalker towering over her. His eyes were sunken, though his eyes were like twin blue suns in the blackness of space. His face was smileless, instead bearing a severe grimace that made Scout feel like she had already done something wrong. Master Skywalker, she caught her voice. I am at your service. For some reason, despite her greatest wish fulfilled and her life's goal accomplished, Scout didn't feel any elation. Everything she had done until now, everything she had strived for, driving herself to the top of class after class, studying late into every night until star maps danced before her aching eyes. Astrocartography, unarmed combat, hyperdrive maths, starship engineering, lightsaber technique, electronics, everything no other apprentice bothered with because they didn't need those skills to be noticed because they had that cheat called the Force. Everything for this moment, and she was chosen by the greatest Jedi Knight of all time. And she didn't feel an ounce of pride or joy, as if she was infected by Master Skywalker's darkness. Scout came to the realization that the hero with no fear on the holofeeds may not be the same person standing before her. A dangerous master for a dangerous Padawan? Master Yoda tittered at a joke only he found funny. It will be difficult, Master Skywalker said bluntly, and I will not go easy on you. You will be pushed harder than you've ever been in the temple, both physically and mentally. Can you handle that? Off to the side, Master Kenobi was shaking his head in amusement. When he saw her gaze, he offered a lopsided, yet reassuring grin. Feeling resolved, Scout tilted her chin upwards. I've survived this much, Master Skywalker. The edges of his lips tugged, but Scout thought there was a hint of pain in it. I tell that to myself every day. Talisabeth, was it? You have guts, Padawan. I think you might survive us yet. And then there was determination. The same determination that has been her only constant companion through her short life. Scout looked up at Master Skywalker and thought, I'm going to do this right. Chapter 17. Coruscant System. Coruscant Sector. Scout thought she would finally be able to leave Coruscant and see the galaxy. But for weeks after her official apprenticeship began, the only she saw was more of Coruscant, swept along her master's wake. Albeit, she would admit, it was the thing she had never seen before. Instead, as she found herself shuttled back and forth between the temple, the Senate Rotunda, the Senate offices, and now the sprawling center for military operations, Scout realized that Master Skywalker wanted her to see how the war was run, before fighting it. As the LAT Gunshiplarties, as the clones affectionately called them, descended towards the military precinct, Scout caught an incredible view of the Coruscant naval yards. A sea of permacrete, and what must be scores of cruisers being serviced by colossal gantry cranes. See those red and yellow circles on all of them? Master Skywalker came up behind her. That's the symbol of the Open Circle Armada. And those red tallies? There are 5 on each wing for the 5th Fleet. They're new, Ahsoka noticed. Scout had to squint, but she was right. The rest of the Open Circle Armada proudly bore their battle scars. Blackened armor plating, impact craters from torpedoes. She even spotted a deformed hangar door, from where it was melted to slag by a turbo laser before cooling back to solid. In comparison, the ships of the 5th Fleet were all but gleaming in the afternoon sun. Ahsoka always had the sharpest eyes out of all of them. Must be because she's a Togruta. Master Skywalker was quiet for a while, but finally said, the 5th had been brutalized, and these are the replacements. Admiral Yularen had pulled through for us, and hopefully these retrofits won't go down as easily. That one over there is the Harbinger, our flagship. Padawan Tano, you will be serving on the ship beside it, the Vigilance. Scout had an unsettling impression, one unflaggingly built up over her brief tenure as Master Skywalker's Padawan, that the war was far from going as well as the HoloNet would like them to believe. She peeked up at her master, wondering whether it was all a test of her perception. I do hope you were right that the negotiator has been lost, Anakin. Master Kenobi's voice was troubled, but not for a reason anybody expected. And why's that? Master Skywalker spun around. The two Jedi shared an entire conversation in a look, leaving both Scout and Ahsoka mystified, doubly so after Master Skywalker adopted Master Kenobi's pensiveness, mumbling something beneath his breath. Ahsoka scuffled closer to her, whispering, he said something about a stealth ship. Shoo. Scout shushed her, you're gonna get us in trouble. The two Padawans glanced at their Jedi superiors, and for a brief moment Scout was relieved to know they hadn't caught Ahsoka eavesdropping. As for they, Scout meant Master Skywalker, because while Scout had never seen her master outwardly incensed before, her experience with Iron Hands and taught her that the coolest masters were usually the most terrifying when irate. Master Kenobi caught them staring and winked. Orbit of Ringo Vinda System. User Sector. Launching raid on Talcine, Commander Trilm announced, partitioning a holographic window of the Talcine system. 32 sets of eyes fixed on the 16 blue pins gliding into the system, breath-abetted like runners with one foot on the starting line, painfully waiting for the pistol to fire. Then, expectedly unexpected, the southwest quadrant of the system was drowned in glaring red pins extracting from digital hyperspace. The holochart was far too small for any sort of high resolution, so it looked more akin to a tide of blood sweeping in. Contact. Commander Trilm's voice was startlingly calm. The metaphorical starting pistol had just fired. Blue markers were immediately mobilized all across the main star map, scrambling to their premeditated positions. Trilm's raiding party scattered, not retreating, but closing the distance in order to identify as many enemy elements as possible. It meant sacrificing the squadron, but it was a calculated loss for much-needed intelligence. Data began pouring into our feeds. Arena's databanks held the most up-to-date intel on the Cerulean Spear Command in the region, and used it to simulate the enemy's makeup. Its intel on the Blazing Claw, Steel Blade, and White Cuirass were more spotty, however, and that meant it had to fill in a lot of holes there. But it was the best we've got regardless. Fleet element destroyed. Irina's voice was smooth. There goes my ships, Trom muttered, pulling up Salvara Systems holochart, as planned. I will delay before retreating to Abhian. My ships are in position. Vinnick pointed at the floating dot that represented Ringovinda. Pull them in, and I will jump in behind them. Indusan has fallen. Blazing Claw. BCC forces coming in from Finder, Shive reported. Havoc Squadron is holding it, John. Hang in there. My ships are on the way. Harsol pulled up a screen. Heads up, Bonteri. A CSC task group is headed for Metalorn, Trom swore, faster than expected. They're trying to encircle Ringovinda, Captain Jorm said. CSC knows they need the logistics hub if they want to push further. Where the hell are my battleships? I demanded. That's 50, 60 ships. My Class 2 hyperdrives can't make it in time. Captain Kret stared intently at the star map, as if mentally willing his ships to move faster. We expected CSC to split after taking Centaurs, not immediately after Salvara. Salvara has fallen. Abort and head to Ringovinda, I decided. I'm going to commandeer all of Metalorn's PSF ships and retreat. You're hanging the system out to dry. I shrugged helplessly. Not even 2 hours in, and we've lost a foundry world. It was the first difficult decision to make, but most certainly won't be the last. What do you want me to do? I asked. We make a stand at Ringovinda, give CSC a right bloody nose, and abscond with all the ships there. Casfield has fallen. Gala has fallen. Gromas has fallen. Useron has fallen. Right, that's going to get old real quick. Coruscant system. Coruscant sector. The strategic planning amphitheater, as its name suggests, was outright cavernous. Not the same way the temple's entrance hall was cavernous, filling any visitor with its grandeur and sublimity, but like a cave. Gray, muted, and grim. Solemn was the adjective to describe the atmosphere in the amphitheater, filled with the hundreds of men and women of the Strategic Advisory Cell. Not just the cell, but officers from High Command and even some Governor-Generals from the sector commands. Scout spotted the uniforms of the Admiralty and the robes of the Jedi, which they soon blended into. Scout had half expected to appear out-of-place dwarfish among the masters, but there were a surprising number of Padawans in attendance as well. Maybe I didn't ruin the chances of all the apprentices in the tournament, she thought hopefully. But what told her this wasn't just any old meeting, not like the dozens others Master Skywalker forced her to attend, was the presence of the Supreme Chancellor and his closest staff. A whisper in her ear made her realize this was a conference to decide the future of their entire war effort. Even Ahsoka subdued her excitable nature, taken by the mood. Whether her friend knew what was going on, however, she didn't know. Don't make any trouble, Master Skywalker warned. Come now, Anakin, Master Kenobi said. They can handle themselves. It has been over a month, an admiral announced, and Toydaria has received no word of Admiral Wirtz's whereabouts. We have no choice but to recognize that like the White Cuirass task force before it, the Iron Lance fleet has been completely destroyed by General Severance Tan. That's Admiral Wolf Yularen, Scout thought. She recognized him because Master Skywalker made her memorize a list of names and faces of every relevant figure she was bound to meet sooner or later, on the precept that knowing who was already halfway to making a name for herself in the circles. The other half, he said, was talking to the right people. That's preposterous. An army general protested. Are you saying that out of hundreds of ships, not one reappeared in friendly territory? Scout learned about this. Emergency jumps were commonly used to escape a souring battle. Most of the time it was done on the authority of individual captains, which meant they were far from orderly. Which meant that after any large fleet engagement, there would always be a handful of ships washing up in nearby systems. I am afraid, ladies and gentlemen, Armand Dizard, the director of Republic Intelligence, presented himself, that our Bothan allies have confirmed a large-scale battle in the Bothawi system. Our conclusion is that both Iron Lance and Bothan forces has been destroyed, and that Bothan worlds are now being subject to invasion. Then we must dispatch assistance immediately. A balding man with a goatee boomed. What message will we send to our allies if we fail to protect them in their time of need? The Pantorans' rampage must come to an end. You're a damn fool, Hauser. Governor-General Biluir's hologram shimmered as he roared. It's easy for you to say in Vogel, but you have no idea what's going on. I'll say, we're extremely fortunate the Pantoran is satisfied with her pickings. If she decides to invade Core Ward, there isn't even a 13th army left to stop her. Because the Jedi lost most of it on Christophsis was left unsaid. But the implication hung in the air like a sword. General Biluir breathed heavily in the wake of his tirade, and though he didn't spare the Jedi contingent even a look, there was no doubt in who he blamed for the defeat of the 13th Sector Army. So we leave the Bothans to the mercy of the Separatists? Governor-General Hauser snapped. If the two generals weren't attending as holograms, Scout imagined they might have come to blows. General Hauser, your worry is misplaced, Master Winda mollified, with Governor-General Ravik of Red Tail's command beside him, with Ryloth back in Republic hands. I will take the 91st Corps and relieve our Bothan allies. Underestimate General Tan, you should not, Master Yoda advised, in Bothan space, something she seeks there is. Is it not the Spynet? General Ravik gestured. Both General Kintaro and I have pledged a portion of our fleets for this effort. The spynet must not fall into separatist hands. But the spynet serves both our and their objectives. An intelligence officer objected. The Pantoran must know that. If she wanted the spynet, all she had to do was negotiate with the Badhans. There was something to be said about the duplicitous nature of the Badhans, but the officer was correct. For an organization as vast, resourceful, and nebulous as the Badhan spynet, it was better not to rock the boat if the existing arrangements still worked. Severance 10 is a blunt instrument. Master Skywalker suddenly made his mind known, and Scout cringed under the attention laid on them. Count Dooku only sends her where he needs something destroyed. Anakin is right. Master Kenobi stroked his beard. Eliminating or converting the spynet requires a scalpel, and Dooku sent a sledgehammer. Whatever she is after in Badhan space, this isn't it. Director Isard shared a look with one of his aides, and then stood up. Director Deminar's cryptanalysis department appears to have intercepted a priority order sent from General Tan's headquarters on Geonosis. This may shed some light on our problem. Thank you, Director. Ilko Deminar cleared his throat, tapping his comlink. The Confederate Second Fleet is of vital interest to our intelligence efforts. Just before her counterattack at Christoph Sis, this message was relayed to Raxus Secundus through satellite transceivers in Badhan space. And we had access to the Badhan satellites? Admiral Yullerin asked. The spynet deals with all sides. Director Deminar smiled wanly. For the right price, we were able to obtain and decrypt the message. A two-story high hollow of the Separatist general was projected into the center of the amphitheater. Master Skywalker's expression, as if it wasn't already grim enough, dropped several temperatures closer to absolute zero. So that's why they call her the Pantoran, Scout thought. This is General Severance Tan requesting reinforcements from the Confederate First Fleet. The recording announced to the wrong audience. The operational situation in the south is dire, and the complete collapse of the front is imminent. Orbit of Ringo Vinda system. User sector. Ringo Vinda has fallen. Regroup at coordinates 65231, 2259 or 2. You better have our fuel ready, Jorm. Copy that. Trilm blew hair off her face. We can't let Siam YRTH fall. Not yet. Copy. Captain Jorm was multitasking half a dozen supply ships across the theater. Commander Shive, Havoc's resupply is in the Churios system. Churios, staying. Retreat to Kalyamex immediately. Horgo Shive wiped his forehead. Harsol, will stage an ambush over Quell. Vinnick, we need reinforcements. Stygian has fallen. Wabani has fallen. Understood. Vinnick's rapid reaction task force was being slung around the foundry. Bronze Serpent, I advise retreat to Anzat. Received. Monteri, Kret, do you have ships to spare? The Nimodian shook his head. You're going to get caught. I can't risk my ships for this. You criffing insect dash. Take Messenger in Flames and Queen of Beauty. I told him, pull back to Captain Kret's support Arc Salakami. I sent Lexington and Saratoga on a raid deep into now enemy territory, hounding their supply lines. For every light year they pushed further up the Perlemian, the more overburdened their logistics got. The only way we could slow them down further was with Scorched Earth, but that we had collectively decided raising Allied infrastructure was detrimental to ourselves, considering our reinforcements had to use them too. Fleet element destroyed. Harsol swore like a sailor. Fittingly, retreat to Kalyamex. Shive. I'll hold them at Vorzit. Rain. Trilm shot me a dangerous look. Yeah, I know, I grumbled, rubbing my eyes. I know. If the Saline front continued to cave in at its current pace, those of us struggling in the south were going to get cut off. I'm bringing my ships to Rinvar, Vinnick said loudly. The rest of you should gather as many ships as possible in Liana. As many as you can spare. No. And Aqualish commander scowled. Every parsec counts. Retreating to Liana now will be giving 2,000 parsecs to the enemy without a fight. My eyes flickered to the countdown. He's right. We're losing too much ground. Kret, Aviso, reinforce Havoc Squadron at Kalyamex. Does anybody in Thanium or in Drexu have ships to bring to Rinvar? We do, Aquarin replied, gesturing to the cadre of officers around him, but that would leave the Thanium worlds undefended. We need to stall the BCC for as long as possible. Commander Trilm frowned. We don't have much of a choice. Understood. If it's any consolation, Aviso groaned, the Republic definitely isn't as effective as Arena. We're fighting a machine that can't simulate morale, personality, or character. It runs its armies with pure calculus. If we survive this, then, well, I think it's safe to say we'll survive anything the Republic throws at us. The star map was alive, blazing. Countless pieces fluttered between the stars in a complex game no single man could comprehend. Organizational structure disintegrated as fleets and commands broke down into individual ships strewn across the sectors as we rushed to aid each other while maintaining the operational integrity of our own forces. Sparks filled the air literally as skirmishes and battles raged across the room. Isn't there a saying, Horgo Shai bemoaned, that always making the best decision makes you predictable? Good fasking luck applying that to real life. Vinnick let out a breath. The best decision is only predictable when we know what the best decision is. You think you're smarter than a supercomputer? Anzat has fallen. Argoner has fallen. Quell has fallen. I don't like its voice, I scowled. It's smug or mocks me. Your brain is overheating, Monteri. It was like watching a plague spread in real time as more and more of the holochart was infected by baleful red. Arena's relentless legions of digital ships always pressing the offensive. The fog of war made it worse. Enemy elements flickered within the smoke like vengeful wraiths, and those that burst outwards were like bloodthirsty hounds. Sometimes, a daring officer would send a ship deep into enemy territory, revealing a great horde right before its destruction, leaving a ghostly specter that both served as an enemy fleet last seen here marker and as a tombstone. A Senatine officer suddenly collapsed like a sack of spuds, those around him instinctively darting away as his spectral form glitched and spasmed on the ground. Another person appeared in their hologram, likely an exo, shooting us an apologetic look before cutting the connection. Just like that, their ships on the star map winked out of existence, and there were 31 people left. His brain must have overheated too, Rel Harsol joked, grabbing a plate of food from off holo. Wouldn't blame him, Captain Kret mumbled. It's been 26 hours. Fuck, really? Maybe I should have set the time amplification to a greater value. I brushed my hair back as I felt a headache brewing. Coruscant system. Coruscant sector. Meet at Lonick. Over. General Tan's holographic stature froze in time. For a moment there was complete and total silence, and then the commanding organ of the Grand Army reawoke in a swell of cacophonic horror as every man and woman with a badge pinned to their breast tried to make their opinions known. What are we doing? Admiral Coburn raised his voice over the clamor. We must pull the Pantoran away from this operation sidestep immediately. I advise we have General Impeto Jos brand assault Basadro at once. With the 20th Sector Army at Fonder's doorstep, she will have no choice but to divert her attention. The unseen projectionist skillfully manipulated the vast star map to focus in on grid square L13, where a splotch of red clearly delineated the separatist Fonder enclave, which included much of the Tapani sector, as well as Basadro on the shipwrights trace and wrist. Governor General Octavian Grant of the Tapani over sector has been fighting a back-and-forth war on the Rima trade spine ever since the war began, never quite able to get the upper hand due to Fonder's obtuse resistance. If the general was present and not personally leading his armies on the front lines, Scout imagined he would have been the loudest voice in the amphitheater, doubtlessly demanding more resources sent to his Emerald Banner command. Basadro has settled in for a siege, a female Jedi attending by hologram pointed out. A hasty assault will result in an undue number of civilian casualties. With all respect, General Alrix dash. Draw her attention away. Are we so ineffectual? Colonel Gentis drew himself to his great stature, booming. We must launch a renewed offensive on the Nan-3 hyperlanes. Take Mimban, then Adahox, then Nan-3 itself. General Lon Tix's 224th Division is already in position. We will cut her entire operation at the neck. The holo projection pulled away from the Tapani sector, soaring over to a slice of the expansion region defined by the Nan-3 trade route and Outlanders route. You were short-sighted, Gentis, another Governor General scorned. Director Isard, am I correct to say that there are no significant separatist elements in the foundry of the Confederacy? There was a brief pause as the attendants tried to understand his words. Scout's own brow furrowed as sneakily produced her tablet, frantically tapping through her data files to identify the speaking officer. General Taniel? Scout briefly snapped her head up to squint in the direction of the general, deciding the faces didn't match. General Rena. No. General Thurban, that's him. Governor General Thurban of the Cerulean Spear Command, CO of the 12th Sector Army. What was he thinking? No way. You were correct, General Thurban. Armand Isard nodded hesitantly, as if afraid of what may come next. Our operatives in the separatist homeworlds report that the defense of the Perlemian have been relegated to minor patrol elements and individual PSFs. A heartbeat passed. And you were too damn ambitious, Thurban. Colonel Gentis barraged, you won't make 1,000 parsecs past Salvara. The 12th Sector Army won't, General Thurban corrected severely, but if we pull together all our forces in the region, the 12th Sector Army, the 11th Sector Army, the 3rd Mid-Rim Army, the 4th Outer Rim Army. My staff tells me that we can make it to Raxus before the end of the year. For the first time since the conference began, the Supreme Chancellor spoke. Far be it from me to weigh in on this matter to such a qualified gathering, but is there not a chance that this opening is a trap? It is far removed for someone the likes of General Tan to be so careless, no? Chancellor Palpatine likes to gesture a lot, Scout observed. He let his hands do half the talking, drawing absolute attention without fail. It made people listen to him. And personally, Scout agreed with him. It was a bit strange, not to mention General Thurban was more than likely simply using the opportunity to elevate his standing. However, the general of the Cerulean Spear Command wasn't about to concede so easily. Chancellor, it is clear from Director Deminar's presentation that the Pantoran has her hands tied. General Thurban outstretched his arms. My staff and I have reviewed the details. The Confederate First Fleet was mobilized in absolute secrecy. Not even separatist officers knew their purpose. Isn't it obvious then that Director Deminar's miraculous finding has presented a brief window of opportunity to end this war decisively in one single blow? A wave of agreement swept through the force, powerful enough for Scout to feel. The crowd was being convinced, she realized, and even some Jedi were being swept into fervor as well. Director Isard, a stiff, wiry officer asked simply, are you able to corroborate General Thurban's claims? Director Isard tensed, almost looking at the Supreme Chancellor for guidance. The assembly seemed to collectively hold its breath. Who's that? Ahsoka nudged her. That, my dear Padawan, is General Colseardon, Master Kenobi said lowly, commanding officer of the 3rd Mid-Rim Army. Remember his name and face, as we work closely with him. He's one of the most influential figures in these circles, Master Skywalker added. If he unites his camp with Thurbans, the rest of the assembly will fall in line behind them. Scout shared a look with Ahsoka, letting her friend speak for both of them. Is that good or bad, Master? For us. Master Skywalker crossed his arms. Well, same as ever. Just know that if this operation gets approved, we'll be fighting there. Fits nicely within the Open Circle's job description, doesn't it? Master Kenobi chuckled. The Open Circle fleet was the rapid reaction force of the Grand Army, placed under the jurisdiction of Jedi Command and thus commanded almost exclusively by Jedi generals. Most elite clone formations were concentrated under the Open Circle's banner, too. In that nature, divisions of the Open Circle fleet can always be found wherever the fighting was heaviest. I should write all of this down. Scout pulled out her tablet. Director Isard said with decisive finality, it is our conclusion as well that General Tan is relying on secrecy to protect the Rim Ward Perlemian. General Seardon leaned forward in his seat, curling his fists around each other. Then I will pledge the Steel Blade Task Force for this effort. I believe Admiral Kruge and his Tector-class Star Destroyers will make a suitable vanguard. The Tectors are still new and unproven. General Thurbon challenged, to the discernible ire of some, making them the vanguard is far too risky. Stop trying to steal my credit. Scout sensed the unsaid words in the Force. At the same time, those visibly bristling at Thurbon's statement must be the supporters of the Tector class. Master Skywalker was right. Even at a time like this, political friction was inevitable. My Tectors are purpose-built battleships, sir, Admiral Kruge presumably replied coolly. An armored spearhead is precisely what is needed to pierce the cordon at Salvara. The Victory Project is still in its trial phase, so unless Quad is willing to donate a mandator, my battleships are our best chance at pulling off your plan. The sudden intrigued air hanging over a gaggle of Cade-Y delegates wasn't missed by Scout's inquisitive senses. Chancellor Palpatine's features furrowed in worry. I worry we are getting ahead of ourselves. It is true that General Tan's strategy warrants concern, but I am sure some of you can agree that this feels like an overreaction. Let us not forget our successes. We are still making good progress in the new territories, and our victory at Ariada threatens the entire separatist effort on the Rima trade route. I must concur with the Chancellor, a Jedi Master said. We are overplaying our hand. The Separatist Alliance will view this rightly as an act of desperation. Concentrating all our forces on the Perlemian will leave our other fronts stretched thin, which the Separatists will assuredly exploit. We must seek a wiser course of action. The Chancellor nodded appreciatively, as Master Regal had put astutely, shouldn't caution be the order of the day? It was another Governor General who broke the deadlock, his holographic form shimmering as he pulled himself together. General Kenobi, what do you think of this matter? You command the Open Circle, and no man nor woman in this assembly can doubt your credibility. Master Kenobi released an inaudible sigh as he rose, his half-armor casting an eye-catching form among the billowing robes of his peers. I am inclined to agree with General Thurbon, should Director Isard's intelligence be corroborated. It is said, after all, that the best defense is a good offense. Master Kenobi, Master Regal coaxed softly, but severely, surely you see the merits dash. I do, Master. Master Skywalker shot to his feet, and a shadow of irritation crossed Regal's dignified face, and I see the merits of actually making a decision. Admiral Coburn suggests we distract the Pantoran by widening the southern theater. Colonel Gentis recommends we strike at her directly, and General Thurbon presents a plan to strike at the heart of the Separatist Alliance. Why not do all three at once? Master Skywalker's proclamation was met with stunned silence, punctuated by Master Kenobi shaking his head in exasperation. Scout shrunk into her seat as her master exploited the quiet to press his point even further, his patience both visibly and audibly at an end. General Thurbon's stratagem is too ambitious, Master Regal's advice is too cautious. The problem is neither, but that we cannot put all our eggs in one basket, he declared. So put all three plans into motion, but with a more limited scope, and with an open mind for failure. Should any of the plans succeed, then we have accomplished our goal. If more than one does, then we have turned the tide against the Seps. The hero with no fear hammered his fist into his palm, enrapturing the whole assembly. We keep up the pressure, and we break the back of the Separatists. Orbit of Ringo Vinda system. User sector. Felicia has fallen. 16 pairs of heads snapped around to a single point in an almost comical manner, stunned at the extremely important reserve system due to its proximity to several hyperlanes falling into enemy hands. A blazing claw task force tore its way through the supposedly unnavigable nebula known as the Royal, storming down the Arden Cross and smashing straight into the Thanium worlds, no more than 1,500 parsecs from Raxus. I told you, someone mumbled. Pull. I hesitated, slowly choking out words as my mouth tried to keep up with my racing brain. All fleets pull back to Liana. Shive, Aviso, Kret, you'll be our rear guard. I want a defensive perimeter from 7009er, 3649er to 6826, 359er1. Harsol, how many defense platforms can you get us? Liana, the gateway to the Tian cluster. The system was the crossroads of 5 major hyperlanes, 3 of which the Republic must use to access Tian. There was the core ward Perlemian, which CSC fleets were thrusting up from, and there was the Arden Cross and Shalton tunnels, which were being used by the BCC to flank us. Everybody recognized that Liana will be our final stand. For static weapons platforms I've tugged from Cronies worlds, and a few dozen laser and missile satellites I can string up around Liana. Harsel squinted at his screen, dark bags under his eyes visible, if nothing else. They'll give the Republic a real headache on the planetary assault. It's been 40 hours since we started. Personally, I've not left this hellhole of a room, and have only peeked out the door whenever a service droid enters with grub. We've operated with an ad hoc shift system, with each officer taking incremental 2 to 3 hour naps, but it wasn't much. It was natural that nobody wanted to miss anything, out of fear of missing out. Thank God, the battle room was immediately attached to a bathroom. Whoever the interior designers were who anticipated this, bless their souls. Great. Jorm Dash. We've got fuel and Tabana for you, an auxiliary officer said tiredly. It's a variety of stock, though. Engines might perform subpar. Staying, it's the end of the line for us. Trilm rubbed her face. Inefficient drives are the last of our problems. Fleets were already gliding across the holochart. Nobody argued with my decision, to their credit, knowing that there was no point. We had agreed in advance that Liana represented our best bet in the scenario, and had fortified the Ecumenopolis world to hell and back, gathering every ship and defense platform we could in the single system. Mossack has fallen. Kalyumex has fallen. Drawkais has fallen. The enemy advanced like an unrelenting horde from 3 fronts, world after world swallowed in its ravenous swarm. Commander Horgo Shive's Havoc Squadron met them at Galadrin. Fleet element destroyed. Galadrin has fallen. Shive slowly collapsed in his chair, wordlessly signaling that he was out of the game. And then Captain Avizo's and Captain Kret's defense in-depth of the Arkan system. Fleet element destroyed. Fleet element destroyed. Fleet element destroyed. Arkan has fallen. Arena was still gloating even as the first skirmishes in the Liana system began, her monotone voice prattling off system after system as if going down a shopping list. The skirmishes turned into isolated clashes as more and more Republic forward squadrons jumped into the system until the first main fleets poured in through the breach. Hundreds of ships from both sides flocked to reinforce the clashes, until each battle was so large they were indistinguishable from each other, morphing into a single colossal system-spanning engagement. The shine of sublight drives and blazing turbo lasers created a maelstrom of colors that would make any epileptic person seizure, transforming the room into a veritable rave. Indeed, I noticed some of our more photosensitive comrades diverting their gazes. Soon, the battle was so uncontrollable we simply stepped away and allowed the computer to do the work. Formations were non-existent, and if there were any, we couldn't see them through the baffling mess of hulls and laser fire. We simply ordered our ships to never retreat, and closed our strained eyes for some frankly well-deserved rest while we waited out the battle. I caught 5 hours of fleeting sleep before Arena woke me up. Fleet element destroyed. Liana has fallen. And that was that. There was not a single separatist force in the Foundry beyond bookkeeping formations. Within hours, the Tian cluster was in Republic hands. Raxus has fallen. Somehow, Arena managed to declare it with a sense of finality. So, how long did we last? Captain Avizo croaked. I squinted at my chrono, the numbers somehow dancing before my eyes. 51 hours. Nearly 26 days. A whole 10 days short of our target. But I wasn't too disappointed, having accomplished my primary goal of laying down a foundation for a coalition fleet. Knowing who was important, and now I was pretty confident I now knew just that. Callie Trilm was pragmatic, more than willing to sacrifice assets if there was a net gain. Avizo was a textbook academy-trained officer, and adept at his craft. Rel Harsol, despite his loud personality, was cautious with his ships. Kret, like most Nymodians, was a calculating defense specialist. Horgo Shive was the direct opposite, always preferring a blitzkrieg-like offense. Kriff, Jorm said eloquently, the reserved captain having opened up over the period of our shared ordeal. His mastery of the Rim Ward space lanes played no insignificant role in our defense. It's enough, I remarked. Arena's a supercomputer with perfect decision-making and coordination. Should this event ever arise, all we have to do is emulate what we did here, and the enemy will collapse before we do. I ticked off another box in my mental checklist. Next, I had to make the attack actually happen on my terms. Chapter 18. A Traken Approach, Catalan System. Rolian Sector. Sometimes all the time, really, but Barrish tried to believe in optimism. Barrish felt like a puppet motivated by whatever strings Rain felt like wielding that day. Why her captor left Barrish alone on her own ship was beyond her, and as all things surrounding him, the Force was of no usefulness. Star Frigate Unicorn blazed a path towards the distant world of a Traken, threading a precarious line through the orbital minefield that enveloped the planetary system. The lifeless husks of warships drifted here and there among the moons. Whatever interstellar battlefield there was long since metamorphosing into a new artificial ring of debris. From the corner of her eye, Barriss noticed a bright explosion as a ruined Corvette hull impacted a leftover mine, blasting microparticles their way. She was about to return her attention at first, but a voice rang through her mind. Remember, repeaters are your friend. Look at them enough, and you don't need the viewport. And Barriss forced herself to read the relevant readout. The monitor displayed a flashing silhouette of Unicorn, offset bars fluctuating as the ship's particle shields absorbed the rippling blows. 2200, the tactical droid TF-1726 called, have Centaur report her condition. OM, 2200, Taylor, lifted his head from his console. Her shields are holding, sir. Gallo advises we find another path through the minefield. Inform him that is denied. TF-1726 droned. The minefield is protecting us from enemy interception. TF-1726, or Tough, as he was known as, was the new captain of the small Unicorn squadron, which consisted of Unicorn and its sister ship Centaur and apparently Barris' new commanding officer. Internally, the young Jedi didn't know whether to feel relieved or insulted that her captor had concluded a mere droid was enough to watch over her. It's almost as if he didn't care if she escaped. Which must be why, hindsight hummed in her head, he sent me to a Traken. I don't need to be watched here. Even if Barris managed to escape to the Republic battle lines, nobody was getting out of the planet's orbit, much less the system. The vast minefield was deployed by Separatist mine layers, and as such possessed trackers that allowed Separatist ships to avoid them. Apparently, it was originally done to prevent even more Republic reinforcements from arriving, but inadvertently turned the ravaged system into an isolated battle forsaken by both sides of the war. We're receiving a transmission from Trilos, sir, a comms droid chirped. Pachetho. Unidentified ship, this is Trilos Control. Be advised that you are entering the Atrakan exclusion zone. An humanoid voice cautioned, identify yourself and your purpose, and stand by for transponder verification. Trilos Control, this is Confederate Navy ships Unicorn and Centaur. Tough replied, we were dispatched by Ringo Vinda to assist in the relief efforts. Transmitting transponder codes. The tactical droid nodded at Taylor, prompting the OM to send the codes. Barris briefly saw a code scramble across the display. CNF_2.11.49.31.51.81.4_1310 Copy. Unicorn, Centaur, you are cleared for entry, control returned. Please follow the designated space lane to avoid mines and enemy interceptors. Report again as soon as you enter Trilos orbital zone. Unicorn decelerated smoothly as it passed the inner perimeter of the minefield, Navicomputers plugging in the data received from orbital control to plot a safe inbound heading towards the moon of Trilos. As the only of Atrakan's 3 moons to possess a habitable atmosphere, Barris heard from both the Shadow Feed and HoloNet news that the survivors of the battle had relocated there. What she didn't know, however, was that the moon was under Separatist control. Lieutenant Afi, Tough abruptly said to her, you will act as the captain of this ship, and as the commanding officer of this squadron. What kind of trick is this now? Why? Barris asked carefully, wary of whatever plot her captors had cooked up now. She had spent enough time with TF-1726 to know that the tactical droid was one of Rain's most trusted aides, perhaps second only to Hare or Stell. Whatever he had planned, the droid was almost certainly in on it. This is a mercy mission, the tactical droid reminded, and she still couldn't quite fully believe it. A droid cannot represent a humanitarian effort due to organic preconceptions. The ranking officer of Confederate forces on the moon will also be more receptive to an organic commander. While you speak with them, I will oversee the offloading of medical supplies and provisions. When it was put that way, Barris could somehow see the reason for it. Sweat gathered around her neck, and she tugged at her restricting collar to relieve the heat. She was about to reply something fierce, but then the dim glow of Atrakan consumed the bridge. Barris was unwittingly agape, her mouth closing with a quiet click. Atrakan was a beautiful world, with bountiful seas and great continents. Once, perhaps. Its oceans were a soupy sludge of gray-green, and its vast continental expanses transformed into sickly shades of yellow, weather patterns boiling and bubbling over it. There were little flowers that bloomed over the surface like water lilies, and tendrils of fire that lashed out from them, raising the atmosphere as if it was poplar fluff. The defiant lights of civilization still lingered, especially noticeable on the night side, but from afar, they appeared to Barris like fireflies hiding within the brush while the forest burned around them, winking out one by one. This is, she started. The result of the Republic's atomic warfare, Tough said flatly. You don't know that, Barris dared to challenge. Any side could have started it. Atrakan is the capital of the Rolian sector, which unanimously voted to secede from the Republic. His vocabulary expressed a unique tone of disgust. When the Republic realized they couldn't take the planet, they decided neither side could. I didn't think you would care so much, Barris mumbled weakly, feeling a headache coming on. It is careless, the droid scorned. It is wasteful. I can calculate 100 other courses of tactical import other than defoliating an entire planet in a vain attempt at resource denial. Barris deflated, not for lack of response, but to concentrate on keeping the collective sorrow of Atrakan out of her head. It felt like the entire planet was writhing in agony, its hands pounding on her mind's doors, visions of collapsing skies and scorched cities flashing through her consciousness. Warheads that fell like hail, and columns of ash and smoke that blotted the sun in great mushroom form. But there was a glimmer of hope in the Force light spark in darkness, and she had a feeling she knew where it came from. The civilian government has evacuated to Trilos, Tough explained. Now, our mission criteria is not to defeat the Republic, but to save as much of the population as possible. The light codes on the sensor displays grew far sparser as they cleared the minefield, and Unicorn moved forward more rapidly, accelerating as it settled into its inbound vector for Trilos. There's a Republic fleet on the other side of the planet, Barris realized, directly opposite to the Separatist fleet on this side. They must both be too depleted to engage each other head-on. As they approached Trialos, Unicorn and Centaur merged into the clutter of starships surrounding the planet. An indiscernible number of freighters and perhaps commandeered merchantmen, a handful of frigates, and a single huge lookhulk that dwarfed them all to insignificance. Golden lights were strewn across the moon's habitable surface, a government and a people in exile. Notify Trialos Control of our arrival and request instructions, Tough ordered. Unicorn, Centaur, Trialos Control hailed. Disengage all drives and standby for tractor tug guidance. Welcome to New Catalan. The surface of Trialos was rocky and destitute, but livable. New Catalan was a small city of mostly tenement blocks, straddled by two streams cutting through a desolate promontory. Massive open pit mines scarred the landscape, the heads of great highways that disappeared into the flanks of a mountain range. Barris afforded herself one last wry grimace of distaste at playing Separatist and folded her true feelings beneath a mask of composure before leaving the ship. A man in gray uniform met her, a mixture of thinly hidden dread and monumental relief on his face at the same time. Barris wrinkled her nose in annoyance as white jets of steam blasted the ramp as the warship equalized its atmospheric pressure, and the man snapped into an uncertain salute upon her appearance, as if he had forgotten the fine details of the gesture. Lieutenant Raim Cartrol reporting, sir. Barris swallowed some bile at that. Where's your commanding officer? She asked. Lieutenant Cartrol faltered, but recomposed himself valiantly. Dead, sir. Everybody above me is dead. I'm now the ranking officer of our forces in the system. I suppose you're my CO now, sir. She blinked, somewhat stunned. My captain was assassinated a week ago by enemy saboteurs, he supplied, glancing over her shoulder at the droids unloading cargo. Thank the stars at least one of our distress calls got through the Republic's jamming. I'm only a lieutenant, Barris said slowly. Lieutenant Afi. I don't have the authority. Cartrol's expression fell. But you command this squadron, right? I only have a corvette. That makes you my superior. Barris winced internally, but didn't let it show. I suppose it does. Lead the way. Along the way, they passed by conspicuously out-of-place Coruscanti AA-9 freighters, the universal red sigil painted onto their hulls that signified humanitarian work and protected them from military attack. Despite that, many of them still showed signs of battle. Scorch marks, half-melted plating. Barris could not see any gun emplacements. She didn't know if she wished she did. Courtesy of the refugee relief movement, Lieutenant Cartrol nodded at them. When the government realized they had to evacuate the planet, they contacted the Armim for help. Volunteers from Coruscant, Naboo, Alderaan flooded here. Didn't stop the Republic from shooting them. Now, they're trapped on this rock with the rest of us. With some luck, your ships will change things. I don't see how they can, Barris thought. But she didn't want to be pessimistic, and she still couldn't quite believe the Republic would fire upon humanitarian vessels. The same way you can't believe they would glass a planet over losing? A traitorous part of her retorted. This isn't the same Republic you know, girl. They didn't go into the city, but towards a large encampment on its outskirts. A refugee camp. It sprawled beneath an unforgiving sky, fabric tents and makeshift shelters huddled together like soldiers in formation. The emblem of the red sigil was displayed everywhere, on the tents, on the flagpoles, on the official uniforms of RM workers, or even hastily patched onto the dresses of Atraconite volunteers. Barris felt her heartache in the force. A symphony of voices weaves a tapestry of stories tales of loss and resilience. Survivors, their faces etched with the weight of their ordeals, gather in communal spaces, sharing meager meals but bound by a shared determination to rebuild shattered lives. Names were heard over the bleakness. Not everybody was so fortunate. Not the dead-eyed children drifting between the shelters and packs, hunting for their parents. Nor the mothers shouting themselves hoarse, for a reply that might never come. The want for survival and hope was prevalent, but Barris sensed another one in the force. A want for vengeance. Lingering. On the rear seat for now, but she did not know for how long more. Barris allowed herself to be immersed in it. Empathy was the Jedi way. Compassion was the Jedi way. These were not her enemies. Two holograms awaited them in the largest tent, one opulently dressed woman in purple silk, and another a tall, nondescript man with Coruscanti features. Lieutenant Cartrol, the woman smiled. Welcome news, I hope? Very good news, Madame Organa, Cartrol replied, easing himself, relief from Ringo Vinda, 2-star frigates laden with food, provisions, and medical supplies. Organa? Barris racked her head, recalling her master's old lessons. The Organas were the royal family of Alderaan, weren't they? That means this must be. Selly Organa, the chairwoman of the refugee relief movement. Warships. Selly Organa's smile flattened. Pardon me, Madame Organa. Barris inserted herself in the conversation, but this place is an active war zone, and if Lieutenant Cartrol is correct, then the Republic has seemingly no qualms about invading the sanctity of red sigil ships. A pained look crossed Selly Organa's face while the other man scoffed in derision, folding his arms. Well said, officer, he grunted. Whichever Jedi's in charge there, they're not very Jedi-like, are they? A Jedi is in charge of the Republic forces? Barris couldn't stop herself from raising her voice in surprise and with a tinge of denial. So it would seem, Madame Organa rubbed her forehead tiredly. Nevertheless, it is a pleasure, officer. I am Selly Organa, chairwoman of the Refugee Relief Movement. You might have already heard of us, but we're an interstellar humanitarian group that operates throughout the galaxy. The man greeted her sharply, Ferris Palbert, acting president of the People's Inquest, a Jedi accountability watch group. We find cases of Jedi overreach and send our journalists to report on the situation. The Atraconites invited us, and we're working with the RRM to give their plight some much-needed exposure. The galaxy needs to see the injustice done here. We look forward to working with you. Barris had heard of the People's Inquest. Only a couple months ago they were fighting with the Jedi Temple over the Baby Liddy custody case, and probably still are even now. With how highly publicized the case was, she even heard a feature film was being made on it. Barris would have to be living on Tatooine to not have heard of it. As it went, Jedi rescue workers took custody of an infant girl Liddy Billion in the wake of a devastating earthquake on Ordodin, thinking her parents were dead. As it turned out, the girl's mother Janava Billion was in fact alive, and after a full rotation of searching for her daughter on Ordodin, bought a one-way trip to Coruscant in an attempt to get her back. The People's Inquest, along with the majority of Coruscant's student population, quickly supported her. The Jedi Council, however, denied her appeal, citing that it would be too dangerous now that baby Liddy renamed Aristel where he had Jedi training. Barris herself was rather neutral on the situation, having been on a mission off-world for the majority of the scandal, but she knew the case had gone interstellar. Alsakin, Alderaan, Corellia, even as far out as Ariata, there were people marching on the streets against the Jedi on nearly every planet in the core, to the point where rioting students even breached the Jedi Temple and defaced it with graffiti and paint. Lieutenant Afi, nice to meet you, she deflated, letting her anxiousness go and serenity back in. All right, give me the situation. Lieutenant Cartroll straightened. From a military standpoint, sir, our strategic position is unrecoverable dash. From the beginning, Barris interrupted. How did the situation deteriorate to this point? Mr. Palbert raised a thin eyebrow. Did the media war on the HoloNet not inform you, officer? Barris stared blankly. Are you telling me I should value the media over an official report? Cartroll flinched. My apologies, sir. Give me a moment. He fumbled with a handheld holo-emitter, dialing some of the buttons, and a projection of the planet burst out the top. Several decades ago, prospectors found huge dunium mines on Atrakan, and the government quickly invited Republic mining companies to extract them. The lieutenant wetted his lips. The most precious resource in the galaxy these days, Mr. Palbert commented cynically. When Atrakan seceded in favor of the Confederacy's trade laws, the companies used their PMCs to seize the mines and call for help. Cartroll ignored him. Our fleets arrived first, obviously, and recaptured the mines before the Republic came. But they did, and the planet was split into East and Western hemispheres. Thinking more enemy reinforcements were en route, the Commodore opted to blockade the planetary system with minefields. With their supplies dwindling and no reinforcements incoming, we began pushing them back. The Republic started Operation Katabatic, he continued. We controlled the capital, Catalan City, most of the Dunium mines, and orbital supremacy over the Eastern Hemisphere. See? So they resorted to using intercontinental ballistic missiles to target our bases and mines, and then cities when they realized the Atraconites weren't going to surrender. The Commodore ordered a full assault to stop them, which cost us our fleet and his life, leaving both our forces incapable of another engagement. That's where we are now. And the evacuation effort? That's where we need your help, officer, Madame Organa said. Atrakan's watersheds and oceans have been poisoned by the fallout, leaving the entire planet uninhabitable. We've been receiving thousands of distress signals from the surface, but can't access half of them due to the Republic's orbital control over the Western Hemisphere. Can't you negotiate with them? You think we haven't tried? Ferris Palbert raged. Instead, they've threatened to shoot down every ship in their airspace. Barris glanced at Lieutenant Cartroll, but the officer only shook his head solemnly. Something's up. She felt it in the Force, something beyond rescuing refugees. There must be a reason the Republic is targeting humanitarian ships. It is unlike them to, much less the Jedi. But for now, she couldn't sense anything that gave her any reason to believe they were lying about the evacuation efforts. Besides, why would the chairwoman of the Refugee Relief Movement of all people lie about this? This isn't about the Republic or Separatists anymore, Jedi or not. This was about saving innocent lives. When she returns to Coruscant, Barris will find her answers. She swore it to the Force. She owed it to every loss to Trakanite, to every life lost to nuclear hellfire. If she had to wear her enemy's colors and fire upon those supposed to be her friends, if it meant righting injustice, Barris will do so. If not gladly, then out of her duty as Jedi. Whomever was in command of the Republic here, they were not Jedi. They can't be. All right, Barris finally conceded. What's the plan? The Republic fleet is locked in geosensed orbit, Lieutenant Cartroll pointed out. Every day, Trilos crosses them. We dispatch our refugee ships, the Republic intercepts them, and our warships fend them off to limited success. Most of the time, we are forced to withdraw. Now, though, your squadron is here. To be honest, sir, we don't have a chance in hell of retaking Atrakan. My late captain had already agreed to pledge our remaining forces to helping the RRM, and I intend on following through. Our agents planetside have already assembled the remaining survivors to designated pickup points, Madame Organa explained as red dots popped up on the holographic planet. Simply put, we need your ships to guard our transports as we evacuate them. What's the state of the Republic fleet? She asked. Poor. Like ours, Cartrol said wryly. They haven't been resupplied since the start of the battle, half a year ago. They're almost certainly low on fuel and ammunition. Their warships are in a poor state, and almost all their snub fighters have been put out of action. That's why they've resorted to assassins to take out our command ladder. Right now, sir, Unicorn and Centaur are practically superweapons. Varys closed her eyes, unable to believe what she was about to do. Unable to believe the entire situation really. The Battle of Yavin was so wrong on nearly every level. Why was it the Separatists saving refugees? She rubbed her face. Sorry, sir, Cartrol slowed down. With all due respect, you look young, sir. Is this deployment your first? No, she wanted to say. Yes, she thought. Ferris Palbert exhaled softly, glancing down at his ghostly feet. Sully Organa bore a sympathetic smile that made her want to puke. Alderaan, working with the Separatists. It came to this. Why couldn't they make it easy for her to hate them? Varys swiftly discarded that thought. It was not the Jedi way. Sorry, sir, Rain Cartrol repeated himself, as if he couldn't help it, but there's no such thing as a clean war. For every neat and tidy battle, there's 100 more like this one. It's what we signed up for. I know that now. Varys stiffened her nerves, calling on her master's training once more. Detachment. Forget Republic or Separatist. Sorry, master, but I'm going to have to do what's right. Orbit of Coruscant system. Coruscant sector. Scout knew she would get used to the sight of warships sooner or later, but for now she felt confident that the sight of hundreds of star destroyers gathering in orbit over Coruscant will never fail to leave her awestruck. Even as the shuttle descended towards Harbinger's flight deck, she rose to the tips of her toes to catch one last sight of the single greatest fleet in Republic service, the Open Circle. 115 warships, 25 of them the newest generation starcruisers out of Allandine 6, or so it was said. Scout once heard them described as the weight behind the Jedi Council's words. She thought it was fitting. The shuttle landed gently as the mighty hangar doors clamped over them, atmosphere flooding back into the clearance. Time to greet the boys, Master Skywalker grunted as he stood up. Thanks for the ride, Axe. Part of the job, sir. The clone pilot raised a thumbs up as he disengaged the engines. A squad of clones welcomed them at the bottom of the ramp, some with blue paint, others in plain and shiny white armor. Pleasant surprise exuded from her master, though it quickly folded into somewhat hopeful apprehension. Commander Appo reporting, General Skywalker, the lead clone saluted. General Rena wishes to speak with you as soon as possible. He's waiting for you in communications. Good to see I'm still as popular as ever, Master Skywalker joked, sweeping his gaze over the assembled soldiers. Chorich? Good to have you back. A trooper with the universal red sigil on his pauldron saluted with a grin. Good to be here, General. Torrent Company's back in action. Despite the reunion, however, Scout only sensed rising uncertainty from her master. It was as if she was back in the combat center, staring down Master Skywalker's chilling gaze. Except, this time she wasn't in his focus, yet still crossed her arms in an instinctual effort to preserve her body heat. And where's Rex? Master Skywalker asked, almost too casually. Chorich's smile flagged. The captain's declared MIA, sir. The last anybody saw of him was back on the Resolute, shoving us into the escape pods. Expect nothing less from our old boy. There was a pulse in the Force. We'll honor him. Scout didn't have to see Master Skywalker's face to know it bore a smile. A smile was his default expression when he had unwanted feelings to hide. Master Skywalker doesn't want the men to see him falter, she realized. Whoever this Rex was, he was important. She then eyed the clone commander, Appo, who was quietly minding himself off to the side. Appo was like her, Scout guessed, not exactly involved with the Torrent Company or this Rex person. From the way he stood solemnly, however, Scout concluded the commander knew Rex enough to respect him. Let's not waste Rena's time, Master Skywalker abruptly declared, marching on. Chorich, what exactly did intelligence want out of you guys? Don't know exactly, sir, Chorich shrugged. They questioned us separately. But they asked us to retell the whole battle, especially our rescue. Right, the rescue, Master Skywalker furrowed his brow. How did that happen? The Sepai commander, General, Chorich replied, called himself Rain. What was it? Captain Rain Bonteri, another trooper said, recited the Yavin code on open frequency and everything. Thanks, Dinal. Chorich nodded appreciatively, like he said. After that, pod hunters came in and dragged us all into a battleship. They put us in our cells and left us alone after that. Until Cascade and Waterfall rescued us. That's it. Master Skywalker asked disbelievingly. They just left you alone? Aye, sir, Dinal confirmed. Food wasn't great, but at least it was different from battlefield rations, so I counted as a win. Bonteri? Huh? Master Skywalker mumbled with a conflicted expression. I've heard that name before. Padawan, your first task is to find out the meaning of that name. Seriously? I know he means well, but this is getting ridiculous. What am I, some errand girl? Scout wanted to complain. Her head was filled with nothing but names. But she sucked it up and ground out a dutiful, yes, master. Anakin Skywalker narrowed his eyes. Your emotions betray you, Scout. My apologies, she replied in a drier tone than intended, master. Her master scoffed. Sorry, Appo. Looks like I'm putting you on babysitting duty. Hey, Scout protested. I'm not a child. Her voice shrunk towards the end as she realized that was exactly what Ahsoka would say, and she cringed at herself for it. Damn it, I should be more mature than this. You're a child until I decide you aren't, Master Skywalker told her. That's how it goes, isn't it? I'm 10 years old, Commander Appo said with a straight face, but I'm tall for my age. Don't humor her, Appo. One of the troopers dental snorted. You can't really tell when the commander's joking, sir. All right, Master Skywalker said loudly as he stepped into a turbo lift. Enough of that. To your stations, I have a date with the general. Appo, take Scout to the bridge and wait for me there. Very good, sir. Master Skywalker spun around just as the lift doors slid shut, but Scout spied a small smirk fashioned onto his lips just before he disappeared from view. Torrent Company bade them farewell as they disappeared into the labyrinthine corridors, leaving Scout alone with the clone commander as they waited for the next turbo lift. CC 1119, sir. Appo recited his designation number to break the silence, but everybody calls me Appo. I'm the commanding clone officer of the 501st Legion. Scout had to crane her head up to look at him. Padawan learner Talisabeth and Wandung Esterhazy. Looks like I'm your Jedi commander now. But all my friends call me Scout, she hastily added, because my name's a bit long. Commander Scout. Then, the lift opened, and they stepped through. I hope you don't mind. I don't, Scout said as Appo punched in their floor. So, who's Rex? Commander Appo stilled, and then relaxed slightly. Captain Rex was the general's second in command. He's been MIA dead since we lost our flagship over Christoph Sis. I'm the CO because everybody above me lost their lives on the Resolute. Oh, Scout wanted to say something, maybe words of sympathy, but she feared coming off as disingenuous. Ahsoka was supposed to go to Christoph Sis. Her stomach dropped as the turbo lift accelerated, and she winced internally. Seriously, is that the best you can come up with, Talisabeth? Ahsoka, the clone inquired. My friend, she clarified. Ahsoka. She's Master Kenobi's Padawan. Scout couldn't take anything from Appo's stoic face. If your friend was at Christoph Sis, she wouldn't have been a child for very long. Child. It took a second for Scout to realize he was referring to her previous complaint. You mean, because she would have fought a battle? The turbo lift halted before Appo could answer, and he led her down a length of corridor before turning into a dim room strumming with clones and officers. There was a big circular table in the center, and screens and gizmos filled the walls. Scout recognized some of them from the books she used to self-study, but she couldn't make heads or tails out of most of it. Beeping and buzzing and chatter and 100 other small noises blended together into a solid backdrop. This is the battle operations room. I guess manuals never prepare you for the real thing. A thin, smartly dressed officer with a mustache like a gray caterpillar over his upper lip passed by them. Upon noticing her, his mouth opened as if to inquire why there was a child in the room, before understanding flashed over his sharp eyes. Commander, the man nodded down at her. I am Admiral Wolf Yullerin. Welcome aboard my ship. Scout had to catch herself from bowing. Padawan Talisabeth, sir. Or, Commander. Sir. Admiral Yullerin's eyes widened fractionally. I did not expect this from Skywalker. Expect what, Admiral? His mouth twisted into a minuscule smile. You. The Admiral snapped into a salute, and Scout hastily mirrored the gesture, hoping she didn't fumble it too badly. Admiral Yullerin shared a look with Commander Appo, before turning back to whatever he was doing. Appo then dragged her to one end of the wall and then, whoa. The blast doors slid open noiselessly, revealing the command bridge beyond it. And from the window's 180-degree view, she once more saw the open circle fleet in all of its glory, eclipsing the sun in 100 forms. Scout slowly stepped through, as if she was entering a different dimension. It's real. I'm really here. Not because she would have fought a battle, Commander, Appo's voice was a spear through her engrossment, but because she would have fought Christoph Sis. The planet was a disaster. Disaster for us, but a complete hell for Jedi. We call it the second Jabium. Jabium? She heard that name before, but couldn't recall where or when. Forgive me, sir, but I can't say, he replied. Just know that you don't really grow up until you've seen a battle like that. Not even for us clones. You'll have to ask General Skywalker for more. You're his apprentice, right? Ask me about what? Scout jumped as Master Skywalker's voice suddenly appeared behind her. Appo, unmoved as ever, twisted his head slightly and gave a brief nod. General. Scout was about to take Appo's advice, but immediately saw her master's face and realized he wasn't actually in the mood for taking questions. He met her eyes, saw something her recognized, and continued on to one of the command pits. Lieutenant of Rey, he called. I'm going to need you to inform Obi-Wan that we're going ahead. Anything he needs to know, sir? A female officer returned. It's an order from General Rena. Something urgent, Master Skywalker said. Tell him I'll see him at Calumex. Right away, sir. Admiral, he then shouted towards the battle room. Yes, General, the Admiral in question appeared out of the darkness with a polite expression. Plot us a course, Defender. We're leaving ahead of schedule. Admiral Yullerin wrinkled his mustache, like chewing on something. Very well, General. The man spun on his heel and disappeared back into the battle room. The ship, Harbinger, seemed to rumble in satisfaction as it began to turn. What's going on, Master? The question finally broke out of Scout's lips. Master Skywalker stopped to look at her. Have you heard of a Traken? Have I dash? Has anybody not? Catalan system, Rolian sector. Yes, Master, I have. The planet has been abandoned over the battle, but the Separatists has built new shipyards on one of the moons. Master Skywalker's face was dark, as if poisoning the planet wasn't enough. Now they're using the excuse of evacuating refugees to transport Dunium from planetside to the shipyards. Master Krell has reported that Sepai reinforcements have arrived in system, which could turn the battle against him and lose us the system. Do you know where the Rolian sector is, Talisabeth? Right on the Saline corridor, she answered, realizing what was at stake. Then you understand our purpose. Master Skywalker nodded satisfactorily. We will head to Fender, then take an advance force to aid Master Krell. We cannot allow the Separatists to win a Traken and establish a forward base on the Saline, not so close to Operation Trident. With his piece said, Master Skywalker swung around and marched to the viewports, crossing his arms as he watched the fleet move into formation for the hyperspace jump. Scout tried to calm her beating heart. She knew she was about to fight her first real battle soon, but not this soon, and not at a Traken. Commander Appo, who had been silent beside her for the entire time, revealed he was sharing the same line of thought. Well, sir, he muttered, looks like you're about to get your wish. Scout suddenly had the thought that being a child was rather nice, and that she would prefer to remain one. Chapter 19. Salvara System. Tenuata Sector. Commander Callie Trilm paced the deck of her flagship's semicircular bridge, anxiously waiting for Dr. Kratala to board her ship. Every moment the Star of Sereno remained docked to the space station, the greater the chance of some Republic strike force appearing out of the black and tearing them to pieces. Not that it was ever likely to happen, but these days Callie found herself harboring a great deal of caution. Indeed, ever since that war game, she has become eminently aware of exactly how poor her forces will fare against an invading fleet. Dark stars, she grumbled. What's the progress? Tex? TX. 103 swiveled his head around. Dr. Kratala insists on transferring all of her staff, patients, and equipment before boarding the ship herself. Callie stalked over to the viewport, pressing a palm against the transparasteel as she gazed mournfully at the extended airlock that held her ship against her will. I'm here to pick up a VIP, not turn my ship into a goddamn laboratory. Dr. Kratala's researches, however, invaluable to the Separatist cause, a gravelly voice reminded. Callie Trilm spun around, coming face to face with the six-eyed Admiral Trench. Or rather, five-eyed plus one ocular camera. The VIP himself. Because the infamous Harch Admiral had lost half his body over Christoph Sis, and only the timely intervention of a certain Rain Bonteri had saved his life. 3 mechanical arms and state-of-the-art cybernetics to replace his shattered visage, the reborn Admiral Trench bore all the trademarks of Dr. Kratala's exceptional handiwork. She had to admit, she was impressed. Unlike the stale, bland cybernetics of the modern age, all silvery steel and covered up more often than most, Dr. Kratala had a way of making you proud to display your prosthetics. Despite being brand new, Trench's new body had character, each individual limb almost like cobbled together with unique parts and tastefully knitted together with gold trim and filigree. The details were well-worn and brushed up, yet not lacking in any regard compared to more contemporary pieces. Brilliantly efficient, beautiful, and artistic. That was Kratala. And that was what made Dr. Kratala the most renowned cyber-technician on Coruscant. She was as much a doctor as she was an engineer and archaeologist. Her designs were part brilliance, part ancient knowledge using buried Old Republic cybernetics research data, combined with her own skills to create unsurpassed cybertech. It was also partially why Callie had to clear out the entire research site. The place was a treasure trove of Old Republic texts and schematics, and not only about cybernetics. Dooku, much less Kratala herself, would never allow the Republic to get their hands on these, to the point where Callie had orders to scuttle the entire base. I know, she replied simply. To be truthful, Callie would have considered this specific day to evacuate Kratala's station rather abrupt and arbitrary, if it wasn't for the fact that Rain Bonteri had insisted on it. That man was anything but arbitrary in her rather intimate experience. It had her so on guard that she half expected every little sensor notification to herald a Republic invasion fleet coming out of hyperspace. So when Tex suddenly stood up and declared the arrival of an unidentified fleet element approaching, Callie could dubiously claim that she wasn't taken by surprise in the slightest. Nor was Admiral Trench, the unflappable bugger that he was. I see. The old spider stroked his mechanical mandible out of habit. TX-103, what is your assessment? A Republic invasion force, sir. What peculiar timing, Trench mused, his ocular receptor whirring. Tex, get the doctor on board now, Callie Trilm ordered coldly, her patience dried. Prep starboard torpedo tubes, and fire the moment we're clear. By your command. Half an hour later, over 24 proton torpedoes ripple-fired out from Star of Sereno's hull, crashing into the space station in dazzling violet blooms. As its hull was breached, the escaping atmosphere acted like improvised thrusters, ripping out from within and pushing the station away into the void. Only once Callie was absolutely certain nothing could be salvaged from the station but scrap, did she order Star of Sereno to rendezvous with the rest of the CLY Sim fleet over Salvara. I will admit, Dr. Kratala announced as she marched into the pilot house, that station served me finer than any institute on Coruscant. I pity its loss. Like all Arcanians, Kratala could have passed for human if not for her four-clawed hands and milky white eyeballs though in Kratala's case. One of them was replaced with what looked like a translucent blue marble inserted into a dull gold eye patch embossed into the right side of her face. It would not surprise Callie if the doctor had experimented on herself first to prove the concept before operating on Trench. That's great and all, the commander responded blandly, not even pretending to care, but we have a battle to fight. Battle. The first sign of alertness appeared on Kratala's aloof face. I hope this ship will not be involved. My equipment is very delicate. Indeed, Trench hobbled to the viewport to catch a better sight of the planet, his cane striking the deck. It is as you had known this attack was coming. I was. Now that the took is out of the bag, Callie had no reason to hide it. The Pantoran commands a very thorough intelligence unit, as it seems. If Admiral Trench had opinions on that matter, he did not voice it as he silently observed the dark shapes eclipsing over the stars. Dr. Kratala's fingers curled over the headrest of the captain's chair worriedly as she observed the battle lines being drawn on the planetary approach. What do we have, Tex? Callie asked. Over 100 ships, the tactical droid navigated the sensor readouts artfully from the signatures, at least 50 capital ships, but 12 of them are a new type of star destroyer not found within the registry. I would hazard that this is their first deployment. Her lips drew thin, pulling out all the stops this time. Huh? Give me details, Texas. The droid shook his head. The distance is too great for our sensors to detect hardpoints, but I calculate they are at least 1,600 meters long. We're not finding any hangars either, sir, AB-1 tacked on, but we're seeing carriers of the open circle fleet behind them. A great swarm of signatures suddenly poured out of the carriers in what looked like an exotic fountain, the readout flashing as it struggled to render the hundreds of new entities on the tactical hollow. Starfighters. For a brief moment, the bridge darkened as the star of Sereno drifted beneath a lookhulk. Callie quietly observed the Republic fleet moving into attack formation, the hangar-less battleships taking point like the tip of a Beskar spear. Sweat formed on her brow like a crown, 1,600 meters long despite her misgivings. The CO of the CLY Sim fleet felt oddly pleased the Republic High Command considered her such a threat. Because I am a threat, Callie told herself, I've been preparing for this for months. It'll be a dry day on JBM before I let myself falter before some up-jump star destroyers. Portside, hard over, Callie called out, Admiral Trench, I'm transferring you to the Salvarin flagship, heavy cruiser Sarisa. Callie held up a holo emitter for his sake, and an old Rendili Dreadnought-class model appeared. The Salvarin Defense Fleet bolstered her CLY Sim fleet by some 20-odd ships. There used to be less, but the Salvarins harnessed their strategic location to convince the central government to reinforce their standing forces. Albeit, High Command was damn close-fisted about the whole affair, but even old warships were warships nonetheless. I hope to make it clear that while you may be an admiral, I'm in command here, she continued. I've already negotiated with the Salvarin government, and I'm not about to have you botch my showing. You are going to take orders from me, and try not to make any independent actions if you can help it. Least you can do is inspire the Salvarin's crews. Admiral Trench slowly turned around, stroking his mandible as his spiny teeth chittered in consideration. Slowly, agreement flashed over his 5 eyes, and he bowed politely. I smell a plan. The heart smiled or what looked like a smile. I will place my trust in your command, Commander Trilm. Dr. Kratala watched as the Admiral hobbled his way out of the cabin, before turning to her with a flat stare. Get me off this ship as well. You? I can. Callie lowered herself into the captain's chair, shifting her weight to a comfortable position. All your things? I don't have the time. Where'd you rather be? Kratala scowled, sneering as she spun on her heel. I'll inform my staff. Haughty, that one. But then again, all Arcanians were that way. Sync feeds with the fleet. Callie allowed herself to relax. Now that all her guests were out of the way, send forward our Vanguard-class pickets and begin a deep scan of the enemy fleet. I want a single munificent ready to relay data to Columex. Roger, roger. Callie bit her finger as she inspected the vectors of the enemy fleet, watching as their formation stretched into an extended cone as the 12 unidentified star destroyers accelerated faster than the rest of the fleet. The Venators, at the rear, kept their steady vectors as their starfighters filled the volume of the cone behind the battleships. I cannot compute the strategy of the enemy fleet, Tex commented. Sending battleships ahead of the screens is a tactically unsound decision. I advise we must remain vigilant for a potential gambit. Her eyes narrowed, watching the starfighters struggle to remain behind the slower battleships. It isn't meant to be tactically sound. It's meant to be politically sound. The damn bucketheads are trying to use me as the proving grounds for their new toys. Perhaps they meant for her to feel insulted instead, to think that she would crumble to such harebrained tactics. Sarisa reports Admiral Trench's shuttle has arrived, the comms droid said. Very well, Callie nodded. The plan doesn't change. Lock relative bearings. I want 2 modified bow-end quarter lines port and starboard of the planet, standard screen formations. Keep a Pathfinder pinnace up front to act as a spotter for the ground-to-space batteries. Their unwelcome guests might have shiny new battleships, but Callie Trilm had the planet of Salvara. Living stars know how many favors and credits she had to spend transforming the frontier world into a fortress without equal. Rain, you have no idea how much you owe me for this. Callie Trilm watched as the enemy vectors split in 2 to compensate for the CLY Sim fleet's unexpected maneuver. Within minutes, Salvara bore its cloudy atmosphere as if it were the silvery robes of an angel, 2 fleets extended from its hemispheres like wings. She bore little heed to the first strands of data flowing in, trusting her crew to parse it out, instead zealously focusing on the enemy battle line extending out their starboard wing, vectors narrowing onto an intercept. Here they come, she breathed. She licked her lips in anticipation. Metalorn system. Talcine sector. You know, from the way some people spoke of climate change and global warming, you would think Earth was going to look something like Metalorn in the far future. A ruined jungle world, now filled sky-high with industrial plants and pervaded by subterranean factory cities that took the place of once expansive or veins. Coming in from the smog-filled atmosphere, you could even make out where those underground cities were, by the industrial magma pits and flue gases that rose to the surface. In some places they created mock volcanoes, in others, they rose from the polluted seas in a patch of boil. Fortunately, this visage of hell isn't likely to come to Earth, unless we somehow caught the attention of a galactic megacorporation. Somehow. Because while there was a whole buffet of corporations with stakes in Metalorn, most of the planet had been bought out by the Techno-Union prior to the war. The planet was virtually unconquerable not because it was well defended, but because it was simply too big to fail. Once, the industrial might of Metalorn served to endow the core worlds with a bountiful supply of goods and luxuries. Now, its licensed shipwrights churned out warships by the hundred. Its ordnance plants manufacture enough explosive yield to level cities by the hour, and world-conquering numbers of droids marched out of its foundries day in and day out. To the Confederacy, Metalorn cannot fall. Which is why, I supposed, the planet's board of directors didn't take my warnings very well. I am sorry, Commodore, Overseer Umbrag mollified, sounding completely unsorry, but there is simply no tangible proof of this upcoming attack you speak of. Like all Skakoans off-world, Umbrag had to wear his pressure suit in order to survive outside his homeworld. Unlike most Skakoans, Umbrag's pressure suit had to fully enclose his head and body to endure the terrible environments of all the foundry worlds he had to visit. As a side effect, his great helmet clanked whenever he moved his head, and his voice sounded significantly more droid-like than most of his associates. Which was great, because I didn't have to look at his ugly mug. But you will be open to talks if there is tangible proof? I challenged. See, I had a plan. Well, less of a plan and more of a vague outline of my general goals, so as to convince myself I knew what I was doing, but that's besides the point. First, I had to preserve and build up the coalition armada. Callie Trilm, being half politician, made an impressive first step by somehow convincing the Salvaran government to lend her their entire defense fleet. I had to do the same for Metalorn. Harsh truth was, there was no way for Metalorn to avoid being invaded, as Arena so effortlessly proved. The planet was simply too important and too close to the border not to be. I'm not a strategic mastermind like General Tan. Hell, I wasn't even in the position to make strategic decisions until a few months ago. Most of my training came from my time in the Onderonian Space Force, where I mostly learned how to fight the fucking Drexels of the Demon Moon. Why Onderon needed an interstellar navy solely to fight an existential war with our closest natural satellite was another matter entirely. Second, I needed to deprive the Republic of as many logistic hubs as possible. That part was self-explanatory. As such, my shitty plan was to tear down anything important on Metalorn, then getting the hell out of here with every ship in the system. Maybe putting up a token resistance at the same time, for the record. Your word alone is simply not enough, Officer, Overseer Umbrag intoned, the Techno-Union dash. Then what about Commander Trilm? I pivoted. Is her word enough? The Skakoan paused at the mention of her name. Callie Trilm was my trump card. She had enough connections in the Foundry to turn Salvara into her personal castle, and it was an open secret that she had the ear of Count Dooku. Her word was worth its weight in gold. I just prayed I got my timing right. Why would Commander Trilm dash? My comlink beeped loudly. I could make out an annoyed glare through the glassy holes of Umbrag's helmet. Sir, a Techno-Union droid piped up. We're receiving the emergency signal from Salvara's early warning system. Salvara's arguably most important purpose was to raise the alarm the moment an enemy fleet entered the system. Every major world on the Prelimian would be receiving the warning. The board of directors stared at the droid in shock, then back at me. I don't think I need to explain why Metalorn will be in the Republic's sights, I said slowly, internally screaming in relief. You know what it means if Commander Trilm raises the alarm. Our security forces will suffice, an official tried to convince himself. Hare wordlessly handed me the datapad. Vanguard force of 100 warships, I read aloud, 50 of them capitals. 12 unidentified star destroyers, at least 1,600 meters long. Another 300 ships spotted in Talcine and Orlean. Do you want to take that chance? A director glanced at Umbrag in fear. What should we do? The overseer leaned forward. Commodore, if we give you command of Metalorn security forces, will you defend this planet? No. My offer remains the same. I answered simply. Metalorn is in a terrible position, and I have no intention of fighting here. Evacuate to your ships and Commander Vinnick will escort you to Kolyamex. The droid armies can wage a war of resistance in your absence. We may not stop the Republic from capturing Metalorn, but we can sure as hell fight them over it. Endless industrial parks span the landscape, each one made from baffling complexes and nexuses. And if those fall, then beneath the surface were the labyrinthine factory cities, so vast and so automated that no single map could include all of it in its entirety. Overseer Umbrag considered my words from his high table, before shaking his head. That is impossible. Metalorn is too valuable to be captured. Metalorn is but one of hundreds of foundry worlds in the Separatist Alliance, I retorted. It is by and large the most productive, undeniably, but one of hundreds all the same. Once my allies gather enough ships for a counterattack, it will be back in our hands, and you may resume your business. You do not understand, officer, another director said, panic leaking into his synthesized voice. We cannot let Metalorn fall into Republic hands. The only reason we are here is because of your contribution to the Separatist cause. Vinnick finally made his mind known. This is our only offer. We do not have the time to argue. Commander Trilm fights a hopeless battle, and we must come to her aid as soon as possible. If you will not work with us now, then we will take our forces and leave you to your fate. A bit blunt, I decided, but it got the point across quite effectively. You must not. Another director shot to his feet. There are weapons the Republic must not discover. Overseer Umbrag yanked him back into his seat. Keep quiet, you damn fool. I crossed my arms. Well, Overseer? Umbrag knitted his fingers together. This is a highly secretive project. Can we trust in your confidence? You may, I answered, curiosity piqued. The Skakoan waved at an aide. Bring in the Cortosis battle droids. Vinnick and I shared a look as what appeared to be a standard B2 super battle droid was escorted into the audience hall. But upon a second glance, I noticed there were some key differences. For one, their chassis were crafted from a darker metal, and they lacked any prehensile hands, instead replaced with double laser cannons. Commander Vinnick, the Overseer said, would you attempt to cut this droid down with your lightsaber? Vinnick raised an eyebrow, but shrugged and did so nonetheless. In a swift motion, a bleeding red blade burst out and slashed straight into the droid, making me flinch. But in an unexpected twist, upon contact with the chassis, his blade fizzled and shorted, retreating back into the hilt in a flash. Vinnick attempted to reignite his lightsaber, but all that came of it were some pitiful sparks from the emitter. Black Cortosis plating. Umbrag was audibly pleased with the result. Weaker tensile strength compared to duranium, but its unique chemical structure makes it very energy resistant, and more importantly, lightsaber resistant. Once struck, the lightsaber cannot be reignited for several minutes. This is the secret weapon Metalorn is producing, anti-Jedi droids. Vinnick was visibly unnerved now, mindlessly pressing the ignition key of his lightsaber in vain attempts to restart it. As for me, how many people know of its production? I asked giddily, can these battle droids be mass-produced? Foreman Tambor commissioned these droids in secrecy, Umbrag said, unless he has divulged the information to the Republic. Only the highest ranks of Techno-Union leadership know of their existence. They cannot be mass-produced due to the cost and scarcity of Cortosis refinement. Do you understand now, officer? A director pressed urgently, these droids can win us the war. They don't need to be mass-produced. We only need a few strike teams to assassinate Jedi leadership on the battlefield. They are effective, we guarantee it. I wetted my suddenly dry lips. Tear down everything unimportant for the production of these droids. Transfer everything that is necessary and cannot be replaced or rebuilt onto the freighters. I will relocate you to Boz Pity and Hut Space. The Hala, Sol Reap, and Castellar sectors all bear Separatist sympathies. The Republic will not be able to reach you there, and with some luck, a new Techno-Union branch in the region will sway the northern Hut sectors to our side. Is that agreeable? Overseer Umbrag slowly warmed up to the idea. We will need some time, Commodore. On behalf of the Techno-Union, we thank you for your service. You have until the Republic reaches here, and until then we will not be going anywhere, I assured them, for now. Hare, give them the treaty. Hare snatched the datapad out of my hands and hopped up to the table, giving them the document with an expectant look. What is this? Umbrag held up the datapad warily. Until the admirals return to the foundry with their fleets, we stand alone, I explained. I and 100 other officers have agreed to a pact of joint defense in order to effectively defend our homeworlds in an event just like this. Salvara, Centaurs, Ringo Vinda, and Raxus Secundus are all already signatories of the Prelemian coalition. I would like Metalorn to be next. The Overseer scanned the document carefully. But honestly, there was not much to look at. It was simply an understanding to not backstab each other until the fighting was over, anything too binding, and nobody would have agreed to it. After some brief, quiet discussion, Umbrag cleared his throat. Very well. Metalorn will join your coalition. I breathed out, thank you, Overseer. Vinnick, contact Commander Trilm. There's been a change of plans. Salvara system. Tenuata sector. Transmission from Salvara communications satellite, sir. Tex raised his head, from Metalorn. Instructions. Change of plans, Commander, the droid buzzed. Our mission is to delay the enemy for as long as possible. Metalorn has agreed to join the coalition, and the planet is being evacuated. Callie Trilm waved him off dismissively. I was intending to anyway. No, the commander of the CLY Sim fleet barely even registered his words, so fixated she was on the tactical holo. As expected, the enemy admiral had split his battleships into 2 sections, 5 ships sluggishly driving towards the CLY Sim fleet's battle line, and 7 ships in wedge formation, intent on smashing straight through the weaker Salvaran defense fleet line. Unbeknownst to them, a single pinnace watched their movements from below, relaying their positions planetside in good order. Transmission from the Sarisa, sir. Tell Trench to hold his line, Callie said firmly. Understood. Enemy contacts in active scanning range. The sensor officer reported, working his console. They're intensifying forward deflectors. Aft quarters. Wide open, sir. Very well, Callie inflated with eager anticipation, dragging her gaze to the lone pathfinder stalking the enemy. Then, the battleships crossed an unseen threshold. A short-burst transmission exploded out of the pinnace, invisible to all who weren't listening for it. Before Callie could even comprehend the message, Salvara unleashed a torrent of ion bolts, crashing through the atmosphere and flaying the enemy battleship's engine blocks. Arcs of blue electricity wreathed the Star Destroyers like dancing dragons, ripping into anything they could get their teeth on. Bombers, she ordered, then added, their countermeasures are down. Get our frigates pulling out data dumps immediately. I want to know everything. Thousands of Hyena droid bombers leapt off the rafters and locked their S-foils into attack position, like a flock of bats swarming out of their dark caves, accompanied by their vulture fighter escorts. The effect was mirrored on the other side of the planet, Admiral Trench evidently having understood her strategy. The two facets of the enemy fleet were soon assaulted by a maddening fury of starfighters, each attack wing picking their targets with cold calculation. Vultures weaved through the stricken fleet like shadowy ribbons, avoiding whatever still functioning weapons as they swarmed around to engage the enemy starfighters. And then the Hyenas cast their spells on the lead Star Destroyer, opening bomb chutes and sweeping upwards, proton payloads ravaging the length of the ship and turning it into high-velocity junk. They doubled back around to rearm, a Captor-class munitions carrier, the Jerjak already moving ahead to service them. Enemy bombers approaching, text notified. Callie's eyes flickered to the display. To their credit, the Republic carriers had reacted in a timely manner, surging forwards from their static line to help the vanguard. Squadrons of NTB-630 naval bombers poured out of the hangars like an exotic fountain, sailing around the chaos in front of the planet to target the Coalition's main formation directly. Screens, she mumbled. Star of Sereno's crew understood her tacit command perfectly. For Diamond-class cruisers raced forward to cover the line. Callie clenched her jaw as she watched their point defense cannons shifting fire to the massive naval bombers closing in. In all of her experience, there was little sight more alarming than an incoming bomber formation. It only took a handful to slip through the net, after all. Divert power to particle shields, she ordered, just to be safe. Redeploy our bombers to target those carriers. Tex's pitiless photoreceptors scanned the tactical hollow. The carriers still have their combat patrols. I calculate that this will result in heavy losses for our snub fighter assets. Callie rubbed her chin, resting on an arm. Unfortunate. But it will draw away the enemy starfighters. They cannot risk their carriers. That should give us the opening to deal with these battleships. Did we pull anything from their databanks? Tex's servos whirred as he clanked towards the comms droid. Leaning over its shoulder, Tector-class Star Destroyer, flagship Gibbon. You were correct, Commander. These ships weren't supposed to be deployed yet. MMH, she hummed quietly, watching the Hyenas stream out of the Jerjak in a protective swarm, rearmed and dashing towards the unguarded Jedi cruisers, relay all of it to Kalyamex. As she had planned, the Republic's V-19s hastily peeled off their dogfights, taking significant losses as they raced to intercept the marauding Hyenas before the carriers could be struck. From the corner of her eye, Callie saw the NTB-630s flinch at the torrent of laser fire unleashed by the Diamond cruisers, their commander electing to circle around and regroup. She smirked in satisfaction. One that fell soon after, as Sarisa and 3 more cruisers surged out of the Salverin formation, drive signatures intensifying as the dreadnought pounced on the Tectors, turbo laser batteries thundering. What is he doing? She frowned severely. Get me direct comms with Sarisa's bridge. Roger, Roger. A miniature of Admiral Trench appeared in front of her, his arachnid features visibly pleased. Well done, Commander. Shall we put these Star Destroyers to rest? Return to your battle line, Admiral. Callie did not share his enthusiasm. You are jeopardizing our entire strategy. Admiral Trench tempered his features, clicking his mandibles. And what is our strategy, Commander, if not the destruction of the Republic fleet? To hold this planet as long as possible, she forced out, and ultimately, lose. Salvara must fall if Commodore Bonteri's plan is to proceed. The plan to put his master on the chair of the Supreme Commander. Callie had put herself in an advantageous position. Nobody expects her to win here. As long as she savages the Republic vanguard at Salvara, she will be hailed as a hero. If Rain's plan ultimately succeeds, she will undoubtedly receive a high position in the Pantoran's general staff. If his plan falls apart, however, then nobody can impugn the honor of an officer following orders. Quite brilliantly to boot, if she might add. One outcome was favorable over the other, but Callie Trilm wins either way. Rain Bonteri? Admiral Trench's 5 eyes narrowed, his single ocular camera extending to inspect her face, a capable, if reckless, fleet officer. But I have my doubts about his strategic wisdom. Must I question this plan? How much do you trust this man? Trust? Callie echoed blandly, as far as I can throw him. Forgive me, Trench seemed to lean back in mild surprise, not trust. How much do you know him? How much do I know Rain Bonteri? Absolutely nothing, Callie decided humorlessly. She dared say nobody did, not truly. Rain always kept his ambitions, his wants, and his true faces under a tight leash. He always made sure nobody saw anything more than what they wanted to see in him. But how much does she know about him? Everything. How his resting face was a blank sheet of paper when he thought nobody was looking, and how he draws his expression the moment he wants something. How he pinches or scratches his cheeks when he was nervous or deep in thought. How he keeps braids his hair on normal days, but ties it into a neat ponytail when meeting someone he wants to please. Even how he can't help that adorable surprised face when put on the spot. Or how he loathes his homeworld, right up until somebody dares to besmirch Onderon, and he turns into a vindictive pillar of ice. Well enough, she boiled a complicated 3-year-long relationship into 2 succinct words. To speak of his judgment, he realized you were here after a mere mention of Dr. Kratala. Is that enough? Trench watched her carefully before finding whatever he was looking for. Very well, he conceded. I shall trust that your coalition has the Confederacy's best interests in mind. His hollow projection shrunk, and Callie drew her gaze back to the tactical hollow, where she could observe her bomber wings being whittled away by a withering starfighter assault. Closer, Admiral Trench brought his heavy cruisers around, but not before presenting broadsides and unleashing a spiteful hail of crimson bolts into the detectors. Tell ground control to hold their fire, she commanded. How many battleships did we get? We aren't picking up any signatures from 3 ships, text dutifully relayed. 1 ship, the Condor, is still active, but isn't able to restart their engines. Let the rest retreat, she said. Have the drones prep missiles and aim for Condor's pilot house. By your command. Reform the line, she stretched her back like a languishing cat. Now we wait for their second assault. Chapter 20. Atrakan, Catalan System. Rolian Sector. Atrakan was still beautiful, if you were intent on remaining in the safety of the refuge zone's hastily deployed ray shield domes that kept out the worst of the radiation, transformed into ramshackle villages of tents and lean-tos. It was clear the refuge zones had been deployed a long time ago, but the settlements had burgeoned over time as civilians were evacuated slowly, ship by ship. Outside, roving droid patrols monitored the radiation levels with their scanners. Apparently it wasn't very high, to Barra's surprise. Unsafe levels, undeniably, but not the picture of hell that had been painted onto her mindscape. Far from it. The reaches were still verdant green, shimmering with morning dew. Trees still rustled in the wind, birds singing from their branches. Lieutenant Cartwright had explained it clearly. The Republic had only targeted strategic infrastructure, even if that meant cities. But the hinterlands, where the safe zones were wisely established, were still quiet. Untouched, she dare say. It looked far from inhabitable. You couldn't even see the fallout from here. Barris heaved. That was wishful thinking, wasn't it? What did she know? Radiation was invisible. Her thoughts come from the safety within these ray shields. The almost felicitous nature of these lands were not mirrored in the souls of the people who lived in them. The RM freighters that descended from the clouds, gray, beaten, and battered as they were, appeared as savior angels to the Atrakanites nonetheless. They did not cheer or celebrate upon their landings, however. The people moved forward in their queues, bleak-eyed and silent, hoping against hope they could step onto the ramps before the transports were filled to capacity. Those who could not didn't despair. They've seen hundreds come and go over the months. They could wait a little longer. That's all they could do. Move on. Forward. With all they had left on their backs. No rejoice or despair, only the tenacity to keep living for whatever reason they held to. Barris blinked, untensing, letting the tumult fade from her body. The force flowed through every living being. She had force sensed them from habit, tasting their swirling emotions. She felt them, held them her heart. She had to. Raim Cartroll stepped onto the platform. Republic Fleet and Systems, sir. It took a moment for her to realize he was speaking to her. Into the minefield? The man couldn't help a small grin. Aye, sir. They swept the mines with their cruisers the hard way. Our probe droids estimate varying degrees of damage across at least 15 ships. Jumping right out of hyperspace and running into a minefield, Barris mused, they probably didn't even know what hit them. Do you think that's all of them? She questioned. You mean if there could be a second wave? Cartroll checked his tablet. I'd say no, but there's no harm in erring on the side of caution. Those big Jedi cruisers can't get through anyway, so we'll be dealing with blockade runners and starfighters. He glanced up at her, taking her silence for hesitation. We can take them, sir. We could, Barris replied with a confidence she didn't really feel, but there might be another Jedi general now. Oh, Cartroll deflated some, right? Those clairvoyant freaks could probably navigate through the minefield, huh? That wasn't what she meant, but Barris allowed the miscommunication to remain. She swept her gaze across the safe zone again, implanting it in her memory. There must be dozens, if not hundreds just like these littered throughout the plains and mountains. Let's get going. Very good, sir. They parted. Lieutenant Cartroll's ship was the Habitak II, a Corellian-made CR-90 corvette resting on a landing pad a ways from the settlement. IGBC frigates like Unicorn, while capable of atmospheric flight, didn't have any landing gear, which meant her warship was hanging just above the cloud cover. As Barris lost herself in thought on the way to her shuttle, she was suddenly struck by a young boy cradling an infant in his arms. For a brief moment, their gazes met. The boy mumbled something in the local dialect before dashing towards the queues. Barris turned around to watch him go. She caught one word, spoken and broken, heavily accented basic. Mercy. She turned back, thinking, I hope so too. Get me a damage report, now. Admiral Yillerin demanded, dramatically pointing fingers. Relax, Admiral. Anakin patted the older man's shoulder. It doesn't seem too bad. We miscalculated the extraction zone, General. Yularen grumbled nonetheless, wrinkling his upper lip. Either the Separatists had expanded the minefield since General Krell's last report, or their orbit has changed. Chalk it up to outward pseudo-force, he shrugged. You know nothing really stays put in space. Yularen blew out a furious breath while receiving a datapad from a meek damage control man. If you say so, General. It remains that our cruisers aren't getting through this. We'll need to bill it for repairs as well. Anakin crossed his arms, peering out the viewports, calmed General Krell and request instructions. Lieutenant, the Admiral moved to the edge of the portside data pit, looking expectantly at the comms officer. Yes, sir. Getting through to Chrysor now. Lieutenant of Ray confirmed hastily. Tight beam response incoming. Should I route this to the battle room or dash? We'll take it here, Lieutenant. Anakin crossed his arms. Thank you. General Krell's likeness appeared from the holoprojector embedded in the instrument panel, the great beast of a Jedi reduced to the size of a handheld miniature. Pong Krell was one of the most renowned Jedi masters in the temple, one of the most powerful, and without equal in the art of Jarkai. Having fought the Battle of Atrakan for almost half a year now, Anakin had pondered on how the indomitable Beazelisk had been holding up. He received his answer through the Force, not well. Weariness swelled out in waves. Though General Krell concealed his fatigue well, there was no hiding the dark rings around his eyes, or the torpor in each of his forearms. The Jedi Master was almost swaying listlessly, if not for one of his arms holding onto a support-off hollow. A dark shroud hung around him, one Anakin recognized all too well. The war had taken its toll on all of them, but Master Krell more than most. He did not point it out. This is Anakin Skywalker of the Open Circle Fleet. We have arrived with reinforcements, Master Krell. Where do you need us? It was about time, General Skywalker, Master Krell said roughly. You have arrived at a most fortuitous time, and there is much to be done. Your task is simple. Engage the enemy and keep shooting their ships out of the sky until none are left. Simple? Yeah, right? Admiral Yularen coughed. I'm afraid you are going to have to elaborate, General. The Separatists have been trying to bolster their numbers by building new ships in their secret lunar shipyards. To do so, they have been smuggling Dunium off the planet as we speak. Using your fighters as cover, I will run their gauntlet and gunships, make atmospheric entry, and insert on the ground. Master Krell folded his arms. Trilos only has 2 points of interest, the capital New Catalan, and the mountain range where we suspect the shipyards are located. If you can get your own gunships through the minefield, you are free to join us, General Skywalker. We can't get our larger ships through, Yularen demurred. Our pilots will be fighting without support. I'll grant it's not the ideal way to conduct a war, Krell allowed stonily, but we haven't been conducting an ideal war since this battle, since the Separatists poisoned the entire planet. I don't see another option. Do you? Stang. He didn't. This damn minefield severely limited their options. Master Krell has been fighting this battle for months on end. If anybody knew what to do here, it would be him. Anakin nodded, meeting Yularen's gaze as he turned on his heel. I'll go brief them in. Scan for an opening to get our gunships through. Understood, General. He made his way to Harbinger's flight deck. The hangar's deckhands, on standby now that they've prepped the fighters, watched him with wide eyes. He noticed Hammer Squadron's pilots in their barracks, mentally preparing for action. Let it be him to be the one to disturb them. Anakin found Talisabeth before a group of clone troopers, head bobbing as she talked. They sat on the ordnance crates, Apple among them, listening to her with studied concentration. The clone commander, watchful as ever, spotted him first and stood to attention, prompting the rest to hastily follow. Talisabeth stilled in mid-sentence, then spun around stiff as a bone. What's this? He asked. She looked stricken. I was just... Anakin raised an eyebrow. I'm not admonishing you, Padawan. I'm just curious. He said so as gently as he could, though it amounted to little from the hanging expression on her face. It was clear to him Talisabeth was still under the impression she had done something wrong, even though Anakin was more than pleased she had spoken to the troopers on her own volition. His new Padawan was too jittery, he found, too overly cautious of wronging him, as if she expected him to abandon her at the slightest misgiving. Was he that scary? Anakin did not know how to rectify her fear of him. He was an Obi-Wan. Talisabeth bit her lip, glancing nervously at the gathered men. Apple caught on quickly. Come on, you lot. You haven't got time to warm those crates with your asses, Apple barked, as if he wasn't just among them a moment prior. Get back to work. He sounded just like Rex then. Anakin almost thought Rex had come back to life, and was standing next to him again. He shook his head. He can't get caught up in the past. All the clones shared the same voice, that's all. Nothing more. They scattered nevertheless, and Anakin seized the chance to steer Talisabeth off to one side. Appo nodded curtly, then marched off to shepherd away the inconspicuously gathering curious deck personnel. So, he prompted. I was just telling them about my life in the temple. She fidgeted with her fingers. About, the tournament. Bragging. No. Talisabeth denied. They asked how I became your Padawan. Isn't it fine, Master? I was just keeping up morale, like a commander should. Isn't it better if we sit down and talk to them, and know their names, instead of just calling Trooper? Every time we need something done, nobody likes being treated as if they don't matter. His Padawan had found her groove by the end of her tirade, puffing out her chest. For all her insecurity, Talisabeth was perceptive and mature beyond her years. Anakin thought in bleak humor. When he was her age, Anakin was still a pain in Obi-Wan's behind, too eager to prove himself. Well, he started. They seem to like you. That's good. She was visibly surprised at his brevity. I mean, they've lost so many of their friends. I'm not very strong with the Force, but even I can feel their pain. Can't you? It comes with the job. It comes with your job too, Talisabeth mumbled quietly. Anakin sharpened up. Maybe she was too perceptive. He was intimately familiar with how it felt to not matter. Maybe she's like me. Maybe nobody else wanted to train her, either. Anakin didn't want to do it, but he knew what it was like to be rejected. You're right, Padawan, he allowed. We all handle our loss in our own way. Good work. Now, do you know how to fly a starfighter? Talisabeth stumbled over her next words, taken off kilter by the sudden change in topic. Why yes, master. I was the top scorer in my initiate clan. And there was that self-doubt flaring up again. I suppose we all have different ways of going about proving ourselves too. Maybe he can still repair this rocky start to their relationship, but first. Good. He reached for the intercom on the nearby wall, looking up at the hangar command post. This is General Skywalker. Have us ready to fly in half an hour. Yes, sir. The reply came quickly, then boomed throughout the cavernous area. All deck personnel, report to your commanders immediately. Flight Squad 7, Hammer Squadron, Gold Squadron, Shadow Squadron, report to your ready rooms for your pre-flight briefings. You will be sortying in 30 minutes. Gunship wings, stand by for deployment. Barris slowly lowered herself into Unicorn's captain's chair, feeling its unforgiving steel dig into her spine. How did anybody find these chairs anything but most uncomfortable? There was simply no feasible way to sit in this chair easily, not unless you were a droid. Tuff stood to her side, and despite Barris' discomposure with her new temporary lease in life, the tactical droid was not a bolt out of place at the right hand of the captain. I'm the captain, she reminded herself, at least for now. Unicorn whined as it ascended through the atmosphere. Crystalline blue faded to black as the flat horizon curled into the curvature of the planet. Centaur hung in space, at the center of a formation of smaller corvettes, waiting for instruction. Some degrees to port side, the awaiting arms of Trilos could be found, under the watchful eye of the lone lookerhulk keeper. The modified freighter had its vast cargo holds filled with extra reactors, shield generators, and most importantly bracing for the cornucopia of barbettes lined over its hull. The safety of Keeper's dangerous point defense grid was the ultimate finish line for all the transports about to lift off the planet's surface. In their way, however, Invincible-class dreadnought bearing Knot 19 mark Knot 86 degrees, the sensor droid said, registered designation, Chrysor. Flagship of the Demetrius Sector Judicial Division. Barris turned her head in surprise. Was that new? For some reason, she never heard the droids reporting marked positions when Rain was sitting in the chair. Incoming transmission from Habitat 2, sir. The next droid relayed without missing a beat. Should I put it through? She heaved. The fighting hadn't even started, and she was already being overwhelmed. Put it through. Unicorn, Habitat. We are in escort formation, waiting for the go-ahead. Barris glanced over her shoulder, as if looking for the transports beneath her, just waiting for the green light. She had half the mind to give to order right then, if not for the 2-kilometer-long monster known as Chizor looming in the distance, the lights of its countless viewports blending into the starry sky. Give the green light. She looked at Tuff in surprise, but Barris vaguely gestured at Chrysor bearing down on them. Pulsating marks on the tactical display described 3 Corellian DP-20s rushing down to meet them at the edge of the exobase. The Chrysor is harmless, Tuff declared confidently. The most effective way for that ship to damage us is with a ramming action. I have calculated the possibilities. Now is the time to send our transports, before the enemy starfighters arrive. Those frigates intend on delaying us until then. She bit her lip. Fine. Give Lieutenant Cartroll the green light. Roger, roger. Received, sir. Good hunting. We need to create a corridor for the transports. Tuff settled into his pace. Signal all ships. Battle Order 1. Sir. A B-1 raised a hand. I don't think they're up to date with the latest formations. The tactical droid stared him down for a moment, before nodding grudgingly. Signal all ships. Standard line abreast. Calculate enemy intercept vectors and bring guns to bear on their retarding burns. Barris felt useless. This was a tactical droid's battlefield, not hers. Master Luminera had taught her to command troopers and squads, not massive warships and most certainly not a fleet. But her presence was necessary. The squadron ships were not crewed by droids but by sailors and volunteers, and morale was on a knife's edge. How would the Atraconites react to the idea that their lives were in the claws of an unfeeling droid? The NAV droid keyed in a coarse projection to Trilos, depicted as a thin red line stretching through the empty space between the planet and the moon. Unicorn and Centaur naturally took point, while the allied warships rather sloppily formed onto the line, feinting and maneuvering against each other as they jostled for their positions. Tuff's vocabulator emitted a low whine, which Barris took as a sneer of disappointment. The transports are reaching our position, Taylor reported. We'll maneuver in tandem, Tuff commanded. Keep them at our port quarter at all times. Unicorn, Centaur, power to forward batteries. Fix ranges on those incoming frigates. Fire on the captain's command. Roger, roger. Barris' eyes widened fractionally, but she gathered her wits swiftly and kept her eyes peeled on the tactical display. 2 cones expanded from the frigate's bow mark, denoting the firing angle and range of the forward batteries. The Republic gunships eluded the cones, keeping a judicious distance as they attempted to circumnavigate the picket line. She could feel Tuff's expectant gaze boring into the side of her head. "How fast can the ship turn?" she asked. "Yes, sir," Taylor clarified. "With our bow thrusters, faster than those frigates could react on impulse. Especially if they've settled onto a vector, but it'd divert power from the turbo lasers." All the better, she thought. I'd prefer to disable those ships rather than destroy them outright. It made her feel less like a traitor, whatever her feelings were worth these days. "Yo, port side once they've crossed our bow," she commanded. "Burn forward at the same time to bring them in range." "Roger, roger." Unicorn waited until the frigate skirted the cone's base, then pounced. Varys jumped in her seat as the entire bridge rattled from the bow thrusters roaring to swing the massive warship on a dime, Republic frigates sliding back across the viewports. Once the ship reached its leading angle, it lurched forwards and, boom, rattled off 2 bleeding bolts. The forward frigate was consumed by a ball of flame, and a blackened husk fell out of the smoke, disappearing into the stratosphere. The second frigate exploded like a firework upon impact with Centaur's shot, Unicorn's sister ship having been much less conservative with their allocated firepower. "Nice shot, sir." Cartroll's voice resonated. "Saw that gunship fall past us." Right then, a pair of Centaur's vulture droids screamed past their port side, drive trails cutting a path through the thin atmosphere as they set upon the lone DP-20. Varys didn't have to look to know the frigate's fate. She only had to hear the rippling blast that followed. Missile impacts. "Transports are in position. Lock bearings and burn," Tuff ordered calmly. "Keep our line steady dash." At least 100 pins swept onto the tactical display, blazing alongside the Chrysaor's beam and plunging towards the picket line. Varys' heart pounded in her chest. The VE arrived. There was a series of dull thuds as Unicorn's vulture squadrons leapt off the rafters. "Sir," a droid looked up at the chair. "Continue on our course," the tactical droid replied stiffly. The massive starfighters suddenly split, with one half blazing towards Keeper and New Catalan, while the other continued their dive towards Atrakan. Varys could recognize those distinctive hull shapes anywhere, Y-wing bombers. "Are they trying to take out Keeper?" She couldn't help but ask. "That's mad." "I'm afraid it is plausible they will," Tuff's photoreceptors darted. "I believe they are attempting to clear the way for an invasion force." "Do we have dropships on the sensors?" "Yes, sir," the sensor droid affirmed. 12 dropships coming about Chrysaor's beam, from the drive trails. Varys stared intently at the Y-wing squadron moving against Keeper, feeling a familiar pressure in the force. The freighter-cum battleship unleashed its deadly firepower, spraying out bright laser curtains that lashed against the relatively slow bombers. It was against that contrast did she notice the nimble triangle darting between the whips and realized what presence she had recognized. "That's an Ether sprite. That's a Jedi. Maybe they don't realize they're attacking civilians? I need to stop them." She had to stop that Jedi from inadvertently committing a war crime, but she can't kill them either. But what if they knew exactly what they were doing? Varys cast her gaze at Chrysaor's ponderous form, wondering just what sort of Jedi was standing on the bridge of that ship. She wetted her lips, swallowing. They must have lost their way. That person is no longer a Jedi. I must believe this one can be reasoned with. Varys closed her eyes, reaching out through the force, and grabbed another shoulder in the mist. Small, inexperienced, weak. Their presence would be hardly identifiable if she had not been searching for it. A Padawan. There were not one, but 2. A master and an apprentice. Varys' eyes snapped open. She shot a sideways glance at Tuff. "Centaur can take our place. We need to support Keeper." The droid paused, ostensibly running numbers. Then, "Very well. Inform Gallo he will be taking point." Unicorn shot forwards, driving hard towards the Y-wing squadron as its vulture complement ascended to attack the bombers from above, taking advantage of the sun's position. "Our task is to rescue the civilians, not capture the planet, right?" With the force whispering in her mind, Varys pushed all her chips onto the table. She was gambling again, not for credits as on the wheel, but with her life, and the lives of everybody in the star system. And the house was a tactical droid. "Correct." Tuff's voice was flat. "Then once all of the civilians are on Trilos," Varys started, nervous despite herself, "can't we just surrender to the Republic? We've already accomplished our goal, and sooner or later the Republic's reinforcements are going to find a way through the minefield." He immediately looked down at her. "My programming dictates that to surrender a battle is only an option when there is no more recourse. However, as our current mission objectives are to preserve as many civilian lives as possible and not win the planet, I must entertain this course of action." "I concur. Negotiating a conditional surrender once the safety of the Atrakanites is guaranteed may be the wisest course of action, so long as we can retrieve Unicorn's squadron in the terms." Varys breathed a sigh of relief. So she hadn't misjudged Tuff's programming. "I can still do this," she decided. "I can still escape. This is proof that I just need to find a loophole in his logic matrices." "I want to talk to the enemy commander," she stated. "Will they be likely to receive a transmission on open frequencies?" The droid stared at her. The Republic's TIE beam security and system is outdated and degraded enough that Unicorn's facilities can slice into their system. Varys hoped she knew what was going on behind those photoreceptors. "Do so, please." Chrysaor wasn't making much headway. Anakin saw as he swung up over the Dreadnought's hull and pulled his squadron into a firm attack formation. Rolling his ether sprite around to match the orientation plane, he glanced down at his NFE scope to make a minor adjustment to his speed. I hope you're right about that Lookerhulk being toothless, Master Krell. From Anakin's point of view, and the point of view of the pilots of each metal canister a thin skin's distance from death, that battleship was looking very deadly. What did you think of that ship, R2? Anakin said on his fighter's internal comm. You seeing any droids inside? The astromech hardwired into his fighter's left wing whistled a thankful negative, but nervously pointed out the bristling arrays of point defense turrets lining the Lookerhulk's flanks. With his force-enhanced vision, Anakin agreed with the sentiment all too well. I see them too, so a full battle refit, huh? Anakin adjusted his comm dial. Talisabeth, take Hammer Squadron and orbit between that battleship and the Sepai picket line. The rest of you, with me, will swing by that Lookerhulk and take a nice, casual look. If the flak's not too bad, we'll go in and clear the way for the invasion force. Copy that, Gold Leader. We'll keep you covered, General, Oddball reassured, yanking out of formation with his wingmen. Understood, Master. His Padawan's voice was a whiplash of youthfulness among the gruff soldiery. Hammer Squadron, mark my position and form up on me. Anakin wondered if that's what he sounded like to Obi-Wan's ears in the past. A child who had no place on the battlefield. Copy, Hammer Leader. He keyed again. R2, give me a warning when we enter the Lookerhulk's range. R2, D2 replied with a series of affirmative beeps, reliable as ever. Anakin looked over his shoulder to see Talisabeth's arrowhead ether sprite at the tip of Hammer Squadron's formation of torrents, spearing through the void sleek and lethal, in its beautiful killing way. The Interceptor was a starfighter worthy of a Jedi pilot, but the pilot had to be worthy with it too. Ether sprites were as sensitive as they were responsive, and even the lightest twitch of the yoke could result in victory or death in dogfight. He felt her through the force, not knowing if she was tuned enough to notice sensing the control and handle of her starship. It was collected, stable. Talisabeth was in command of her ship the same way only someone who knew it in and out blindfolded could. Maybe the claim that she was top of her clan wasn't completely hot air after all. Anakin left her to it. From his place beside the cockpit, R2 beeped and whistled, inputting data in his console readout. A pressure built in his temple as if held back by a dam. Thanks, R2, Anakin grunted, hastily switching comms. All ships, evasive maneuvers. All hell broke loose. Anti-fighter flak exploded out of the Lookerhulk's quilled hull, drowning out the howl of his sublight drives and rocking his nimble ether sprite so hard Anakin had to lock his teeth in a snarl lest he bite off his own tongue. A scream blasted out of his headpiece, temporarily deafening him as a starburst peeled open the thin armor of a Y-wing behind him. Gold Squadron scattered, their eponymous paint scheme blazing as they reflected the glow of the laser storm. Anakin reached into the force to feel a safe way through the swarm of red needles, letting it guide his hand on the yoke as he kicked his fighter into an evasive spiral that would have been impossible for any normal pilot. R2 screamed by his side, even as the droid made the minute thrust adjustments necessary to turn certain death into near misses. This was what Anakin lived for. Pilot and starfighter become one mind, bound by the force. Master, Talisabeth rang out, there's a star frigate bearing down on us, bearing 201 Mark 330 from your orientation. Hammer Squadron, we're slowing it down. Anakin fought the burning urge to go and look, but he couldn't drag his eyes away from the task at hand. Blazes, I can't let us get caught between both ships. Krell, you son of a... Disengage, he shouted. All ships, disengage and get out of the kill zone. Another wail of pain and shock filled the cockpit as another bomber disappeared in a blossom of fire. Anakin let the pilot's dying cry fill his mind as he plunged into a whirling dive, fighting with the control yoke as explosions bracketed his path. For a brief moment, all he saw were the red blasts of sizzling bolts, a mere plane of transparent steel away from his skull, before the color was washed away, leaving darkness left. Anakin blinked, his eyes adjusting to the new light and allowing the stars to return to his vision. He wrenched his ship around, keeping a safe distance from the Lookerhulk as he raced to return to Gold Squadron, now darting to Hammer Squadron's aid. This is Shadow Leader, the comms crackled. We have a visual on the transports. We're moving in. Hammer, Gold, Anakin commanded, keep that frigate occupied dash. General. Skywalker dash. His comms fizzled and popped, and Anakin imagined he heard a sliver of Pong Krell's voice then. Copy, Gold Leader. Yes, Master. Anakin frowned as he fingered the channel frequencies, trying to get a fix on Chrysor's signal. R2 released a series of beeps, and he read the translation scrawled across the readout despite not needing to. Master Krell's contacting me, he asked aloud. Why can't we patch him through? R2 whistled confusedly, as stumped as he was. Anakin tuned into the squadron frequency again, and noted that it was only Chrysor's tie beam being jammed. He narrowed his eyes. It's that frigate, he accused. Of course it was. That star frigate was so new Anakin could still smell the chemicals of its paint job. Chrysor, on the other hand, was a century-old relic of a bygone era, with the accompanying archaic ECM suites. That Invincible-class dreadnought, still with Judicial Forces devices on its hull, had been relegated to dealing with outlaws and pirates, not the backbone of the Separatist armada. His console started flashing. They're trying to reach me on open comms. If he patched them in, the entire Flight 7 would be able to hear it. Anakin keyed it in. Nobody expected what came from it. This is Confederate Star Frigate Unicorn, An almost callow, female voice spoke to them. Be advised, attacking the refugee transports will be in breach of Section 3. Articles 13 through 26 of the Yavin Code relative to the protection of civilian populations against certain consequences of war. These transports are under our protection until their touchdown in New Catalan, in cooperation with the refugee relief movement. We are transmitting our relevant documents and transponder codes for verification. You may scan our transports for life forms. They must be joking, right? Talisabetha's voice was shaky. Anakin thinned his lips. He recognized the tone of Unicorn's captain. He shared it not long ago, after all. The vestiges of youth were still there, but any buoyancy had been burned away by the war. He could just imagine the jaded, piercing eyes boring into his starfighter. He would not be surprised if his Padawan would share it in the near future. He recognized something else too, in the Force. An odd sense of unfamiliar familiarity, like an old friend that had become unrecognizable. He flirted with the idea that a Force sensitive was in command of that ship, but ultimately decided it was irrelevant in the situation. His console blinked again. Master Krell was still trying to get through the enemy jamming. "We've verified the codes, General," Oddball said, audibly uncertain. "They're all registered with the refugee relief movement, built in shipyards on Coruscant, Alderaan, Corellia." Anakin was silent for a long moment, waiting for a D2's report, and then he remembered Shadow Squadron. Cursing violently, he scrambled to jump into their comms. "Shadow Squadron, abort your run," he roared. "I say again, abort your run, Shadow Squadron." "Sir." D2 beeped a panicked affirmative, revealing the mass of green signatures crammed into the cargo hold of the lead transports. There must be at least 10,000 people in there. And an attack pattern of Y-wings were barreling straight towards them. A brave CR-90 Corvette placed itself between them, staring down the incoming onslaught. "Your orders, Shadow Leader." "Blast." Shadow Leader swore. "Abort, abort." "What?" "Pull up, pull up." Shadow Squadron parted before the CR-90 like waves dashed against a rock, sweeping back around and forming up a distance away from the convoy's flight vector. "All ships, enter a holding pattern at your position," Anakin said, before switching channels. "Confederate frigate Unicorn, this is General Skywalker of the Republic Navy. Please hold your fire while we confirm the situation." "Understood. Thank you for your cooperation," Unicorn responded as it fired up its retro thrusters, coming to a lazy drift just shy of Hammer Squadron's mark. As if on cue, the jamming suddenly lifted. "General Skywalker," Pong Krell roared, "just what are you doing?" "My gunship's dash." Anakin Skywalker was glacially calm. "Care to explain to me why you just ordered us to fire upon civilian transports, Master Krell?" He noticed the icons of Flight 7 in the same channel, silently listening and waiting for the outcome. They all knew just how close they came to committing an unforgivable war crime. "Civilian transports." Krell had the audacity to sound frustrated. "Those freighters may be carrying war material dash." "Maybe." Anakin snarled. "Those freighters are carrying refugees. A general scan can confirm that. You told us the Universal Red Sigil was a separatist trick. You didn't tell us these ships are registered under the RRM. "So they claim," Krell shot back. "Do you think this is the first time they've done this? I allowed them to evacuate refugees once, and they used the ruse to commit an all-out attack on my fleet. The entire evacuation effort is a post-text of their biological warfare on the planet." "What about the nuclear weapons?" he asked. "The Grand Army doesn't use nuclear weapons, General Skywalker," Master Krell sneered. "Any and all atomic warheads come from Atraconite bases. They ruined their own planet in a civil war. Look at those transports again, Skywalker. How many people can they hold, and how many are there?" The Jedi Master spoke with firm certainty, as if he already knew the answer. Anakin looked at his sensor readouts again. AA-9 Bojatev freighterliner, maximum passenger load of 30,000 people. R2 beeped wearily. "Biological signatures. 10,000 to 15,000. That doesn't change the fact that you are committing a war crime, Master Krell." Anakin tore his attention back to what mattered. "You commit to this, and you are no better than the Separatists. We're Jedi. You're supposed to be better than this. Have you lost your way?" "We're at war, General Skywalker," Krell rasped grimly. "We're soldiers now, first and foremost. Victory for the Republic must take precedence over our moral grandstanding." "Moral grandstanding?" he repeated, utterly baffled. "You are killing innocent people." "I am killing Separatists," the Lost Jedi corrected. "The moment we became generals of the Republic, we knew many sacrifices would have to be made for victory. I knew Atracan could not fall to the enemy at any cost. You do too. Is that not why you are here?" "That's right. Atracan could not fall. But this was too far. You will be held accountable for this." Anakin condemned viciously. "You will answer to the Jedi Council. No, the court-martial for this. I've seen things not you, or anybody in the council, could fathom," Krell whispered. "Do you think I am blind to my own failings? I know my crimes. I pay for them every time I sleep. Over and over again. But I made my peace months ago, for the sake of my duty to the Republic. One day, you will have to do the same. I will answer to the council, once this battle is over." "I know just as well as you," Anakin wanted to say. "I know just as well what it's like to revisit my failures and my nightmares." But he couldn't say anything. He rubbed his face tiredly. This was supposed to be simple, but war never was. Varys leaned back, feeling the chair scrape her spine. having heard every last word. Is that true? Tough? Her face was made of stone. Did General Krell speak the truth? If he did, the droid answered, I would not know. I fear everybody who does know the full truth may be dead. Unless we begin an in-depth investigation, all we have are perspectives. Perspectives? Huh? Someone once told me war is the result of irreconcilable definitions of the same word. Sir, Lieutenant Cartroll called, those starfighters. Continue on your course, Barriss replied. They won't attack. For all of this bloodshed to end, both the Republic and Separatist Alliance need to compromise on their definitions of victory. But how can that happen when both sides were going to such lengths to achieve their version of victory? Was the Jedi Council blind to these horrors? Force forbid. Willfully? The Force whispered comforting words in her ear. That's right. I've seen both perspectives of the war. Now, if she became a Jedi Master, wouldn't she have enough influence to change how the Republic fought the war? But for that, she had to return to the temple, and she's stuck here. Barriss was a Jedi, and even a Jedi without their lightsaber could hardly be tied down. Yet, Barriss never once explored the idea of trying. She reached into the Force, letting it guide her way, back onto the correct path. She must not lose herself, not like Master Krell did. Why not change my definition of escape? She blinked. Tuff was convinced to surrender, after all, by merely changing their definition of victory. Find a loophole in his logic matrices, huh? I can do that. After all, what does the process matter if it achieves the wanted outcome? Have you drafted our terms of surrender? Barriss asked. The tactical droid wordlessly handed her the tablet, and her eyes raked through the clauses. I believe this will satisfy all parties, he said confidently. The bottom line is that we must be able to retrieve all of our forces peacefully. To appease them, we will hand over the Catalan system to their forces and cooperate with any war crime investigation that may arise. With the current state of the situation, I calculate the Republic will accept an order to avoid any further losses and bring an expedient end to this conflict. Open comms, then she said, let's give this thing to General Skywalker. Chapter 21. Sereno System. Dastan Sector. The Chiss girl's usefulness has come to an end, Lord Sidious proclaimed. She is now but a thorn in our side. You will eliminate her before she grows to threaten your grasp on the Separatist systems. Dressed in a rich cloak of burgundy, the Dark Lord of the Sith stood over his apprentice. But raised over his head, his ensemble so voluminous it shrouded all but the figure's lower face and hands from light. All that could be seen from that shadowed face were a pair of glowing, baleful golden eyes. Yes, my master, Dooku replied, kneeling on the floor of his castle. I have already sent my best agents to remove her from our plans. It was the outcome Count Dooku had expected, but was a great shame nonetheless. When Lord Sidious first introduced him to Severance Tan, he had been overwrought by her outward lack of Force presence. But she was not lacking in potential, and for all the traditional skills she was incapable of, she made up for in areas more profound. Severance Tan should have been the perfect apprentice. She was dignified, methodical, and well-learned, if not particularly eloquent or politically minded, yet impassioned and eager to learn the ways of the dark side. She bore no complaint from punishment, only because she rarely ever failed. Indeed, she should have been the perfect apprentice. But the girl had never truly pursued the teachings of the dark side, only what it had to offer. Dooku knew that had a Jedi found her first, she would have been convinced to join their order just as easily, provided that she had access to the deepest annals of the temple's library, even if she would just as similarly never truly adopt the light. The Sith saw no need to take on only young disciples, though they often did. Sometimes the training went smoother with disciples who had lived long enough to grow disillusioned or angry or vengeful. Severance Tan was none of that. She was not fueled by any great emotion other than personal ambition. Sometimes, that was all a Sith needed, but the Chiss ambition had already been tempered by years of military training, not to mention a culture wholly unknown to the galaxy at large. She did not carry an ounce of darkness within her. Count Dooku knew that once he refused to teach her any longer, or had nothing left to teach, Severance would not hesitate to abandon if not betray him. It was then that he realized she could never learn of the grand plan. Despite how much he enjoyed mentoring her, she would only be as much of a tool to him as he was a tool to her. You must not underestimate her, Lord Tyrannus, Sidious warned. You had taught her well, and without the shroud of the dark side clouding her gaze, she is especially dangerous. You must tread cautiously. Her manipulation of the war has displeased me greatly. What a shame. What a shame. With Severance's military genius and his own political prowess, they could have overthrown and rebuilt the galaxy together, in their image. Sidious would no longer have any reason to exist. Regretfully, she ultimately did not share his vision for a pure, restored galaxy, personified by authority and order. She ultimately held no attachment to the larger galaxy, not when her true masters still existed deep in the unknown regions. When the plan comes to fruition, there will be no corner of the galaxy free from my new order. Not the Gree Enclave, not Hapes, not Hutt Space, and not even the Chiss Ascendancy. Sean Volta is a highly capable assassin, my lord, Dooku exhaled with purpose, and if she is not enough, I believe eliminating Severance will be a fitting test for our new pawn. Grievous, the Sith Lord said with calculated slowness. Indeed, Lord Tyrannus, he will serve our purposes. You had taught Severance much of what she now knows, but you did not teach her everything. Darth Sidious eyed him from beneath the cowl of his cloak. closely examining his every reaction. His final word was as much a statement as it was a warning, a threat against any idea of disobedience. I had not, just as you instructed, Dooku replied faithfully. Severance still believes her foresight to be unfailing and herself unassailable. She cannot fathom being wrong. Well done, Sidious's lips curled. I have guaranteed that the girl will not be able to return to the Foundry in time. Instead, Grievous will become the savior of the Separatist Alliance. It is time for our new piece to play his role. It will be done, Master. Do not fail me, Lord Tyrannus, Darth Sidious snarled. As his master's hollow projection winked out, Dooku all but glided to his feet, displaying not an ounce of imbalance even after kneeling for so long. Refined posture at all times, even in absence of an audience, was after all a hallmark of a true noble. That was something Severance Tan could understand. Unlike, for example, that repulsive cyborg Grievous. Though, that wasn't any fault of his own. When the pitiful creature was rebuilt, his mind had been adjusted to better fit his intended role. For all he was aware, and soon the galaxy, Grievous has always been a merciless, monstrous thing of war. Count Dooku of Sereno keyed in the transceiver address, and did not have to wait long for a response. A 7-foot-tall monster of durasteel appeared over him, whatever sliver of sapience left in the creation found in two hateful, bloody eyes, rimmed by raw periocular skin, captured behind a skull-like faceplate. Quite the alien beast, even to aliens. Is it time, Count Dooku? The Kaleesh warlord demanded, guttural and terrifying to any lesser being. Dooku couldn't be more pleased with the result. Grievous will never be another Severance Tan in some regards, but in others he was far more than she will ever be. While Severance was a delight to teach, Grievous was a delight to train. He never needed to coax out the cyborg's anger and rage, as Dooku had been forced to do with his dark acolytes, and never succeeded with Severance, not when anger and rage was all that's left inside the creature after his reconstruction. Few Jedi would survive an encounter with Grievous, as he had proven quite capably on Christoph Sis. There had been moments in their training sessions when even Dooku, who was one of the most legendary blade masters in living history, had struggled to outduel the cyborg. But Dooku didn't teach him everything. He never did. It is quickly approaching, General. Dooku's seat was most comfortable, especially after he had graced the floor in the presence of his master. What do you think of your new flagship? Grievous growled. It will serve me well. And you will serve me well. Dooku allowed himself an imperceptible smile. Then it is time for the weapon's first field tests, and the declaration of your existence. The Republic will fear you, General, and the Jedi most of all. I don't care if the Jedi fear me, Grievous snapped. Only if they're dead. Ah, that most single-minded loathing for the Jedi, for their perceived crimes against him. Very quaint. Very useful. Grievous' cruel tactics and barbarism will make him the perfect scapegoat on which to hang every atrocity of this war, once his usefulness has run dry. Something Severance could never be, considering her sense of honor and adherence to law. Then prepare to move to Calumex at my command, Dooku instructed. There will be many Jedi for you to kill indeed. Everything is proceeding as planned, Master. Dooku felt the Force warping even as Grievous bowed shallowly and disappeared. The Force is very much with us. Orbit of Metalorn system. Talcine sector. The ruling power will not subscribe to your so-called coalition, officer, Ruler 9 rebuked, nor will we harbor the CLY Sim fleet in our docks. We are quite capable of defending ourselves. His hologram shimmered and waved, whipping the Euceron's lanky body like an inflatable air dancer. He represented the government of Euceron, the ruling power. They were a sort of council, with each of their 10 members referred to by their number, hence Ruler 9. You realize in that case, Euceron will bear the brunt of the Republic invasion force alone? Callie asked. Even with our help, Salvara could not dash. Do not insult us, officer. The tall humanoid had to bend to glare us down. We are a wealthy world, and our security forces outstrip both the Salvaran and CLY Sim fleets combined. Besides, Commander Trilm, were you not able to defend Salvara for 3 whole days, even outnumbered and outgunned? Callie balked. That was dash. Ruler 9 interrupted her with a spindly, delicate finger. We greatly admire your prowess, officer. Indeed, your brave defense secured a laudable settlement for the Salvaran people. We intend on following in your footsteps. Joining this coalition will only paint a target on our backs. I stared blankly at Callie, wondering whether an annoyed, exasperated, or scathing look will carry my point across effectively. The Serenian met my gaze and lifted an arched brow, daring me to speak my piece. After a moment, I opted for a more diplomatic, seriously, face. Beggars can't be choosers, I guess. Do you speak for the entire ruling council, sir? I decided to try. As the senator from Euceron, Ruler 9 said loftily, I speak for the entire Eucer sector. Your so-called protection is not worth the price of surrendering our freedoms to your military junta. Not when we can protect ourselves. That is all, officers. His arm reached out and cut the connection, leaving Callie and I alone. I toggled a switch on the armrest, and Vinix Hollow sprouted in the Euceron's place, having been listening and out of sight the whole time. We have a problem, the fallen Jedi said seriously. Ruler 9 said he relayed the will of the entire Eucer sector. That includes Ringo Vinda. Callie nodded stiffly. My thoughts exactly. The Ringo Vindans signed the treaty. I rubbed my cheek. Have they double-crossed us? We can't allow that, Callie grimaced. We all saw the simulations. Ringo Vinda is the linchpin of our entire operation. I will talk with their government again and renegotiate the treaty if I must. Hopefully Ruler 9 was bluffing. But if not, we may have to seize the system by force. Vinnick sighed. But the man had a point. What if Euceron does put up a good showing against the Republic? The Coalition's member worlds might slip away if that happens. It won't. There is not a match for those Tector-class Star Destroyers in our arsenal save for a Providence-class Dreadnought. Salvara cannot be recreated. The sole reason Salvara turned out the way it did is because of one reason. Callie Trilm jabbed a thumb at her own chest, and that's my personal intervention. Ground-to-orbit artillery are a huge force multiplier, but hard to come by without the same money and connections that I have. Not even Ringo Vinda has them. They made a poor showing regardless, Vinnick pointed out, from the records you sent us, at least. That's user error, not a design flaw. Callie crossed her arms. I've already figured them out. Euceron is going to be completely crushed precisely because they blundered at Salvara. Ah, I see. I suddenly understood what she was getting at. The Tectors are the testbed for a new military doctrine with a lot of political weight behind it. The Republic simply cannot afford for them to fail. So since they dropped the ball at Salvara, Republic High Command is going to take extra precautions to make sure they succeed at Euceron. New commanders, proper tactics, the like. And more worryingly, these Tectors looked suspiciously similar to the Imperial Star Destroyer, almost uncannily so. The only reason I wouldn't confidently state that they are ISDs is the fact that it's been decades since I've watched the original trilogy, and that I can't exactly remember what they looked like. All those arrow-shaped Star Destroyers looked the same to me back then, honestly. Venators, ISDs, those new First Order ones, whatever they were called. Well, other than the Executor and Snoke's mothership, I can pick those out of a lineup any day. Now though, I can identify a Venator with my eyes closed. Fuck, I count them when I sleep. Anyway, I fear something has changed with the Republic, and that the Tectors may be a sign of their hastening devolution into the Empire, even if I can't exactly point out why. Regardless, it's all the more the reason to help the Confederacy survive this war. I made my bet a long time ago. Exactly, Callie nodded appreciatively. I'm in the Euceron system right now, and from what I can see, while Ruler 9 isn't exactly lying, he's still greatly exaggerating the state of the Euceron security forces. This fleet is big on paper, but it's outdated by several decades. Old Munifex cruisers and auxilias mostly. If the entire sector combines forces, I'd say they'd have about 100 Radilli dreadnoughts and maybe a dozen or two Invincibles. Nothing that will stop a resentful and determined Republic. Shouldn't we send them what we know about the Republic's fleet, then? Vinnick asked, to give them a fighting chance? Why would we want Euceron to have a fighting chance? I scolded. Intel sharing is one of the agreements in the treaty, you know? They didn't sign it. It's unfortunate, but they'll need to take the fall for us to succeed. They've established that their destruction is a them problem. Let's respect that. It's much easier to sign away the lives of millions when they weren't staring me right in the face. Some days I still think about the clone troopers I rescued over Lysis, and how else I would have acted if I wasn't personally overseeing the operation then. Out of sight, out of mind, they say. Agreed, Callie nodded. The harder the Eucerons get crushed, the easier it will be to convince the rest of the Foundry to join us for protection. Then get out of there. I consulted my mental star map, too. Ringo Vinda, I suppose. Make any repairs you need, then contact Jorm. Very well, she couldn't quite rid her frown. And what about Trench? What does he think of the Coalition? Callie scoffed. Nothing will come of it until he hears what the Corporate Alliance has to say. I took a moment to think. Even if we aren't working together, we still have a common enemy. The Invincible is still at Raxus. Send him there. He'll be redeployed back here sooner or later. It'll be good optics, having Trench on our side, even if by technicality, she agreed. I concur. I'll see you then. I waited until her disconnection pinged, then turned to Vinnick. Where are you now? Bunta, Vinnick shifted. They welcomed us, if nothing else. Do you think it's worth the effort to sway them to our side? The Separatist Alliance, or the Coalition? Both. Likely, with some trade incentives, Vinnick said. Tell me, why is this Perlemian coalition so important? It was never part of the plan. Important? It isn't important for you. I leaned back. But it's important for me, for Trilm, and for every officer in our, well, coalition. It's a guarantee of our safety. That's why we created it. The fallen Jedi narrowed his eyes, explained. I held back a huff. Figure it out yourself. I'll give you a hint. What are we doing from Parliament's perspective? Defending the Confederacy, he answered immediately. Perhaps. But I and the other officers believe that is wishful thinking. I said blankly, what we are doing is failing to defend the Confederacy. We are losing battle after battle. Do you think those politicians will understand the nuances of organized retreat and defense in depth? They're only going to read the first page of the reports and see defeat after defeat after defeat. Your master will protect you from the backlash, but what about the rest of us? When General Tan becomes Supreme Commander, all of you will dash. If General Tan becomes Supreme Commander, I corrected, remember that Sidestep has two phases. The first phase forces the Senate to elect a Supreme Commander by manipulating the strategic situation, and the second phase is to convince the Senate to elect General Tan specifically. Too many things can go wrong with Phase 2. We will succeed, Vinnick stated firmly. This plan will not fail. The Force dash. You don't know that. I shot back. Forgive me. but I cannot rely on the Force like you can. I must prepare for the chance that our new Supreme Commander will bend to the will of Parliament, or worse. The coalition is our guarantee to ensure that will never happen. One way or another, Severance Tan must become Supreme Commander. I knew what worse entailed. I can't let that happen. Vinnick scratched his beard. I still don't see how the coalition achieves that. Figure it out yourself, I repeated. Look, an apprentice must cover their master's blind spots. Severance Tan might be a military prodigy, but she tends to look at things from a bird's eye view and miss what's directly in front of her. All of her strategies until now, with all respect, are completely stupid unless you are Severance Tan. Vinnick was taken aback by the sheer amount of weight I put in the word stupid. Truthfully, I only dared to say it so bluntly because Vinnick was not in the same room as me, and I doubted he could choke me through a screen like Vader can. She's a peerless architect, no doubt about it. But as field officers, we're the engineers that must make her frankly convoluted designs work, I droned on. And well, look at the situation we are in. Plans never go to plan in a war, and no sane staff officer creates the same plans that General Tan does. They're just too unrealistic. She can see the future to some degree, Vinnick said after some hesitation. That is why this will work. Well, that explains a lot, actually. I internally processed Force Clairvoyance before deciding that was about par for the course. Anakin kinda did that in Episode 3, didn't he? Then I processed the implications of him telling me what I presumed to be a closely guarded secret. Ultimately, I opted not to air my worries, concluding that it was above my pay grade, and thus not my problem. Until it becomes my problem, but that's for future me to handle. Really? Sorry, but it's my job to not share your level of blind faith, I pointed out. You and I, we don't get the same luxury she does. We can't decide what we need to make our strategies work. We have to make our strategies work using what we have. Politics is a different game to war, and I'd bet my estate your master has never dipped her toes in politics, not truly. It's the only explanation for her ambitious, yet somehow naive plan. Figure it out yourself, then tell me the answer when you get it right. How will I know when I get it right? You'll know. You have the Force, don't you? After you secure an outpost for the Techno Union, return to Psi Myrth. With that, I cut the connection. I wiped my mouth, straightening myself and taking a deep breath. Standing up and walking to the front of the pilot house, I took the chance to finally make use of Repulse's vast semi-sphere of a view wall to observe my new fleet. The White Hand now boasted 21 capital ships in ever-increasing number as my droids commandeered more and more half-built hulls from Metalorn's planet-side shipyards. Their systems were untested, crew skeletal, and most didn't even have functioning life support. But for all intents and purposes, they were functioning warships all the same, and they couldn't fall into the hands of the enemy. Repulse's proximity sensor beeped in warning as the carrier-destroyer Queen of Beauty yawned overhead, giving me a splendorous view of the floral patterns gracing her underside. Deep green vines twisted into blooming roses and myrtles, crisscrossed by flocks of doves and sparrows in single file. The golden lights from her viewports twinkled like fireflies, bringing the whole illustration to life. Artisan really came through this time, didn't he? Besides that, I could hear Stell chiding Queen of Beauty's captain, TJ 912, for her dangerous piloting. With Tough no longer an aide as much as subordinate commander, the staff assigned a handful more tactical droids to fill in the ranks. TJ 912 was the most personable of them, to my pleasant surprise. Her tactical merits were yet to be proven, though. On the other side of the formation was Messenger in Flames, looming like a sea monster hiding in the depths. With her sister ships Queen of Beauty and Crying Sun already assigned captains, she remained a lone outlier for now. Maybe I should give her to Tough, as a reward for his service. I picked up footsteps among the background hum of consoles and repeaters. Too fast and light to be a battle droid. What is it, Hair? A Traken has surrendered to the Republic. That's, what the fuck? They accepted? Did Tough at least tell us who he surrendered to? Anakin Skywalker. Hair stared up at me. Well, I rubbed my jaw, somewhat lost for words. Anakin Skywalker accepts surrenders? Hair looked back down at her data pad, as if to confirm again, before whipping back up at me. Why wouldn't he? I don't know. Maybe because he tends to kill first and talk later? Like Tuskens, Dooku's, or children. I didn't take him for the merciful type. I sent Barris to a Traken in order to, 1. Get her the fuck away from me, and 2. Nudge her a bit further to our side. I sent Tough with her to 1. Keep an eye on her, and 2. Force the Republic to play their hand. Which worked, evidently. Not sure where the surrendering part comes in, though. Or Anakin Skywalker. I don't know where he comes in either. Every simulation arena ran had the open circle fleet coming through the Prelimian. But I can improvise. Tell Horgo to abort his ambush, I said. He needs to hold his position at Jun. Then, tell Tough to send the girl back to us, and to move Unicorn Squadron to Ord Tittle. I moved the pieces on my mental map, furiously searching memories from the war games to vaguely guess the Republic's next move. A thought struck me, and I slowly craned my head to Messenger of Flames. Actually, I caught myself. Send Messenger with Stellar Squadron to Ord Tittle as well. He'll take command of the fleet. I turned my gaze back at the hyperspace egress, a familiar sensation of disquiet welling up in my stomach, one born from a decade-long naval career. I swiveled on a heel, realizing Hair still waiting for me in the process. Hurry, I snapped. Go. With confirmation that there wasn't any other pertinent matter to address, Hare promptly complied and scampered off to relay my orders. In the meanwhile, I marched over to the NAV droid and gently nudged him aside, commandeering his console for myself. After a swift mental reintroduction to the glaring tabs, I got to work fiddling with the keys to make the display calculate the ETA of a standard Republic task group from Salvara. The console spat a number out at me, and I plugged in Arena's data card to compare the solutions. Did I do this right? I called for a second opinion. The NAV droid stepped up, processors rumbling behind his dark eyes as he looked over the parameters and computation, and then nodded. I patted his shoulder, before barking out, "Stel, bring us the yellow alert. Standard Battle Order 5, and for God's sake, get Stellar Squadron out of here." Even without a visible reason, Stel obeyed wordlessly. I swept a look over the viewports, mentally filing away positions and potential vectors as the White Hand corralled itself into 4 orderly, elliptical squadrons. Without experienced commanders, the vast majority of the fleet had to be hooked onto a control network courtesy of 4 C3 Lookerhulks in the rear, which in turn were hooked onto Repulse's upgraded network. I could dance a jig. By commanding from the front, I could relax back here while the battle rages. There were many merits to droid crews. One of them was they didn't care where the CO was while they risked their lives. Initiative and reaction time will be piss poor, but discipline and coordination will be well greater than anything the Republic could imitate. From the corner of my eye, I saw Messenger in flames circling around to another hyperlane egress. She, along with the rest of Stellar Squadron, will have to take the long way round toward Tittle. User Sector had gotten more dangerous as of late. I pointed a finger gun at the egress, visualizing the Republic fleet appearing right at the end of it. I'm on to recoil, bang. Chapter 22. Metalorn Approach, Metalorn System. Talcine Sector. Did you know some people are calling my modified order for the Battle Hydra? I asked Stel, while eyeing the Republic fleet jumping into the system. It's fitting, sir, Stel replied offhandedly, laser-focused on the system chart. Maybe I should call this one the Ragscythe then, I said lightly. Do you know how an Onderonian Ragscythe hunts, Stel? No, sir, the droid humored me. Have you seen one? I wish I hadn't, I confessed. But when you chance the forests, you don't get to wish. Ragscythes are the apex predators of Onderon. Not even Drexels dare to get close to them. But sometimes the younger, bolder Drexels do, usually on their first crossing. They've yet to know the dangers, you see. They don't survive, Stel guessed. They never do. Ragscythes have a particular way of making sure the only place its prey ends up is in one of its 3 mouths. I stood up, leaning forward to peer out the bridge of Star Destroyer castigation, deploy our pickets in forward positions. Commence identification procedures. Roger, roger. All units, execute Standard Battle Order 4, I continued. Take stations relative to Fleet Flagship castigation. Queen of Beauty, station yourself at the lower portside corner. Battlecruiser 990, station yourself to the upper starboard corner. With 3 droid control ships in the rear churning out vectors and coordinates for the fleet by the microseconds. The apparent free-for-all the Republic must be seeing right now actually concealed an intricate dance of transitory pathings as ships of every size and make scramble to reach their positions. Yet, there wasn't a single collision or even near miss. No ship had to jostle or bull another for their spot. There weren't any complaints, as there surely would have been from organic commanders for the more leading or principal stations. I didn't have to wait for any laggard vessels. The last ship smoothly slid into its assigned station with brisk, droid efficiency, and what was once a chaotic melee suddenly transformed into a perfect rectangle in the middle of space. With Queen of Beauty and Battlecruiser 990 metric tons as the cornerstones of the formation, the auxiliary Lookerhulks can ensure that the battle line will never distort unless intended. Wasn't the plan for Order 5? Stel asked. It still is, I answered, but acting too early is inadvisable. What's the slowest ship in the formation? Stel checked his datapad. Recusant-class Star Destroyer, Destroyer 2155. Half-built primaries. Haven't even gotten its transponder yet. I took a deep breath. Our best speed is that of our slowest element. Have castigation bring her long axis onto the enemy's intercept vector. Flicking a switch as the entire rectangle was translated down and starboard, and a familiar nest of holographic readouts sprung up around me. A cascade of confirmations ran down the repeaters. All ships report green. Distance some 130,000 clicks, bearing effectively double 000. Looks like the enemy commander had predicted a trap and had set their extraction point further away than standard in case of a minefield. I produced a data chip containing the tractor presets for the TAN railgun and plugged it into the console. Queen of Beauty, Battlecruiser 990, execute these setups promptly. Castigation, TJ, 912 responded. This will not only be wildly inaccurate, but diverting this much power to our tractors will immobilize our ships temporarily. Your concern is noted, Queen, I said tightly. Now carry out the plans. I want a spread of fragmentation missiles bearing 320 to 000 Mark 350 to 070 relative. Battlecruiser, fire a spread bearing 040 to 000 Mark 010 to 280 relative. Expend all of your frag missiles. Use language if you must. By your command, a flash of frustration crossed TJ 912's voice. Roger, roger. I rubbed another data chip between my fingers, this one containing the override codes for every ship in the White Hand. Within 15 minutes, Queen and battlecruiser were rattling off a vertical, fan-shaped fusillade of missiles at impossible speeds. Since they were moving too fast for their proximity sensors to set off, they had cleverly been set to detonate once crossing a set distance threshold. Old-fashioned fragmentation peppered the flanks of the enemy fleet as dense metal flechettes ripped their way through the thin shields of screening frigates. Tractors were normally used to move objects by grabbing an object with a gravitic bubble, but apparently that was too inefficient when dealing with hundreds of missiles that had to be fired off in quick succession. The TAN railgun instead uses gravitics to compress and expand space forward and aft of the projectile respectively, allowing the object to surf the resulting wave. Apparently, by doing this the projectile could theoretically exceed the speed of light given enough time. Unfortunately, the space manipulation begins dropping off the moment it leaves the tractor's ranges. Maybe once this war is over, someone could align a bunch of Providence's stern to bow and create a maglev-gravlev racetrack to find out if we could actually exceed light speed without hyperspace. In the name of science, obviously. But I wasn't a physicist. All I'm concerned about is whether it can ruin someone's day. It did wonderfully. I observed the tactical holo carefully, watching how the enemy fleet expediently morphed their formation to avoid the missiles. With Queen and battlecruiser creating an artificial border to the battlefield, the Republic was forced to tighten their battle line into a squashed cone shape. Their commander knows about the railgun, I commented. Do you think it's because they've seen it before, or because the Republic High Command has already cooked up tactics against it? We'll know once the ID is completed, sir, Stell replied. Castigation, we have depleted our missile stores. TJ, 912 reported, confirm switch to language shot? Belay that, I crossed my hands over my back, feeling that sense of detachment seep into my skin. We have them right where I want them. All ships, proceed forward at best speed. Jedi Master PLO Kun stood on the bridge of Star Destroyer Impavid, totally absorbed in the Force. Expanding his consciousness throughout the bridge, and even across the whole fleet, he foresaw the paths of the streaking missiles and guided the ships under his command out of the way accordingly. Whether it be a Grand Venator or an insignificant corvette, PLO Kun ensured their respective captains had all the information they needed to evade disaster with composure and promptitude in equal measure. Even as blinding white trail streaked overhead and as Impavid shivered with every near impact that threatened to punch a hole through its deflectors, its crew worked in the data pits with quiet, force-induced calmness. Tighten our formation and have Impavid take point, Master CC Tyan ordered. Have we identified the enemy flagship? Yes, General, Clone Commander Wolf confirmed. It's that Providence right in the center of their formation. The Setpai commander isn't even trying to hide the mess of tight beams they're transmitting to the rest of his fleet, but I imagine that's what it takes to orchestrate a battle lattice as orderly as that. Do we have a designation? Wolf leaned over the data pit to check. Castigation, sir. No battle data yet. Looks like a shiny. Indeed. PLO Kun rubbed his respirator-covered chin. Their new missile launch system is notably less accurate than that used by the Ascendant. I believe they haven't properly installed or calibrated their new weapon. Is that so? Master Tin crossed his arms gruffly. From Christoph's battle report, this weapon's potential is quite concerning. What worries me is that this could be an indication that every new Separatist ship may be equipped with it. Concerning was an understatement, Master PLO Kun had to admit. He had been planetside with the rest of the Wolf Pack when his flagship Triumphant was first struck. Admiral Yularen had immediately ordered his retreat afterward, but truthfully PLO Kun didn't need the warning. By then, he could already see Triumphant crashing through the atmosphere in a great inferno held aloft. It was only while transferring his flag to Pioneer did he first understand the true scale of destruction the weapon was capable of. Seeing the pride of the Iron Lance slagged without even being able to fire a single shot, what was to be done but to retreat? And now, Admiral Wirtz was missing, and the rest of the Iron Lance fleet with him. Generals, a sensor officer hastily climbed out of the data pit. Our scanners are picking up 5 Pathfinder-class pickets skirting our firing arcs. Looks like the Separatists are trying to identify our make. Prep our flight wings to sortie. Master Tyne turned around. I will leave the Impavid in your care, Master PLO. Both PLO Kun and CC Tyne were some of the finest flying aces of the Republic. These days, they might have been replaced with rising stars like Anakin Skywalker and Obi-Wan Kenobi, but many still remembered when their names were hailed as heroes of the Republic for their efforts during the Stark Hyperspace War. It has been a long time since then, but their skills have never dulled. Good hunting, Master Tin, PLO Kun said, before turning to Impavid's captain, Arrow Formation. We will target the castigation directly. We are facing down a Separatist battle lattice. General, the captain shot a pleading look at Commander Wolf. Charging directly at them is what they want us to do. And the one weakness of a battle lattice is the command ship. PLO Kun returned with smooth confidence. As Commander Wolf had said, a lattice of this precision requires all ships to be connected to a central network, not too dissimilar to a slave circuit. If we capture the castigation, that entire force will be in our hands. The captain stiffened up to protest, before deciding better of it and releasing the tension in an explosive sigh. With a brisk tug, he straightened out his gray uniform before snapping into a sharp salute and marching off. His advice is well-meaning, sir, Commander Wolf commented. Not many are familiar with fighting with Jedi. PLO Kun knew that very well. His battle meditation saw a small part of his mind aware of every being on the bridge, every conversation, every half-formed thought, every bead of sweat trickling down spines and sticking hair to foreheads. This was a fine crew, one of the Republic's best, but they were organic, not programmed droids. Beneath their disciplined veneers they were afraid. As they should. Even as the barrage of missiles petered out, the sight of hundreds of separatist warships racing forward in heartless synchronicity was ever a heart-stopping sight. And yet, despite their fear, these brave men and women would keep fighting for the Republic. None braver than the clone pilots spearing through the void beyond the viewports, each so stubbornly individual behind their identical helmets. None braver, he thought silently. Plo Koon reached out through the Force, letting his gaze touch each unique, committed pilot. He locked their faces in his memory in case this was the last time. CC Tyan noticed his presence and responded with an assured mental handshake. Both sides continued to rush towards each other at maximum acceleration. Jedi Master Plo Koon was long familiar with this distasteful prelude to slaughter. Jedi General Plo Koon, I quoted the readout, registry access granted, a proclivity for effective, if simple, tactics. Always leads from the front and prefers close-quarter combat. But that cruiser. Impavid, flagship of Jedi General CC Tyan. A flying ace and legendary ground combatant. Both fought in the Stark hyperspace war. I had to restrain myself from asking Tough to run the numbers out of habit. Another trusted commander in the field widened my strategic possibilities, but that didn't mean I didn't miss his reliable presence on the bridge. Instead, I quietly scanned through what our registries had on the two Jedi Masters. I did recognize both of them, though, from Episode 3. Weren't they both on the Council? Looks like I have my work cut out for me. These two have stellar battlefield accolades, and also rather predictable. Sir, we've lost contact with Pathfinder 1 and Pathfinder 3, Stell said. The carriers are launching their fighter wings. I checked the range again, then the velocities of each division. Our acceleration, while relatively slow, was respectable enough that shifting vectors will take time. With both fleets hurtling towards each other at a good 200 kps, the battle lines were going to collide in some 10 minutes. Question was, how close do I want to cut it? Have the Pathfinders drive into the enemy formation and create some chaos. I ordered, all units, modified Battle Order 5. Castigation will exercise command over Base Division 1, Queen of Beauty over Head Division 2, Battle Cruiser over Head Division 3, and Renown over Head Division 4. The battle lattice immediately tore itself into 4 sections, as if an interstellar hand had taken to shredding a sheet of paper. The largest section, Base Division 1, was smack dab in the center, corners rounding out into flattened oval. Head Divisions 2 and 3 launched themselves up and back of Division 1, solidifying into 2 elliptical formations on a perpendicular transverse axis to Castigation. Head Division 4, led by the trusty Zenith 2, went below and back in a reverse wedge. If an ancient Onderonian was standing on Metalorn and looking out to the stars right now, they'd see a new constellation in the night sky, the 3 heads of a Ragscythe rearing back to Beta Drexel and charging straight towards its vulnerable body. A smile tugged at my lips as I confirmed all 4 pieces of the White Hand operating at peak efficiency and proceeding at the deliberate course and pace set by Castigation at the point. We are to hold our course until contact. I reiterate for my bridge crew, launch all of our starfighters and have them orbit Base Division 1. I see you, Jedi. I know you can't resist. Laser fire flashed around Impavid's bridge as Master Tyan hunted down the rogue scout ships the Separatist commander had sent forward to harass them. So callously tossing aside subordinates once their value had run dry, it was simply to be expected from a Sith-backed state like the Separatists. Plo Koon supposed the fact that those ships were crewed by droids made the decision all the simpler. They're breaking their formation, Wolf observed warily. Not breaking, the Jedi Master corrected, developing at the last second. We've seen these tactics before, haven't we? You think this is Rain Bonteri, General? The clone commander turned his head in mild surprise. Isn't he supposed to be in the Southern Theater? Plo Koon didn't answer. Dividing his fleet like that was a risk-laden maneuver on Bonteri's part, as it expanded his line of battle too greatly for the opposite formations to support each other. Master CC Tyan could take his fighter wings and strike each piece individually with local superiority, before pivoting to assault the next one, effectively defeating the enemy in detail. But Rain Bonteri would know that. From what the Jedi Master read on him, the Onderonian was infamous for dividing his formations precisely to lure out that line of action from his opponents. Dividing also expanded his tactical flexibility, after all, and with the main body of his fleet in the center, it and its orbiting formations could support each other both ways. The main mass of battleships in the center was thus the linchpin of the entire force. Once they were dealt with, the 3 secondary formations were too far apart to support each other. General Tyan reports all scout ships have been destroyed, a comms officer said. Very well, Master Plo Koon drummed his fingers on his arm. Inform him we will begin our main assault. Understood, sir. Captain, he addressed the patiently waiting if visibly uneasy man. Bring the fleet into the arranged formation. Fix forward batteries on Castigation's approach vector and stand by to correct our intercept at the right points. The task force condensed into a jagged cone, effectively concealing the fleet's true profile from the front, resembling a barbed arrowhead. The point of naval bombers would concentrate all their attacking force against a limited but critical area castigation and its escorts and clearing the way for the successive waves of warships to sweep through the center of the defenders and tear them apart from the inside without giving them a chance to recover. Once the arrowhead had pierced the defending formation, it could simply turn around and hammer the survivors against themselves. Those frigates beneath the SEP's main mast are going to try to Hydra us, Wolf predicted, pointing to the division of munificence and recusants gliding beneath castigation. Ventral gunners stand by to fire on my order, PLO Kuhn commanded calmly, mentally counting down the seconds until the enemy ships entered the engagement envelope. Then, 100 energy readings spiked on the readouts as the Separatist main body fired all retro thrusters, their formation glowing like a newborn star on the display. Do you see what I'm doing, Jedi? Do you understand? Unlike the orbiting squadrons, Division 1 was primarily composed of a grim, solid mass of battleships and heavy cruisers. I felt weightless even as castigation groaned in exertion, the mighty warship quivering as she strained her retro thrusters against her momentum. Some of the heavier ships were forced to swing around 180 degrees to reverse burn, each with varying degrees of power to keep the entire formation's velocity synchronized. "They're catching us, sir," the gunnery droid exclaimed. "Do we open fire?" I focused back on the tactical holo, realizing the enemy LSEs were concentrating in a spiraling point at the forefront of their formation. "So that's what your plan is. Deploy all of our vultures forward," I hastily ordered. "Break up those flight wings." "Roger, roger." I wasn't an LC commander. Onderon didn't use starfighters, mostly orbital monitors and light cruisers that could roughly translate to capital ship warfare. I only knew the most elementary of starfighter basics. And since vultures were droids, I couldn't rely on individual wing commanders to give orders out in the field. Considering that, I fell back on basic swarm tactics, which was about standard vulture operating procedure anyway. As long as the Republic LACs couldn't get a clean strike on my battleships, it was mission accomplished. My LACs immediately broke their defensive positions and surged forward so viciously I could almost physically feel the phantom hurricane pummeling my skin. In response, the Republic escort LACs leaped into action to intercept them. Within moments, the once empty abyss between the two parties was consumed by a thick fog of screaming fighters punctuated by a storm of lasers. With Base Division 1 effectively stopped on its course, the head divisions were now extended forward of the main body. And with every second the Republic ships accelerated to catch the reversing Base Division, the further they were led into the gauntlet. I suppressed a triumphant grin. "Base Division 1, return to our set course. We will meet them here. Head divisions, commence your attacks. They're coming down on us." Impavid's captain shouted. "Your orders, General." PLO Kuhn grunted. Frantic agitation was bubbling on the bridge at their apparent inactivity. He did not blame them. The battle Hydra had risen to a level of infamy after both Knight Skywalker and Master Kenobi's defeats against it. The Keldor Jedi Master forcefully induced another period of serenity again. The Separatist secondary formations had pivoted on their central axes and were now hurtling straight towards their fleet from 3 directions. Space was suddenly populated with bursts of light as the enemy warships unleashed their first missile volleys, followed by a glittering torrent from their forward batteries. Jedi Master PLO Kuhn relaxed. "Fight with me, everybody." He fell into his own mind, letting his consciousness envelope Impavid and the entire fleet, entwining every mind and soul into his own. Moments later, the enemy missiles ran into a wall of point defense, littering space with harmless flares of gold. Those that slipped through along with the turbo lasers bolts collided with Republic deflectors and disappeared in a boil of gas. Their formation consisted of a steady shell of heavy cruisers and battleships filled with lighter destroyers and corvettes, a complete apostasy from usual fleet doctrine with a simple purpose. The heavy capital ships will be able to focus their overlapping shields on only 1 or 2 surfaces, using their great mass to break through the enemy line before opening up the phalange and disgorging the lighter warships to flood through the breach and sow chaos. Not too dissimilar to how a Separatist Trident-class assault ship operates, the aging Master mused. In this context, no matter how the enemy tries to flank them, no friendly warship will be any more vulnerable than the one next to it. Commander Wolf returned from the battle operations room. "General Dash." The Jedi Master knew the words before the man himself did. "Open fire." Impavid's modified SBHTS concealed within its ventral hangar tore through the darkness, a glittering bolt of lightning that tore into the first warship in its way and bisected it port to starboard. 24 more crackling beams shot out, laying destruction into the unsuspecting enemy. So much so it was as if someone had painted a sweep of black with xyla flowers blooming from cracks in the wall. "Match acceleration and cut primary thrusters." PLO Kuhn kept his expression dispassionate. "We will ride our momentum into the enemy battle line. Divert power to tertiary drives." "Sir." The Jedi Master held back, his goggled gaze intently inspecting the fleet's shield status. With the Separatist flanks focusing to burn their way through at 3 points, PLO Kuhn waited until the shields reached critical saturation to issue his next command. "Formation. 33-degree portside rotation on our longitudinal axis, centered on Impavid's mark," he ordered. "Repeat this action when our deflectors are red again. Divert excess power to our forward batteries." The arrowhead formation spun like the revolving cylinder of a rotary cannon, with each ship taking their new stations 2 vessels down the port side, breaking the targeting locks of the separatist attackers in the process. Unable to hammer the same points over and over, the Republic's labored shield generators were able to recharge while fresh deflectors took their place, successfully retaining the formation's integrity. Understood, General. Impavid's captain snapped to attention, rightfully more eager now that the Jedi Master's tactics have been proven. Plo Koon allowed a brisk nod. Soon, Impavid was surging into the tempest of intersecting ion trails and erratic spirals of dogfighting snuff fighters. Soon, the cruiser's shields were registering not turbo laser bolts but shattered pieces of fighters, and even some straight collisions from malfunctioning droids. The viewports were consumed by an epileptic mess of lights as Impavid's bow forged through the storm with all the sleekness of a Pomarthan liner cutting through waves and rain. And then, they were face to face with Castigation's malevolent stare. Captain, you have the bridge. Plo Koon swung around. Commander Wolf, prepare a boarding party. Inform Master Tai and we will be assaulting the Separatist flagship directly. Time to end this. I no longer had to suppress a smile. In fact, I was no longer in the mood for one. Sweat ran down my cheeks as I tried to comprehend the enemy fleet's near-perfect joint maneuvers. Tiny sparks on the tactical holo did not do the Venator's new ventral cannons justice as the blinding beams swept across Division 4 flared 2 frigates into vapor and scrap. They did not do the Republic's point defense justice as they tore down every missile and torpedo in the black with almost insulting ease. I couldn't understand, even as I watched with my own 2 eyes, as the entire Republic formation rotated on its axis to disperse the head division's attack vectors over a greater area of shields. If each individual vessel was rotating, I'd understand, but it was the entire formation in unison. What the fuck was the point of having droids if that was possible without? An unpleasant feeling rose up my throat as I checked my board's real-time status readout. Head Divisions 2 and 3 were drastically checking their acceleration to avoid a physical collision. Division 3 was all but crippled, with Zenith 2 rallying what remained for an orderly withdrawal. And Base Division 1 was about to get pummeled within every inch of their lives. All that, and facing a Republic fleet only a third the size of ours. Well, half the size, considering a not insignificant amount of our vessels were fodder. Reluctantly, I forced myself to face the truth. Arena boasted a pretty sizable catalog of battles to review, and superimposing the current situation over the Republic's previous performances. By every metric coordination, accuracy, efficiency, this battle was a statistical anomaly. A statistical impossibility, I dare say. An icy shiver ran down my spine. I could only think of one explanation. This was the true power of a Jedi Master. 2 Jedi Masters. And not only Jedi Masters, but veteran leaders from a war 2 decades past, who fought and won so decisively their names were engraved into the Republic's living memory. Whatever sorcerer's force power this was, it terrified me leagues more than hand-waving and neck-pinching. Shaking away my musings, I glanced across the holo again. It didn't change the fact that I still outgunned the Republic task force, especially since I could bring all my guns to bear while they can't. Rotating or not, it was only a matter of time until their shields caved in. Except time isn't on my side. Impavid had smashed straight through the fighter screens, unleashing a wave of electronic jamming that sent the vultures corkscrewing into suicide dives or outright detonating as was coded to occur when they were no longer connected to their mothership. The Republic's unified particle shield shimmered as vulture after vulture rammed themselves like birds into a window pane. Then, the 2 fleets collided. The Republic formation's tapered front flattened into a hammerhead as they pounded Base Division's lattice with wave after wave of torpedoes and turbo laser charges. I gave the order to return fire, but nothing was stopping the Republic's momentum. Their formation tore straight into Base Division, physically smashing my battleships out of the way while the smaller warships disintegrated under a typhoon of interlocking fields of fire. Impavid and her satellite cruisers retarded to stand off against Castigation while the rest of their fleet buelled their way through, and that's when I realized the extent of their plan. No, sir, Stell answered. Only our vultures are being affected. But I've already authorized Queen and Battlecruiser to exercise independent action over their head divisions in the case of a decapitation. Gunship drive trail spotted. The sensor droid alarmed. It's a boarding party. I swung around, scampering to the viewport and straining my eyes to pick out the lots carving their way through the battle. A wing of Republic LACs headed by an Ether Sprite emerged from virtually nowhere to deal with what remaining Vulture combat patrols attempting to intercept them. Close the hangar blast doors, I panicked. Now. We can't, Stell said bluntly. They aren't responding. I rubbed my face, and we don't have a security complement either. Correct, sir. Castigation thumped as the gunship swept into her hangars, vomiting out the clone soldiers who sought to capture her. It won't be long before the boarding party realized what was amiss. Because while the Providence looked complete from the outside, within its hull was a completely different tale. Right now, the warship was a hollow shell, devoid of everything but the most critical components and skeletal of crews. She had been ripped from her graving docks before her time, and never will achieve her full potential as the latest flagship of the Confederate Navy. Instead, she will die here, surrounded with the rest of her half-born brethren, fighting a hopeless defense of her home. Impavid slid beneath Castigation, granting the Star Destroyer's dorsal batteries wider firing envelopes to tear into the Providence's ventral hull. Huh. I sighed, straightening out my uniform. I should at least be presentable for our guests, right? Off you go. I waved my hand, and Stell and the rest of my droid crew faded like a dream, leaving me alone in Castigation's pilot house. The lights weren't working, and empty chairs laid dormant before blacked console displays that would never be turned on. Smoke and dust kicked through my body as Castigation shuddered at every breaching round she took. The world was gone, replaced with confusion and panic as every ship of the White Hand fought their own desperate wars against the Republic onslaught. A numb coldness settled in my chest. If every Jedi general can replicate something like this, what chance do we have? It was difficult not to stumble and lose myself in the frighteningly deep rabbit hole of implications. As I waited for them to reach the bridge, I took the opportunity to check the ammunition stores of my ships. After confirming there was still a sizable amount plundered from Metalorn's ordnance plants, mostly I heard echoing footsteps thundering down the deathly silent hallways. "You are Rain Bonteri," a gruff voice stated. I turned around in mild surprise, coming face to face with a very strange alien. A grotesque mask covered a leathery yet somehow insectoid face, deep blue lightsaber gripped tightly in a four-clawed hand with thick, sausage-like fingers. Clone troopers with blood-red wolf motifs painted on their helmets fanned out through the pilot house, expediently searching every nook and cranny for things that weren't there. With a hiss, the Jedi Master's blade retracted. "Sorry," I shrugged, "but your princess is in another castle." I'd still enjoy a conversation, however. Plo Koon slowly crept forward, circling around me with an inscrutable expression. "Why do you fight Dooku's war?" "Because your planet does." "I can ask you the same." I stood still, but to answer your question, it is because Dooku is the lesser evil. "General," the clone commander stepped out. "We've secured the ship. But there's nothing here. This isn't the control ship." "Care to explain your views?" the Jedi Master asked politely. "I thought General Kenobi told you that the Republic is under the control of the Sith Lord," I shared. "A wild and baseless claim," the alien chided. "Dooku is the Sith Lord." I stroked the captain's chair forlornly, feeling the phantom surface graze my fingertips. "I assure you, Master Jedi, that I watched the attack of the clones. I know there are always two Sith Lords. Care to guess which one is the lesser evil I speak of?" Plo Koon stilled his wolfish stalking, inspecting my face carefully as if to check if I was lying. I didn't react. "You are not my enemy, Master Jedi." I swept my gaze around the bridge, towards the troopers. "But right now, I am yours. May I pose you the same question you asked me? Does your Jedi Order fight the Republic's war to rid Dooku? Or is it because you are servants of the Galactic Senate?" "We serve the people of the Republic," he corrected. "And I serve the people of the Confederacy, not Dooku." I offered my proverbial peace treaty. Dooku's grip over the independent systems are slipping by the day, and the time will come when the separatist peoples no longer believe his lies. And when that time comes, we will no longer want to fight you. When that time comes, will you still want to fight us?" "How are you so sure?" The clone commander marched towards me. "Why should we believe you?" "At ease, Commander Wolf." Plo Koon raised a hand. "He is correct. Innocent citizens should not be subject to the horrors of this war." I brought up my tablet and keyed in a command. "Good to hear, Master Jedi. Now get off my ship." "What?" the clone commander snapped, probably resisting the urge to sock me in the face. Not that he could, and he knew it. "Sorry," I said again, regretfully, "we are still enemies right now. But when the time comes that we need not be any longer, it is up to the Jedi Council to decide whether to continue sanctioning the Senate's war." The clone stumbled violently as Castigation's sublight drives roared to life once more, straining the ship's internal bracing to its limit as several billion newtons of warship threw herself forwards without warning. With her beaked prow suddenly a battering ram, the flat dorsal surface of Impavid looked suspiciously like a red-painted bullseye. Undoubtedly catching my intentions, the Jedi Master hastily rallied his men and raced back towards the hangar bay. The Star Destroyer lurched downwards, tearing her half-built construction apart as she bellowed her final battle cry in screams of rage and tortured steel. I waited until I confirmed the Republic gunships had left my ship, lamenting how great of a flagship Castigation had been, even if only for the very temporary period. "Stell, do me a favor and detonate the ammo stores." The connection snapped, and I blinked to find myself back in Repulse's lively bridge, the hollow projection of Castigation's bridge having whimpered out. With the viewport blast shields having retracted and the HUD with it, I could once more stare out the transparent steel barrier at the once all-consuming battle, now little more than a small buzz of insects in the distance. I received a pair of macro binoculars from Hare, and with them watched Castigation slamming through Impavid's hangar doors, interlocking the two ships in the savage tango of destruction as one warship attempted to extract while the other drove deeper and deeper. Then, a blinding white explosion. Repulse's automatic sunscreens immediately darkened the viewports before I could blind myself. But with Castigation and Impavid directly in the center of the battle, the scale of destruction was a foregone conclusion. I had packed that ship full of volatile, untested war material. Forcing myself to ignore the human cost of what I had designed, I swung around and sat back on the captain's chair. "All available vessels are to retreat to Obani," I instructed. "Send a message to ground command. The rest are yours. Good luck, and Godspeed." Chapter 23. Quell System. Weary Sector. 12 Titanic warships hovered over the clear blue marble known as Quell, absolutely massive vessels that spanned kilometers and dwarfed anything Barris had ever seen put to space. She could hardly believe they could even move. But when you needed mobile D-docks to facilitate an ever-growing number of desperate warships, there was no quicker and haphazard solution than converting freighters and bulk carriers into auxiliary fleet repair ships. They already had the gantries once used to load and offload containers to service ships docked alongside them, and they already had the cavernous inventories necessary to hold fuel, gas, parts, or all three. And the corporate overlords of the Separatist Alliance had no shortage of either. Standing on an observation platform aboard the freighter-cum-mobile shipyard Rima Express, Barris could just see the communications mast of another auxiliary peeking just over the curved horizon. The huge vessels were spaced evenly across Quell's surface, strung along the mesopause like a bead of pearls. Being virtually defenseless, they had to hide within what planetary interference there was in an attempt to evade long-range system scanners. But also being interstellar merchantmen at their core, they weren't capable of atmospheric flight that would collapse under their own weight and so had to literally skirt the fine line that still allowed them to utilize their bewilderingly powerful repulsors to stay afloat. And what large repulsors they were, great jets of cold blue that extended from their ventrals like celestial pillars holding up floating islands. "You must hasten, Captain Jorm," Tuff sternly ordered a slouching human captain. "Unicorn Squadron is supposed to make forward tittle." "Nothing I can do about it, droid." Jorm pinched the bridge of his nose, evidently exhausted at Tuff's draconian demands. "Are your photoreceptors even working? Look around you. My Aurora Auxiliaries division has its hands full with Commander Shives and Captain Avizo's war. Our resources have been earmarked for this Saline front, not your quick response squadron, and definitely not these half-flying Atraconite junkers." Lieutenant Rame Cartroll winced inaudibly at the outburst. Varys couldn't help but sympathize. They had been able to retrieve all of their forces from Atracan more or less intact, but some of the more anti-Republic Atracanites had stubbornly refused to submit to loyalist occupation. Instead, they raided the secret shipyards on Triolos and absconded the ships there, swearing loyalty to Separatist Alliance. They were already traitors to the Atracanite government. When the choice was either to take them in or abandon them to the infinite harshness of space, there was no choice in Barris' mind. The problem? Those ships of theirs could be aptly described as flying metal coffins. They were unique, to say the least. Some were haphazardly repaired warships from the dawn of the war, while others were built from the keel up with what little resources they had. Barris couldn't believe any of them were space-worthy. But they were, if not yet exactly battle-worthy, something Tuff was attempting to rectify. "You know," Cartroll said quietly, dragging her off towards the side, "it makes a lot more sense that a tactical droid would be in charge of a squadron. Not sure why it didn't occur to me that a mere lieutenant shouldn't have that much authority." Barris allowed a wry smirk. "I think it can be forgiven considering the state we found you in." "Yeah, well," he heaved, shoulders rising and falling. "I suppose a droid would be bad optics. Not sure how he's going to weasel our way out of this one, though. The Atracanites trust me enough to follow us this far." He trailed off, gaze fixed on something in the distance. Barris followed it to the bunkering frigates refueling midair, in the line of impatient Atracanite corvettes waiting for their turn. "Those are all Horgo Shive ships," she thought, remembering the Mune. "They're being rotated from the front to keep up to snuff. Unicorn Squadron must be an unwelcome intruder on their itinerary." "Captain," a Senatine logistics officer stamped into a hasty salute. "Urgent transmission from John." "It's the commander's address." It appeared as if something had physically gripped Captain Jorm, even as he spoke. "Patch him through." Horgo Shive appeared on a monitor above the console, blinking as he took in everybody in attendance. He stated his piece only after ensuring he had the full attention of the crew. "Your location has been compromised," the Mune commander exposed bluntly, "and we've intercepted communications suggesting a Republic task force is en route to Quell as we speak." How?" Captain Jorm stuttered. "Our location is supposed to be top secret. It can't be from my division. There's been no unauthorized outbound communications from the Quell system since we arrived. A spy has penetrated deeper into our ranks than we have realized." Commander Shive grimaced. "Either Bonary employs a far looser hand than he should, or someone with top-level access to the tracking of our military elements has fallen in bed with the Loyalists." "You mean, from the general staff?" Jorm started pacing the deck, chewing nervously. "This is outrageously dash." "Neither of us are in any position to fret over a spy, Jorm," Shive said. "You just have to get out of Quell as soon as possible. Anakin Skywalker was last spotted moving rim ward on the Saline, and I will meet him at John. We all play our parts." "You said the enemy is en route as we speak," the auxiliary captain accused. "Did you trace the communications? Was it from within the region?" 1,500 parsec radius, he confirmed. "You only have a day, or less. Look, Jorm, we can't afford to lose the Aurora Auxiliary Division. Your command is a mobile Ringo Vinda. Sacrifice my Havoc Squadron frigates to make your escape if you must. Nothing is more important than your survival." Jorm swallowed, beads of sweat gathering on his brow. "Understood, Commander." "Doesn't sound good," Cartroll mumbled from their vantage point. The auxiliary captain swallowed thickly, then firmed himself up. "All ships to yellow alert and prepare for extraction." Before the Senatine could convey the order, Tuff stepped heavily, his steel boot thumping against the ground like a gong. "Belay that order, Captain." The words spilled out naturally, as if the droid had spoken them 100 times before. "You don't know where they are coming from," the tactical droid continued. "Acting too early is a mistake." Captain Jorm's eyes fluttered. creases in his face deepening as he absorbed Tuff's words, pariah's soul. Shive, you useless blaster-brained cur. Fine, why don't you use that programming of yours to find us a way out of here, droid? Somewhat lost on the situation, Barriss unconsciously probed the thoughts of the auxiliary captain, encountering little resistance as his mindscape divulged any information she sought to know. She only realized her actions after a flood of mild panic and deep-rooted anxiety pooled in her gut, along with the scraps of tactical know-how that still surpassed hers. Logically, the most obvious direction the enemy would be approaching from was the Saline corridor. Except, Commander Horgo's Shive still held that hyperspace route, which meant the enemy task force was operating behind separatist lines and could strike from any direction. Extracting too early ran the risk of exposing themselves on the wrong side of the planet or worse, running straight into the people they were trying to escape. Yellow alert. Tuff dipped his chin. I will take overall command of Havoc and Unicorn Squadron. Ensure all crews are prepared for a hasty extraction, but for now, we cannot make our move until we see the enemy. What is your plan? Jorm demanded. Sacrifice 1 or 2 auxiliaries, Tuff replied curtly, and run in the opposite direction. Cartroll made a silent, sound with his mouth, shining as if he had been struck by an epiphany. What is it? She whispered. Simple yet clever, the lieutenant said. Now I see why the D-Docks are stationed where they are. To minimize their sensor profile? Well, yes, but look at this dash. He drew up a rough 2D render of the planet on his tablet, with 12 flashing dots placed evenly on its circumference. It also means that if the enemy comes from any one spot, like here. He tapped the screen, and a new flashing dot appeared on the outskirts of the render. 2 dotted lines spanned outwards, running tangentially from the node to the planet's circle. See how their in-system scanners won't be able to detect all the ships on the other hemisphere? Cartroll pointed. Yes, it does minimize our profile, both from long-range and short-range scanners. Bare minimum, we survive with half of our ships. But if we can distract the enemy long enough, we can get the rest behind the tangents and sacrifice the closest auxiliaries in the process. Barriss finished. The question is, which? Cartroll looked up. That is for the enemy to decide. Tuff marched past them. Board your ship, Lieutenant. We must be ready to meet them. They didn't have a day. They had 5 hours. Polyphemus reports sensor contact, sir, Taylor said. Should we begin tracing aft of their inbound trajectory to plot an origin arc? Polyphemus. A corporate alliance bulk carrier converted into a mobile manufacturing plant to quickly produce replacement parts from raw materials procured by fleet tenders. 6 corvettes orbited the giant starship, serviced by Polyphemus autonomous limbs and a legion of crab-like repair droids. Unicorn jolted as she dislodged from Rima Express cranes, free-falling several meters before her repulsors kicked in, and identify who we are facing. Have Lieutenant Cartroll's light warships moved to Polyphemus flanks 045 radial degrees from Quell's core. Begin evacuation procedures. Unicorn and Centaur immediately started burning a fiery trail through the heavens, carving a white gaseous scar across the sky. Quell seemed to go on infinitely from the vantage of the bridge, the endless sea of clouds expanding outwards as they chased the horizon. Which frigates are closest to Polyphemus' position? Tuff demanded. Havoc Squadron Sanction, Durandal, and Ullalulla. Barriss checked. Can they make the intercept in time? She fumbled with the calculations for a minute. Not with the atmospheric drag. The Republic Task Force had a nearly 80-degree angle of attack, while the Separatist frigates were sailing parallel to the surface and in atmosphere. That meant they were not only limited by their atmospheric drives, but also had to travel a longer distance following the curvature of the planet, compared to a straight-shot displacement figure. We've identified the cruisers as you've ordered. Rain Cartoll's voice was sharp. There are 3 Venators, Liberty, Defiance, and Independence. Only Defiance is in carrier outfit, from what our sensors can make. Liberty is General Ayla Secura's flagship, Tuff stated, probably pulling the information from his databanks and the trace. An arc in the Prequels sector. Somewhere around Argoner, Gromas, or Tancred. Can't tell any more than that, unless you can rip out their astronav charts. Tuff twitched unnaturally at the mentioned systems, as if his behavioral programming was glitching. That's the opposite direction of where they should be coming from, Barriss stated. Has the Prelemian front already collapsed? User definitely has. No way else for them to get behind us. Cartroll stated grimly. We were supposed to rendezvous with reinforcements at Ord Tittle, right? I have a feeling we won't find them there. I must follow my last received orders, Lieutenant, Tuff said. Unicorn Squadron will make for Ord Tittle. Whether you decide to follow us is irrelevant. That's not your strategic analysis software talking, droid, Cartroll chastised. That's your loyalty protocols overriding your logic matrix. Who programmed you? If Tuff could blink, Barriss imagined he would have. Aurora, the droid toggled the comms. Have all your ships except Polyphemus retreat to the galactic bearing 038 and jump to Kodai. And Polyphemus? Transfer its control codes to me. I hope you know what you are doing, droid. My programming dictates that I always do, Tuff replied stoically. The nearest auxiliary winds of trade rumbled in the other direction, its sensory mast sticking over the horizon like a shark lurking just beneath the waves. The roar of its engines traveled the distance with time, brightness, and heat warping the very sky itself as it rose first like a breaching whale, and then like a mountain range taking flight as the wall of Durasteel just kept going all 10 kilometers of it. We have a visual, Taylor reported, the enemy task force is entering the atmosphere. Deploy all available vulture wings to lure away their combat patrols, Tough ordered. Order Polyphemus to wait until they're on the edge of their firing envelopes before gradually descending to an altitude of 20 clicks. That'll. Polyphemus will implode. Taylor refused ardently, and there are still hundreds of droids on board. TF 1720 SIXS wide eyes were bright and merciless. I don't care. They are not our droids, one said. OM 2200's pitch-black photoreceptors were in stark contrast, the lesser B1 model staring up at his superior in such a way that it must have somehow gone against his obedience module. And yet, he still did. Roger. The B1 drew out slowly, ultimately unwilling or unable to disobey. Roger. Polyphemus dropped like a puppet with its strings cut, layer upon layer of shielding concentrating beneath the ship until it appeared like an glowing aurora holding back an infernal hand attempting to crush the ship in its fiery grasp. Even then, there was a visible wobble amidships as the freighter withstood gravitic forces it was never designed to handle. Hundreds of droid deaths. She felt nothing for it. And above, the 3 Jedi cruisers continued to descend towards the mesosphere, apparently too eager to destroy their quarry to notice the trap laid out for them. How do you not see it, Master Secura? Barriss wondered. It was so obvious. Was it arrogance to presume that Barriss herself would never fall for a trick like this? Habitak, Tough called, are your corvettes armed with torpedoes? There was a buzz of static. They are. When I give the order, attack the cruisers from dead astern, 45 degrees upwards on their vertical axis. Understood. The Atrachonites are eager to prove their worth. The young lieutenant's confirmation was devoid of emotion, as if he was as much a droid as TF 1726 himself. Just then, a roiling swarm of vulture droids poured out every one of Polyphemus' open bays like streams of water from a leaking jug. Defying gravity and converging over the auxiliary in a great mushroom shape, the vultures locked in their missiles and surged upwards in a single front. As if in anticipation, Defiance deployed a counter-torrent of starfighters. Commence your attack run, Lieutenant, Tough commanded. Master Secura's task force must have realized something was amiss by then, as Polyphemus continued its uncontrollable descent into the stratosphere. But it was already too late. The Atrachonite corvettes had burst forward in shimmering clouds of flares and sensory chaff, dashing up and around towards the cruiser's undefended engine blocks. With all of their shields focused downwards to absorb atmospheric friction as they descended into the mesosphere, the cruisers were vulnerable to the Cartrol's higher angle of attack, the extremely lightweight corvette strafing beyond the speed of sound as they unleashed a flurry of torpedoes that fractured the cylinders of the ion engine chambers and sent them spiraling to the earth, in pieces. Yet still, Defiance heaved its bow upwards in majestic fashion, barely managing to angle its rearmost dorsal turbo lasers to bear and thunder off 4 well-placed shots that popped 2 corvettes like faulty fireworks. A deep rumble emerged from its hull at the same time as the Venator's structural integrity was strained to its limit with the high-G maneuver. An explosion from below shook the world. As if it had struck an invisible floor, Polyphemus imploded in a way not unlike a glass of blue milk shattering on the ground. Tendrils of fire burst out in every direction, searing the air and flinging a hail of heavy metal meteorites across the sky that would surely sear leagues of land below into ash and dust. The loss of one of the Separatist Armada's most vital assets didn't seem to faze TF 1726 at all. Habitak, retreat in their blind spot. All frigates, climb 1 click and lock targets on their dorsal barbettes. We will pound them into the planet itself. Unicorn surged forwards, its super-heavy forward batteries blasting out a roaring barrage of bleeding fire that ripped out a chunk of Independence's gun deck and thoroughly mutilated the interior into a grotesque heap of half-metal machinery. Debris spilled out of the breach, and to Barriss' own horror, she witnessed a number of white-sheathed clone troopers thrown out and tumbling towards their deaths. There was no recourse. With all 5 frigates arranged around Master Secura's task force and even more closing in rapidly, there was nothing for them to do except let gravity work its magic. It was an empty sight for Barriss, watching a Jedi Master she respected deeply falling for a trap that was so elementary in her mind. Liberty and its satellite cruisers couldn't even delay their destruction, with how their shields were preoccupied fending off the onslaught of physics. Outbound hyperwave transmission detected, Taylor reported. Looks like they are calling for reinforcements. Trace its destination and determine which force is coming. Tough turned around. They cannot be far away. Considering the direction and range, the closest Republic task group is General Anakin Skywalker's at Indu-San. Inform Commander Shive of this development. He may wish to counterattack at Indu-San, the tactical droid said, and tell Captain Jorm to double his efforts. We will disengage once the reinforcements arrive. The day dragged on. The Republic warships were holding on valiantly, but with every new frigate joining the battle, the odds only stacked against them. And finally, the unrelenting firepower of Sanction and Ulalula finally cracked open Defiance's already weakened hull at the beam, snapping off the Star Destroyer's forward half and sending both pieces careening in the clouds below. Thousands of lives written off just like that. It still surprised Barriss just how fragile starships can be when it mattered. A pressure built on her mind. First, she thought it was from the mounting casualties in those burning wrecks, until she realized it was force warning of an approaching threat. Chrono radiation detected at planetary bearing 227. Taylor calibrated the sensors. It's the Harbinger and 2 more ships, Redeemer, and Defender. Tough slashed down with a stiff arm. Unicorn Squadron. Withdraw. Captain Jorm, what is your progress? For ships are still in system, Captain Jorm replied. Winds of trade is lagging hard. We need more time. The droid paused as he silently computed their next course of action. Suddenly, he turned to stare at her, as if she had become a new factor in his equation. Barris stumbled as Unicorn swerved away, firing its thrusters to escape the planet's grasp, and the pressure continued to build in her mind. Habitak, have your corvettes escort the remaining auxiliaries to Kodai? TF. 1726 decided. Am I correct to presume you will not be following us? Sorry, he sounded truly apologetic, and Barris wondered just who he was saying it to. But I can't lead my men into what is almost certainly enemy-occupied territory. Very well, Tough acknowledged curtly. Havoc Squadron will exercise independent command from now on. The sky faded away like watercolor washed off a canvas, just as the sound bled away in a deathly silence. The roar of turbo lasers and ion drives faded like a distant dream as the vacuum of space swallowed them once more. Harbingers bearing down on us on our starboard bow, Taylor announced. Master Skywalker's Venator was on a straight vector bound from Master Secura's mark, on a slight angle from Unicorn Squadron's outbound heading. Barris steeled herself for another battle, fully expecting Unicorn and Centaur to bring their guns to bear and finish what should have started at a Traken. Except, they didn't. Even as the 5 warships came within firing distance of each other, they passed harmlessly by, guns aimed and ready, but quiet. We aren't intercepting them? Confusion spilled from her lips. Havoc Squadron is still present planetside. I mean, won't they go after the auxiliaries? Tough stopped and stared at her in what looked like surprise. He tilted his head like a cat, then shook it. I have calculated the possibilities, he said. Jedi compassion makes them predictable. Anakin Skywalker would rather rescue Aayla Secura than downing 4 auxiliaries. Barris frowned, thinking, but Liberty is doomed. Master Skywalker might not even make it in time, not if he needs to fight through Havoc Squadron. He will take that risk, Tough declared confidently, even if it means fighting Havoc Squadron instead of eliminating the auxiliary division and achieving an easy strategic victory. A rational thought process dictates targeting the auxiliaries is the wiser action because, as you had posited, Aayla Secura is unlikely to survive. But Aayla Secura will survive, not even with our best efforts, due to plot armor. With this knowledge, Jedi will always prefer to surrender a strategic objective if the price is the rescue of one of their comrades, simply because a rescue has a much greater probability of success than it logically should. Jedi will always prefer to surrender a strategic objective if the price is the rescue of one of their comrades. The droid's robotic words rang in her head over and over again like an incessant bell, and the building pressure felt like a hammer and chisel attempting to split her head in two. What was the Force trying to tell her? That Master Luminara was wrong on Taith all those months ago? The mere thought was blasphemous. Barris knew her master had always been one of the more detached Jedi masters, and had always taught her to rely on her own wits as much as the Force. Sacrifice was a sad necessity in some cases, and a Jedi must always be ready to let go. Would I have done the same thing were I in your shoes then, Master? Barris did not know which answer was worse. Is it your fault I am now trapped and fighting for the enemy? Barris herself had told her master to leave her. What Rada the Hutt could bring to the loyalist cause was far greater than anything she could contribute. Her sacrifice had been her contribution. Were you wrong, Master? Was I wrong? An ugly sensation of jealousy bubbled in her stomach. Why couldn't I have been saved too? TF. 1726 took her silence as disagreement, just as our definition of victory is not the death of a Jedi, but the safety of the Aurora Auxiliary Division. General Skywalker's definition of victory is the safety of his comrade, not the destruction of the Auxiliary Division. As our means and goals are parallel, we have no cause for conflict. Your proactive mindset is laudable, but unnecessary in this situation. I wish I never had one, she grieved. Serenity was the Jedi way, and yet, Barris continued to battle her own oppressively traitorous thoughts. Master Luminara would know what to do. She always did. Would she? Chapter 24. Orbit of Metalorn System. Talcine Sector. Thank you, Admiral. Master Obi-Wan Kenobi handed back the datapad. Admiral Block nodded stiffly, stifling a sigh. Loath am I to say it, General, but Metalorn's going to be a tough nut to crack. It's my opinion that the planet's more trouble than it's worth. A reasonable conclusion, Obi-Wan had to admit. The Techno-Union has always kept a close hand on their possessions, and being Skakoan-dominated, it was perishingly difficult for spies to infiltrate their corporate hierarchy. It was public knowledge that Metalorn was one of the greatest forge worlds of the Outer Rim, but their scans had unearthed the depths of their ignorance. Expansive subterranean factory cities, automated ordnance foundries, uncountable numbers of droid command posts. There might not be a single sapient being left in the world, but that didn't mean it was undefended. Far from it. There may be more battle droids crawling on the floating scrap heap than there are clone troopers in the galaxy. Each and every trench and derelict compound would be trapped to Malachor and back, and every tunnel fortified. And all the while, the droid foundries would continue churning out soldiers that fear not, and needed no supply. Completely clearing out the planet might take as long as the Clone Wars would rage, if it wasn't completely impossible outright. What do you recommend, Admiral? Base Delta Zero, Admiral Block said bluntly. I recognize that it is an extreme measure, But the protocol was created for precisely a situation such as this. We will never hold Metalorn in any meaningful capacity. There aren't any civilian casualties to fret over. And our foes are all entrenched under the surface. We will slag the planet's upper crust and let the magma seep into the underground complexes, destroying any and all resistance. Obi-Wan closed his eyes. To his great shame, he couldn't poke any holes in the Admiral's logic. A thorough orbital bombardment would indeed be the simplest way to deny the Separatist Alliance the industrial powerhouse of Metalorn, even if it means the Republic will never be able to use it themselves. Then again, they might never will. The Metalornians have already proven themselves willing to defend their world tooth and nail, launching every single one of their warships into orbit in a last-ditch attempt to destroy Master PLO's task force. Not that it succeeded, but it proved their resolve and desperation. It might take months for us to crack their planetary shields, Obi-Wan pointed out, not for opposition any more than curiosity as for what the Admiral thought of it. And it might take years to capture the planet, General, Admiral Block replied professionally, in my opinion, I see no other recourse. After the destruction of Metalorn's standing fleet, we command complete and total orbital supremacy. We can station a handful of Acclamator 2s in orbit and free the rest of our fleet. There is simply no reason, moral or rational, to not execute code-based Delta Zero. Other than the sellouts in the Senate, that is, they'll protest, if that matters to you. It didn't. But there was a small part inside Obi-Wan that did not want to be one of the few Jedi Masters who sanctioned such a horrific act, but the pragmatism of the soldier inside him eventually came out above. Still, with every passing day, Obi-Wan could feel himself aging by years. He could not remember when he accepted that there was no good in war, only lesser evils, and he did not know if that was preferable. Some days, he felt as if the Jedi were slipping down a slope they could not see. And then when the fog of war lifts in its good time, they will find themselves in a pit they could not climb out of. Setting a precedent was opening a box you could not easily close, and he feared he was doing just that. One thing was true, the sooner this gruesome ordeal ends, the sooner peace can return to the galaxy. Obi-Wan swallowed to prevent his voice from cracking. Very well, Admiral. You have my leave. A minuscule, grim smile appeared on Block's lips. One that suggested that while he was both relieved and satisfied that his Jedi general did not veto him, he was no happier with an orbital bombardment than Obi-Wan himself was. It must chafe him as a professional officer, if for different reasons compared to Obi-Wan, to utilize such a crude and blunt weapon. General Kenobi. A messenger came up behind him. General Kun is awake. He and Commander Tano are waiting for you in the medbay. A ray of light in these increasingly dire times. Inform them I will be there soon. Yes, sir. The messenger looked relieved to go, likely feeling as out of place on the command deck as a janitor would in a starfighter's cockpit. Obi-Wan swept the viewports with his gaze as he swung around, observing the remnants of the battle once fought here. He had read the report and had wondered what sort of man the Separatist commander was to detonate his own flagship in a half-fire ship, half-scuttling action. Unfortunately, everybody who knew what had happened on the Imp Avid was dead, more than likely without even knowing what had killed them, so the only answers he will find will be with the handful of comatose troopers who were lucky enough to escape the blast. Master PLO Kun among them. He chanced upon CC Tyan as the Itachi Jedi Master was coming up from the flight deck, his face stiff as the horns that framed his head. As Itachi were naturally attuned to the Force, with a particular gift for foresight, Master Tyan was able to sense the explosion before it happened and lead his fighter wing behind the cover of a battleship. Still, it couldn't prevent the loss of half his squadrons. It is unlike Master PLO to be taken at unawares by such a choreographed action. The reticent Jedi Master expressed, something happened inside that ship, the castigation, that shook him. It is not every day you find an opponent willing to go to such lengths to deny victory, Obi-Wan agreed. Even tactical droids have some form of self-preservation programming. PLO Kun was one of the oldest members of the Jedi High Council, having ascended in the same year as Master Windu himself. Having led the Republic to victory during the Hyperspace War, he was one of the few Jedi generals with any real prior military experience. His loss would have been a massive blow to the Jedi Order, and Obi-Wan was of the opinion that this time had cut it too close. Vigilance's medbay was clean and sterile, with rows of cots and back-to-tanks lining the room, capable of treating hundreds at a time. Even though there were only a couple dozen beds occupied, it already seemed too high a number. Master PLO was already sitting up, thankfully completely intact, no doubt in due part to his thick Keldor hide. Ahsoka was standing by his bed, having kept her vigil over him ever since he was recovered. Obi-Wan had heard it was Master PLO who had personally inducted the Togruta into the Order after discovering her on a mission to Shirley. He knew there was a special bond between them that he would never be able to emulate, and maybe that was a good thing. For all of her zeal and alacrity, this was one of perishingly few times he had witnessed his Padawan adopt a face of patience and reflection. Whether it was his teachings paying off, Ahsoka was a second coming of Anakin in that regard, oddly enough, or simply mere worry for her old friend, Obi-Wan was grateful for it nonetheless. It's good to see that you are well, Master. PLO Kun looked up at CC Tyan slowly, the loss of Imp Avid. Shies before the importance of your recovery, Master Tyan interjected, worry not over it, my friend. What matters is that you are alive. You left her in my care. Nobody could have expected our foe to do such a foolhardy thing. The Itachi shook his head, drawing the curtains that would separate them from the rest of the medical bay. Master PLO attempted to stand up as the injured troopers beside them disappeared from view, but Ahsoka swiftly and gently held him down, not unlike a fretting nurse. The medical officer said, "You are still too weak to walk, Master. Please don't." The old master grunted, but acquiesced. "Ahsoka," Obi-Wan said softly. His Padawan snapped up at him like a cat, reading his face. Her sharp eyes flitted between the three Jedi Masters, and her annoyed expression morphed into tacit understanding. She bowed her head. "I will take my leave, Masters." Masters? 3 Jedi Masters on one ship. And not just mere Masters, but members of the High Council. If the Separatists ever got wind about this. Obi-Wan could already hear the ire, but not unjustified, berating of Republic intelligence attaches. The only reason both Master PLO and Master Tyan were assigned together was because of their shared history and the sheer significance of Mandalore to the war. Obi-Wan dragged out 2 chairs for he and Master Tyan to sit on, feeling the ship sway beneath his feet as Admiral Block's steady hand guided them through the debris field. "Master, what exactly happened on that ship?" he asked as straightforwardly as he could without sounding insensitive. "We found the man we were looking for." PLO Kun looked him in the eye. "Rain Bonteri, who defeated Skywalker at Corvair, you at Christoph Sis, and now I, here over Mandalore." But he wasn't on the ship. No, the Keldor sighed through his Antioch's mask. He had tie-beamed a real-time hollow of himself to the bridge of that ship. "We were convinced the Castigation was his flagship, since it was the command nexus, but in hindsight it was an obvious trap. Castigation was the relay, not the source." "Played us for fools thrice now," Master Tyan commented gruffly. "Clone intelligence made a file on him. Relative of former Republic Senator from Onderon, Mina Bonteri. He enlisted in the Royal Army when he became of age, before transferring to the Onderonian Space Force. Then Geonosis happened." "So we have nothing on him," Obi-Wan summarized. "Do we know why he joined the Navy?" "He and a few other officers transferred to their planetary navy after the Royal Army supported a pro-separatist coup," the Iktachi said. "After that are only suppositions." It took Obi-Wan a lifetime in the Jedi Temple to recognize what contemplation looked like on a Keldor face, doubly so with the mask. That, and the tremor in the Force. "Master?" he prompted. It was a protest. Master PLO rubbed his chin. He and the other officers transferred out of the Royal Army in protest. They didn't support the coup, but were ultimately loyal to the will of their government. The Space Force represented an alternative way to serve their planet while also serving as a political asylum, as the Navy was based in orbit. And when the Separatist crisis escalated towards war, Onderon was forced to contribute their share of naval officers. Obi-Wan finished. "It makes sense, even if it doesn't particularly align with what little we know of Bonteri. He has been zealously serving the Separatist alliance all this time. After all." Master PLO's frown deepened. "I will have to disagree, Obi-Wan. If you wish me dead, I would be. Instead, he saved my life." CC Tyan leaned forward. "What do you mean?" "We had a conversation aboard the Castigation," PLO Kun revealed, one which ended with a warning to leave the ship as soon as possible. "Even after we evacuated, there was still enough time for us to escape the blast radius before the detonation occurred. It wasn't as if he had to evacuate himself either. He could have kept distracting us as he armed the ordnance. I suspect his goal was to speak with me." "And what did he say?" Master Tyan pressed. "First, that there was movement amidst the Separatist ranks to undermine and overthrow Count Dooku." Obi-Wan jolted in surprise, but even that did not prepare him for what came next. "And second, that there is a Sith Lord in control of the Republic." The very same unbelievable claim Dooku himself made. "In fact, he knew Dooku told you that." "Misdirection," Obi-Wan rasped. "It must be. If it were true, we would know it. Dooku told him about our encounter." "Dooku told a no-name officer about a conversation he had with you?" Master PLO's words were laced with skepticism. "Do you suppose he is trying to play all sides?" "And you, Master?" Master Tyan asked severely. "Do you believe what this man says? Is there actually an internal plot against Dooku's government?" "I suspect he is using his anti-separatist roots to leverage a block against Dooku's platform, ever since Geonosis. A mole in Dooku's camp is the only reasonable way he could have learned of your conversation," Master PLO concluded. "He had given me no reason to believe he was lying the entire time, though truthfully." PLO Kun trailed off, his head tilting to stare past their heads and into the void. "Master?" Obi-Wan nudged. "Is there something?" "I cannot seem to remember what he felt like at all," the old Jedi Master murmured. "Not in the Force. Nor can I remember his face." Obi-Wan was struck by a strange sense of familiarity, like an experience from another life. But no matter how he tried to hone in on that feeling, it always slipped through his mental fingers. Trying to bring those memories to the forefront of his mind was like trying to grasp water. "He could have been in another system," Master Tyan said, "and the hologram might have been of poor quality. But it would be wise to trust your instincts, PLO. If it is particularly unsettling, it might be worth investigating." No. You may be correct," Master PLO heaved. "Regardless, I am inclined to believe him. If that is the case, we may have to consider the prospect of opening a channel with him," Master Tyan mused. "The sooner Dooku is overthrown, the sooner this war can end and the galaxy reunited." Master PLO shifted at those words, near imperceptibly. But Jedi were perceptible, and Obi-Wan saw it clearly. So did Master Tyan. They never pushed the issue, however, as the old Jedi Master never followed up on it. Perhaps it was important, but they had known each other for far too long to be lacking in simple trust. Whatever it was, Master PLO will air it in his own good time. The Senate won't allow it, Obi-Wan told them, not with the Non-Communication Act they passed. Anything of this sort will have to go through Republic intelligence. If we do, we won't be able to tell their agents everything, especially about the Sith Lord, Master PLO said, and Bonari purposely made sure to speak to a Jedi. He isn't going to trust a Republic spy. If we want to foment a collaboration government, we are going to need to foster trust between our parties. Assign a Jedi attaché, then, CC Tyan advised. We already have some within intelligence, but in case they cannot be recalled from their missions in time, the Council can send another. We'll tell intelligence the broad strokes, but give our attaché the specifics. That is very subversive, PLO-kun lamented. I dislike it, but cannot deny that it could work. We will have to speak to the Council as soon as possible. All of this will only work if Bonari is forthcoming in the first place, Obi-Wan cautioned. This may still be a separatist plot. You cannot deny that he is a cunning one, with how he fights. I concur, Master PLO agreed. This is a delicate case that we must approach cautiously. We will have to take every precaution. Master Tai nodded decisively, then it is concluded. Then, what of Metalorn? Master PLO inquired. What happened to the enemy fleet? Their retreat trajectory suggests they had jumped to Wobani, Salakami, or Jabium, CC Tyan said. We can't reach Salakami or Jabium, unfortunately. Obi-Wan sighed. There is a phantom fleet menacing our rear. Only about 60 to 70% of the allocated supplies are actually reaching the front lines. Lanteals has ordered us to mop up the BRYX sector before proceeding to Psi Myrth in order to block any southern reinforcements. They want to end the skirmishes and force a major field confrontation at Centaurs. Inform them we will proceed after securing Metalorn. Obi-Wan steeled himself. On that note, Masters, Admiral Block had insisted we execute code-based Delta Zero. After a brief discussion on the matter, I have to admit I am convinced, but I would like to hear your considerations on the matter. Silence followed in the wake of his proclamation. Under the scrutiny of his two elders, Obi-Wan felt not like a Jedi Master and their equal, but once more like a snot-nosed Padawan seeking validation from his masters. Even while they all sat on the council, there was still a not insignificant part of himself that does not consider him equal to their standing and stature. How could he? He only joined the council this very year. Despite that, he never let it show, keeping both his face and his emotions in check with a firm hand. The Force guides us, Obi-Wan, CC Tyan reminded. You must trust your instincts. Meditate on it, if you must. What matters is not us, but whether you believe this to be the correct decision. That's what frightens me, Masters. Obi-Wan stared them in the eye, feeling aged beyond his years. I do. Quell departure, Quell system. Weary sector. You're needed in the battle room, General, Commander Apo notified. Helmet tucked under his arm. It's the Governor General. Belay the jump. Admiral, Anakin swung around. Let me see what this is about first. Of course, General. Anakin started down the command bridge, Apo close by his side. What's General Secura's condition? He could feel the clone commander staring at the back of his head, mourning the loss of her men. The Seps got us good there, sir. All 3 cruisers, gone. What was supposed to be a nondescript raid on a purported separatist supply hub turned into a strategic disaster. Even more so, with the discovery of an entire auxiliary mobile repair and resupply fleet, one that they let slip through their fingers. Not that Anakin regretted his decision not to pursue in favor of rescuing Master Secura. If he did do that, he would be no better than the cold-blooded strategists in the general staff. It was always easier to make rational decisions from the rear when the consequences weren't up in your face. And after delivering Pong Krell to Republic intelligence in chains, Anakin swore to never repeat the fallen Jedi's mistakes, no matter how reasonable or rational they may seem. The blast doors opened before them and closed after them as they stepped into the familiar otherworldliness of the battle room. Standing about the central hollow projection table, Talisabeth was already talking animatedly with the Governor General Rena of the Gordian Reach-Over sector. So how about it, Governor? Anakin announced his presence with a bounce in his step and smug grin on his lips. Was I right? Or was I right? As the CO of the Saline Front, the Governor General was adamant that they had neither the time or resources to mount a high-risk, low-reward rescue of General Secura. He cited that she wasn't subordinate to the Saline Front, and instead an officer from the Prelimian who had gone wayward chasing rumors, and such not their problem. It wasn't that Anakin didn't sympathize, but he simply had a gut feeling they would be able to pull it off. And as Obi-Wan always said, a gut feeling was enough for a Jedi to act on whim, precisely because it was no longer a whim. That said, the Governor General wasn't about to sanction such a mission with only a gut feeling as proof of its plausibility. To both his and Anakin's surprise, however, Talisabeth came forward with detailed charts of the local space lanes and explained how they would both be able to make it in time, provided they jump immediately, and also a plan to lure the Separatist commander in the region into an ambush. This is an exception, not the rule, Rena snapped, though Anakin could tell he was in a good mood, but I concede I have little experience with Jedi under my command. Twice is coincidence, thrice is a rule, as they say. Keep pulling this off, Skywalker, and I might just buy it. Glad to hear it, General. Anakin placed his palms on the table. So, what's the situation? You caught us right on time. Rena curled his lips in a pleased, if particularly vaunting, smile. Commander Esterhazy's stratagem worked out quite nicely. Your absence prompted Horgo Shive to lead a counterattack on Indusan, one we defeated rather handily. Well done on that regard, Commander, though I wonder where your knowledge of this region of space came from. I can't imagine it was merely homework. If Anakin noticed the flinch, or the tremble of sudden anxiety in her forced presence, he did not show it, and neither did Rena. There were only two major hyperlanes in this region, the Prelemian and the Saline, though calling the Saline major was a stretch, and they only met at Kalyamex. Between them was an empty quarter devoid of any contiguous hyperlane, which showed, considering the low population density. Talisabeth had come forward with her personal tablet with a star chart describing an opposite, contiguous hyperlane linking Indusan, Stygian, and Quell. Talisabeth scratched her head, staring at a spot on the polished floor. I found it during one of my astrocartography classes in the Jedi Temple. Governor General Rena's smile bore curiosity sharp as a phase knife. So am I to presume it was a fortunate coincidence? His Padawan sucked in a wince. I was charting the Vorzid sector for an assignment. It was just luck. Anakin could have poked a hole straight through her story as easily as his lightsaber could through a flimsy, but decided it wasn't the time for it. Jedi luck is strangely reliable, isn't it? Rena shot Anakin a raised eyebrow. In any case, we have new orders, and as the vanguard of our force, I think you'd like to hear them. Anakin straightened up, falling into his general persona comfortably. Lay it on me, General. The Separatists pulled a magic trick on us, Reno revealed. One moment we're aimed right at Kalyamex, and the next our cruisers are out of fuel and ammunition. Our hangar crews are out of repair parts. Finder confirms they are dispatching resupply ships, but they aren't making it to us. What are our patrols doing? Anakin demanded. Arriving too late, the Governor General said, every time. And when they try to predict where the Raiders strike next, the Raiders never show up at all. The Separatists are always a couple steps ahead of us. And this isn't the kind of info a mole could get them. Our patrols are jumping on the fly. Either our ranks are as steeped with worms as a Chandril and Squig, or they've got their hands on a Starpath unit. Republic Starpath unit. Hooked up the right scramble, which it always is, and it can track every Republic-registered ship in a certain radius. It's anonymous and untraceable by design, but with the right know-how, the ship being tracked can normally tell when they're in the vicinity of a Starpath. Except, every Republic patrol is equipped with a Starpath out of necessity to do their job. And with hundreds of them on Saline, the Separatist Raiders are just another unidentifiable blip on the screen. What's the new plan, then? He asked. We've decided to force a battle at Centaurs. Rena's blue-scan form fizzed. The Cerulean Spear Fleet finally got their shit together and subdued the User, Tenuata, and Prequels sectors, with BRYX and Muldred next. Our job is to prevent Horgo Shive from reaching Centaurs while they do that. Sounds simple enough, Anakin mused, but while the Seppies are as cagey and Anuba in a field of scurriers, you can't deny they've got numbers. The problem with forcing a battle is that we're forcing a battle. They'll realize what's happening and overwhelm us with sheer numbers. Rena provided a confident smirk. High Command's pulling out the stops. They've mobilized the legacy of the Founders. Anakin's next words lodged in his throat. He could feel a knot of pain forming between his eyes. You can't be serious, he coughed out. Those things can fight? They were built under the Ruzan reformations. They have a big hull and too little everything else. Central must realize they're feeding the Separatist vulture bait. Central certainly feels confident about it, Rena shrugged. They must have updated the designs. In any case, unless you plan to Galavan off again, they're not your problem. Master? Talisabeth questioned. Anakin struggled with himself for a minute. High Command can't be this stupid. How the hell did Cade Y convince them to go through with this stupidity? He thought it through for a few more seconds, before concluding that Reno was right. If Cade Y wanted to feed their money pit of a ship to the vultures, all the power to them. Whatever. Not our problem, he decided out loud, turning to the Governor General. So, where did Shive run off to? Where do you want us? We traced his exit trajectory. Reno lifted a datapad, and considering the state of his forces, there's only one place he could have retreated to, the Vorzid system. Talisabeth tensed up beside him, almost shivering in anticipation or anxiety. Anakin narrowed his eyes. We're a single jump away from Vorzid. He ignored her for the moment. Give the order. Wait. Talisabeth finally let her bottled-up thoughts explode. Are you sure we should do that, Master? We only have 3 ships, and the Blazing Claw fleet will have to take Gala, Jun, and Lukazek before they are able to reach us. We have the element of surprise, Anakin said. We jump in, deploy fighter wings, and mop them up. Then we take Vorzid 5 and secure the entire Saline. I think she is implying that 3 ships is not enough to trap Shive. Skywalker. Reno lifted his chin in a calculating stare. You may score a tactical victory, but it would defeat the purpose if he retreats further to Centaurs anyway. Besides, Shive knows you're in Quell. How else would he know you aren't at Indusan? He'll be expecting you. So, Commander, Rena pivoted on a dime to face her. How do you think we should solve this conundrum? Talisabeth glanced at her master nervously and swallowed. We're only a single jump from Nam Churios. It's an isolated system with no defenses due to its population of Drox. If we station ourselves there, we'll be putting ourselves between Vorzid and Centaurs, effectively pinning both until the Blazing Claw can catch up, especially if Shive is cautious of us. Rena inspected his star map with a keen eye, slowly nodding. Yes, a sound plan. Looks like your apprentice has outdone you again, Skywalker. You have my approval. Jump to Nam Churios at your discretion. Understood, General. Anakin replied stiffly, Skywalker out. He cut the connection, silently ordered Apo to relay the commands to Admiral Yularen, then wheeled on his Padawan with a cold glint in his eyes. Sorry, Master. Talisabeth apologized preemptively, bowing deeply. I didn't mean to undermine. Undermine my authority? Anakin laughed unconvincingly. Do you think I care? I made you read those books. For all I or Rena care, you've done a good job. What I care about is you letting your emotions get to your head. Did you think I didn't notice? Talisabeth kept her head down, passive as a porcelain doll as she took the scolding with nary a word. Frustrated beyond his mind, Anakin took her by the shoulders and forced her to look him in the eye. Hello, he growled. Tell me what the criff is going on with you, Padawan. Is this something to do with your outright lie of having the Vorzid sector as an assignment for astrocartography? Anakin knew. He took astrocartography as well. There was a charting assignment, but you would never get a backwater outer rim sector like Vorzid unless you really pissed your teacher off, or already had a fast track for the Explore Corps. You would have been assigned an already well-charted core sector, or inner rim at most. An outer rim sector would have forced you to dig through ancient star charts and records in the Jedi Library, which would be too demanding for an elective like astrocartography. His Padawan remained impetuously silent, and he blew out a furious breath. Dragging her out of the battle room and into the empty corridor aft of the bridge, he spun around again. Well, he asked, ready to talk? I did chart Vorzid for astrocartography, Talisabeth protested weakly. But not for your assignment. She deflated. No. Well, Talisabeth fidgeted with her fingers, before finally deciding to out with it. My homeworld is Vorzid 5. Ice formed in his chest as his stomach dropped. I know that tone. I know exactly what she's feeling right now. Sure, she charted Vorzid out of a curiosity for her homeworld, but Vorzid V, being her homeworld, wasn't enough to prompt such an extreme reaction like this. Unfortunately, Anakin knew exactly what would. You are scared for your parents, he stated. She shrunk into herself, as if expecting him to expel her from the Jedi Order right then and there. I know it's not the Jedi way. Anakin's heart wrenched when he realized she was on the verge of tears, but I owe them everything. I don't even know if they're still alive, but you don't want to see Vorzid V consumed by the war, on the chance they still are, much less be responsible for it. Her suggestion to divert to Nam Chorios wasn't one made out of reason, but out of the vain hope to save her family from the war. And how could Anakin blame her? How could, after everything he did for his own mother? Wipe your tears, girl, he told her gruffly, and clean up your face. A commander must look presentable before their men. You can't show weakness. What? Anakin shot her a sharp look. I never heard of this. You never told me anything. Talisabeth stared at him with wide eyes, as if she didn't know who he was, and he was forced to remind himself that she was a girl of 12, 13 years. A child. She was already mature beyond her years. If he faulted her for this, he would be no better than the stuffy old Jedi masters he hated in his younger years. Yes, thank you. Yes, understood, Master. His Padawan furiously wiped her face and stood straighter. Report to the bridge when you're composed. Well done today, Commander, he nodded, turning back around. Oh, and I'll tell you something someone told me once. Be careful. We're Jedi. Our thoughts create our reality, so don't think so hard about it. I couldn't protect my family. I can still protect yours. That's the least I could do. Chapter 25. Orbit of Psi-MYRTH System. Jospro System. Aren't you still a senator of the Republic, Senator Greyshade? Callie Trilm accused. Simon Greyshade guffawed. Neutral Senator, Commander Trilm. They were at Psi-MYRTH, one of the great factory worlds of the Confederacy. Hundreds of warships circled around the verdant world like the winds of a hurricane. Not only was Psi-MYRTH continuously spitting ships into orbit, but the White Hand was also bolstered by the surviving ships from Metalorn. While the base division, mostly composed of the most derelict ships, was abandoned, the highly mobile head divisions were able to withdraw in the confusion following Castigation's gambit. Most significant of the new additions were the two Providence-class dreadnoughts, christened as Benevolent Mother and Olympus Mons. Neutral or not, you are in direct violation of the Non-Communication Act, Captain Kret pointed out. You would be surprised how far you can go with credits, Senator Greyshade grinned, twirling his mustache. Alas, this is no time for small talk. I am here for business. I fear your definition of business, Senator, I replied dryly. You shouldn't, Senator Greyshade exclaimed. As you may be aware, I represent Columex and the Vorzid sector in the Senate. I've remained neutral thus far to protect our trade right with the Republic, but now my friends on Raxus warn me that a neutral stance will no longer protect my constituents. Friends on Raxus? Christ almighty, was this Palpatine's hand at play, or did the corruption between the Republic and Confederacy really run that deep? This guy is like the final boss of sleazy politicians. Regardless, you don't mess with jank-ass galactic politics if you could help it. And you came to us to protect your people? Callie raised an arched eyebrow. Who else? He said. You may or may not have realized, but your coalition is making waves in the Separatist Parliament, especially with the upcoming Supreme Commander election. Until the First Fleet is recalled, you control the greatest concentration of warships on the Perlemian. There's nobody else to go to. So you want to join our coalition? I asked warily, feeling optimistically hopeful. Not just Vorzid, his grin grew wider. I represent the entire commonality. All 5 sectors, Vorzid, Meridian, Anti-Meridian, Belderon, and Oral. We will contribute all of our votes, as well as 800 warships. The commonality was no small deal. It was a confederation of 5 outer rim sectors that has existed for decades. Initially formed to protect their interests against the growing demands from the core, the commonality has since evolved into something like the Hanseatic League of the Perlemian. With extensive agreements in both commercial and defensive matters, they were a bed of relative stability and prosperity in the ever-worsening outer rim conditions. Until the Separatist crisis, obviously. Even then, they attempted to remain neutral to preserve their advantage, even after the Clone Wars broke out. Now, they were finally forced to take a side. A real side. Why don't you just leverage your neutrality with the Republic then? Callie countered. You offer big with one hand, but what do you want in the other? Simon Greyshade nodded knowingly. I am glad you asked, officer. This makes matters simpler. I already have raised my protests in the Galactic Senate, but the political backing for Operation Trident is absolutely overwhelming. Palpatine thinks he can placate me, but I have already made preparations to present my resignation and hang my post. I will not stand idly by as Calumex turns into another Euceron. Kret grimaced, Euceron. Captain Kret was currently hunkering down in Ringo Vinda and fighting tooth and nail to keep the island of Separatist space afloat while the isolated world was besieged. Not only was it a strategically sound decision, it was a political statement as well. If Greyshade was right, and the Perlemian senators were watching the coalition closely, then the message was clear. Euceron didn't join us. They fell to the Republic, and we did not protect them. But Ringo Vinda joined us, and we intend on defending them to our last breath. It was a guarantee of our word. Simple as that. All those fence-sitting must have been rightfully wary of our sincerity. Ringo Vinda was the proof all of us needed. If the commonality becomes a signatory, that will be another massive boost to our legitimacy. Correct, officer. Euceron. Greyshade's smile bled away, replaced by the first semblance of seriousness I've seen so far. Once the proud host of the Galactic Games, now a smoldering rock in space. That ham-fist Thurbon had expedited the invasion of Euceron because they were behind schedule. Do you know how many billions of credits and investments were lost? And in the end, it returns back to what actually mattered. Money. Typical, that's what it was. The real reason Senator Greyshade wanted to hop on the bandwagon was to protect his assets, and if he could spin it as a senator looking out for his constituents, all the better for him. For us, however, well, as Callie put it succinctly, the offer was far too good to be true. And what does the commonality want in return? I bit the bullet. Equal standing in the coalition, Greyshade put bluntly. Our forces will be commanded by an independent officer of our choosing. One who will have an equal seat and voice in your decision-making processes. That is all. And do you have someone in mind for this role? Callie asked tentatively. My cousin, Diedrich Greyshade. I could have slammed my head into a table, if there was a table in front of me. Worry not, officers. Senator Greyshade bore a look that implied he knew exactly what they were thinking at that moment. He has served several tours of duty in his time in the Commonality's Joint Security Force. He may not have transferred to the Confederacy's Officer Corps, but he is capable nonetheless. I flattened my expression. Thank you, Senator. We will consider your proposal and contact you later. Simon Greyshade fixed me with a calculating stare, despite the smile that seemed permanently fixed onto his face. Consider it well, officer. I look forward to your answer. His hologram winked out of existence. We can't refuse him, and he knows it, Kret immediately stated. This isn't even worth discussion. The Officer Corps won't protest. Our member worlds will. Callie raised another point of view. The commonality is joining us as a whole. That'll be a powerful subfaction within our own subfaction. What if they try to subsume us from within? They definitely have the capital to do so. She has a point, I said. What of it? Kret shot back. The coalition was a creation of necessity. Once this invasion passes, the coalition is of no use to us anymore. Let the commonality keep the empty name. All the other worlds will leave too. Without a common enemy, that is. He has a point, I said. Callie leveled me a glare that said shut the fuck up. When Senator Greyshade said the coalition is making waves in Parliament, he was not referring to our war out here. She explained in a slow, measured tone, as if speaking to a child. The coalition has enough star systems under its name that we have become a new voting bloc in Parliament. One divided by militarists and pacifists. Do you understand? We control the swing votes in a hung government. She has a point, I said, this time more seriously. That may be the case, But we're still fighting a war, Kret snorted. Votes, swing votes or not, don't mean anything to us. We aren't begging worlds for their political capital, we want their warships. That, Callie flicked a glance at me, may depend on your point of view. This time, it was my turn to level her a stare that said shut the fuck up. The Nymodian scoffed, whatever, bring it up with the rest. Just know that I recommend accepting his deal. Callie turned to me as Kret disconnected, the scar on her face highlighted with a deeper shade of blue. Well, what's your plan now? I won't even ask when you caught on. I sighed deeply. In any case, every vote we get is worth it. Simon Greyshades definitely got something up his sleeves, but if all goes to plan. Will everything go to plan? Callie huffed in exasperation. We don't control the votes, Rain. The agreement they signed is to support the coalition's common interests in the Senate, which is as vague as it gets. You might not like anyone other than the Pantoran as the Supreme Commander, but in this case the coalition is going to agree with the militarists that we need any Supreme Commander. Don't worry. I sounded more confident than I really felt. I've got a plan. Oh, do you now? Who do you think I am? I said reassuringly. We'll get a representative of the coalition to protest against Dooku's recommendation. What? Are you going to prepare a speech for against every possible nominee in the Confederacy? Callie narrowed her eyes at me. Or, you know who Dooku is going to pick. Oh, shit. I do. How? How do you know, but I don't, she snarled. Are they going to be someone I know? I don't think so. I almost blurted out I watched Revenge of the Sith there. I'm quite certain Dooku is going to pull a literal nobody out of his ass. Nobody, huh? I snorted at my own joke, which Callie didn't take too kindly, judging from how she seemed to be actively inspecting me, as if I'm some sort of abominable Felucian insect. And who was on your mind to speak before the Senate? She pressed further. Yourself? Dooku has probably done some digging into the coalition's origins by now, as must know the names of the original 30 or so officers who created the initial pact. My name must be among them, but hopefully I'm only in the list and not top of the list. In fact, I'm half certain sure Callie herself should be at the top. I was thinking you. Actually, I admitted, hastily continuing before she could rail at me. I mean, you are the face of the coalition, and the Battle of Salvara has made you pretty famous. Not to mention, you were Dooku's second. Hearing you speak against him would be rather impactful. She scoffed in disbelief, brow nearly rising into her hairline. I am Dooku's second, Rain, and I'm not about to lose my position over a vote that may or may not succeed. Unlike you, I have quite a bit to lose. You're still working with us, I pointed out. If you are Dooku's second, shouldn't you have? I trailed off, a sinking feeling coming onto me. It was as if someone increased in internal pressure of repulse. There was a force pressing down on my chest that made it hard to breathe. What? She demanded. I heard something from Horgo Shive, I said softly, about how someone leaked the Aurora Auxiliary Division to the Republic Navy. A flash of surprise crossed her eyes, followed by wary uneasiness. She hid it well enough that anybody else might miss it, but I've known her too long to fail to recognize the signs. What are you implying? She spat dangerously defensively. I'm saying you're a Republic spy. Or rather, you're Dooku's spy, and Dooku is a Republic spy. Except, she wouldn't know that, nor would she believe it. You broke radio silence to send classified intel to Dooku, which included our fleet movements, and inadvertently got them intercepted by Republic intelligence, I accused. That's why Dooku allowed you to take such a prime role in the coalition. You're his mole. Which means my position has already been compromised. Fuck. Her gaze was frigid. I will neither confirm nor deny anything. Fuck you. I spat. Horgo and Jorm want answers, Callie. You'll be fucking ruined if I told them. You wouldn't dare. No, I wouldn't. I can still turn this around. But Callie needs to fall for my bluff. Her status in the coalition is rock solid. But if this gets out, her reputation will fall straight into hell. On the other hand, if Callie Trilm, the person who effectively created the coalition, couldn't be trusted to keep her mouth shut, who can? Morale will follow her reputation. Not to mention, it might just push her even deeper into Dooku's camp. But Callie Trilm lived off her political standing. Her pride wouldn't let her take such a hit, or even the chance of it. I was betting that the Callie Trilm I think I know is the Callie Trilm she actually is. They think I'm the one who leaked it. I sneered. Look at me and tell me I won't. She ground her teeth. What do you want? You know what I want. Help me pull this off. If you can't do it, find someone who can. And why can't you? She demanded. You already have a foot in the door, with Mina Bonteri. There's a difference between Dooku knowing a name and knowing a face. I wanted to hold off on actually standing before him for as long as possible. Standing next to Ventress was bad enough. I'd rather actually not meet a bona fide Sith Lord. Are you going to do it or not? I repeated. Fine, Callie said. I already have someone in mind. But for this work, you have to be absolutely certain the new kid is a complete unknown. So this guy is going to be a career officer. The big thing I've gathered is that nobody knows who Grievous is at this point. If Dooku is going to introduce the metal Muppet himself, there's going to be a fuck ton of friction from the top brass. Those who were not already paid off, at least. I was curious as to who this person was. But if there was one thing Callie had, it was silver tongue. I gave a pointed look. Look, I'll make my own preparations too. Callie cut the feed with a black stare and not a single word. Might have burned a bridge there, buddy. Was it worth it? Time will tell, I suppose. There, where the hell are you? I called. Two rabbit ears popped up from one of the lower console decks, reporting. Yes, master. Contact Senator Greyshade. I rubbed my cheek. Hare climbed back up to the command deck with the holo-emitter held between the tips of her ears. It didn't even take a minute for Greyshade to respond. I allowed myself a small bit of humor by imagining him camping by the receiver for the callback. Commodore, Bonteri was it? Greyshade had the courtesy to look mildly surprised. Considering this is your personal address, how can I help you? You said the coalition could receive your votes in the Senate. His eyes twinkled. Is this about the upcoming Supreme Commander election? Count Dooku himself attempted to buy the commonality's votes. Let me guess, you want us to vote nay. Did he succeed? I heard my heart drum in my ears. There was a toothy grin. The commonality is not a corporation, Commodore. We cannot be bought. If we could, we would have never been created. Do you know how many core worlds attempted to sabotage our foundation? Then we are on the same page. I want the commonality to vote against Dooku's nomination. If I sounded a bit strangled, it was because I was choking back a sigh of relief. I will make sure your proposal gets accepted. That's not enough, and you know it, officer. Greyshade steepled his fingers. This is clearly your own initiative. What do you have to offer? The coalition, I replied bluntly. If Dooku's nomination gets elected, the coalition will cease to exist. And unlike us, our new Supreme Commander will not be someone you can do business with. Right now, he was probably thinking something along the lines of me wanting to protect my own operational independence. And yes, many officers would be inclined to protest against an authoritative figure in order to stay independent. In this case, the coalition looked like a workers' union that didn't want a manager. That wasn't me, per se, but it was a good curtain to hide behind for now. You know who his nomination is, Greyshade stated in monotone, and I felt a real sense of déjà vu. Who is it? No. How do you know? Do you have a mole in his staff? Are you tapping his communications? Dear God, I hoped I was tapping his communications. I even hired professional slicers, bounty hunters, to supplement my frigates. Alas, I haven't heard back from them yet. One of them. Simon Greyshade pulled back, cogs whirring behind his face. I see. I believe we can come to an arrangement. I leaned forward, urging him on. Give me your contact, he said, and you will have your votes. Deal, I answered immediately. Greyshade's face broke out into a Cheshire grin. I will speak to my friends. It was a pleasure doing business, Bonteri. I nodded, sharing the twisted pleasure, agreed. Perfect. That left one last thought lingering in my mind. Where the fuck is Severance Tan? Bothawi, both system. Bot on space. Colonel Farstar reporting. Proceed. Severance Tan crossed her arms, glowing red eyes staring down towards the political capital of Bothawi and host city of the Bodhan Council, Drevstarn. The serene waves of Rilvac, the quiet ocean, lapped the coastline, gently rocking the myriad maritime vessels berthed in Drevstarn's blue water anchorage as the yellow sun both was reflected as bright highway towards the horizon. Dark shapes circled over the sea, chasing out the seabirds from their homes. Geonosian-made air cruisers, the very same that broke the back of Sarapin. Our air patrols pinged 3 divisions worth of Bodhans marching towards us through the western mountain passes. Ervilstarn, Tereb Oblon snarled, his fur rippling in agitation, latecomers to pick the scraps. Tereb Oblon, a flat-nosed Bodhan with a fur the color of tree bark. He represented Navstarn, the first of the 18 Bodhan city-states to ally themselves with the Separatists. The Bodhan Council had attempted to surrender the moment the shadow of the Confederate Second Fleet swept over Bothawi's continents. They offered to cede the operations of their planetary satellites to the Second Fleet and fully pledge the Spynet to the Separatist cause. In exchange, no ground assault was to be had, and droid armies weren't allowed to be stationed in urban districts. Severance Tan refused, launching a concurrent full-scale invasion of all 18 nation-states on the planet from orbit. Hundreds of thousands of Vulture droids secured air supremacy within half a week, and unending tens of thousands of troop transports rained onto the surface, unleashing the devouring march of the Separatist droid army. Millions of battle droids systematically captured city after city on the eastern Rilvac coastline as they forged a bloodless warpath towards Drevstarn. The Bothawi Defense Corps initially mounted some anemic assaults on the First Fleet's droid armies, but at some point they realized that the droids were under orders to only fire in self-defense. And when they did open fire, they did so overwhelmingly and mercilessly. After GNA Shistarn was sacked, the rest did not resist. The citizens learned quickly that if they left the droids alone, they could continue their business in peace. This was Severance Tan's strategy. She had done her research on the Bodhans and considered them too prideful to truly surrender, but also too culturally deceptive to fight on an open field. The true power of the droid army, total and unforgiving annihilation, would only beckon AR cry, the declaration of total war by the Badhan Council. She had researched the doctrine prior to her invasion and found it both wasteful and self-destructive. There was no doubt in her mind that while the full might of the Confederacy could crush Badhan space like a bug, it would be a tedious effort she would prefer to avoid. Navstarn was the second-to-last capital city before Drevstarn, and it was there Severance strategy bore its first fruit. Terabablan approached her as she was requisitioning billets for the droid army, on behalf of Navstarn's seat in the Badhan Council. His terms were simple. In exchange for the favorable trading rights over the other nation-states and greater influence in the Council once the invasion passed, Navstarn will independently join the Confederacy and provide information on the Badhan spynet. Severance 10 accepted, and took her armies to the last capital city before Drevstarn, Kovipstarn. There, the city's ministers eagerly welcomed her forces into their capital, presenting similar terms for their allegiance. As she had expected of them, the Badhans reacted to her passive conquest, particularly emblematically of their so-called Badhan way. Atypically from their galactic counterparts, the Badhans did not see any shame in conceding to demands, or rather, they simply considered it the natural ebb and flow of the constant political machinations on Bothawi. Badhan culture was dominated with espionage, backstabbing, assassinations, and bitter political agendas that would make the Chiss Syndicure appear tame. The moment Severance proved to be someone who could be reasoned with, the city-states seized the chance to further their personal gain. The droid army tears down the status quo, and they move in to fill the vacuum. Within half a system month, the separatist droid army already secured third of the western continent, with more falling in line on their own volition. 3 army groups marched into the cruel grassed mountains that surrounded Drevstarn from north, west, and south, seizing the planet's largest starport along with the aristocratic estates and clan holdings situated along the treacherous cliffs overlooking the planetary capital. At the same time, Geonosia-made air cruisers completed the blockade from the sea. Drevstarn was under siege. Hundreds of J-1 and HAGM self-propelled artillery guns lined the clifftop, raining shell after shell onto the city's shields relentlessly, day and night. The sound of roaring thunder under bright skies had become a common occurrence, along with the swooping howls of air cruisers devastating any maritime blockade runners that dared to run the gauntlet. "Should we intercept them, General?" Colonel Farstar asked, side-eyeing the cadre of Badhans surrounding her. "Take a division and escort their commander here," she ordered. "I'll hear what they have to say." But the safe stood. Farstar snapped off a neat salute and spun around. "Kovipstarn hopes you remember the price of our cooperation." Fenkele rubbed her hands. "Our guides helped your armies navigate the cruel grass." Terabablan bristled silently, staring daggers into Finn's spine that may as well materialize should he actually had a knife in hands there and then. Severance ignored them, considering the intentions of Ervilstarn's government. Besides the some 2 million battle droids present at the mountain range's foothills, there were also 20,000 Badhans in 4 divisions stationed along the commandeered palatial mansions lining the mountainside, donated by Navstarn and Kovipstarn. The Badhans were not a warrior race by any means, and these troops were by and large a courtesy to prove the authenticity of their agreement. 2 million droids were more than satisfactory to storm Drevstarn, as the city was ray-shielded only. Her artillery barrage, too, was a courtesy. It was a message that said I can take this city anytime I want. Time and time again, the Badhan Council would send another offer of surrender, each with mounting concessions. And Severance would indulge in her sight and seek the possibility of a more favorable treaty. If she did, she always did, she would decline it, to the tepid delight of Ablan and Kale. After all, the harder Drevstarn falls, the higher their homelands will rise. At the same time, however, they kept a peeled eye on her actions, ever wary of too hard a hand. Gna Shistarn was a statement, one they could not afford to see again. If Drevstarn arrives to the same fate, it will definitely alienate them and put the separatist campaign in jeopardy. 3 Badhan divisions was the equivalent of 15,000 men. But what's important is the implication that the cities west of the Kurul Grast may be following their lead. There were 9 city-states on the western continent, including Drevstarn. With Gna Shistarn reduced to rubble, that meant Ervilstarn's betrayal may result in half of the Badhan Council siding with the separatists. It would be enough to force the remaining councillors to cut their losses. Laren Krife, representing Ervilstarn, General, Colonel Farstar presented a young, short-haired Badhan in military dress. Ervilstarn comes to discuss. Krife glanced at the 2 other envoys. Terms. "Let's hear it then." Ablan tipped his snout skyward ever so slightly. Kafe's lips parted, revealing a row of canines. "General Tan, there is nothing Ervilstarn had that we cannot give." "You speak too quickly." Krife spared them no heed. "General Tan, may we have privacy?" Kafe's fur quivered in amusement. Severance stared impassively, prompting him to speak. Ervilstarn's ambassador smiled genially. "I bring you 3 divisions, a token of my people's sincerity. Our western clans have long been separated from those east of the Kurul Grast, and we find their duplicitous means of political ascension disturbing. General Tan, a blonde started. The Eastern clans are not your allies, General, Kree said boldly. There are AKS circling around a Krusk, waiting for it stumble. We have a saying, to wait for a Bothan to gather enough stones to crush himself. They will not forgive you for Gna Shistarn. A blonde and K-Fei made to move, but the 24 battle droids ringing the rooftop balcony ended it with a single forward step. And Ervilstarn will. Severance cocked her head, depthless stare boring into the young Bothan. Unlike them, we share no clan ties with Gna Shistarn. Kree pointed with his chin. Should you accept our terms, Ervilstarn will bring you all of the Western nations, Drielstarn, Jari Shevstarn, and Kolmstarn. K-Fei remained outwardly calm, but the bristling of her coat betrayed her true emotions. It was a good investment to study the Bothan Rendui, Severance mused inwardly. Compared to the West's two, the East offered the influence of 4 nations. Enough to tip the balance in the Bothan Council. Do not be fooled by him, General, a blonde warned. Notice that he speaks not of the most powerful city-state of the East, Odstarn. Severance's attention drifted away from the bickering Bothans. These people are so primitive. Even if General Bakif himself told her these kinds of species existed back when she was still a Skywalker cadet on Napirar, she would have called him a poor liar. For all their competitiveness and political ingenuity, the Bothans could achieve so much more if they'd worked together than against. Their whole cultural philosophy glorifies murder and mistrust, and without genuine trust, what other race would squabble to earn the graces of their enemy, even if only to further their own gains? Severance blinked. Her skin prickled. Something in the air changed, and none of the Bothans recognized it. She discreetly looked around, pretending to be deep in thought as she scanned the mountainside forest behind them. A flash of red light, the muffled discharge of a blaster, a streaking ray of death. Her head exploded in a cloud of red mist, the bolt shearing straight through her skull and shattering the stone tiles beneath her feet. As her body dropped onto the ground, a sinking void seeped into her chest, and Severance realized she had died. She was intimately comfortable with the feeling. How many times had she died as a Skywalker, ripped apart by black holes, vaporized by pulsars, wrecked in anarchic nebulae, and crushed by solar dragons? The third sight was precognition, not intuition. Intuition came with experience, and experience came with learning how to navigate through hyperspace through trial and error. Most Skywalkers enter service at 7 years of age and lose their sight by 15. Severance Tan was 26. She had more experience with dying than any Chiss alive. Severance blinked, drawing her lightsaber and igniting its golden blade within the fraction of a second, swinging around and batting the crackling red lightning into the rooftop. The tiles shattered in an explosion of dust and shards, slicing into her skin and riddling her uniform with holes. The 3 Bothans leapt away in alarm, and the battle droid escort opened fire, saturating the assassin's last known position with fire. Holding out her saber before her, Severance slowly brought a calm link to her mouth. Colonel. On it, General. The Spynet must be growing desperate, Kree hissed, to act so outwardly. They are still here, Severance said. His jaw clamped shut, eyes darting wildly. Go downstairs. The 3 Bothans quickly agreed, scampering down the stairs. Severance stood still as a statue, waiting for the sniper to finish changing their location. A sense of clarity flowed through her. Then, a flash of light, and she wheeled around to deflect it. But just as she was about to knock it aside, the bolt curved around her lightsaber. Severance hastily wrenched her saber leftwards, shattering the bolt in the middle. The outburst of superheated gas seared straight through her clothes and into her skin, burning out deep holes in her arm and chest. If it wasn't for Count Dooku's training, she would have died for the last time. Just as she prepared for another shot, the forest suddenly came alive with the roar of discharging blasters. Hurried stomping reached her ears as Colonel Farstar marched onto the rooftop, disheveled and sweating heavily. Forgive me, General, he saluted tiredly. I've deployed probe droids on a standard search pattern and commando droids behind them. The assassin will not get away. Severance waited until her hackles died down before stowing away her saber. The colonel glanced at wounds. Shall I summon a medical officer? Don't let a single vessel leave the atmosphere. She ignored his concern, even should it be identified as a friendly. Farstar stumbled over her indifference. Yes, sir. Our Bothan allies are convinced this to be the work of the Spynet. If that is the case, I recommend an all-out attack on Drevstarn as soon as possible. Sorry, General, but that was too close for my liking. Severance eyed the canopy, and the lights flashing from within its depths. That wasn't the Spynet, she corrected, remembering how the bolt curved around her lightsaber. Whoever that was. I sensed the Force in play, no matter how slight. A Jedi assassin? Colonel Farstar made a face. I didn't think they had it in them. They don't, she hummed. They believe blasters to be beneath them. This was a dark side adept. A different type of Jedi? Sith, or dark side adept, Severance said. They prefer red-colored blades. I presume it's not just an aesthetic choice? No doubt the colonel was thinking about her own yellow blade. Different subscription models, more like, she mused. It is simple tell. How many red-bladed Jedi do you know, Colonel? Well, there's Commander Ventress, and, his features restricted, Count Dooku. I hear he keeps a staff of Jedi too. Sir, this talk is dangerous. Indeed, she expected Dooku to attempt to rid her sooner or later, but she did not foresee this. Severance opened her third sight, peering into the myriad futures, but this time, she could not see far. There was a fog bank in her mind, through which, no matter how hard she looked, only silhouettes and vague impressions could be found. Severance retreated, certain now more than ever that the dark side was moving against her. And if Dooku wanted her dead, that could only mean he feared that she would get in the way of his plans. What plans? Have we been contacted by Admiral Tanith? She wondered. If we had, it wasn't brought to my attention, sir. She started towards the staircase. Give me a line. Colonel Farstar nodded sharply and ran ahead of her. The original inhabitants of the estate were missing when the droid army came upon it, likely having fled days prior. It has since then been converted into the forward command base for Severance's campaign. She took a detour on the way to the communications center, walking through a repurposed wing of the mansion, turned into a med bay, to pick up some Bacta-patches for her stinging wounds. By the time she reunited with Colonel Farstar, the blue scan hologram of a long-faced Mun. Admiral Tanith. Admiral, she greeted. To what do I owe the pleasure, General? Have you captured Lanik, Admiral? I have. The usually boastful Mun was warily laconic. Very good. Severance hid her suspicions well. I received a report from Koflis. It appears Captain Carrick is facing heightened resistance in the local space. Bring the First Fleet to Koflis and support his squadrons. I am afraid that will not be the case, General. Tanith rallied himself into a haughty stance. While you waste our time and resources grinding away at these Bodhan dogs, our homeland is being invaded by loyalists. Count Dooku, in his great wisdom, has personally ordered me to bring the First Fleet back to Raxus. He did not inform me of this development, she replied coldly. Tanith's face peeled into a spiteful grin, revealing a row of purple-stained teeth. He has become aware of your personal shortcomings. You are no longer his most favored minion. And you are, she retorted rhetorically. Is that something to be proud of? Have you no self-respect as a military man, obeying the whims of a politician? I do not know what barbarian race in the unknown regions you hail from, Tan, but it seems you have yet to understand that war is an extension of politics, Tanith sneered. I follow the whims of politicians because they give them military purpose. Something for you to consider with your unsanctioned and frivolous invasion of Bodhan space. Tanith took a deep breath, straightening his banking clan uniform. It is in light of our prior cooperative relationship that I am telling you this. The Republic is driving a spearhead towards Nanthri, and soon your precious Second Fleet will be trapped. Be relieved, Tan, as soon there will be no way to reach the politics you despise so much. The Mun Admiral looked to his side, and the connection was severed, leaving Severance alone with her thoughts. This made no sense, political or military. The Republic may be driving to cut off the Second Fleet, but while she had not foreseen it, it was still a logical and expected effort from them. The First Fleet at Lanik was in the perfect location to intercept their forces. Why would Dooku, the leader of the Separatist alliance of all people, sabotage the Confederacy's closest and greatest chance to unite two of its four largest theaters? It would not only free tied-up military assets, but reopen trade between Separatist space and stimulate the stagnating economies of both the trailing sectors and Transhidian, roping even more star systems into the Confederacy's political sphere. But instead, he wanted to abandon the effort she strived so hard for. A soft-pedaled shuffle reminded her of Colonel Farstar's existence. What do you think, Colonel? She asked softly. Tell me what you make of Count Dooku's plan. Well, sir, he swallowed. It looks like Dooku, wants you out of the picture. And he's bringing Admiral Tanith back to Raxus. Looks like he's targeting you in particular. Abandoning Operation Sidestep targets nobody but the Confederacy, she said coldly. We are this close to closing the gap between our constituent sectors, and he wants to sever them again. To think he isn't isolating the trailing sectors so much as isolating the Second Fleet, sir, Colonel Farstar opined. He's isolating you from something happening in Raxus that he needs Tanith for. The false flag assassination was just the icing on the cake, from a more political point of view. Something within her snapped to attention, like a cadet not just hearing their instructor, but finally understanding what they meant. Colonel Farstar may not have realized what that something was, but Severance Tan did. How long before the Republic reaches Nanthri? Farstar jolted at the precipitous change in subject. We'll have to send some scout ships, sir. No time, she growled, marching back out. Prep my shuttle and have task forces send it ready for sortie. Have we completed repairs on the Negotiator? Both the Negotiator and Carrion Spike are ready. Colonel Farstar lurched to keep up with her pace. Going somewhere, sir? Good. I am giving you overall command of our armies and fleets in the Bothui system. Colonel, she told him. Follow the plan and adapt as you see fit. You have my full confidence in this matter. See this through. and I will make you a general." They were greeted with thundering cannons as they stepped into the sun. "That is high praise, sir," he shouted over the roar of artillery. "I will not fail you." "I trust that you won't." Severance spun on her heel, staggering the colonel. "And find me that assassin. Alive." "Understood." Farstar was already signaling for some droids. Severance left him to it, ignoring the Bothans who were attempting to gain her attention. She will never understand politics. Dooku is a bit like a Bothan, she thought suddenly. They call him the greatest politician of the age. To risk our entire war just to spite me. Either she should increase her wariness of the dark side, or she should consider all politicians mad in the head. Chapter 26. Jail Departure, Jail System. Roche Sector. In the deep abyss of space, starry eyes watched the pair of droid destroyers lurking like leviathans beneath the solar plane, silent as death itself. There was a herd of 27 supply cruisers 300,000 clicks above them relative to the solar plane. Old and slow, with engines so weak they had to travel out much further to escape the gravity well. The Republic knew that too, and rigged them with enough weapons to hold off any privateers or bandits until the nearest patrol could come to their aid. Unfortunately for them, Sisters Lexington and Saratoga were not ordinary privateers. They've been lying in wait for days, exploiting their data of the Republic's logistics corridors and resupply stations to situate themselves in the most optimal positions. Calculating the herd's time of arrival, their estimated resupply schedule, jail's orbit, and rotation. Find the perfect patch of space behind a gas giant where patrol sensors could not reach. All of it to line up this perfect shot. Incoming short burst from CND_1.9, 11.8, 12.0, 1.571 _1310 RV. Initiate handshake. From CND_1.9, 11.8, 12.0, 1.571 _1310 RV. Yuki is Isikamdoksha Jui Berkthaic pull up is a Kijor for Kapictorison Kazisk Snick. Access naval encryption key rotors. Decrypt session. From CND_Saratoga_1310 RV. Handler 1 reports enemy patrol 9 parsecs bearing 249 galactic relative. Extract in 2 hours to avoid. To CND_Saratoga_1310 RV, acknowledged. From CND_Saratoga_1310 RV, please advise flight plan update. To CND_Saratoga_1310 RV, TSSE, RMGen, GRYN, DHIA, RRQU. Agree? From CND_Saratoga_1310 RV, standby TEL, confirm with handler. From CND_Saratoga_1310 RV, agree. To CND_Saratoga_1310 RV, acknowledged. Contacts 4 minutes to intercept. Please advise. From CND_Saratoga_1310 RV, NO hostiles detected. Standard intercept procedure. To CND_Saratoga_1310 RV, acknowledged. Terminating session. Terminate handshake. Lexington jolted from her hibernation, warming up her shell as gases flowed through her systems. In a sudden shock of power, her triple-ion pulse drives launched her forwards, blazing an ethereal cold stream of blue-gray behind her. Once she reached a linear 900 standard gravities, she cut her engines and began diverting all power to her cannons, relying on her autonomous attitude thrusters to make the final adjustments to her approach. Already on high alert for the reported commerce raiding in the area, the Republic spacers caught onto Lexington's drive trails the moment she exploded out of the darkness. Distress signals were immediately fired off towards jail, and the 5 supply cruisers pitched upwards to present a smaller target profile and maneuver away from the incoming raider, only to come face-to-face with Saratoga, ripping an icy scar across the stars as she approached from the opposite direction. They had been caught in a pincer. 3 minutes. The sisters' super-heavy forward batteries boomed in silence, outranging the convoy's self-defense guns and punching a hole through the closest 2 cruisers and turning them into high-velocity scrap. The wake of their death throws peppered the convoy with fragments that acted as chaff, inadvertently sabotaging friendly targeting sensors. The convoy hastily loosened their formation in order to avoid friendly fire. For minutes, Lexington flipped on her axis and burned retro, rotating in a clockwise direction like a round thrown from a slug thrower. Surging into her initial targets, she rammed the wreck at 800 kps, shattering it like clary crystals as her 102 laser cannons erupted in lashing whips of light, brutally slashing through the stunned cruisers and tearing them apart as if they were flimsoplast. Incoming short burst from CND_1.9, 11.8, 12.0, 1.571 _1310 RV. Down to a manageable 270 kps, Lexington was already slinging her great length around to align with the hyperlane direction. Her scanners detected a squadron of extracting vessels 83 light minutes away. Initiate handshake. Their astronavigation computers were synchronized, ensuring they would insert into the same hyperspace tunnel. Destination, Trass System. To CND_Saratoga_1310 RV, executing jump. Agree? From CND_Saratoga_1310 RV agree. Orbit of Argoner system. Prequels sector. Argoner was a desolate dust bowl of a world. Stuck between two hyperlanes with no direct access. The isolated and strategically unimportant system was so worthless even the Republic didn't want to stick around after conquering it. Unicorn squadrons sailed through the uncontested space, their advanced scanners sweeping the canyon-carved continents for any sign of the Republic outpost surely erected on the planet. Barris didn't even know why they were there. Instead, she continued occupying herself while Tuff wasted his time chasing ghosts. She had a lot of time to think, being the only living creature on the ship. Taylor was surprisingly personable, along with the older droids. The newer ones were more sterile, boring. She had lived among them long enough to tell at a glance which were which. The ship had a galley and a hold, but there wasn't a kitchen droid. None of the B-1S were any good at cooking. Even the most service-oriented B-1S operated on the premise that food was acceptable so long as it kept the consumer alive. There was that twisted logic in that, but Barris didn't follow. The galley continued to be quarter where she spent most of her time in, testing and tasting what sort of repugnant band of shit separatists considered edible. Most of them weren't tailored for near-human taste buds, she knew. She still hated it. Barris massaged her left arm again, absent-mindedly running her fingers over the lump tied around her humerus. There was rudimentary bioscanner in the rudimentary medbay. Again, she doubted this ship was ever meant for organics. And with it she was certain she either had a tumor or something was put inside of her without her knowledge. Multiple of them. Barris knew which conclusion she leaned towards. She had mulled over the idea of a self-surgery, but decided better of it. While Barris was trained as Jedi healer and could recognize all the equipment in the medbay, she wasn't about to trust any of them. They weren't exactly the Republic standard sort that she was familiar with, and there wasn't a medical droid on standby either. Plenty of repair droids, though. Unfortunately, she wasn't a droid, and she didn't have a spare arm. More the reason to work on her current escape plan, which decidedly did not include breaking out. Mostly because she doubted she could find some back-alley surgeon willing to operate on a fugitive before Unicorn came down on her like a 300,000-ton sack of permacrete blocks. If she could convince Rain to just let her go, wouldn't that be better? Once the pot of stew, sludge, had simmered for long enough, she lifted the lid and took a quick taste. Its slimy texture molested her taste buds for a good moment, before a pleasant aftertaste bloomed throughout her mouth. Score. Either she was far better at intuitive cookery than she had realized, or her sense of taste had been thoroughly warped by now. She sobered quickly after that thought. As Barris eyed the pot, silently calculating how long it will last her, a battle droid entered the galley. His stride was looser and more relaxed than the stiff, clanking gait of a fresh-off-the-line model, leading her to decide he was one of Rain's. Yes. Reinforcements have arrived, he relayed. Tuff wants you transferred to the messenger in flames. So head to the hangar when able. Barris stared at the droid, then at the pot, then at the droid again. Do you know how long I spent on this thing? I'm not going to start over. He couldn't have told me himself, she complained. He's ripping the data dump out of the Republic base, the droid said. It's important. She bit her gloves and yanked them off. Grab that pot for me and bring it to the shuttle. Don't spill it on your life. I have 3 backups, he retorted smugly, grabbing the handles anyway. Where are you going? To my quarters. I need to pack what little I have. Barris huffed, cleaning up the counter out of habit. Mind telling me what the raid is for? The droid hummed like an accordion. Checking restrictions. No rule on this. Right, certainly, sir. The Commodore's uncle was serving here when the Republic attacked. He's pretty important, so we're checking their casualty files to find out what happened to him. If he died, Rain will want to know. Oh, Barris didn't allow herself to show an outward reaction, sweeping empty packaging into a trash bin. I see. Thank you. She turned around. You can go on now. The droid hefted the pot. Roger. Loyalty programming, huh? Barris did miss Cartroll's presence. An actual person to talk to. As she rolled down her sleeves, she brushed that odd bump in her arm again. It was impossible to miss once she realized it was there, and mildly infuriating indeed. Might actually be easier to convince Rain than I initially expected. Raxus Secundus, Raxus System. Calculus Sector. The Grand Convocation Chamber of the Republic Senate could seat 1,024 senators at any one time. It was a sight to wonder, never failing to leave one's jaw gaping upon first arrival. Circular and massive, a monolith to the greatness and apparent unity of the Galactic Republic. Just stepping through one of its portals and onto a Senate box lifted your body to the sky, swelling your heart with pride as you took your place in the beating heart of the galaxy. 1,024 senators. Tens of thousands more representatives and delegates, and whatever more nebulous words used to establish self-importance. It was a testament to the bloated stagnation, the quagmire of bureaucracy that was the Galactic Republic. Raxus House of Parliament, once used to host the planetary government, was not the Grand Convocation Chamber. Smooth, polished metal was nowhere to be found. Senators did not float in the heavens on steel clouds. Instead, they sat side by side with their peers, grounded by wood and masonry. The smell of sunshine from the windows above, accompanied by the bustle of Raxilin that rose to them. It was everything Beklawise could hope for, everything he strived for, free of the archaic rules and protocols that invited corruption into the halls of the Republic Senate. Here the atmosphere constantly reminded the voices of separatist worlds of their true purpose: to work with those seated beside them, to serve the people they heard. 306 senators were now in attendance. Beck could not remember the benches completely filled since the day the Confederacy was founded. Even the delegates of nominally neutral worlds such as Columex and Belderone could finally be found at their assigned seats, to the surprise of the murmuring hall. All gathered to vote on the future of their war for existence. Beck rose to the timber speaker's dais that overlooked the debate tables, deftly activating the console before him with a practiced hand. The matter of the Supreme Commander has been raised and struck down numerous times in this hall before, but with Republic fleets at their doorstep, the issue has never been so pertinent. The speaker's console hummed to life, displaying all the relevant information he needed to govern the Senate. Beck viewed the list of attendees. There was the war faction, buzzing with anticipation as their long-awaited agenda reached the closest it has ever been to passing. In stark contrast were the senators of the peace faction, easily identifiable by their grim silence. Then there was the third faction, the Prelemian Coalition. As the name suggests, they were primarily formed of star systems facing the Republic onslaught, with some senators even representing already fallen worlds. While smaller than either of the two major factions, they were still significant enough to swing the votes to either side. The war faction seemed confident that the coalition would vote with them. Beklawise wasn't so sure. As the Congress leader, the Senatine wasn't blind to the corruption clinging to the Senate. The bylaws outright banned the representation of corporations, but through loopholes senators from worlds like Munilinst and Metalorn may as well be corporate delegates. It was, however, manageable. Like most Senatines, Beck was a realist. Try as he might, there was no government completely free of corruption. The problem was that the Prelemian Coalition was not corrupt. You only needed to lift the carpet a little to realize what the coalition truly was: the thralls of an ever-overreaching junta of separatist officers. Beck knew it was a body of necessity. The Senate was too divided on the war to supply any meaningful aid to the stalwart defenders of the Prelemian. And as such, when the officers created the coalition to fill that purpose, the Senate turned a blind eye. But now, as the Senate dragged their feet, the coalition may have ballooned into something uncontrollable, and perhaps even worse than blatant corporate representation: military representation. The coalition now controlled the fleets and armies of over 100 star systems, and only more falling into their arms as the Republic advances. The fate of Useron was a statement of what happens if you don't subscribe to their clause, and the coalition senators knew it. They could not risk alienating the junta, and will vote for whatever they demand. The coalition had to be placed back in check, and that was precisely the reason Beck, despite being aligned to the peace faction, will vote for a supreme commander. Beck warily eyed the growing list of outside observers on his console, all observing the session through hovercam droids. There was the media, and then there were the officers: Admiral Trench, Admiral Tanith, General Ambigine, General Loathsome, General Dirt, and 1,000 more names with Captain and Commander and Colonel blurring together. They wanted to see who would lead them, or more optimistically for those of higher rank, whether or not they'll be nominated. Admiral Kirst and General Tan would be in attendance too, he imagined, if they were not fighting their own wars among distant stars. He silently cleared his throat, pulling out the files he needed. "May I have order in the House?" The speaker's voice boomed over the tables and benches, officially starting the session. "This session has been convened today to debate and decide on the confirmation of the executive nomination for the office of the Supreme Marshal Commander of the Separatist Droid Armies." A tall Mun immediately stood up, towering over those around him. Beck waited a handful of heartbeats for any interruptions. There were none. He nodded. The dais recognizes the senator from Munilinst. There should be no debate. Gen Haifa immediately declared the moment he reached the debate table. "The Loyalists are at our doorstep. Our fleets are disparate, our armies disunified. We need a strong hand to rally our forces and fight back against the oppressors." Bold, but it made the point well. Most of the seats were in agreement, applauding the statement, and only Mina Bonteri and a hardline number of peace senators were silently shaking heads in disapproval. Warily, Beck noticed none of the coalition senators were responding in either direction. A blip on his console caught his attention, a message from the senator from Raxus Secundus, Avi Singh. It was a notification that Admiral Trench had been invited onto a local Raxilin newsnet covering the debate. He looked up, noticing many coalition senators staring down at their own tablets and consoles. Beck's lips drew out thinly. Admiral Trench, as the only major officer in system, must have received hundreds of invitations. If he truly wanted to be heard, he would have accepted an invite from any larger media outlet. Beck found Senator Singh in the stands and gave a subtle, grateful nod. Tawny Ames stood up to oppose the common consensus, patiently waiting for recognition. Senator Bonteri must have chosen Ames to speak on the peace faction's behalf. Bonteri herself was too obvious. The senator from D6 was known to be a much more moderate voice between the two factions. The dais recognizes the senator from D6, Beck announced. She walked down the stairs and took a place at the debate table opposite Senator Haifa. D6 opposes the motion. You would allow the loyalists to walk all over us, Senator Ames? Senator Haifa fired at her. No, I would not. And no, we are not, Senator Ames replied with steely calm. At this very moment, the coalition fights for us, a unity of worlds and officers. If this debate had risen at the start of the offensive, Senator, I would have agreed with you. Surprised murmuring rose from both sides. Even Mina Bonteri dug into the back of Ames' head with hawkish eyes. However, Senator Ames swept her gaze across the benches, her voice rising in tenor. Electing a supreme commander now will only serve to disunify the already existing structure. It is too late. Do we want to flip the table on our only defensive body right now? Admiral Trench is already in system. He holds the highest rank in Perlemian space and has fought bravely with the coalition before. We don't need a supreme commander. Just give him a fleet. The peace faction erupted into cheers, and even some from the war faction were nodding grudgingly. Senator Haifa turned around in ill-concealed panic, even more so when coalition senators made their minds and stood to applause slowly. It was masterful, Beck Lawwise had to admit, both Bonteri's strategy and Ames' speech. Voitel was shifting uncomfortably, no doubt realizing Admiral Trench was on the news and likely reacting in approval. A war faction senator who was in the pocket of the corporate alliance. An open secret, really. Admiral Trench, also on the payroll of the corporate alliance. There was a conflict there. She stood up hastily. The dais recognizes the senator from Vashan. Senator Attell was already halfway down the stairs, barely at the table when she started speaking. In that case, vote for Admiral Trench, she pressed in a vain attempt to salvage the situation, turning to the speaker's dais. Mr. Speaker, who does the head of state nominate for this office? The nomination will only be revealed when this debate is settled. Beck blinked his milky eyes. Then, it must come to a vote. In accordance with the bylaws of independent systems, a voice vote is required to proceed. The speaker waited several seconds for a consensus to approach. When nobody moved to defer, he continued. All in favor of proceeding, say aye. An overwhelming number of ayes rose up, and his console immediately began tallying the senators, reaching a simple majority in a matter of seconds. All those opposed say nay. There were only a few discordant voices opposing the movement. Even though the House already knew the outcome, they waited in varying degrees of patience as the speaker waited for the tally. The ayes have it, Beck announced. He received a data chip from his aide and made a show of plugging it into his console. The executive nomination is General Grievous. His file is now being transmitted to your consoles. The name was not immediately reacted to, but that was to be expected. The generals of the Confederacy were many, and not all are so well known. But as Beck read General Grievous' file, his own confusion joined the rising mire in the House. Who is this person? A life-sized hologram of the general burst out of one of the tables, and a loud gasp was heard, followed by a stifled choke. The Senate was stunned into silence. The file said General Grievous was a cyborg, but there was only a towering mechanical skeleton of servos and armor with clawed feet and hands. His cyborg nature was only shown through two cat-like eyes behind a skull-shaped faceplate. General Grievous, Beck said aloud for the House. He was a leader from his homeworld Kaylee. During the Hook War, against the pleas of Kalish people, the Galactic Senate sided with the Yamri, which resulted in the enslavement of his people and exploitation of his homeworld. After prolonged fighting, he barely survived an assassination attempt that left his body brutalized. This explains the cyborg body. Terrifying at first glance, but a pitiful being underneath, was he not? A quick search of Kaylee people proved Beck's theory. His body was simply modeled after his people's, a reportedly fierce but honorable race from the Outer Rim. In light of this, he continued, General Grievous has pledged his services to the separatist cause. Our head of state considers him a capable and valiant officer who delivered the Confederacy great victories at Christophsis, Mongaza, Lanark, and Tsar. Why would Count Dooku nominate somebody so unknown? Senator Ames demanded. I move that we defer this vote until a Senate committee summons him to a hearing. We have no reason to doubt his judgment, Senator. Haifa disagreed. In fact, it is proof of Dooku's authenticity that he chooses an unknown general over more popular choices. General Grievous won Christophsis, despite being heavily outnumbered, even defeating numerous Jedi. Clearly, our head of state considers him a capable, and not to mention veteran, rising star to back. The Senate roared in approval, fists and other appendages pumped into the air among a deafening applause that completely smothered out any opposition. Senator Haifa seemed to bask in the praise. This was as far as any debate on this matter has gotten. Beck, though, seriously. Every prior debate had been cut down by the peace faction early on. But with the Republic at their door, and Dooku's popularity reaching new heights, The confirmation was all but decided. Beck Lawwise respected Dooku for what he achieved. It was with that respect, along with the burdensome failings of the Republic Senate, that prompted him to submit the Articles of Secession to the Republic Senate. But even then, this level of blind loyalty was admittedly worrying. A blue-skinned humanoid stood up. Kerch Kushi, a typically non-aligned senator known for being a level head and voice of moderation. The dais recognizes the senator from KK. Beck's announcement brought on a wave of quiet. Senator Kushi waited until the last murmurings died, then spoke in a gravelly voice. I will speak plainly. We may believe in Count Dooku, but it will be irresponsible of us to extend that trust to General Grievous. His service records are dry. His character is unknown. His competence, arguable. He won at Christophsis. General Tan won at Christophsis. Senator Kushi rebuked loudly, but not fiercely. General Grievous entered the battle after she cleared out the Republic fleets in orbit. General Grievous was facing a trapped, demoralized, and undersupplied enemy. Mon Gaza, Lanik, that was a mop-up campaign. None of them are acceptable proof of skill. I concur with the senator from D6. A Senate committee must be created to audit this general and conclude. Chaos reigned. Uproar and screaming, senators rising from their benches with opinions and counter-opinions. Some shouting that Senator Ames and Senator Kushi were speaking sense, others demanding expediency. Many in the war faction were claiming the coalition was inept and did nothing to stop the loyalist advance, much to Senator Atel's chagrin. She obviously wanted the war faction and coalition to come to an unspoken agreement, but with her own faction alienating their potential allies. Mina Bonteri sat amidst the turmoil, still as a statue, eyes fixed on the rotating hologram of General Grievous. Avi Singh, similarly, was unmoving as a boulder in stormy waves. As Beck mentally calculated a reasonable amount of time for the arguing to go on, their eyes met. A deferred vote would reduce the vote's chances of passing. Fervor in the Senate was high, and Beck Lawwise was not above using it to his ends. Order, order, Beck chanted, amplifying his voice over the squabble and making the closest senators jump. This matter will not be deferred any longer. According to the bylaws of independent system, an absolute majority is needed to confirm the Supreme Commander's nomination. You may now cast your votes. Some senators immediately went to their consoles and tapped the screens, likely to abstain, while most of them began to congregate in groups around the hall to discuss the file. As Beck stepped down from the dais, he noticed Senator Singh waving at him. How are you feeling about the vote, Beck? Avi asked, glancing around as if in search of somebody. You will be voting aye? I will, Beck confirmed. I'm feeling quite optimistic. Then this will be good news to you. Avi sucked in a breath. Dooku's downstairs. Beck immediately snapped to face him, alarmed beyond belief. When did you? Just now, the senator from Raxus said conspiratorially. One of my aides informed me. He's coming up to observe the vote. Nothing more. Nothing more. Beck could laugh. His very presence could make or break a vote. Avi nodded slowly, grimly. I know. You're voting nay, he realized why. It's not a matter of principle, friend. That's all you need to know. Avi's gaze moved past him sharply. Beck turned to follow it, finding Count Dooku taking an empty seat on the upper mezzanine, right behind the speaker's dais. The war had aged him. That much was clear, but for a human at 80 years of age, he still carried that same fire he had since his time as Jedi. Already, some senators had gathered around him chattering in awe. The house gradually grew quiet as people started to notice Dooku's presence in the hall, mostly younger and war faction senators. Despite the death sentence of her agenda, Senator Bonteri leaned into her seat amidst her faction's anxious dialogue, content to wait out the vote. Which way do you suppose the coalition will be voting? Beck asked. I overheard some of their conversation, Avi answered. It's on a knife's edge. A lot of them want to vote for a Supreme Commander, for good reason, but Admiral Trench is absolutely disparaging General Grievous in the media. Can you blame him? Beck admitted. He would accept it if it was General Tan, but Grievous came out of nowhere. He knows the Pantoran is a worthy rival, Avi agreed. Grievous is a usurper, from that perspective. To tell you the truth, Beck, I had not heard of him until today. I don't think you're the only one. Good luck with the vote, Avi said suddenly, extending an arm. Likewise, Beck accepted it, before returning to the speaker's dais. Senator Haifa reached Dooku and bowed in front of him, taking the opportunity to whisper something. Dooku tilted his chin down lightly in return. Seeing this, more people started to approach him. Fellow senators, Beck called sternly. Why don't we all go back to our seats? Let's follow procedure. They said the tidings and dispersed, many with smiles on their faces, others without. Count, he greeted, you do not usually attend in person. If I allow myself to be consumed by my executive duties, I might never see sunlight. The head of state smiled wryly. This is a change of pace I find myself sorely needing, and it allows me to more closely judge the state of our politics. Dooku was staring down at a section of the lower benches as he said the word judge. It was the seat of the senator from Kalymex. and the gaggle of coalition senators only just scattering back to their assigned seats. "I believe your nomination will pass," Beck commented. Dooku hummed noncommittally. The speaker finally reached for his console and selected his vote. With all their necessary discussions complete, the mainstay of the votes were now pouring in. 306 senators, he reminded himself. That's 154 to pass. "How is the count proceeding, Speaker?" Dooku asked. Beck fixed his attention on the ayes/nays/abstain tally. 123/97/16. 121 ayes, he said, 70 votes to count. 30 to pass, Dooku noted. 129/104/17. Beck nodded lightly. 136/111/17. 138/118/17. There was a group holding off, he realized. Taking a cursory glance, he realized only the coalition senators remained standing. Beck could feel Dooku's intense stare targeted at the senator from Calumex. Then, the senator from Calumex tapped his console before retreating to his seat. As if waiting for precisely that signal, the rest of them submitted their votes. Beck had to force himself to drag his gaze back to the tally. 3 numbers shown at him. 149/140/17. He let out a breath and a silent sigh. "The voting has concluded," he announced. "The nomination has 149 ayes and 140 nays. The nomination fails by 5 votes." The Senate roared with all kinds of reactions. The peace faction was suddenly reinvigorated, erupting in a massive applause while the war faction screamed in outrage and cries of manipulation. The coalition senators gave each other meaningful looks from across the hall, some visibly uncertain of their own votes. "Sorry, Dooku," Beck drowned them out. "Looks like it isn't our day." Dooku was deathly calm. "No. I had expected this. This session has accurately judged the mood of the Senate. It is understandable. General Grievous is a new character in the military, and many do not trust him. I believe he will reveal his merits soon enough, Speaker. Then, we may vote again." "You are serious about this, General?" Beck asked. "What about General Tan?" "Grievous has impressed me," he said, "and General Tan prefers to chase after her own quests. Thank you for the hospitality, Speaker." "Of course, Count. This is your government." Never fail to remind. The aged man rose from his seat steadily. As he cut a path towards the exit, the shadow he cast over the debate table seemed larger than ever. Chapter 27. Centaurs System. Maldred Sector. I handed the tablet back to Hare, feeling a sense of perverse satisfaction. But that was the reality of this galactic order, that not even the idealism of the Separatist Alliance could cure. Politics will remain corruptible, if not always with money, no matter in the Bronze Age or Space Age. Nobody can fix it. Least I could do was exploit the disease for reasons better than others, if not totally unselfishly. But as the days ticked on with no signs of the person who was supposed to rescue us, I was feeling less and less optimistic about our chances. The confirmation lost by 5 votes. Even with the commonality, that was too close to replicate. Dooku will be prepared for next time, and that means I've stalled as much as I could. All that's left is to put up a good fight. And that we shall, I thought as I crossed the deck to the visual display, slamming down the blast shields and activating the hollow HUD. An interdiction minefield had been laid 50 million clicks out, and several dozen support ships were arranging themselves behind the coalition armada, already preloading the first caches of munitions onto their tenders. 700 warships in total, greater than the first and second fleets combined, most of them now stateless and eager to return home. Then there were another 800 warships that should be en route from commonality space. It was the largest single gathering of separatist warships since the start of the war. There would be no fancy maneuvers this time. Not with this many ships. Not with this many commanders. Separatist fleet doctrine relied on overwhelming numerical superiority, justified with exemplary formations. The first the Republic will attempt to do is break up the armada and defeat us in detail. To prevent that, everyone will have to play by the book and avoid playing hero. Interdiction arrays are reporting 300 drive trail signatures. Stell paused, as if checking if that was all. I keyed in the frequency. I am declaring sector-wide red alert. All personnel to battle stations. There are 300. 600. Stell leaned forward. No, 1,000 drive cones. I watched in quiet dread as the icons began flooding onto Repulse's hollow HUD, completely blanketing the interdiction array and sweeping through it with brute force. For a moment, I was thrown back to Ringo Vinda, watching Arena's red tide trample over everything on the board. This felt obnoxiously similar, instilling the same emotions you would get knowing a tsunami was approaching yet too close for you to escape. Urgent transmission to Calumex. Request all available reinforcements immediately. Send it. Repulse. A voice asked. I apologize. I stifled a choke. There are 1,000 signatures approaching. Avoid all communication but tie beam and optical. Here they come. Cali Trilm didn't have time to think about anything but what's at hand. And what's at hand was a disaster. The coalition armada was supposed to outnumber the Cerulean Lance, but instead they found themselves outnumbered by 300 warships, which means either every Republic sector fleet was 1,000 strong and the war was about to end in a month, or this wasn't just the Cerulean Spear. Either way, someone in naval intelligence was about to get bent over a barrel. Of course they'd know we'd outnumber them. Her brain berated. so of course they'd bring even more. Tell me something, Tex, she demanded harshly. They're coming at us head-on, sir, her tactical droid said. No formation. The only finesse is their approach vector. They intend on rolling right over us. We've stopped their momentum with our minds, but they're accelerating again. An icon left of hers blinked on the expansive battle plot. Task Force Repulse. Rainbow Terry's formation in the Armada signaled steady acceleration to 1000 G in line ahead. 120 marks surged out of orbit, ships queuing into a textbook battle order one. 3 straight columns, with the heaviest ships in the leftmost main battle line, lighter cruisers and frigates in the middle, and auxiliaries, including carriers, on the right. Battle Squadron Talcine and Battle Squadron BRYX, 2 stateless formations from their eponymous sectors, raced after Task Force Repule, bringing the full number up to 250 ships. Mark bearing, she commanded. Mark bearing, Tex repeated. She nodded in satisfaction, signal Task Force CLY Sim into Battle Order 1. Excel up to 1,000 graphs. Time to intercept. 50 minutes. Intercept velocity 30,000 kps. The droid vocalized his internal computations, permission to speak freely. Granted. There is only a 27.399% probability of our victory, TX 103 said. It would be more strategically sound to fall back to Calumex, where our strength can be bolstered. That's not the point, droid, Callie scolded mildly. Centaurs is a signatory. There are 37 Centurion warships in Battle Squadron Maldred. If you want to hawk statistics, over 60% of our fleet is composed of ships and spacers who have lost their homeworlds. The fact that they are still fighting with us is because they believe we will fight for them. The psyche is a troublesome factor, Tex replied flatly. No, she disagreed. It is quite manageable for most races. And when it is on your side, it is as if the gods are fighting with you. Come, droid. Let's give the loyalists a thrashing they will remember. Task Force CLY Sim, with Battle Squadron Salvara and Battle Squadron Prequels, were situated on the rightmost flank of the Armada. Around 180 warships in total. Star of Sereno's Sublight Drives roared, kicking her in the rear and sending her sprawling forward, with the rest of the division neatly falling in behind. To avenge their lost worlds. For the distant hope they will be liberated. To defend those who have not fallen. In the name of the Confederacy itself. For whatever the reason they held in their hearts, 700 shining stars appeared in the night sky of Centaurs. Whether they would glow for an era, or burn so brightly for only a brief moment. Such was the solidarity of the Separatist Alliance. Commander Vinnick ordered Task Force Sol forward in a standard line ahead, flanked by Battle Squadron Maldred and Battle Squadron Jospro. The largest but slowest of the 3 divisions, courtesy of the heavy Cymurthian carrier battleships, 270 warships clung onto the Armada's left flank. The Cymurthians are getting left behind, Commander, Captain Harsol beamed. Their carriers cap out at 300 graphs. Forget the screens. Vinnick snapped. We shave half an hour off our transit without them. We're last in the battle order, so as long as the LACs catch up before then, we'll be fine. LACs. Light attack craft. Slides off the tongue well, I'll give it that, Harsol mumbled. Understood. I'll relay the order. What about the Calumexi? The Commonality wanted to rendezvous every one of their available ships in Calumex before sending them to Centaurs in full force. They simply didn't expect the Republic to charge in so fast or so hard. With 1,500 parsecs between them, the difference between the swiftest cruiser and heaviest dreadnought was a couple hours to a whole day. If the Commonality was intent on sending their joint defense fleet together, then they might as well not. Let's hope they're hauling ass, if nothing else. Harsol afforded a chuckle. Looks like they're coming straight down our throats, sir. They're wanting for a brawl, after all. The captain of Son Nalar cut the comms with that. They won't. TJ, 912, is recently assigned tactical droid. Pointed to the tactical display, their drive trails suggest some standard of coordination between ships. They are attempting to mislead us by purposefully mixing in lighter ships, but if you ignore the shorter trails, you'll note that the more prominent cones are maintaining a coherent line abreast. Vinnick saw it. The Cerulean Spear fleet had arrayed themselves in 2 lines abreast obscured within a mess of light cruisers, frigates, and corvettes. Their violent acceleration was only a ruse to pull a fake from right under them. He checked the repeater, 30 million clicks to intercept, and closing. He couldn't see them yet, but he could see the blossoming drive signatures of Battle Squadron Jospro's LACs behind them. Over 200,000 were already in space and racing ahead of their motherships, with 600,000 more swarming out of the hangars with the cadence and symmetry only the metronome precision of droid brains could perform. As he watched their formation weave itself into a star-speckled blanket fit for an eldritch god, Vinnick felt that the Republic had no idea what's waiting for them. Come right on then, bastards, he thought viciously. See what we've got for you. Velocity 23,000 kps, 14 minutes to intercept range, Stell reported. The Republic fleet was still coming straight on. I can literally see your line of battle. Assholes, how much closer do you want to push this game of chicken? Ironically enough, the Republic held an overwhelming advantage in a full frontal rush. Not because they outnumbered us, but because they were using Star Destroyers as their ships of the line. Aside from a couple handful of obsolete Invincible-class dreadnoughts in the back, which we had 2, the main bulk of their battle line were Venators. The 10 or so ISDs, Tectors, apparently, were on our right flank, rematching against Task Force CLY Sim. Back to Star Destroyers. Venators may have piss-poor ventral firing envelopes. Yes, even with their new hangar gun, which couldn't depress vertically downwards or even fire rearward due to its jury-rig placement, they do have absolutely overwhelming forward firepower. Their tapered hull meant the vast majority of the guns on their artillery deck could fire forwards, to say nothing of their dorsal barbettes. Of course, that meant their rear firing envelope was pretty much non-existent, but they don't tend to show that anyway. Munificence and recusants were built similarly in that regard. On the other hand, the bulk of the Coalition Armada's line of battle were Providences. Their 360-degree transverse coverage sacrificed the potency of each individual firing arc, as the sum total had to be halved towards each flank of the ship. And of course, its tubular shape meant there was only a minimal forward envelope. The readout, range to intercept 23 million clicks, and plummeting eye-wateringly fast. At constant acceleration of 1000 G, we were already tearing through space at 24,000 kps. And it was nothing, not when most separatist capital ships came with inertial dampeners powerful enough to compensate for up to 2500 G. But a 1000 G was hard enough to control. We don't want to be blasting straight through the enemy, right? Unless you were that one lady with purple hair. She's kind of special. What was her name again? Task Force CLY Sim is signaling hard to starboard. Still relayed. Project Queen of Beauty's bridge and signal Task Force repulse. I stood up, feeling far too jittery to sit without bouncing my leg to disintegration. Standard starboard turn. Keep it tight as we maneuver in succession. Arm port launchers 1 to 50. Repulse's bridge shimmered, a curtain of light falling over the viewports and replacing it with the illusory image of Queen of Beauty's command deck. In a rare moment of queasiness, I could feel Repulse heeling over hard to starboard in a much sharper angle than Queen of Beauty. The disconnect between what my body experienced and what my eyes saw pretty hammered me to the point of artificially induced intoxication. I fell ass first into the captain's chair, shit-faced beyond belief and rubbing my eyes shut as I retreated onto years of naval experience to gauge the progress of the turn. Maneuvering in succession was rather self-explanatory. When the van of a line of battle executes a maneuver, that same maneuver will be successively performed by every ship as they arrive at the wake of the van. In simple terms, every following ship will only turn when they arrive in the exact spot the van was when they turned. In this case, we were all following the what? Unwilling to open my eyes, I racked my brain for the order of battle I prepared a few days ago. Repulse was in the second column, so as we turn to starboard, we will be hidden behind the main battle line. And that means the van was a start? Whatever the case, maneuvering in succession from a line ahead was preferable to a simultaneous maneuver from a line abreast, simply due to the sheer number of ships participating, especially when there were Providences, Invincibles, Dreadnoughts, Colivexes, Munificents, Recusants, Auxilias, and a dozen other classes which all have different rates of turns. Like I said, by the book. At the speed we were racing along, however, it sure as hell didn't feel like it. I cracked my eyes open the moment Repulse stopped turning, though a cursory scan told me Queen of Beauty still was. They're launching fighters, the sensor droid cried in alarm. The scanner displays were a sight to behold. Wave after wave of drive cones were spawning out of the Venators, radiating out in a blinding white fog that completely smothered the main signatures. Standard Venator capacity was 420 LACs. I played around with the repeater's interface for a couple seconds and got myself a cursory figure of 400 Venators. That was 168,000 LACs. Considering that Venators were not the only carrier-capable ships, I rounded it up to 200,000 across the whole line. That meant Task Force Repulse had a share of 60,000. Get our vultures in the air, I shouted. Are our tubes loaded? Yes, sir. Stell answered, deploying vultures. The enemy fleet is bearing down on us. Star Destroyers had a near 100% forward firepower efficiency, simply by design. But turbo lasers fired to ban a gas wrapped in a magnetic field. Gas that wanted to expand into the void, and a magnetic field that decayed exponentially with every click traveled. Strangely enough, that meant laser bolts theoretically had more range in atmosphere than in vacuum. What didn't decay, however, was steel. Explosives wrapped in steel. Our last ship of the line has completed its turn, Stell reported. Very good. I leaned forward, open fire. As the first torpedo signatures glittered the battle plot, Callie Trilm drew in a deep breath. Task Force Repulse unleashed the first, massive salvo of the battle, plumes of fire and smoke rapturing out of the broadsides of their battleships. Open fire, she ordered. Star of Sereno shivered as a blazing wave of energy lashed from her hull in a brilliant cascade of warheads streaking through the void. As the three task forces maneuvered, their vans and rears met to form a single massive line of battle along 800 clicks, 200 destroyers and 30 dreadnoughts, with 50 and 100 launchers per broadside respectively. Each launcher concealed 3 tubes. 40,000 proton torpedoes screamed towards the cerulean spear fleet. The Republic had more numbers, better guns, better firing envelopes, better fire control, and simply better ships. Their main armament, 8 dual-barrel DBY 827 heavy turbo laser batteries, could punch out a capital ship's shields with a single salvo and tear into the hull with the next. But one thing they didn't have was the range. Jedi cruisers relied on their fighter complements to dish out missiles and torpedoes, as they didn't have any of their own. We must dictate the cadence of battle, Callie Trill mused and practiced calm. That is our only hope of victory. She snatched the backrest of her chair as centrifugal force threatened to toss her off her feet. All 230 ships rotated on their long axis in tandem, flipping upside down and unleashing a second rippling wave of torpedoes. By the time the battle line had flipped back upright, the portside launchers were already reloaded, and another salvo roared out into the abyss. With impulse drives capable of upwards of 10,000 G, it took the first salvo 10 whole minutes to transit the 20 million clicks between the battle lines. 3 salvos in 10 minutes, Callie checked her chrono. Acceptable. The Republic battle line dashed in to close the distance as quickly as possible, eating the full brunt of the first 2 salvos with their forward shields. The actual hit ratio was poor, maybe 1 in 100, or even less. The vast distances meant their targeting computers had to rely on enemy drive cones, which were blurred enough, not to mention the torpedoes were ballistic by the time they reached. Lastly, the Republic had prepared several screens of point defense frigates. On the other hand, the Coalition Armada was not lacking in munitions. Each Providence carried enough warheads for 18 whole salvos, and munition tenders were already crossing the distance between the auxiliary column and the battle column with even more. Distant explosions lit up the void, nearly incomprehensible from the backdrop of stars. Time to intercept, she asked. Their Excelsword is dropping, Tex noted. I calculate. 34.5 minutes. 11 salvos, Callie grinned with all teeth. Keep firing. Another volley of torpedoes erupted out of the hull, charging down the gleaming wakes of the previous broadside. Her eyes scanned the battle plot, at the swarm of drive cones pushing ahead of the Cerulean Spear's main line of battle. Callie patiently waited for each scan, updating their position on the display and calculating the acceleration. 6 scans later, and Callie was relatively certain those were enemy starfighters. 2,000 G, 23-minute transit. Where are our fighters? She demanded. Our carriers are having trouble keeping up with the columns, Tex answered. She swore beneath her breath, move our screens forward, 10 degrees below our horizontal plane. There seems to be something wrong with our bloody carriers today, Callie grumbled. Vinnick stared at the tactical display, weaving the force into his mind as he enhanced his own cognitive abilities. This was his first time commanding such a massive fleet, albeit in a larger formation, and he could not say that he was not slightly nervous. Nervous at the lives in his hand, tens of thousands of men and women fighting under his command. Nervous at the sheer amount of firepower he controlled. This must be what Master Tan meant by true power. What was a Jedi Knight under the onslaught of 600,000 missiles? Against the collective will of 3 million spacers brimming with a kindred resentment for the Republic? Crying Sun punched out another full cannonade, 150 torpedoes rampaging out into the abyss. She was not the only one. At the vanguard of the line of battle was Task Force CLY-SIM, with its subordinating formations Battle Squadron Salvara and Prequels. Once boasting 250,000 vessels, their number has been reduced to a mere 180. They had lost the most, and the least to lose. And they fought with savagery. For every 4 salvos the rest of the fleet launched, they managed 5. Against the spearhead of the Cerulean Spear, detectors, they pushed their aging warships to their absolute limits in order to keep up, with little regard for their own safety. The disparity between the front and rear was evident. While Task Force Sol was the largest of 3, it was also the most sluggish. Both Battle Squadron Maldrud and Battle Squadron Jospro, especially Jospro, have been largely untouched by the war, and their spacers appeared keen to remain that way. Even as the boiling mass of vulture droids swarmed from the Cymyrthian carriers, the carriers themselves remained a good distance behind the auxiliary column. He had briefly lost the skill in his brief stint under the thraldom of the dark side, but towing the line in the Force reminded him how to keep his cool under duress. As much as he wanted to rage against the Cymyrthians for their lack of zeal, he knew it would amount to screaming at the stars. Vinnick tried to recall the names and faces of his Jedi instructors, but came up short. Perhaps it wasn't to be, not when his world was now consumed with beeping repeaters, flashing sensor lights, and the howling of sublight drives and rocketing warheads. Thankfully, it was just as well, for the blessed stars shone bright on him. Task Force Sol's rather anemic efforts had prompted the Cerulean Spear to redeploy their most powerful assets to the vanguard. To the point, in fact, that Vinnick started harboring doubts on the Cymyrthians' intentions, because it seemed they had stationed their carriers so far back that the enemy hadn't even realized their existence. The Star Destroyer ahead of Crying Sun blinked out a code with their rear lights. Task Force CLY-SIM is requesting fighter support. TJ, 912 automatically translated. Shall we respond? Vinnick glanced at the progress of their LCs. Aye. They're here. Not a second later, hundreds of thousands of screeching fighters blasted straight through the columns, rampaging through the narrow intervals between ships to meet the enemy. The numerous tactical displays scrambled and hissed, formation images glitching as targeting computers and sensors all across the battle line found themselves half-blinded by the interference from just shy of 1 million vultures, hyenas, and scarabs tearing a seam through space. Not even a tactical droid had the mental faculty to coordinate so many pins on a screen, much less any organic brain. But droid fighters were only good at one thing, and it was the one thing the Cymyrthians had ordered them to do: swarm. And swarm they did, like an all-devouring hive mind. Just as Last Jedi cruisers completed their line of battle and released their first laser broadside, The droid LACs descended on them like a plague of stone mites. Bright bursts of point defense and explosive Tabana bolts carved open gulfs in the infinitely black wave front of destruction. But the gulfs closed, filled in by the endless numbers. Laser clusters blazed in desperate last-ditch efforts to thin the horde, but it was no use. The swarm crashed into the enemy's rearguard at 50,000 kps, shredding 24 Venators and twice the number of escorts into scrap metal within a period of seconds, and then moved on to the next section. What a terrible way to die, Vinnick mumbled, screams echoing in his head. Visions of bulkheads crumpling like flimsy, of the shocking onrush of dark cold and silent demise. Enemy LACs are redeploying, TJ 912 stated unfeelingly. They were. The vultures had been concealed by the Armada's main line of battle until now, but despite being caught by surprise, the Republic fighter wings were deflecting their vectors in surprisingly good order. It might be too little, too late. With the opposing column having their hands full swatting droids from the sky, there was perishingly little to impede Task Force Sol from laying into them with renewed viciousness. The enemy fleet was no longer 20 million clicks in the unknown. We have them dead to rights, and they aren't fighting back. Crying Sun roared like a living beast, unleashing fusillades after furious fusillades in ferocious rhythm. Sweet Mary, the sight was utterly biblical. The vulture swarm was a legend ripped right out of the tales of Lovecraft, undulating and writhing like a single eldritch abomination created solely to blight God himself. Have you seen a school of piranhas befall a fallen deer and leave nothing but bone behind? It was the same thing. The droids completely trampled over any resistance with hardly a hiccup, savagely chewing up and spitting out the enemy battle line with only one intent on their artificial brains. Sure, hundreds were being downed every second, but that was expected for swarm tactics. Regardless, it was a terrible way to die. I hope their ships disintegrated around them fast enough for them to die painlessly. If not, I forced myself to ignore the horrific ramifications. The 200,000 Republic starfighters were being redirected to the rearguard to meet the droid LACs in what must be the single largest fighter battle in the war. A new storm of pins speckled the battle plot as the enemy carriers launched a second wave of LACs from what seemed like the depths of hell, bringing the total number up to upwards of 500,000. I swallowed my surprise. How exactly they managed to double their carrier capacity was beyond me. For a tense moment, I watched the screens to gauge what the LACs were tasked to do, and to my immense relief, they were banking around to head rearward. With the imminent threat of bombing runs now past, the Armada's battle column was free to renew their ceaseless battery with eagerness. This round, however, the Cerulean Spear had already closed the distance and maneuvered into a parallel line ahead. Amidst the embroiled stars, some 600 warships exchanged thunderous broadside, unleashing tempests of iron and fire at each other. Republic turbo lasers punched gaping holes in Separatist deflectors. Separatist warheads screamed back in response, acrid smoke licking the heavens. Shot and shell roared through the vast emptiness between battle lines, a horrid, violent microcosm of a galaxy at war. Very soon, shields on both sides had been battered away, Endura steel hulls shattered and splintered, cracking and buckling under assault. And amidst the maelstrom, smaller vessels minnows through the ranks. Munifexes and Arquitans met and danced just beneath the waves of hellfire, just as stupidly brave crews of Lupus-class frigates bum-rushed arcs of point defense to launch opportunistic waves of missiles at the flanks of the enemy column. Their deaths were almost a foregone conclusion, but if they took out a whole Venator with them, it was then a small price for victory. The enemy column lit up the void with a facsimile of a horizon, beads of light exploding out and rocketing towards us. Queen of Beauty ate a shot at amidships, gouging out a deep scar in her hull and carving up 21 of her launchers. Even if I wasn't physically present, Repulse's sound systems did a disturbingly good job of replicating the deep groans of crunching steel as the ship struggled to hold herself together. I gave the order, and Queen of Beauty joined the increasing ranks of battleships being folded out of battle, with a Recusant-class battlecruiser taking her place. The tactical display spelled it out cleanly. The situation was untenable. Even with our preemptive strikes and Task Force Sol utterly ravaging the Republic's rear, the enemy still had better shields and better turbo lasers, not to mention 4 ships for every 3 of ours. A Providence could take on a Venator 1-to-1 with a respectable chance of victory, but under the fire of 2? There will probably be studies and debates on this battle centuries in the future, but right here and right now, my conclusion is that we were getting fucking mauled. Something had to be done, or the stars will be witness to our deaths. Queen of Beauty passed in front of Repulse on her way to Centaurs, giving me a particularly good view of how the ship was literally bent into a V-shape by the attack she endured, like a fish with a broken spine. Not all of them were as lucky as her. Among the column were wrecks, gutted hulls still drifting with the rest of the fleet but streaming with atmosphere, debris, and life pods while frantic rescue teams launched themselves into a grim race against time, fighting with untold courage to save their trapped and wounded crewmates. It was mountingly dangerous work. It was hard to distinguish between a fighting and wrecked ship in space. After all, even wrecks continued at velocity with the rest of the fleet. Drive cones were used most of the time, but ships of the line disengaged their sublight drives once they reached the required velocity, relying on secondary drives and attitude thrusters afterwards. At that distance, the only surefire way to confirm an enemy warship was no longer fighting was if it was in pieces. And that's exactly what happened. Republic Fire Control fixed targeting solutions on wrecks and inadvertently unleashed broadsides on unwitting rescue drop-class cutters. Sometimes, some adjacent warships recognized the trajectory of incoming fire and warned the rescue parties in advance, but most of the time most warships were too busy with their own problems. If enemy shells weren't heading for us, it wasn't our problem, was the reigning attitude. I couldn't blame them. Who I could blame, however. Where the hell are our allies? I fumed, internally doubting the validity of allies. Columex has not responded, Stell said. A shockwave boomed from our port side, a ship of the line detonating from a torpedo run by a particularly bold Carrot-class light cruiser with too little sense, which itself was obliterated from existence by the shrapnel. Repulse shook violently, with Stell himself careening into a wall. If it wasn't for our shields, we would be Swiss cheese. Contact them again, I demanded, far too high on adrenaline to deal with my near-death experience. This time, I want a bloody answer. That would be breaking. Just fucking do it, Stell. Stell punched in a receiver address. It took 5 minutes for a response. I was ranting even before there was a coherent picture of the other end. Where are our reinforcements? Did you fail to receive our previous transmission? I am afraid none are coming, Commodore. The person I was speaking to was a human male. I already had my predispositions, but I did not expect Diedrich Greyshade to feel so similar to Simon Greyshade, despite their different appearances. Diedrich had that devious character floating about him, like his relative, though his voice was harsher, harder, and made the uniform he wore convincing enough. Extra points for the honesty, too. Want to explain? Diedrich Greyshade rubbed his forehead. I extend my apologies. I attempted to bring our fastest ships, but couldn't gather enough support. Support? The Joint Defense Fleet is a democracy, sir. We're technically a civilian cooperative, he tried to explain. Believe me, sir, Columex is next in the Republic's sights. We know that. But the other sectors aren't willing to risk it. There are merchantmen fleeing here from Centaurs, and the picture they paint isn't pretty enough. We don't want to die for a lost cause. Sounds like a fat load of shit. Why'd you keep quiet then? Anti-Meridian is literally 100 parsecs north of here. We don't want to die for a lost cause, sir, Diedrich reiterated more forcefully. The commonality did not weather galactic politics by being stupid. Anti-Meridian and Budpock have evacuated their armed forces to Columex as well. I advise you to preserve as much of your forces and withdraw here. We can make a real stand. Well, can we expect anybody else to come? I interrupted harshly. Diedrich paused, making a show of thinking. No. I cut the connection, even more frustrated than before. Partly because I now knew no help was coming, and partly because Greyshade was right. Balancing military strategy and political strategy will never get easier. I had to give an order to retreat sooner or later. We created a plan to retreat in good order, though we spun it as a measure of last resort to the Centaurians. No? Maybe. But would the Salvarans, the Brixie, the Wobanians accept that? The Centaurians most certainly won't, and we can't have spacers threatening mutiny at such an hour. Should I wait for us to suffer more losses? But that would defeat the point. I certainly didn't expect the Republic to solve my conundrum for me. In the worst way possible. Sir, a droid shouted up at me, our scanners are indicating a massive object extracting from hyperspace. It was as if the volume of the universe had been toned down, followed by a blinding flash of light, like the fabric of space-time had been ripped apart right in front of the column to reveal the infinite heavens. And then the tier sewed itself back shut, and a behemoth drive signature slammed its way onto the battle plot, dwarfing everything around it. That was the only warning I got before Battle Squadron Salvara just disappeared, wiped off the map. The entire vanguard of our fleet simply gone. All 300,000 souls and 30, 40 dreadnoughts, dead in the blink of an eye. The last defiant lights of Salvara, the spacers who've been with us since the start, snuffed out almost in an afterthought. The image was brutally clear. Super Star Destroyer. At least 8 clicks stern to bow, and the whole length of it like a vengeful titan. It definitely wasn't the Executor, as it didn't have a city-like superstructure. Instead of the sleek, dagger-like deadliness that defined the Executor, it was bulkier, more mighty. An indomitable juggernaut that would not stop for nothing, casting a shade of foreboding inevitability. Accessing registry. Mandator-class Star Dreadnought. There was a hint of panic in Stell's voice. Registered call sign. Legacy of the Founders. That literally meant nothing to me. But if the Republic was willing to name that ship something so grandiose, then they must be damn well sure she could live up to it. Legacy of the Founders unleashed another relentless barrage of turbo lasers, and separatist warships erupted into flames under it, paying the ultimate price for their loyalty. Task Force CLY Sim swung around in good time, bearing broadsides and responding with a rippling blast of torpedoes, missiles, and lasers. The Mandator shields flickered as they absorbed the cannonade, then replied with another punishment of overwhelming firepower. Sir, Stell snapped me out of my daze. Should we retreat? Right, I swallowed thickly. Order of retreat. Order of retreat. The droid nodded, relaying the command. Green cascaded down the repeaters as the whole fleet acknowledged and accepted my assessment of our situation. Repulse suddenly kicked her sublight drives into gear, vectoring her main thrust downwards as hard she could to lift her tail in the opposite direction. Standard order of retreat, as it were. This was one of the rare cases our line of battle was still preserved enough to pull it off. Usually, each section of the line would just make an independent jump to the nearest friendly system before regrouping at the rendezvous point. That wasn't possible here, because we had to withdraw to Calumex in one piece. In some deep space battles, the order of retreat was as simple as swinging 180 and jumping. Doing that here would result in half the fleet disappearing into the planet's mass shadow, or straight up ramming into centaurs before they could completely insert into hyperspace. The solution? Jump from under the system plane. Within seconds, each ship in the Armada had spun 90 on their transverse axis to nosedive perpendicular to the Republic fleet, before spinning another 90 on their long axis to have their dorsals face Calumex. The ships already in the process of retreating, such as Queen of Beauty, jumped first, provided their hyperdrives were still functional. Among the abandoned hulks still drifting along the original column were crippled ships of the line, pulsing out white flag signals to signify their surrender. The reason we chose to dive down instead of up was to both exploit human psychology and as well as Star Destroyer design. It worked, because the volume of fire we received immediately plummeted. Clear, the astronav droid called. Execute insertion. Repulse burned again, this time vectoring her thrust upwards to swing herself 90 degrees again, along her short axis to parallel herself with the hyperlane egress on the opposite side of the planet. Flashes of light sprung from the redoubts and ship after ship ignited their hyperdrives and blasted themselves into hyperspace. Starlines appeared beyond Repulse's viewport, and the star system of centaurs was no more. Chapter 28. Orbit of Calumex, Calumex System. Vorzit Sector. There was a large luxury liner orbiting tightly around Calumex, named the Saline Mariner. The poor thing was on one of its routine itineraries from Saline to Badajev to Liana and back when it found itself commandeered by the Joint Security Forces while transiting through Calumex on its return journey, mostly because there was a war on. The JSF has since converted the liner into something of its fleet headquarters. The original passengers were long gone, some having opted to return to their port of origin, while others taking up an extended vacation on Calumex. Regardless, the only people enjoying the liner's establishments were spacers and soldiers. Granted, I was too. It was a pleasant reprieve from the Spartan comforts of a military vessel, and human interaction was sorely missed. On a more practical note, having such an extensive fleet headquarters and detached astro control in orbit made governing the some 1,300 warships in system much easier. It eased up the burden on the civilian astro control who still had to coordinate the hundreds of merchantmen transiting the Calumex system's hyperjunction, most of them fleeing from the encroaching front lines. It also meant us officers were only a few thousand clicks from our ships in the event the Republic decides to suddenly pop in for a visit. Not that they will anytime soon, depending on the definition of soon. I sat in the stateroom allowed to me, but on the larger side, fortunately. There was an utterly vast bed that was annoyingly softer than a cloud, a desk with a built-in holoprojector, a droid charging bay for hair, and a four-layered wall-to-wall window commanding a rather jaw-dropping view of the Coalition Armada. All in all, I'd say I deserved it. I just wish others who deserve the reward were actually here to receive it. The Battle of Centaurs was the first major fleet engagement I've ever fought. Serapin and Kron had fleets, sure, but the Second Fleet boasted a measly 200 vessels back then, the same amount of warships we lost at Centaurs. Excluding droid casualties, our death toll was over 500,000. I would be lying if I said I could fully comprehend a number that large. The Confederate Second Fleet was droid crewed, mostly because there weren't any organic recruits that early in the war. Don't get me wrong, droids were many times disturbingly human, and I found it easier treating them as humans, but I still didn't consider droid casualties as real when faced with them. But being told 500,000 people were dead after the high wore off, it was numbing. Sure, a number that large was a statistic on a sheet of paper until you take the time to read their names and stories. But then I remembered how I saw those people die when their ships exploded in front of me, their deaths as silent and lonely in space as they were far from home. How I would read their corpses pinging off the deflectors and think, thank God it was them and not me, and now actually have the time to realize I thanked God it was them and not me. Especially when I wasn't even in the main line of battle, instead a column behind with the frigates. That one warship that shielded Repulse from a fatal blow, was it droid crewed? Or did thousands of spacers just give their lives for me? I didn't even know the name of that ship, so I'd be asking that question for probably the rest of my life. I was but one commander amidst dozens. We had agreed the standard exchange tactic was the most reasonable way to go, even though we knew it was one of the most indecisive and casualty-heavy tactics. But we were confident we could give the Republic a thrashing, and we did. Our spacers fought with an ability and intensity none of us had expected, and from that perspective they over-delivered beyond any of our imaginations. Against that canvas, what was one more nameless death? A holographic bust of Mina Bonteri shimmered above the desk, eyes closed and hair more disheveled than I've ever seen. Was it night at Raxilon, right now? Night and day have never been more blurred to me. When I was the only living being on my ship, the schedule was whatever I wanted it to be. Self-discipline could only carry so far when you had to coordinate hundreds of other elements and stay up to date with a rapidly evolving theater. I sat in the stateroom allowed to me, vast, cold, and silent, arms crossed and tucked into the sleeves of my overcoat in a vain attempt to chase away the shiver that did not want to leave me alone. I was the only one there, breath lodged in my throat. The silence was devouring. For a brief moment I considered screaming just to get my voice out, and then wondered whether anybody would hear me. The sound probably wouldn't have even left the room. That must be what it was like to die in a vacuum. I glanced outside and could not tell what the twinkling stars were trying to convey. When did you find out? Mina asked, almost timidly. Today, whatever today means to you, one of my squadrons took the liberty of visiting Argoner to rip the data dump. You have it, now. So I'm holding on to enemy intelligence. She seemed almost amused by the idea, but sobered quickly. Gods, rain. What am I supposed to tell Lux? A tiny part of me wanted to say that I told you so, but I knew I could put that vindictiveness to better use. Not that I had to. Mina seemed to know exactly what I was thinking by my hesitation. Where are you right now? She was equally content to relegate the question into a rhetorical role. Calumex. Calumex voted against. What was his name? Grievous, I supplied hoarsely. Mina looked right aggrieved at that, staring at me darkly. Of course you'd know. You seem to know everything. I suppose their vote was your coalition's doing as well. You know, something was odd with the nomination. I wasn't in the slightest surprised that the conversation had somehow regressed back into politics. That was the only relationship she and I had with each other. Yes. That it failed, Mina stated. The coalition strong-armed 30 senators into its will. The media is treating you like a rogue group, a bunch of Prelemian warlords who are using the war to press your own agenda. 1/3 voted I to get the war under control, while another voted I to get the coalition under control. Time to reevaluate exactly how Dooku felt about the coalition. If he's pulled out his ace against us already, it could only mean we have him on the ropes. Manipulating public perception was how he held onto the steering wheel. For him to use it not against the Republic, but against fellow separatists was telling. And Dooku exploited that attitude to push an unknown into the second most important seat in the Confederacy. I returned, my voice returning like a familiar friend. I hated it. Grievous can only be his puppet, you know that. I know you respect Dooku, but you know the Senate has a duty to stifle executive overreach when it happens. Overreach? He's following the proper procedures. You can't call a single odd nomination overreach, Mina said mildly, especially not when you're a pot calling the kettle black. I looked down, then back up again, speaking slowly. The vote failed once. It isn't going to fail the next time. It's not as if the coalition doesn't want centralization. The coalition was created due to the lack of it. It's that we want someone we trust and control. I'm sure you don't need me to provide you with a transcript of Admiral Trench's rhetoric. Think about your party for a bit, will you? Mina Bonteri wasn't stupid, just prideful. She knew the vote failed due to purposeful manipulation, never mind that it was also manipulated to pass, and that it wouldn't fail the next time. Except, to the Senate, there was little difference between one candidate and another, only whose name was behind the nomination. The peace faction was the only major obstacle left. They could either die on that hill, or concede to a compromised candidate of their choosing. As long as said candidate was not out of left field like Dooku's, the rest of the Senate will come to the reasonable conclusion that this was their single chance to get a unanimous vote for a supreme commander. The optics will be immense, something along the lines of a united front, at last. But that, of course, hinges on the will of the peace faction. Whether they wanted to hold onto their pride to their dying breath, putting up a token nay vote in the next confirmation, or seize the initiative to regain momentum in the Senate at the compromise of their platform. Speak to Avi Singh, I suggested softly. He voted with you last time. Not to mention, he holds considerable sway over the moderates. Get him on board, and with the coalition you'll effectively double your block. He will be on board. Politicians had long memories, doubly so when it comes down to favors. Trust me on this, I sprinted the final leg. We don't want to risk a politician's puppet in control of the military. I'm fucking begging you, literally because you didn't trust me the last time I warned you. That was low, even for me. I nearly recoiled at my own words. Mina? She was cradling her head. I shut as if she didn't want to look at me and face reality. I waited for several minutes, and then she finally made up her mind, palms still shielding her face. I'll run it through my party. My heart leapt up. Just give me a name. This was it, I realized distantly. I go through with this, and I'm certain my name will finally be within Dooku's crosshairs. This wasn't the first step to removing him from power. This was the halfway point. All the little pieces I've laid out months ago will have finally created a picture that nobody can miss. The best way to convince someone to your side isn't by telling them to, but by making them tell themselves to. You can do that by dressing a certain way, holding that slight hunch that makes you seem more agreeable, forgoing a night of sleep to be more exhausted. Emotional blackmail works. And when you can guilt trip using someone's death, play that card too. Did I feel like a massive asshole? Absolutely. But emotional blackmail worked most effectively when you were also authentic about it. That stir of emotion swirling in my gut? I no longer knew how much of it was real and how much of it was an act. But I knew part of it was real, or I wouldn't be cursed by nightmares of screaming ships and frozen corpses and bleeding stars. If I'm going to hell for this, might as well face God while doing so. Mina Bonteri was still patiently waiting for a name. I gave her one. I could hear a phantom clock ticking in time with my footsteps, echoing down the corridor as I marched towards the conference room. Diedrich Grayshade's longer strides kept up alongside me with ease, to my great ire. Hair waddled along behind us, flipping a small holoprojector in her hands. Her constant presence had become a familiar thing, and if nothing else, I knew I could rely on her. The hallway seemed to draw on forever, each corner casting a shadow, maybe sheltering an assassin. That's paranoia, buddy. Well, if even Callie Trilm was Dooku's mole, who knows how deep that guy has his fingers in our pie? I was already half tempted to believe the commonality was playing both sides, and that their inaction was a consequence of Dooku's incessant meddling. As much as I wanted to blow right past Calumex and have them taste their own medicine by abandoning them to the Cerulean Spear, it was a simple reality that we still needed the Joint Defense Fleet. Some would say that an unreliable ally serves best as an enemy, but that wasn't true. Even if the commonality was playing both sides, that would still mean they were on our side. In fact, playing both sides was their MO. There were no permanent enemies in politics. But that didn't have to mean I didn't want to sock Diedrich Greyshade in the jaw. The JDF was a civil service, not too dissimilar to an interstellar policing force. They were also, fittingly enough, a microcosm of the larger separatist military at present. While they were effective in governing the hyperjunctions and patrolling commonality space, the boot of bureaucracy fell down the moment they had to cooperate directly. Unlike the Coalition, where myriad personalities were more than content to fall in line before the ranking officers, the JDF had no such ability. They were plagued with intersector rivalries, unable to unite under a higher power. Just attending their council to demand answers made me want to rip my hair out. To put it simply, the Meridian and anti-Meridian sectors wanted to reinforce Centaurs directly, while the Oral and Belderon sectors claimed it to be a fool's errand. Sure, with the gift of hindsight it was a fool's errand. Any reinforcements would have been too little and too late, more food for the oversized fish called Mandator. What was Vorzid's stance on the matter? I broke the awkward silence. Diedrich chewed on something, before finally replying, I was in favor. The other captains weren't. Half of our sector's forces are being besieged at Vorzid 5, with I believe a coalition commander. Our decision was gridlocked. Are you not the ranking officer of Calumex's forces? I accused. Are you not the ranking officer of the coalition? He shot back coolly. The logical decision was to immediately retreat after engaging a numerically superior enemy. Touché. I had to give him that one, no matter how much I ground my teeth at it. The coalition and JDF were a bit too similar for my liking. Sometimes, Diedrich trailed off, eyeing the upcoming door. Sometimes nothing can be done. Like hell I was letting him get away with that. If that was the case, why didn't you inform us about the gridlock? Your silence led us to the assumption that reinforcements were coming. I asked casually. You are fortunate more reasonable heads have carried the day, but the Centarians are demanding answers. The JDF has something to prove. I know, Diedrich said quietly, pausing at the door. Do not let your perception of my cousin define the rest of us. We will prove our worth in the coming days, that I promise. You haven't answered my question. A shadow crossed his face as he opened the door. That, I do not know. The door slid cleanly, hissing as it did and opening up to a quaint little meeting room with a round table in the center. I was already expecting Simon Greyshade to be there, attending remotely, but not Callie Trilm, Vinnick, and Rel Harsol. You saw that? I asked Hare quietly. Hare didn't skip a beat, hopping onto an empty chair to gain enough purchase to toss the holoproj towards the center of the table. As she circled back to join me again, I noticed a subtle shift into defensive body language. He is hiding something, if not lying. I nodded, turning my attention back to the room. Harsol was quietly speaking with Simon Greyshade, while Vinnick next to him rested his forehead on the table. Callie, on the other hand, was watching me like a hawk, and I knew I had been caught. I circled around the table for an empty seat, doing my best to not let anything show. So, what's the official excuse? Vinnick peeled his head off the table, revealing a pair of eyes so sunken they might as well be bottomless pits. The Blazing Claw Fleet and Open Circle Fleet had them pinned. A task group at Nam Chorios is stalking both Vorzid and Calumex like a flock of buzzards. Siam YRTH is also under siege by Obi-Wan Kenobi. They bought it, if nothing else. His visible and audible exhaustion was infectious, but the severity of his words brought me back. Alarm rose sharply, the Cymerthians. Will not be going anywhere, Diedrich Greyshade said meaningfully, having swiftly made himself comfortable. We've made sure of that. They can't risk alienating the coalition. Siam YRTH is one of the foundry worlds that give this slice of space its name. The Republic will have to spend months cracking the planetary shields. Enough time for us to beat them here and send them driving. You seem certain of our victory. I sat down. Every standing warship in 3,000 parsecs is flocking to Calumex. Diedrich straightened. Astro Control reports 1,500 warships and counting. If the Republic takes its time, we may be looking at 2,000. The largest single fleet in living memory. Quat has 3-star dreadnoughts, Rel Harsol grimaced. One was enough to wipe us at Centaurs. Even if Quat retains one for home defense, we'll still be seeing 2. The First Fleet is racing back from the Southern Theater, Diedrich replied, and Admiral Trench is assembling a 4th Fleet at Raxus. We'll be ready for them. 4th Fleet? It must be a recent development, because I hadn't heard anything of it. I was torn between deciding whether this was Dooku's way of appeasing Trench, or the Senate simply compromising on a 4th Confederate Fleet while the Supreme Commander matter was being deferred. But what really caught my attention was the First Fleet's recall. Hopefully it meant General Tan was finally returning. So, Simon Greyshade chirped, flipping the subject, you have your votes. You have your ships. Let's see you uphold your end of the deal. If mere looks could kill, I would be dead 10 times over. I could hardly blame Callie Trilm, of course. From her point of view, I recently blackmailed her for spying when I was doing the exact same thing. The difference, obviously, is that Dooku is an evil wizard on the payroll of the Supreme Chancellor of the Galactic Republic. Not that anybody would know. Dooku's public approval rates are sky high. No? Are you sure? I had to make sure. Simon and Diedrich Greyshade couldn't be trusted, but a deal's a deal. If I wanted to build a rock-solid foundation against Dooku, the commonality was a damn good start. Politically neutral, wielding one of the largest independent fleets in the galaxy, and smack dab in the foundry of the Confederacy. If I could get them on my side, the future will be looking a tad more optimistic. Dooku keeping his Sith Lord status under wraps was a double-edged sword. His former Jedi status had taken a backseat to his honorable and idealistic political firebrand image. If Simon Greyshade had the balls to openly oppose Palpatine in the Republic Senate, he wouldn't bat an eye doing the same to Dooku if it benefited him. If it was known that Dooku was a cackling, lightning-wielding sorcerer whose primary political device was murder, I wouldn't have a chance in hell. So I had to strike while the iron was hot, right after Dooku just faced a major defeat in the halls of Parliament. This was my best shot of convincing them. Vinnick, I could trust. His loyalty was ultimately owed to Severance Tan. She and Dooku had been on a collision course the moment Operation Sidestep began, and she knew that. Rel Harsol was a bit of a wild card, but a potentially very useful one. Despite his appearance and general shoddiness, I took him as a moral type, if not exactly an idealist. Harsol was originally a captain for a senatorial consular-class cruiser, but defected to the Separatist Alliance after witnessing the depths of corruption that ran in the Republic. In the process of that defection, however, he rubbed elbows with the galactic underworld, not to mention other like-minded defectors. The problem child was none other than Callie Trilm, for reasons I shouldn't have to explain. But truth was, I didn't really see any other recourse than to convince her to work with me. Regardless of whatever happened before I came in, she now knew I was spying on Dooku, and if I didn't bring her on board, soon he would know. Afraid of airing your dirty laundry? Callie drawled huskily. You have no idea. The information in there will have the Confederacy fall. She sat up straighter at the daring claim, eyes sharpening into knives. In direct opposition, Simon Greyshade leaned forward, blue-scanned eyes glimmering in anticipation. He reached out for the holoprojector, curling his fingers halfway as if he had just realized he was a hologram and not actually there. Sounds good to me, he grinned, pulling back. Gabe must be waiting for us, Hare. I nodded. The LEP droid bobbed her head, dialing an address on her datapad. I reached forward to spin the holoproj until its scanner faced only me, ensuring that the receiver wouldn't be able to see anybody else. It didn't take long. The call was picked up almost instantaneously. A small projection of a man and an astromech burst out of the holoprojector. He wore a professional, if shaky, smile, clearly unsure of something. I tilted my head. I did pay you to keep quiet. Yes? It's in the bill, he reassured. In my line of work, customer trust is the top priority. Whatever you task me with finding is safe in here. He patted the dome of his astromech. Black steel or black painted, I couldn't tell through the subpar resolution. And what exactly did I ask you to find? I asked for the benefit of his unseen audience. Oh, well, you gave me a little under 24 comm frigates, which must have made me the most powerful bounty hunter this side of the galaxy for a bit. Gabe joked to lighten himself, before sucking in a breath. Right. You wanted me to tap into the HoloNet relays spanning Coruscant and Sereno, and look out for anything odd. Coruscant and Sereno? Callie demanded sharply, while the Greyshades were looking more intrigued by the second. This is where I had to spin a story. I couldn't just say I was suspicious of Dooku in particular. That wouldn't look very good, and would only raise even more unwanted questions. I cracked my mental knuckles. The Non-Communication Act passed by the Republic Senate, I said, as if it explained everything. Is somebody else there? Gabe prodded. Ignore it, I told him, before addressing them again. The act. Somebody was bound to break it. Sereno and Raxus, you can't blame me for wanting to dig up some dirt, right? Using military resources? Harsol raised an eyebrow. Consider it naval intelligence, I replied simply, blinking. It was on General Tan's budget. Continue, please. Yes, Gabe inserted a data chip into his droid. Sorry for the delay, by the way. It took some time for me to find updated relay maps, and even more time to chart them out. The first few dumps were nothing interesting. Some politicians were reaching out to their contacts in separatist space to check on their interests, but then I found this little fragment. The astromech transmitted the file to Hare, who then forwarded it to our datapads. I don't know what I'm looking at, Vinnick commented mildly. These are addresses, Diedrich mused. Let me guess. The sender split up the transmission and made them all sightsee around the mid-rim before arriving at the receiver. Gabe didn't hide his appreciation, despite being unable to see the speaker, correct. Whoever the sender is, they must be absolutely loaded to afford doing this. This is the sort of precaution not even the most paranoid senator could afford to take. But these addresses, they're waypoints between Coruscant and Sereno. This was worth reporting, but customer loyalty means a lot to me and... You wanted to give me the full picture. I finished for him. Thank you for that. Continue. Right. He nodded knowingly as his droid beeped indignantly. The reason this took so long was because I had to track down all these relays and figure out the most efficient way to use 20 frigates to cover all of them. Turns out there were junction relays where the fragments recompiled, which made things significantly easier. He took a deep breath, and well, see for yourself. I couldn't catch everything, but Tiki here put it together to the best of his ability. The droids, TK, photoreceptor flashed, and in a couple seconds our data pads were pinged again. Vinnick rubbed his eyes tiredly. I had an odd suspicion he was also hungover after centaurs, and I couldn't begin to imagine how terrible it must be for a force sensitive to feel that massive amount of death, considering my own experiences. Even more so for him, as Vinnick himself inflicted the most of the enemy casualties. He might have even felt the deaths of his former Jedi colleagues. As the fallen Jedi slowly read the file, his eyes widened, then clamped shut again. The room temperature plunged, and I could almost make out the wisps of steam curling off his arms like a shimmering, spectral aura. The Force, made visible, made tangible. Simon was subtly looking around, trying to figure out why everybody else was looking at Vinnick as if he had been suddenly replaced by a wild Acklay. Locations and movements of separatist naval elements in the near Perlemian, Rel Harsol said slowly, disbelievingly, and this was from where to where? Karania, the capital of Sereno, to Sector 943, on Coruscant. Gabe translated a series of beeps and whistles from TK. This isn't the only one. I managed to catch at least 2 more complete transmissions and several more fragments. The sender and receiver on Coruscant is always changing. The works, the Senate building, even 500 Republica, but the other end on Sereno is always the same, Karania's castle district. I pointedly not spared Callie an inkling of attention, letting her stew in her own quiet conclusions. Rel Harsol was still inching away from the volatile ex-Jedi, mumbling something sharp under his breath. But the most severe of them all were the 2 gray shades, any and all humor slowly bleeding from their attitude as they realized just how serious the implications were. I noticed Diedrich shot his cousin a pointed look. This was sent from Sereno, not received? Simon questioned again. Gabe nodded shallowly. Sent. Bleak amusement bubbled up within me. Next one, please. The slicer was clearly torn between satisfaction at a massive job well done and ill-restrained dread at the enormity of what he had uncovered. Next, a report on the Separatist Parliament's recent legislation. Simon Greyshade chuckled derisively. You were wrong, Aunt Airy. The Confederacy won't fall with this. The Confederacy will break. Chapter 29. Orbit of Calumex system. Vorzit sector. Diedrich Greyshade had made an oath of duty to serve Calumex in the greater commonality to the best of his ability. Simon Greyshade, on the other hand, swore no oaths other than to himself in his relentless pursuit of personal power. That said, Diedrich had never considered them to be at odds. He, however, was under no illusions. The only reason Simon Greyshade does not cross the commonality for his own gain is because his own influence is a direct causation of the Confederation's. Until the day comes when the commonality no longer bears the justification to exist, Simon will always be loyal to its cause. Which was why, Diedrich reflected, I helped cover the death of our cousin for him. A black stain on both their careers, if it were to be found out. Simon's predecessor in the Galactic Senate was their elder cousin, Jeremod. The old man was slipping up too blatantly, his grip loosening on the commonality's exclusive rights in exchange for his personal ambitions. There was nothing that wasn't expected of a politician, but the line has always been drawn where the commonality was concerned. Simon believed that the moment Jeremod attempted to compromise the Confederation, his position was forfeit, arrange an accident, and enter the newly vacated office as a bereaved relative. Simple as that. Diedrich only found out after the fact, but managed to leverage his own influence to help avoid a scandal. Some suspicions were raised, but nothing too untoward. Why wasn't he informed beforehand? Well, Diedrich knew how his cousin operated. Simon will always manage to install his victims into an untenable position with only non-decision presented to them. Had Diedrich been informed beforehand, he would have prevented the incident in the first place, but he wasn't. And thus, Diedrich had 2 options in the wake of Jeremod's death: to out Simon and cripple the commonality's representation in the Galactic Senate, or help Simon cover the incident up. That wasn't much of a choice. Besides, Simon would say, Jeremod had betrayed the commonality. Diedrich was under no illusions. He was a convenient pawn in Simon's games, but so long as their aims were parallel, he had no qualms acting so. What had occurred to the Coalition Armada at Centaurs was much the same scheme. No, reinforcements would not be coming, but you'd only find out after the battle. If the Coalition had been informed beforehand, the JDF's purposeful inaction would have been outed, instead of hushed down as it currently was to prevent mutiny. The Coalition's top brass was then presented with a non-decision: rightfully abandon the JDF to its fate, or grit their teeth and continue working with them. That wasn't much of a choice. Besides, Simon would say, you need the commonality's warships and politicians. But that left Diedrich with a most pertinent question: why did the JDF not act? It was not a matter of strategic debate. Oral and Belderone were very well justified in their stance to avoid a lost battle. The Loyalist supply chain was at the breaking point, courtesy of the Coalition. All the Coalition had to do was keep retreating and allow the enemy to crumble under its own weight. This matter was, regretfully, a political one. The Coalition's top brass had ultimately backed themselves into a corner of their own making. Their very mission statement was to protect their member worlds at any cost, and to retreat from Centaurs without putting up a fight would be a tacit rescindment of that ideal. The JDF was a democracy. Each sector military had an equal number of votes, and any decision concerning the whole structure must first be confirmed by a simple majority. Vorzid's sector should have voted with Meridian and Anti-Meridian. Should have. As the forefront commander of Kalyamex's planetary fleet, his word should have been enough to sway the scales. Embarrassingly, however, Vorzid sector's vote was split between Kalyamex system and Vorzid system, voting aye and nay respectively. Vorzid V's officers voted against Kalyamex on the grounds that the commonality's security was the priority over Centaur's, especially since Vorzid V itself was being encircled by the Blazing Claw fleet. But Diedrich knew better. Despite the sector being eponymously named after them, Vorzid bowed to the will of Kalyamex. Usually, he saw the fingerprints, clear as day. Diedrich cradled his cup of tea, lightly sipping. "You've put us in a terrible spot, Simon," he wetted his lips. "The JDF's credibility is in the gutter, and I've half the mind to put you in one too." "Let's not be so hasty." Simon raised his hands up in surrender, a wry smile on his face. "A goal has been accomplished. After their losses, we now outnumber the coalition nearly 2-to-1 in warships. They need us more than we need them." "You're a goddamned fool," Diedrich scathed. "Do you not realize we stand in the exact place Euceron did? And look what happened to them. The greatest threat the JDF fought in the past century was a self-proclaimed pirate lord. You're seeing numbers on a page and thinking bigger is better. That's not how war works, Simon." Yes, the senator placated. "The situation has changed. We will cooperate with the coalition without argument. I'll leave it to you, Diedrich." Diedrich slammed his fist down, fingers still curled around the handle of the teacup. Twisted satisfaction filled him as Simon flinched at the shards of porcelain shattering across the table and flying through his holographic person. "That's not enough," he snarled. "If you believe I will keep covering your back, you are sorely mistaken. Let me spell this out clearly for you. Your existence is no longer necessary. The Republic is now our enemy, and the commonality has all the representation it needs in the separatist parliament. You can go missing in 3 days, and everyone will suspect Republic intelligence. Do not test me." For the first time in Diedrich's memory, Simon Grayshade's smug smile cracked. The realization finally dawned on his eyes that through all of his scheming and deceit, he had forgotten that he was also yet another piece on the commonality's de jure table. Simon Grayshade had influence. Influence that the commonality had vested into his personage to represent their interests in the Senate. The moment the commonality tendered the articles of secession, most of that influence was cosmic dust. Diedrich Grayshade had the power behind that influence. He was the head of the largest sector defense fleet on the Perlemian that greased the wheels of trade and transformed the Kalyamex into the shining star of the Outer Rim. Simon chased his ambitions so far and so hard that he had left the very foundations that made him invaluable, and only now was he realizing influence was intangible, and power was not. "It doesn't matter now," Simon slowly slouched. "Not with Dooku being." "So it was Dooku," he snapped. "What did he want from you?" Dooku being a Republic spy? Unbelievable. The idea was preposterous. Had he not seen undeniable proof of the fact? It would be one thing if this was the personal project of a single officer. The information was uncorroborated and, quite honestly, suspect in origin. But if this project was undertaken with the sanction of General Severance Tan's intelligence quarter, Diedrich had considered as many possibilities as he could. General Tan was surely not the only individual investigating the HoloNet as a means of communication. Both the Loyalists and Separatists would have their fingers all over the network. So how did he go undetected for so long? Republic intelligence could be in the know, but the very fact that he wasn't using the Separatist munificent network implied that the Confederate intelligence didn't. Were Tan and Bonteri already suspecting Dooku and made sure to calibrate their efforts to catch him in particular? Or was it, as Bonteri claimed, merely a case of luck? Perhaps he should introduce the idea of an intel collaboration agreement. That would surely give him answers. Nevertheless, everything pointed towards a greater plot at hand that nobody in the galaxy could fathom. Count Dooku, of all people, feeding the Republic information to win the war? Was he secretly still an ally of the Jedi Order? Despite his very public departure? Why would he found the Separatist alliance in the first place? Very little added up. He wanted the coalition disgraced, Simon finally admitted. To force his General Grievous through the Senate, he needed a win. And Centaurs was to be the setting for that. Diedrich tilted his chin up. "And what did you get in return?" "He would smooth over my introduction into the Separatist Parliament," he sighed, "as well as grant the Kalyamex more favorable rights and commercial agreements. It wasn't supposed to turn out like this. It can't be helped." Diedrich stood up, peeling off his tea-stained glove and slapping it down on the table. "You will return to Kalyamex immediately. Do not make me bring you here." Simon shot to his feet in a panic. "Wait. Look, we can't beat Dooku in a propaganda war. His grip on the independent systems is rock solid. This whistleblowing isn't going to change anything while he still controls the media. We still have to work with him, at least for now. And that's what I'm trying to accomplish." Desperation colored his voice brilliantly, and Diedrich felt no small amount of schadenfreude from it. Enough of playing in the shadows with handshakes and backdoor deals. Kalymex will not be deprived of her glory any longer. Counter-Admiral Diedrich Greyshade leveled his gaze beyond the porthole of his stateroom, scanning the length of his pride and joy, battlecruiser Kronprinz. Modernized and refitted over the millennia, there was likely not a single original panel left on her hull. She may not be the oldest vessel in the system. That trophy belonged to the heavy cruiser Grostad, but she has been fighting since the Fourth Jedi Schism and all the wars since. Know this, Simon. When people expect you to play a role without handing you a script, they should be prepared for an improv performance that may not go their way, Diedrich told his cousin pointedly. That's the risk you take when you manipulate. We're at war now, we best start treating it as one. Simon slowly lowered himself back into his seat. Diedrich had long entertained the idea that Kronprinz once downed a Jedi flagship in ages past, and wondered if she could do it again. Wanting to short-circuit the bureaucracy so as to not repeat the JDF's retardation, we basically told each planetary defense force to pick 1 or 2 representatives. There were some protests, but suffice to say none of us were in the mood for it, and thus put our foot down on the issue. While waiting for the amalgamation of officers in colorful uniforms and devices to shuffle around the hollow projection table, I took the opportunity to slack my nerves by goofing around with Hare. I extended a hand palm side up, and Hare hopped up to clap it. I held it out again, and this time lifted my hand up as she tried to reach it, narrowly missing. Hare paused, annoyance blatant into her bright yellow eyes, despite her lack of expression. I offered my hand again, and she took to staring at it like a house cat would a mouse. Time stretched on as she observed my slightest twitches, internally calculating the best time to strike. Unfortunately, LEP droids were not built for their reflexes, and I could easily notice her servomotors whirring in anticipation. She leapt. I snapped my hand away and caught empty air. I snickered. Hare punched my knee with a metal fist, ears drooping in frustration. I resisted the urge to hiss in pain and reach for my assaulted leg. Those twig-like arms really hid some real strength. Should have thought of that. Servant droids like LEPs are built like ants, capable of lifting several times their body weight. Sorry, I cooed. Don't be mad. Is this the time? A rough voice asked. Vinnick had really seen better days. If he had looked worse for wear before, well, you'd only need to see everyone unconsciously giving him a wide berth to think he was a vampire or something, to say nothing of his face. If he had tasted the dark side before, he was bloody stuffing his face with it now. Unhealthily bleached skin, oily unkempt hair, and dull orange eyes with blood-rimmed irises. My skin prickled from his presence alone, a cold chill settling in the air around me. It took everything I had to not shiver violently. Diedrich had already begun the strategic conference, Counter-Admiral Greyshade, in the local ranking system I believe, though I only kept a single ear open for it. If not now, when? I shot back. When the Loyalists are here? When the war is over, the fallen Jedi growled. I finally understand the lessons you had to teach me, but I still do not understand how you can be so indifferent at a time like this. Relaxed, I corrected. I am relaxed, because I may not be again. Look over there. I discreetly gestured towards Callie Trilm, who was making a pretty good rendition of a wallflower as she sneakily snacked on some of the cruise ship's complimentary refreshments. Realizing we were looking, or rather, realizing Vinnick was looking, because he was pretty noticeable, she scowled at us and hid the packet behind her body. We might die. I huffed. So sleep, eat, and party while you can. Don't let your nerves get to you. This moment, savor it. Hare's ears perked up abruptly, slicing through the air like twin scimitars. Yes, I prompted. Unicorn Squadron is at Belderone, she notified. That's the one with the Padawan girl, correct? Vinnick asked quietly. He sounded almost forlorn, which I had to admit, surprised me. I inspected his face carefully, wondering how the inevitable battle at Kalymex would affect a Force-sensitive. The Battle of Centaurs played host to roughly 2,000 warships and a million deaths, but from the look of things, Kalymex will see twice those figures. And battles will only keep growing as the war warmed up into its second year. I did not pretend to know how the Force affects an individual. I imagine it's different for each person, but from Tuft's regular reports, Barriss Offee was fantastically close to caving in. Callous of me as it may be, but if nobody could prevent the millions of casualties, I could at least use the opportunity to bring the war one step closer to ending. How do you feel about the war? I asked suddenly. Vinnick shuffled, drawing his attention back to the meeting. I just want it to end. But that's not happening anytime soon, is it? I nodded proudly. Good answer. We follow the plan, Hare. As you will, Master Rain. I tugged down on my lapels and crept forward slowly, gradually keying myself back into the discourse as I excuse me'd and sorried my way to the center of the crowd. Diedrich Greyshade had graciously allowed the coalition to take the lead, despite his greater rank on paper, but that didn't limit him from naturally taking control of the flow of the dialogue, almost at home beneath the attention. We are going to be outnumbered, again. Rel Harsel stood directly opposed from Diedrich, playing the crowd. Analysis from our sensor logs indicates the enemy fleet had been bolstered by elements from the Steelblade fleet and White Corass fleet. We can expect 2,000 to 3,000 warships against us. And you found that out now? An officer from Ampliquin slammed. Correct. I cut in, drawing attention to myself. We had entertained the Republic's strategy before in one of our simulations, but we made a severe oversight. What oversight? I leveled an even stare. That Republic High Command actually had the political pull to mobilize 2 more sector fleets at the drop of a hat. Loath are we to admit, but the Republic does still harbor some of the brightest military thinkers in the galaxy. Manually taking control of the projection, I minimized the holotab and reintroduced the Perlemian trade route, highlighting Lanteles, Chandrila, and Alderaan. The Republic used the Cerulean Spear and Blazing Claw fleets as a shield, slamming them in our faces and taking our attention with sieges and skirmishes. The Steelblade and White Corass fleets was the hidden spear, ready and waiting for the most opportune moment to strike. With the Perlemian cleared up and a stage waiting for them at Centaurs, all they had to do was, I leaned forward to physically trace the hyperlane with a finger to make my point. Come right up to meet us there, towing a star dreadnought with them. An admittedly brilliant and technically intensive strategy. The mastermind is someone to be wary of, but it only works once. Harsol shot me a grateful look for the assist, and considering they are taking their time following up, we can safely presume they are in the state of reorganizing their forces. The Republic did not have the resources for a prolonged engagement before. They certainly do not now. Calumex will make or break both of us. We will not be alone. Diedrich pressed his palms on the table. Admiral Tanitha's First Fleet is returning from the southern front, and Admiral Trench has contacted us from Liana. We can play the exact same game as the Republic. Diedrich wasn't letting anything but stalwart confidence show, even though he must be plagued with thoughts of sabotage and betrayal. The revelation about Dooku was bound to create ripples, and it was the harsh truth that nobody knew what to expect. Worst of worst cases, we will be completely alone. Internally, I was praying to every god I knew that Severance Tan was hauling ass up the Saline corridor. This was the chance she needed. She must know that. I've made plans, of course, for the potential case where she doesn't make it, but I've since learned that betting against her was unwise. Trench and Tanith aren't going to matter if the Republic deploys one of their mandators. Callie raised her voice from the back, lifting herself off the wall. What good will they be if we get crushed before they arrive? We should have fought them at Centaurs. The officer from Ampliquin snarled, glaring at his still defiant Belderone and Oral colleagues. All we've done is given them time to pull more ships from the core. They already deployed 1-star dreadnought. What's stopping them from deploying another or 2? He was right. We needed something that would even the balance of power a little, a force multiplier. That's right. Wasn't this battle shaping up to be an enlarged version of Salvara? If Tectors were vulnerable to ground-to-orbit cannons, Mandators would be doubly, triply so. Does Calumex have planetary ion batteries? I asked. We do, Diedrich confirmed. But they are well publicized and don't offer full coverage. I can bet the Republic will jump in when they are facing the wrong side. Not to mention that if the Republic is close enough to the planet for us to use them, considering the number of ships, we may have already lost by then. Shit, that's also a good point. Force multiplier, what else could we do? I racked my head, mentally combing through all my previous experiences, both practical and theoretical, for any inspiration. Kront. The Battle of Kront was a masterclass in maneuver warfare, which I replicated at Taith at a more limited scale. Using orbital bodies to conceal warships for an 360-degree ambush, figuring out the exact comms and coordination matrix would be a vast undertaking, but it could be done. Theoretically, I commandeered the holoprojector again, zooming back into the Calumex system and hungrily devouring any information on the planets in the star system. There was Calumex, some gas giants, a ringed planet, an asteroid belt. I muttered out loud. Do we have interdiction mines? Diedrich raised an eyebrow, clearly wanting in on my thought process. We do, but not enough to make any significant impact on the projected enemy fleet. Right. Force multiplier. Tan railgun. Oh, now that's an idea. Tractor beams. What ships do we have on hand have the most powerful tractor beams? I asked, stomach leaping. Providence's, Looker Hulks, Harsol listed off. No, we don't need precision. Carrier-capable warship tractors were fine-tuned to guide in LACs. We need sheer power. Orbital tugs, Diedrich immediately answered. Calumex is the largest hyperjunction and trade hub in the region. We have hundreds of tugs. Some of our freighters and merchantmen also have powerful tractors as crane substitutes. Freighters. I snapped my fingers and pointed to the asteroid belt. That's perfect. Can we freight these asteroids over to Calumex's orbit? The counter-admiral hesitated. We could, but that could mean wrecking the cargo holds of our freighters in the process. They weren't designed to hold asteroids, see? And it would be an extremely lengthy procedure to ferry over any substantial amount of asteroids. It won't be a problem, the officer from Ampliquin disagreed. We can handle it. Really? The man jolted. Forgive me. Commander Demura. At your service, Liaison Officer from Meridian Sector's Lorner Corporation. Our flagship product is the Field Secured Containment Vessel, or FSCV for short, the largest bulk transport in the galaxy. We currently have 3 in the commonality, each capable of holding 5 billion cubic meters. Bulk transport of raw materials, such as asteroids, are exactly what they were designed for. Please refer to our schematics. It was as if a mental switch had been flipped in his head, transforming him into a marketing agent. And he was marketing his product damn well. Demura inserted a data chip that he had on hand for some reason, and a holographic representation of the FSCV replaced the existing system chart. It was an odd ship, but one bewilderingly large. The bulk carrier carried its, well, bulk in 30 field containment bubbles, each half a click in diameter, sandwiched between 2 Star Destroyer-sized engine blocks. 19 kilometers long. I was usually against corporate officers out of principle, but this was an almost fantastical miracle. I grinned widely, a stupid idea taking shape in my mind's eye. The Republic won't know what hit them. Literally. Consider me a patron of the Lorner Corporation, Commander Demura. Chapter 30. Somewhere in hyperspace. Oral Sector. Severance watched the swirling chaos of hyperspace dance beyond Negotiator's viewport impassively. How many times has she seen this exact view before? The Skywalker knew, better than anyone, of the beauty of hyperspace. And the horrors of traveling off the beaten path, most especially. She could almost see them in her mind's eye. But in lesser space, the beaten paths were many and imminent. The Chiss expansionary fleet could only envy the mere sight of the spider web of space lanes that traversed lesser space, and Severance found herself among them. She had considered before, the likes of the Jedi Order's Exploration Corps and lesser space's boldest spacers, and the tribulations they must have endured throughout countless millennia to produce such a comprehensive work any other person would take for granted. Hyperspace has not changed, not between Chiss or lesser space. What changed were the methods. Jumping into chaos was a more manual affair, what with the lethal plethora of anomalies that gave the chaos its name. There was only so much course correction even a veteran Skywalker with an expert navigation crew could do in an instance of hyperspace, prompting the necessity of numerous microjumps to minnow through the invisible maze of interstellar aberrations. Lesser space was more empty. It was the difference between a speeder race through the dense, if lifeless, Block's Sapler spaceport, and a leisurely passage through the vast steplands of Raxus Secundus. One might have to avoid a spot of forest or distant mountain ranges, but generally, Severance could see them coming. It was still dangerous, of that there was no doubt, but it was also true that real space is more sparse further away from the galactic plane. So long as Severance maintained their relative position within the galactic border, the lack of mass shadows made transit relatively simple. The greatest inhibitor of mass galactic exploration, she believed, was a lack of courage. Spurred on by the mass adoption of the hyperdrive, the great expansion era of lesser space saw eager trailblazers and pioneers set out to the stars with little concern for their own safety. In the current era, most believed all there was to be found has already been, and what lies in the fringes of wild space were of little consequence. The drive for exploration was a thing of the past, and lesser space has become so much smaller. As a Skywalker, she was not concerned with these constraints, nor could she afford to be. Pors Tanith had stolen a march on her, and she needed to reach Columex before he could. By design, hyperlanes were not dissimilar to water bodies, always choosing the path of least resistance. That meant they were safe, if not always direct. By forging out a new space lane, she could cut 10,000 parsecs from her route. Unfortunately, her skills were still found lacking. Chiss fleets were not as expansive, and she could not guide more than a few dozen ships at a time, even if they were in the same instance. It still served her means, however, as any fleet in hyperspace was only as fast as the weakest hyperdrive. By only taking Task Force Ascendant, 33 of her fastest warships, she could be absolutely certain she was outpacing the Confederate First Fleet. Severance shut her eyes, allowing the Force to envelop her like a comforting shroud. Dooku told her every person saw the Force differently, a sinuous lullaby, as a ceaseless storm, a deep ocean, or even a great tree that reached for the sky. If she must thank Dooku for one thing, it would be for unlocking her mind to the through depths of the Force. She saw the cosmic energy as an empty, dark space. The stars were her memories, the nebulae her visions, and herself an ethereal spirit traversing its infinite bounds. It was her freedom. The Force responded, time and space warping to bring her closer to a nearby star. You are looking for something. It appeared to ripple before her mind's eye. What is it? Who is it? She navigated the cosmic winds with practiced ease, searching innumerate futures as she did. Futures of people she did not know, people she had forgotten, and people she had left behind. And as she ventured deeper into the sea of energy, the more she lost herself. Severance knew not to stray too far from her consciousness, lest she lost herself to her sight. And then there it was, revealed to her. A massive battle, stretching across an entire star system. coalescing like a fresco drawn onto the walls of her imagination. The largest single engagement fought in millennia. Its star shone bright and vivid, drawing her in like a fish to a lure. She stood still, a silent witness to the desperate defense of the separatist forces and the desperate offense of the Republic. And she saw the exact moment the Confederate First Fleet arrived. I must arrive a step earlier, Severance decided, and no more. It must appear that I had led the First Fleet into battle so that I can leverage my case to Parliament. As her senses returned to the present, Severance found herself standing in the deathly quiet bridge of the negotiator. Jedi cruisers did not see fit to install a seat for their captain, she mused softly. Severance turned around, purposefully striding through the abandoned battle room and towards the turbolifts, her heels echoing in the empty corridors. Timing her arrival at Calumex to exploit the First Fleet was a simple enough task for someone of her caliber, but it would be difficult to distinguish herself considering Dooku's preparations. If her plan was to be accomplished in totality, Severance had to arrive first. But she had a secret weapon, one only she had. Upon arriving at the main hangar bay, Severance took in the organized chaos of droids loading ammunition and fuel and the distant hum of war machines preparing for battle. In the center, rising like an art sculpture even the most highbrow of the aristocrat could appreciate, was the stealth corvette carrying Spike. There was no other vessel like it, and she could certainly appreciate its design as well, if not for the same reasons. When Commodore Bonteri reported its existence to her, she knew she just had to seize the machine. But that was not the centerpiece of her vision, however. Instead, she took in the space around it, the vast hangar bays not stocked with starfighters, but with decimator main battle tanks, retrofitted to operate in the conditions of vacuum. It was no difficult ask, considering that tractors and repulsors were adjacent technology, and that the crews were to be droids. Despite the almost derisive evaluations her staff had of the Venator-class Star Destroyer, there was one thing about them she could admire as a flag officer. And that was that they accomplished the one purpose they were designed to do peerlessly, to carry and deploy war machines as expediently as possible. Because that meant she could fit 4 whole regiments of repulsor tanks in a single ship for a total of 456 decimators. Her gut twisted to her own displeasure. The future was in motion, shifting, changing before her very eyes into something unrecognizable. If she didn't want to be left behind, she had to get there in time. Calumex approach, Calumex system. Vorzid sector. Oh criffing shit, Counter-Admiral Diedrich Greyshade of the Commonality Joint Defense Fleet said to himself very, very quietly as the klaxons howled around his ship. The sandwich in his hand had disintegrated inside his fist, plates left half-eaten on the mess tables as his crew stared up at the wailing sirens blankly, as if this was the first time they had ever heard them ring. That wasn't true. This wasn't going to be Kronprince's first scuffle, nor her last. But this was the first time hostile warships kept multiplying on the scanner displays with every stuttering update, endlessly and endlessly like a self-replicating virus. Diedrich kept his breathing slow and calm, reminding himself of all the times he had waited for this exact moment. The exact moment when Calumex's planetary batteries were facing the wrong way. The exact moment the Republic would bite. If it didn't feel real before, it felt real now. Excitement bubbled up his throat. Well, his voice struck a sharp chord. And just like that, his crew were leaping off the benches, tripping over themselves as they raced to battle stations. He carefully extricated himself from the mess table, reaching the panel on the wall and smashing in the big red button. This is Admiral Diedrich Greyshade. I am declaring a system-wide red alert on my own authority. Clear the hyperjunction of all traffic immediately. If you aren't already on final, you are required to divert to your pre-designated mooring points. Diedrich released the button, cleared his throat, toggled the comms to internal, and leaned on it again. Kronprince, this is your captain and admiral. We've all been waiting for this moment. Get ready for the ride of your lives. The counter-admiral filled his lungs with air, immersing himself in the blaring sirens and cacophonous footsteps. The rampant orders thrown over the bulkheads, the stuttering pulse burns of Sublight Drives coming to life, the groaning of casemates brought to bear. Diedrich felt himself in the belly of an ancient knight risen from the grave to fight for their king once more. This was the first time war had come to Calumex in millennia, and Calumex was eager to respond. He wiped his hand on a napkin and proceeded to the flag bridge. Much like the Zolochi dreadnoughts of antiquity, Kronprinz was chrome-plated smooth in her entirety. Hull was shaped like that of an ocean-going polyream, with mirror-finished spaced armor attached by sliding girders covering the whole 1,200-meter length. Echoes from a forgotten age when combat standard deflector technology was still in its infancy. Fully extended and angled out, Kronprinz turned into a bird of prey gliding upon solar winds. For as long as she was within direct line of sight with the star, there was no warship her equal in speed and maneuverability. When retracted and flush against the hull, her shields hid a lethal array of torpedo tubes, missile launchers, and brutal pulse cannons for an unrivaled broadside. Unlike contemporary warships, Kronprinz's ancient Taiwanese design meant there were no transparasteel viewports anywhere on the ship, and and the pilot house was no exception. Holos and plotting boards, external camera and FTL sensor displays arrayed the expanse deep in the citadel of the ship, all buzzing and blinking with a buffet of information slowly being absorbed and transliterated onto Diedrich's imagination. He frowned, mind locked onto the main enemy force. They were jumping in increments of a few hundred, likely divided by battle groups. It was the practical option. While doing so forced them to give up the element of surprise, it also meant they could more reliably organize into their orders of battle, as well as effectively obscure their true numbers. As more warships extracted from hyperspace, they created a curtain of interference that hindered separatist scanners from accurately reading the number of subsequent extractions. It was a common tactic, Diedrich decided. They themselves were doing the same thing. The coalition armada, JDF included, had been arranged into a sorry excuse of a battle lattice. 2,000 warships, tightly knit and 5 ranks deep, arranged into a poor imitation of water's molecular structure, or lack thereof, rather than the rigid covalent network of graphite a proper battle lattice should mimic. To Diedrich's great shame, it was glaringly clear that the JDF posed the weakest link in the chain. In order to make up for the deficit in skill, Commander Trilm proposed a twofold solution by dispersing JDF vessels among the veteran coalition battle squadrons. First, it would eliminate the possibility of loyalist forces pinpointing and targeting a specific weak point, and second, that the inferior formation quality would ironically improve the purpose of this particular lattice formation in the first place, which was, staggeringly, to conceal the largest artillery pieces known to the galaxy. 3 behemoths field-secured containment vessels traveled the distance between the edges of the lattice, each releasing one of their 30 containment bubbles at regular intervals. Carefully guided by a small army of tugs, each half-a-kilometer bubble contained anywhere from 100 to 1,000 asteroids captured from all over the star system. Then there was the Victoria Louise, a 47 million cubic meter, 140 million ton asteroid that had to be painstakingly sculpted into a rough sphere in order to fit into one of the bubbles. To speak nothing of the man's character, this was the sort of genius, or mind-numbing insanity, only an Onderonian could devise. The legendarily troubled history of the jungle world aside, the very fact that their arch-nemesis was their own moon spoke spades of their mastery in irregular warfare. Only someone who had spent his professional career warring against the demon moon could conceive the idea of using asteroids as grapeshot. That's what Diedrich believed. The Republic took their time. He had fully immersed himself in the battle logs from Centaurs and recognized the wildly different behavior. Both fleets now had their cards all on the table, or so it seemed, and caution was the order of the day. Intercept in half an hour and falling, someone called out. Their Excel squared with rising steeply. Diedrich leaned on a dashboard, exercising great care so as to not disturb the myriad instruments his fingers gingerly skirted. Staring down through the acrylic-shielded scanner display, he ground his teeth at the sight of Kalyamexi battleship Hexenkönig testing the patience of a tiny coalition corvette. The mighty warship was like an ill-trained hunting dog snapping at the leash, fighting to dress herself and her pack in the laurels of combat, while the more seasoned corvette boldly crossed her in order to force her down. Almost foolishly brave, he thought. The Corellian corvette must be no longer than 200 meters in length, while Hexenkönig was well over a kilometer stern to bow. Diedrich browsed his registry for the ship, Habitak 2, and made a mental note to thank them after the battle. On the other side of the plot, the enemy stratagem was gradually taking shape. The boiling mass extended outwards, splitting into 3 customary box formations. There were 500 ships of Cerulean Spear fleet in the center, with the Steelblade and White Cuirass fleets taking the flanks, each boasting around 1,000 vessels, confirming Captain Harsel's battle analysis exercise. What's the effective range of our artillery? Diedrich asked out loud. His XO shrugged. We have 90 shells? 89, excluding Victoria Louise. The ranging shot will be at 10 mil clicks, but effective is likely half that. The counter-admiral nodded slowly. 88 shells meant every single one had to count, not to mention the ragtag propulsion system of commandeered freighters, bulkers, dreadnoughts, and battleships meant each bubble was going to have different stats and parameters. He eyed the integrated chrono, mentally calculating the time it will take to relay orders and maneuver into combat stations. 10 minutes, maybe less, with the enemy's Excel squared. Diedrich spent the time reviewing the Confederate 1st and 4th Fleet's transmissions again, hoping to the Lord above they would keep their word, hypocritical as it may be. If not, the plan was to stall for half a local day until Kalyamex's planetary batteries could be brought to bear. And if not that, then for Kalyamex to fight. The world was only marginally less wealthy than the likes of Raxus Secundus. At the center of trade on the Perlemian, towns and cities covered the surface, supporting billions of lives. At this very moment, the landing grounds were being fortified, civilians drafted, and armies marshaled. They would not surrender without a vicious fight. But he hoped it would never come to that. Order received. The comms officer slammed down his headset and sprung to his feet, raking his eyes across the bridge until it met Diedrich's. Crying Sun orders Hydra formations, sir. Diedrich swung around to the navigator. Ventral thrust platforms. Execute maneuvering orders package immediately. Kronprinz whistled, her reflective armor plates ruffling like feathers, and she fluently translated upwards, carefully adapting her thrust so as to not collide with the ship above or block the ship below. He counted down the seconds on his chrono, a bead of sweat sliding down his forehead. Every second they took translating formations was a second the enemy got to figure out the existence of the asteroid bubbles. Each bubble was propulsionless, and when covered by the Armada's radar profiles, were effectively invisible to the Republic. But that didn't mean they could take their time clearing the line of sight. As the battle lattice moved into two affronting lines abreast above and below, the phalanges of tugs started pushing the bubbles forward before the screen fully cleared. Diedrich recalled the question of whether the shells should be stationed behind or before the main battle lines. If they were fired from behind, it would save valuable time. If they were fired from in front, it would eliminate the risk of friendly fire. Friendly fire by 10,000 asteroids. There wasn't much of a debate. 400 merchant and 140 battleships followed them, and as the tugs dragged the bubbles to a total halt, the massive vessels arranged themselves into 93-point cylinders that sheathed over the bubbles, not dissimilar to how a shell would slide down a cannon bore. Range. Diedrich stared at the holocom monitor with an intensity he didn't expect from himself. It was a morbid fascination. Would the cannons work to utterly devastate the enemy, or would they backfire? Morbid fascination transformed into a nervousness when he realized what backfiring would entail. There was a reason there were only skeleton crews aboard those merchantmen. 9 million clicks. The first pulses of energy were already pouring out in waves from the ranging shot, 6 2-kilometer-long vessels charging up every tractor beam projector they had. And when Kronprinz sensors were almost totally blind from the radiation, the bubble's containment fields dropped. 729 asteroids and many more meteoroids blasted out like buckshot from a sawed-off shotgun. Only that the shotgun had a barrel 5 kilometers long and was capable of tearing a rent through the fabric of space-time. Minutes later, the Republic formations scattered on the battle plot. The distance was too great for me to actually see anything visually, but Repulse certainly did. The empty casing left behind was then dragged back to the rear by the tugs, accompanied by hamstrung, lightly smoking hulls. Thankfully, there was no significant damage, but manually disabling the tractor beam safeties had evidently done a number on their power cycling systems. Drive cones exploded onto the scanner displays, intensifying violently as the Republic fleets slammed onto the brakes and burned velocity against what must be dangerous levels of G-forces. We didn't know how fast the asteroids were going exactly. Yes, we completed some feasibility tests with computerized simulations, but they weren't rigorous. We weren't physicists, and this wasn't an experiment. We figured that as long as each asteroid, meteoroid, and micrometeoroid contained enough kinetic energy to pierce double forward particle shields, it was good enough. There was no finesse involved, only a turbulent mix of gravitational forces acting in roughly the same direction. With the enemy speeding towards us I checked the repeater, 24,000 kps, while the asteroids were reaching upwards of, 96,000 kps at intercept. That meant the relative impact velocity was 40% the speed of light. The Republic was clever enough to realize that they had to slow the fuck down, first to reduce the impact velocity, though I didn't know how much that would do, and second to regain some of their maneuverability. Attitude thrusters don't really work to any meaningful capacity at those kinds of speeds. Too little, too late. 3 minutes later, they were at a range where we couldn't miss. One by one, the shells deactivated their containment fields, and a torrent of destruction was blasted out into the abyss. According to the readouts, they had under 55 seconds to get a fix on an incoming projectile and intercept or evade, and that number was dropping rapidly. It was as if the galaxy was sucking in a breath each time a cylinder charged up their projectors, each ripple of gravitational energy able to level entire cities, washing out and prickling the skin. I shivered, involuntarily tensing as Cylinder 12 shone like a newborn star on Repulse's readouts. Then, when the fabric of space-time had been pulled to its breaking point, like a rubber band ready to snap, the shields dropped, and boom. The numbers in front of me sprung into the dozens of digits, consoles screaming in white noise as if they had been flashbanged. And half a minute later, a swathe of the white cuirass was scythed into oblivion, sparkling like glitter thrown across the sky. 100 flames were lit for a brief moment, like angels lifting candles in mourning of lives lost, followed by black and quiet. There was an empty gash on the battle plot, small, but distinct enough that once noticed, it was hard to miss the absence of drive cones, replaced by lingering ghosts of faint steam. The Republic fleets were decelerating, bless their souls, but not fast enough. Honestly, at this point I would expect them to initiate a mass flip and burn considering the dire straits they were in, but they were stubbornly refusing to do so. I could only think of two reasons. To avoid exposing their unshielded engine blocks, which was reasonable enough, or because the very idea hadn't occurred to them. Who knows? It seemed obvious enough to me, having learned about retrograde burns. Granted, they were necessary for us technologically primitive Earthlings who had yet to break into the open sea. It's not out of left field to suppose that this galaxy had largely lost the concept of retrograde thrust and subsequently flippin' burns, considering the efficiency of their starships. Or maybe ass-heavy star destroyers simply didn't have bow thrusters or TVCs powerful enough to initiate a complete 180 with any semblance of promptitude. Cylinder 28 boomed out into the darkness, followed by cylinders 29, 30, and 31. It was nothing more than a turkey shoot. Accuracy was questionable, as were our methods, but after running some numbers, Stell produced a figure of 5 to 10 ships down with every shell. A terrible number at face value, but considering the lack of real firing solutions, unpredictable dispersion, and the sheer distance involved, in the end we were still ripping apart 600 to 700 capital ships without a single casualty. Our radars caught glimpses of the asteroids, whistling across the displays like flickering wraiths. Big pieces, crashing into other big pieces and fragmenting. Small pieces, some no larger than specks of dust, almost warping in and out of virtual existence. A niggling sensation in the back of my mind disturbed me. The idea that we had just broken an unstated rule of war. That with a new precedent set, the very paradigm of naval warfare had just been flipped on its head. Engagement distances were going to magnify exponentially. Capital ships a decade from now will look and operate in wholly alien manners. The idea that this battle will send naval architects and weapon designers scrambling back to the drawing boards, and that in 20 years battles will be fought, won, and lost without fleets even being in the same star system. The thought terrified me. I wanted to ask, what have I done? But I knew what I had done. I had opened a door. All that's left to see was whether people would walk through it. I rubbed my eyes at the painfully bright screens assaulting my senses, attempting to focus on the big picture as my droid crew called out reports. Despite my attempt, I still pondered the idea of buying some spectacles. In any case, the Republic had taken a limited reaction, but not out of a lack of effort. The three fleets were gradually splitting apart into 3 distinct blocks, with smaller subdivisions spacing out as well. Stell, I dragged my voice, increasing in volume at the end. I know, sir. The droid's response was sharp and frustrated. We had to calculate the Mandator's extraction vector for the next phase of our stratagem to carry out. The star dreadnoughts were large and terrifying, capable of routing entire fleets from mere presence alone, but they were slow. Despite the size of some SSDs in the far future, subliminal drive technology had not quite kept up with the size of star dreadnoughts just yet, and Mandators were just as slow as some ponderous freighters. That didn't mean jumping in a Mandator to its desired battle station was safe by any means, but I suspected a Jedi was involved, considering the precision displayed at Centaurs. Stell must have gotten close, but with the Republic's formation shift, he likely had to return to square one. Repulse's proximity sensors suddenly screeched in alarm, and that was the only warning I got before the cruiser next to us was completely annihilated, inadvertently shielding us from the worst of the fragments. Gaping pits cracked through its hull, splintering and collapsing, with jets of atmosphere breaking free, before her hull integrity completely failed, and she tore herself apart in a silent scream of agony. The readouts flashed as Repulse's shields registered crashing debris and more than likely frozen organic remains. My face reddened in fear and panic. What the hell happened? Cylinder 74 backfired, sir. The comms droid shouted up at me, but the Bulker Heart AM wind was able to reverse their projection in time and nullify a significant amount, limiting the damage. All 6 ships of the cylinder were destroyed, and the tentative casualty count is 661. Damage reports from other ships are still coming in. Well, that was to be expected, was the first thought that came to mind. It was why 600 were killed and not 6,000. Ad hoc gravitic mass drivers with civilian-grade tractor beam projectors were never going to be safe, much less at this scale. This was an insane plan born out of desperation and a lack of options. The fact that only 1 out of 70 exploded in our faces was already a miracle, probability-wise. The next thought that came to mind was the immediate morale repercussions. I cursed mentally. We had a plan for this as well, and it was to bite the bullet. Withdraw the remaining cylinders. I commanded. Dispatch order to the White Hand Fleet. All forward at flank speed. We're leading by example. Dispatch order. Stell recited my words, pausing at the last phrase. Should I include the last part? Yes, you will, I replied, before grumbling quietly. As much as I hate doing so. Repulse surged forwards, igniting her engines with the desire to do battle once more. I've missed this. The star frigate seemed to howl as she shivered in delight beneath my feet. It'll be just like old times. Or maybe I was just high on my fight or flight response and actively hallucinating. It made me braver than I felt, nonetheless, and that worked for me. Not to be outdone, Counter-Admiral Greyshade's battlecruiser Kronprinz surged as well, followed by the might of battle Squadron Nardolin. If there was ever an alien ship, Kronprinz fully encapsulated the idea, with armor flaps undulating almost hypnotically, like facsimiles of maritime oars crashing against invisible waves. If you looked closely, you could almost make out the bores of menacing pulse cannons hiding beneath, which were more comparable to disruptors than contemporary turbolasers. The battle hydra roared, all 2,000 warships launching themselves forward in a gleaming wave front of dull steel and brutal firepower, enraptured by the promise of glory and death. I gripped the armrests tightly, inconspicuously allowing the task force Repulse to overtake the namesake ship in my effort to bring Repulse to the center of the pack, rather than the front. "Fixed," Stell cried out, transmitting prediction model. I snapped my attention to the battle plot, where two blinking red arcs forecasted the effective extraction location of the incoming dreadnought. The problem was the fact that there were two arcs, each located the widening gaps between the three enemy formations. In hindsight, it was rather obvious. They likely wanted us to drive hard into the gaps before having the Mandators jump straight on top of us, recreating the destruction of Battle Squadron Salvara. So the question was, which gap were they intending on jumping? I fiddled with the console, analyzing the Republic subformations, the cerulean spear in the middle, steel blade on their right flank, and white cuirass opposite that. Most of the spear's strength was gone after Centaurs in the opening phase, and they were only left with 300 combat-capable warships, judging from the drive signatures. The steel blade had 900, and the white cuirass had 700. Looks like the steel blade was mostly untouched by the cylinders. I figured it out. "All units," I said, and Stell immediately began recording my voice. "We are less than 13 minutes from contact with the enemy. Execute maneuvering package 17, effective immediately. I want to see a picture-perfect modified Battle Order 3 with Task Force Repulse making angular point, just as we practiced." Like a sluggish giant, the Coalition Armada began to move, with the rear ranks shifting over to our left flank, out of the Republic's view. Within 10 minutes, our Battle Hydra had evolved into a classic oblique order with the explicit intention of ramming straight through the opening and separating the steel blade fleet from the rest of the enemy formation. On our right flank, opposite the white cuirass, the JDF's Battle Squadron Nardalan prepared for the fight of their lives. I blinked, and in that split second, automated targeting systems were already aiming and firing as warships tore past each other at a combined speed of almost 60,000 kilometers per second. Repulse shuddered as she registered wayward hits on her shields, even despite being deep in the mass. Republic turbolasers boomed out in panic, with the vast majority of those shots passing behind our formation as we surged hard into the wedge between their subformations. They were still reorganizing when we charged, a charge that surprised ourselves, much less the Republic, and their targeting computers were struggling to recalibrate. By contrast, we couldn't miss. There were enemy ships all around us, and our missile volleys slammed into already weakened shields, dense barrages of particle beams and ion charges disabling and annihilating warships which had yet to make the switch to ray shields. The enemy, instead of slowing down, accelerated again, ostensibly in an attempt to crash through our line and hook around for a flank. But we were in an oblique order, and our original 5-rank deep formation had been reinforced to twice that number. It didn't take very long for them to realize they were signing their own death certificates by driving deeper into our formation, and as blossoming starbursts marked the destruction of foolhardy star destroyers, we began to push back the Republic with sheer mass alone. The White Hand Fleet and Task Force Repulse punched into the gap between the steel blade and cerulean spear, roaring out double-sided broadsides as firing solutions were getting churned out on an industrial scale. At the same time, Task Force Sol and Task Force CLYSM finally crashed into the bulk of the cerulean spear, swinging around in a last-minute fake and lashing out with 2 torpedo fusillades in quick succession. Far behind, the imposingly dark shadow of replenished droid LAC formations rose like an insatiable demon. On the far side, barely registering on the battle plot, the JDF and Task Force Nardalan played cat and mouse with the white cuirass fleet. With thinned-out numbers, their Taiwanese warships were much more maneuverable, rushing and unleashing opportunistic cannonades before swinging around and luring the embittered enemy formation further out of formation and into range of Cylinder 90 and the looming gaze of Victoria Louise. They took the most dangerous role because they had something to prove. Greyshade couldn't refuse the role without outrage from the Armada, but to my surprise, he was more than keen to pick up the sword. "We have an incoming transmission for Commodore Bonteri," the comms droid relayed. "It's from Messenger in Flames." "They've arrived," I exclaimed, "a bit early, but it'll do." "Do they have the mine layers I asked for?" "Yes, sir," the droid confirmed, 16 mine layers. "Great, great." I nodded in out-of-body calmness as the battle raged around me. "Have them stay out of it until my order. Contact Admiral Trench. Where the hell is he?" "The cruiser Morgenlicht reports that he is en route from Arkin," Stell paused, "and Admiral Tanith has just arrived in Belderon." "Oh yeah," I thought in gleeful anticipation, "it's all coming together. Come on, Republic, make your move so we can make ours." Task Force Repulse finally broke through the Republic line and was greeted by a brilliant swathe of stars in the distance, which I believe to be the Nyarican Nebula. Drifting among them were fleets of still-warm wreckage drifting lifelessly in the void, tumbling in ignoble demise. I felt a great sadness then, but swiftly brushed it off. There was a time and place for all emotions. I simultaneously checked the Coalition Armada's status and the movements of the Steelblade fleet, checking for any untoward reactions as I timed my next order with every cell of commanding experience I had in my body. Maneuver Package 15 now. I commanded harshly, and the White Hand fleet pivoted again. Some 700 warships swept to portside in tandem, formation dissolving before coalescing again into a great palm that began to isolate the Steelblade from the rest of their allies. Munificence and Recusance, and many more destroyers angled down from above as their forward-focused batteries constituted the piercing thrust that knocked the enemy off their fleet, while the battleships and heavy cruisers closed up on each other into a great block of pure mass and momentum, mopping up any incapacitated star destroyers before pushing the enemy outwards. The Steelblade was now sliding backwards into the spreading debris field, suddenly becoming the encircled element as they were shoved further and further away. The incapability of star destroyers to spin around or reverse to any meaningful facility was immediately apparent, and surrounded on three sides, they were sitting ducks to the slaughter. Realizing the predicament, the right flank of the Cerulean Spear peeled off and charged Task Force Repulse's rearguard in an attempt to save their allies. But Cali Trilm's CLYSM fleet deftly slid into the wedge in a beautiful line ahead, crossing the Spear's T and lighting up the space with a point-blank torpedo barrage. This wouldn't be the first time she had my back, and considering our admittedly complicated relationship, I doubted it would be the last. I forced myself out of the tunnel vision I found myself in, checking in with the rest of the Armada. But I didn't have to. The Republic was crumbling on every front except the White Cuirass, which had slowed down upon realizing it was on the edge of the cylinder's kill zone. And just when I had about decided the Mandators were a no-show, the Republic finally deployed their trump card. Once again, the volume of the universe was toned down, and I could almost feel the shockwave of chrono radiation washing over my skin as dimensional barriers were violently torn open. There was a silent explosion, and in a display of magnificent power, Legacy of the Founders appeared exactly where I had predicted, in between the Cerulean Spear and White Cuirass, first dorsal-mounted batteries already thundering away. A shadow crossed over Repulse's bridge. I frowned, looking around. Wasn't the sun behind us? I glanced at the battle plot, and to my numb surprise, I couldn't see Repulse's drive cone, or any of Repulse Squadron's drive cones. Actually, they were all smeared into a single massive. A second registry designation popped up on a readout, Pride of the Corps. I looked up, and I did not see a single star. Sir. Stell looked up at me with uncertainty. It looks like there's a star dreadnought right on top of us. My pleasant emotions were shanked with a vibro knife and thrown into the sewers as my brain caught up with the situation. God damn it, Harsol. Now I owe you one. Fucking shit. Evasive action. I screamed.